Chapter 1. The first exam of the college entrance examination. New book ratings are low. Everyone, don't pay attention to the ratings. They will gradually rise later. Save your life. Parallel universes are not reality. Do not take it personally. Follow the crowd. Put your brain on hold. Hee hee. The main text begins. System. 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 Where are you? Come and bind me quickly. Damn it. If you don't bind soon, I won't even be able to get into college after my rebirth. Zhao Tian, who was reborn during the first math exam of the college entrance examination, anxiously called out for the standard system that comes with every reborn person. As the exam time ticked away, his test paper remained blank. Zhao Tian was about to collapse. How could a reborn person not be sent to the exam venue? He called out various system names countless times in his mind, but there was no response. Just as he was about to give up, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Tian's mind. System scanning in progress. Detecting target individual. Calling system reached 100 times. Binding conditions met. System binding in progress. Please wait. Binding progress 1, 2, 99, 100. System binding successful. Congratulations. You have become the sole host of the super auxiliary system. This system can help the host continuously become stronger and become a winner in life. This system has rich functions. Please explore and research on your own. Damn. There really is a system? Zhao Tian was stunned. He was forced into this situation after his rebirth. He had repeatedly called for the system in his mind. He didn't expect that a system would actually descend, and it required calling out 100 times before binding. That if he had only called 99 times, wouldn't he have missed out on the benefits of being reborn? Zhao Tian couldn't help but shiver in fear. Before his rebirth, Zhao Tian was a 30-year-old worker at the bottom of society in the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Water Star. During the day, he worked a white-collar job with a monthly salary of 6,000. At night, he drove a taxi part-time to earn some extra cash. Otherwise, after deducting his car and housing loans, 6,000 a month was simply not enough for him. One night, while driving a taxi, he was hit head-on by a large truck going the wrong way. The violent collision caused him to lose consciousness instantly. When he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found that he had actually been reborn to a college entrance examination site over a decade ago, in 2014, during the first math exam. Zhao Tian glanced at the test paper. Apart from the first question about 11.2, he couldn't solve any of the others. For most of the questions, he couldn't even recognize the various symbols. Even the one math problem he could answer, he had already written down the answer to before his rebirth. Looking at the big 2 on the paper, Zhao Tian was frantic. He cursed inwardly. Which bastard arranged this rebirth for me? Although I wasn't living richly, I never thought about being reborn. Even if I am reborn, why would I be sent directly to the first exam of the college entrance examination? You should either give me a few months to review, or send me back after the exam is over. Waiting to go to college. Who sends someone at such a time? The only problem I can solve is already finished. What should I do now? Zhao Tian cursed in his heart, flipping through the test paper and racking his brain to remember how to solve the problems. After struggling for a long time, he ultimately gave up. Aside from randomly guessing a few multiple-choice questions, he wrote answer for the open-ended questions, unable to solve any others. In his previous life, Zhao Tian at least scored well enough to get into a first-year university, even if it was just an ordinary undergraduate one. Before his rebirth, he was already 30 years old, and it had been over a decade since he last took the college entrance examination. He had basically forgotten most of what he learned in high school. With his current knowledge, he would struggle to even get into a vocational college. Zhao Tian was in a panic. How was his rebirth different from others? He had read countless rebirth novels, and such a situation had never happened to him. Others who were reborn either ended up at Tsinghua or Beihua University, or at least scored 911, 285. If he couldn't even get into a vocational college, wouldn't he become a joke in the rebirth world? The problem was that now he really might not be able to get into a vocational college, as he didn't know anything for the exam. Wait, the system. As time ticked away, Zhao Tian suddenly thought, isn't it common for reborn individuals to come with a system? So, in desperation, he quickly called out in his mind, System, 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 where are you? Come and bind me. After he didn't know how many times he called, the scene at the beginning occurred. Zhao Tian didn't care about what functions this auxiliary upgrade system had anymore and hurriedly asked, Great, great. Can you help me solve this exam paper? Host, Although this system can assist you in upgrading and becoming stronger, it cannot directly help you solve the exam paper. Real-world matters must be handled by the host. Yourself, the system's cold mechanical voice responded. You can't help me do anything, so what's the point of having you? Zhao Tian angrily retorted, feeling that this damn system was just playing with him. Although this system cannot directly help the host, it can help the host quickly enhance various abilities, providing various tools and resources for the host, allowing the host to solve all problems with their own abilities. Fine, fine, fine. Do it myself. Eat well. So how do I obtain the abilities you mentioned? Zhao Tian asked eagerly. The host can obtain them through multiple channels in the system. The first method is to sign in once daily to randomly receive a prize and attribute points. The prizes are not fixed. The second method is to draw lots in the lottery area, which can also yield random prizes. The third method is to visit the system mall, where you can purchase randomly refreshed items. The fourth method is that the system will randomly issue tasks based on real-world situations, with generous rewards for the tasks. As Zhao Tian listened to the system's introduction, his mind entered the system space, which was vast and surrounded by a gray haze. In front of Zhao Tian, like a game interface, various areas were displayed. There was a daily sign-in area, a lottery area, a task area, a system mall area, and a prize area. Zhao Tian thought to himself, open the sign-in area to sign in. Suddenly, a change appeared before his eyes among the rows of dull dates. Today's date lit up. The system's voice sounded. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the yellow level low-grade skill, mathematics proficiency, in 1 attribute point, which has been stored in the prize area. Please check. With a thought, Zhao Tian immediately transferred to the prize area, where he saw a light yellow book and a package. The book displayed mathematics proficiency, yellow level low grade. Would you like to learn it? He silently thought yes, and the yellow book instantly entered Zhao Tian's mind, filling him with countless mathematical knowledge, formulas, and principles. Zhao Tian instantly understood the methods to solve the problems on the test paper. He was secretly excited that he no longer had to worry about the math exam. Then he turned his attention to the package, which displayed beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? There's even a beginner's gift pack? This damn system didn't even remind me. Zhao Tian cursed inwardly and then silently thought to open it. Chapter 2, randomly shortened by 5 centimeters. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift pack and obtaining 20 attribute points and a top-tier Tai Chi True Skill fragment. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Immediately, an additional book appeared in the prize area with Tai Chi written on it. Zhao Tian was left with a head full of question marks. What the hell was this? Tai Chi, the slow movements performed by old men and women in the square? And attribute points? Skills? Was he in a game world or a martial arts world? Zhao Tian, a well-rounded young man of socialist values, had read many novels and had a strong capacity for acceptance. After a brief moment of confusion and shock, he calmed down. After all, he had been reborn, and there was a system. What could possibly be unacceptable? Now he had gained the super-real mathematics proficiency, and the mathematical formulas and theoretical knowledge in his mind were indeed real. This made him reconsider this world. Perhaps the old him had been too superficial in his understanding of it. Zhao Tian didn't have much time to study the system. He was eager to resolve the exam first. Although having the system made attending school irrelevant, Zhao Tian's mindset hadn't shifted that quickly, and he still clung to the idea of getting into a good university. When he realized that time seemed to have paused in the outside world, he noticed that after spending so long in the system, the clock on the wall still read 9:30. Zhao Tian was instantly excited. If his consciousness entering the system caused time in the outside world to stop, he would have plenty of time to review the knowledge for the college entrance exam. At this moment, the system explained, host, the flow of time in the system is different from that in reality. There's no need to worry about changes occurring in the outside world while you're in the system. Moreover, the system space can store real items, but living things cannot be placed inside. Items stored in the system space will maintain the state they were in when they entered the system and will not change. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhao Tian felt completely at ease. He now had an additional personal space, which was fantastic. After finishing the math exam, he could use the system space to carefully review the next subject. He planned to store all his materials, including the 3 years of college entrance exam papers and 5 years of simulations, in the system space. He could directly look for answers while taking the exam away to soar. Just as Zhao Tian was preparing to do the questions, the system's voice rang out again. The system has detected the surrounding environment and issued a new task. Please complete the college entrance exam diligently and become the top scorer. Rewards include 1 cleansing pill, 10 energy-gathering pills, and 10 attribute points. Does the host accept the task? If the task is refused, the system will punish the host by randomly shortening a part of their body by 5 centimeters. What the hell? Can you detach from the system? How can there be a punishment for refusing a task? Zhao Tian's face turned green upon hearing this. The system has already fused with the host. Detachment means that both the system and the host will disappear together, not reincarnate, and will completely dissipate. Does the host wish to detach? What the? Zhao Tian was on the verge of a breakdown. Just after being reborn, why were there so many complications? Detaching from the system would mean he was gone, and refusing the task would result in a penalty of randomly shortening a part of his body by 5 centimeters. If it were his hair that got shorter, he could accept it, but if it were elsewhere, he would be devastated. Moreover, even copying the answers didn't guarantee he could become the top scorer. All right, it seemed there was no penalty mentioned for failing the task, so he might as well accept it if he couldn't complete the task. It couldn't be blamed on him. Damn system. When a person dies, they fly to the sky. If not, they'll live for countless years. I'll accept this task, Zhao Tian said helplessly to the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted the task. Reward: intermediate level skill in literary mastery and 1 attribute point. System: accepting a task also comes with rewards? Zhao Tian asked in surprise. Yes, with penalties, there are naturally rewards. Please continue to work hard to complete the task and gain substantial rewards to quickly improve your abilities. The system mechanically explained. With a new skill in literary mastery, Zhao Tian no longer needed to worry about the Chinese exam, and he immediately smiled broadly. System comrade, next time, please be more thorough in your explanations so that I won't misunderstand. With the benefits, Zhao Tian's attitude underwent a complete turnaround. By the way, the task rewards are cleansing pills and energy-gathering pills. Why do they feel like cultivation pills? Zhao Tian suddenly recalled the task rewards, which didn't seem like products of modern society, and hurriedly asked the system. Cleansing pills, as the name suggests, are used to cleanse the marrow and bones, reshaping one's physique. The host's age has surpassed the optimal age for cultivation. Cleansing pills are the best pills for improving personal qualifications during the martial arts stage and breaking the shackles of the body. They can also help martial artists break through realms, making them very suitable for the current stage of the host's usage. The system explained mechanically. I can cultivate, become a martial arts master who can fly? Zhao Tian exclaimed in shock. This was beyond his imagination. In his 30 years of life before rebirth, he had never encountered martial artists, except in film and television dramas. In this reborn world, the ability to cultivate was something he hadn't expected, of course. However, to reach the realm of flight, one must achieve the level of an innate grandmaster. The host is currently just an ordinary person and hasn't even reached the threshold of a beginner martial artist. Please cultivate diligently, and with the assistance of this system, you will soon reach the realm of flight and become an innate grandmaster. The system's mechanical voice responded. Hearing this, Zhao Tian was so excited he almost couldn't contain himself. Cultivating and flying was the dream of many people. Now that he had the system, he could realize this dream. How could he not be thrilled? However, he couldn't spend more time studying the system. There was less than an hour left until the exam ended, and he had only just completed the first question. He needed to hurry and finish the exam paper as quickly as possible, ensuring he got everything right. After all, there was a task at hand, and becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam wasn't easy. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. With his mastery of mathematics, Zhao Tian found answering the questions on the test paper as easy as breathing. The problems that had previously made his head spin and that he couldn't even understand were now as simple as 112. In less than 20 minutes, Zhao Tian neatly wrote down the answers on the answer sheet. Then Zhao Tian checked the test paper twice. Everything was neat, no mistakes, and he was confident about getting a perfect score, so he submitted it directly. Under the watchful eyes of the invigilator, Zhao Tian dashed out of the examination room. The invigilator had long noticed this peculiar candidate, who had been daydreaming from the start and then scratching his head, even attempting to copy answers from the desks in front and beside him. Chapter 3. The good person hidden among bad guys. The behavior of that student made him very vigilant, constantly watching to prevent this candidate from cheating. It seemed there was no opportunity for cheating, and this candidate, after writing for a while, submitted the exam. In the eyes of this invigilator, as soon as he saw Zhao Tian, he thought this candidate was a poor student, unable to do the questions and having no chance to copy. He started to make up answers randomly and submitted the paper early. Naturally, Zhao Tian had no idea that the invigilator had already regarded him as a poor student wanting to cheat. He still wanted to go back and study the system, which was even more important than the exam. Of course, Zhao Tian didn't care about what a passerby invigilator thought of him. After all, he hadn't figured out the system functions regarding attribute points, martial arts, and elixirs yet. He needed to go back and study the system. That was the main thing. Following his vague memories, Zhao Tian returned to an old factory community, which had been his home for over 10 years. Zhao Tian was originally an abandoned orphan, sent to an orphanage for a few years, and then adopted by a middle-aged couple who could not have children. This couple treated him with as much love as their own child. Despite his tragic background, Zhao Tian finally had a good life, leading him to believe that life was very happy and that he could continue living so blissfully. However, when Zhao Tian turned 18, 3 months before the college entrance examination, there was a safety accident at the factory where his parents worked, and both of his adoptive parents died in the accident. This tragic incident left Zhao Tian an orphan once again. Fortunately, he had grown up and could support himself, no longer needing to be adopted by others. His parents' factory was somewhat conscientious. The total compensation of 1.4 million yuan was not deducted and was fully deposited into Zhao Tian's bank account. Additionally, his adoptive parents had worked hard for decades without significant expenses, saving over 600,000 yuan, which was intended for Zhao Tian's future college education, buying a house, and marrying. Now, Zhao Tian inherited over 2 million yuan and an old house. However, wealth can stir up greed. Zhao Tian's inheritance from his adoptive parents made his biological relatives envious. They rushed over, demanding to share the inheritance, believing that they were the biological siblings of Zhao Tian's adoptive parents and that Zhao Tian was merely their adopted son. They claimed to be more qualified to receive the inheritance due to their blood ties. They threatened Zhao Tian, this wild child, to hand over all the money, or they would sue him to prevent him from attending college. In his previous life, after the death of his parents, Zhao Tian was heartbroken. Originally a top student capable of attending a prestigious university, his performance in the college entrance examination suffered, and he could only get into an ordinary undergraduate program. The threats from these unconnected uncles and relatives frightened the naive Zhao Tian. He was just a simple student, and he knew that without his parents' care, he would have to rely on himself to survive. If he couldn't attend college because of these issues, he would have no future. Under the pressure of those uncles and relatives, who used both persuasion and threats, Zhao Tian was robbed of all his wealth in his previous life. The 2 million yuan left by his adoptive parents was divided among those greedy relatives, leaving him with only an old house. Zhao Tian didn't even have money for food. Afterward, he had to scavenge for scraps and take part-time jobs during the holiday after the college entrance exam just to barely scrape together enough for college tuition. Even in college, he couldn't afford to relax, working part-time every day to support himself and save for the next year as tuition. Zhao Tian envied his carefree classmates who had parents providing for their living expenses, never worrying about money. They could travel and date without a care in the world. Later, something even more infuriating happened. One day, an uncle who had robbed him of his property suddenly showed up at Zhao Tian's school, making great efforts to find him. He said to Zhao Tian, I see you're in college and not going back to live at home. That old house is just sitting there. Why don't you sell it to me? My cousin is getting married, and I need to vacate my house for him to use as a wedding home. Then I can move into your old house. At that time, Zhao Tian was busy working part-time to support himself, feeling exhausted. He thought about how he didn't go back to live at home while in college, so selling the house might lighten his burden. He hesitantly asked, how much can the house be sold for? When his uncle heard this, he quickly replied, it's an old community, not worth much, maybe around 100,000 to 80,000. That's too cheap. I'm not selling it. I might need a place to stay when I go back home. Zhao Tian directly refused. Having worked part-time for a while, he had gained some understanding of the market. Although his parents' house was old, it was located in the city center. Their state-owned factory was connected to everything from kindergarten to high school, making it equivalent to a school district house. Definitely not something that could be bought for 100,000 or 80,000. He also knew he had been deceived by those relatives back then. Even if they sued, they would lose and wouldn't affect his ability to attend college. Because he, Zhao Tian, was the primary heir of his parents as long as he was alive. His parents' inheritance belonged to him. He was just young and ignorant back then, deceived by those people. And now he certainly wouldn't easily sell the house cheaply to these greedy relatives. Uncle really needs a place to stay. Otherwise, how can your cousin get married? Zhao Tian, just name a price and I will meet it. This uncle became anxious and immediately started to raise the offer. Then you return the money you cheated me out of. Zhao Tian angrily replied, thinking back to how he was forced by those relatives to give up his parents' inheritance, which led to him working hard every day just to earn a living. He felt a surge of anger. I was dragged into this by your other uncles and aunts. Back then, we siblings, along with your uncles and aunts, a total of 6 families, split the 2 million, and the uncle took 330,000. I haven't touched that 330,000. I will return it all to you now, as long as you can sell the house to me. I'm willing to add another 170,000 on top of that 330,000, making it a total of 500,000. How's that sound? Hearing this, Zhao Tian was stunned. Could this uncle be a good person hidden among bad guys? At that time, Zhao Tian, who was still somewhat naive, saw that this uncle genuinely wanted to buy the house, so he sold it to him for 500,000. To show his sincerity, the uncle immediately took Zhao Tian to the bank and transferred 500,000 yuan to him. Looking at the real 500,000 in his bank account, Zhao Tian finally believed it. Moved, he said, Uncle, you are truly a good person. I've misunderstood you all this time. Chapter 4. Cultivation. Zhao Tian's uncle showed him a strange smile. At that time, Zhao Tian didn't think much of it, but later, his relatives came to the school one after another, wanting to buy his house for various reasons. Some wanted to invite a son-in-law to prepare a marriage house. Some needed a quiet place to live alone and recuperate, and one even claimed it was to guard his parents' spirit. However, when they learned that Zhao Tian had already sold the house to that uncle, their expressions changed instantly. They angrily scolded Zhao Tian, calling him a big fool, and berated that uncle for being a scoundrel before storming off. After inquiring, Zhao Tian found out that their old house was about to be demolished, but he was unaware of this while studying out of town. When he returned to transfer the property, his uncle hurried him along, and as soon as the transfer was completed, he was sent to the station to catch a bus back to school, fearing that Zhao Tian might catch wind of the demolition news. Zhao Tian's parents left behind a total of 90 square meters, located in the central area of Sioux City. Although the community was dilapidated and clashed with the new neighborhoods and commercial CBDs surrounding it, the location was excellent. It coincided with Sioux City's large-scale urban renewal plan. Their house's demolition compensation was 12,000 yuan per square meter, which amounted to 1,080,000 yuan in cash, plus additional compensation of 3 new houses of 130 square meters each. When Zhao Tian received the news, he was almost infuriated and immediately went back to confront that uncle. However, once the house was in hand, the uncle turned his back on him, and after mocking Zhao Tian, his family drove him away. After these significant blows, Zhao Tian felt somewhat broken and muddled through college. He found an ordinary job, spent 400,000 yuan as a down payment, bought a small, decorated second-hand house, and started living an ordinary life. After working for a few years, Zhao Tian saved some money, took out a loan to buy a car, and began working during the day and driving for Didi at night. His life gradually fell into a routine through his efforts. Just as Zhao Tian regained hope for life, fate played a cruel joke on him, causing him to have another car accident and directly reborn back to the college entrance examination venue. However, upon his rebirth, he found himself with a system by his side, which promised to make his future life rich and colorful. The only downside was that he did not return at the time before his adoptive parents' accident. Otherwise, he would have prevented it from happening. Since he returned to this point in time, he was determined to ensure that those malicious false relatives would not be able to take away the inheritance left to him by his parents, who had sacrificed their lives. Zhao Tian also wanted to punish these greedy and malicious false relatives severely. Otherwise, his hatred would never dissipate. Back in the familiar, yet strange home, Zhao Tian stood still in the living room for a long time before regaining his composure. Soon, he perked up, cast aside other distractions, and began to explore the system's functions. Where could he see the system's attribute points, and how to use them? Zhao Tian's consciousness entered the system space and asked, "Can a host view personal information and attribute descriptions?" Zhao Tian silently thought, personal information, and immediately, various details about him were displayed. Name: Zhao Tian. Available attribute points: 22 points. Cultivation level: none. Ordinary person. Martial energy: 0. Not learned any techniques. Cannot allocate points. Spirit: 100. Cannot allocate points until cultivation level is upgraded. Please try again after upgrading martial energy. Constitution: 60 points can be allocated. Speed: 68 points can be allocated. Charm: 69 points can be allocated. Maximum 100. The higher the charm value, the easier it is to gain others' trust and affection. Luck: 0. Can only be obtained through lottery and task rewards. Task: become the top scorer of the college entrance examination. In progress. After reviewing his attributes, Zhao Tian noticed that only his spirit was relatively strong at 100 points. This was probably due to his rebirth, as the souls of 2 lives were overlapping, making it stronger. The other attributes were all around 60 to 70, probably the average values for ordinary people. The martial energy value was 0, and he couldn't allocate points without learning any techniques. After reaching 100 for spirit, it prompted him to upgrade his cultivation level, and he needed to allocate points to martial energy to continue upgrading. This indicated that martial energy needed to be upgraded for cultivation level to increase. And only after improving his cultivation level could he allocate points to the maximum spirit. It was likely that other attributes were similar, needing to reach 100 points to upgrade. Zhao Tian first clicked on the Constitution attribute, and instantly he felt as if his body had become stronger, with a slight increase in strength. His Constitution went from 60 points to 61 points, and his available attribute points decreased from 22 points to 21 points. He then tried to increase his speed, and his body felt lighter, as if he could spring forward with a little effort. He didn't allocate points to charm, as he figured he didn't need to look any more handsome at the moment. Luck was clearly a rare attribute that couldn't be increased with ordinary points. It could only be obtained through tasks and lotteries. Zhao Tian didn't allocate any more points and silently thought about learning the literary proficiency skill given by the system earlier. Instantly, a wealth of poetry, literary allusions, and analyses flooded into Zhao Tian's mind, and he mastered them all. Now, Zhao Tian felt that he could quote classics effortlessly, and his performance in the upcoming language exam was secured. With proficiency in 2 subjects, the task of becoming the top scorer of the college entrance examination became slightly easier. Next, Zhao Tian studied the Heavenly Grade Supreme technique from the beginner's gift pack, the True Taiji technique, which was already a fragmented text of heavenly grade quality, indicating its extraordinary nature. After all, with proficiency in mathematics and literature, both of which were low-grade skills, it was clear that a heavenly grade technique would be incredibly powerful. Without hesitation, Zhao Tian chose to learn the True Taiji technique, and instantly, countless mantras, diagrams of human meridians and acupoints, methods of breathing techniques, and directions for internal energy circulation flooded into his mind. The technique even included the Taiji fist and Taiji sword, 2 heavenly grade supreme martial arts. Learning one skill provided him with 3 directly. Zhao Tian felt that this beginner's gift pack was immensely valuable. Subsequently, a stream of qi began to form in Zhao Tian's dantian, which then circulated according to the method of the technique along specific meridians. After an unknown amount of time, this stream of qi successfully completed 1 circulation. Within Zhao Tian's body, the meridian through which this stream of qi flowed was thoroughly opened up, and a small vortex formed at the dantian. After the qi had completed 1 cycle, it continuously flowed into this vortex, becoming more refined and solid, and then began the next cycle of operation. This stream of qi gradually grew larger, and the vortex expanded as the qi continued to flow in. Zhao Tian, who had initially felt discomfort during the early stages of the cultivation, felt light and relaxed after the qi had circulated for 1 round. After persistently guiding the qi for several cycles, he finally sighed and stopped the operation of the technique. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Tian instantly felt that the entire world had become incredibly clear and bright. Has my nearsightedness improved? Why does everything look so clear? Why is there such a foul odor in the room? Zhao Tian thought curiously. Chapter 5 Lottery Results. When Zhao Tian lowered his head, he found himself covered in a layer of black-gray sludge-like substance that emitted a foul odor, soaking through his shirt. He didn't have time to think, and quickly rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. While showering, Zhao Tian noticed that his previously somewhat thin body had developed muscle definition. Although it wasn't the explosive muscles of a bodybuilder, it definitely looked much stronger than before when he was just a skinny bamboo pole. However, his clothes were stained with the impurities he had expelled, greasy and smelly. After washing for a long time without being able to clean them, he simply packed them into a plastic bag and threw them in the trash. After cleaning himself thoroughly, Zhao Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. While fixing his hair, he noticed that he seemed to have become more handsome in the mirror. His previously somewhat myopic and lifeless eyes now appeared deep, bright, and full of spirit. He eagerly opened the system panel to check his attributes. Name: Zhao Tian. Available attribute points: 21 Cultivation, Beginner Warrior, Martial Artist, Martial Qi, 70 Spirit. 100 cannot allocate points until Cultivation is upgraded. Please upgrade Martial Qi first. Physique: 70 can allocate points. Speed: 70 can allocate points. Charm: 70 can allocate points. Max 100, the higher the charm value, the easier it is to gain others' trust and affection. Luck: 0, only obtainable through lottery and task rewards. Task: become a top scorer in the college entrance examination. In progress, having completed the true essence of Tai Chi. Zhao Tian had transformed from an ordinary person into a beginner warrior. His overall strength had significantly increased, with his martial Qi value rising from 0 to 70. Simultaneously, his physique, speed, and charm had all reached 70 points, saving him dozens of free attribute points. Looking in the mirror, Zhao Tian immediately noticed that he seemed much more robust and handsome than before. He figured that since practicing the martial arts could enhance most attributes, he should continue to cultivate the true essence of Tai Chi to improve all other attributes that could be enhanced. As he began his training, Zhao Tian discovered that every time he guided the martial Qi within his body to circulate for one cycle, his martial Qi value would increase by 1 point. However, the previously increasable physique and speed no longer grew, remaining stuck at 70 points. Zhao Tian didn't think much of it and continued to practice Tai Chi, completing one cycle after another. He only stopped when his martial Qi value reached 100 points. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue practicing to upgrade, but his martial Qi value wouldn't increase anymore. The system's character information indicated that a breakthrough and upgrade, his physique, speed, and spirit needed to each reach 100 points. Zhao Tian felt speechless. He only had 21 free attribute points. Currently, only his spirit was at 100, while his physique and speed were still at 70 points, needing another 60 attribute points. Zhao Tian had no choice but to allocate his free attribute points, directly increasing his physique to 81 points and speed to 80 points. As he boosted his physique, he felt his body becoming stronger, giving him the illusion that he could punch a cow to death. When increasing his speed, he felt a different sensation, as if he could fly with just a lift of his foot. He calmly adapted to his suddenly much stronger body for a while, before he could control it normally. Now that Zhao Tian had no attribute points left and couldn't improve his cultivation, he stopped practicing Tai Chi at this time. He remembered that the system had a lottery function and hurriedly focused on entering the lottery page. The lottery area had 5 pages, but currently, only one page was lit up, displaying 2 buttons, one for a single draw at 10,000 yuan and another for a 10-draw package at 88,000 yuan. The other 4 pages were completely dark, making them invisible. Zhao Tian didn't delve deeper, knowing they were likely locked and would become visible as he upgraded. The lottery was a matter of luck, and with his luck at 0, he estimated that he wouldn't draw anything good. Since the chance of drawing something great was low, he decided to draw more times to increase his odds. Zhao Tian currently had plenty of money, with a total of over 2 million yuan from his adoptive parents' compensation and a lifetime of savings still in his hands. Spending 10,000 or 80,000 on the lottery didn't bother him at all. He decided to first try a single draw to see what he could win, then go for a 10-draw package. So, he clicked on the single draw, and his phone received a deduction notification. Your debit card account, Longwei Universe Bank Card XXXXXXX 666888 has donated 10,000 yuan to the Hope Project on June 6th, with a balance of 2,010,008. 00 yuan, Longwei Universe Bank. Wow, incredible. This system is amazing. The lottery money turned out to be a donation. Zhao Tian was astonished. Congratulations, the host has successfully activated the system's lottery function, rewarded with 1 point of luck, which has been automatically allocated. Please check it yourself. Congratulations, the host drew the skill English proficiency of yellow grade lower tier in the single draw. Awesome. With English proficiency, how could he not score full marks on the English exam? If he could also draw skills in physics and chemistry next, Wouldn't becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination be a piece of cake? Zhao Tian thought excitedly. Now that he had activated English proficiency, he instantly acquired countless English words, grammar, and pronunciation in his mind, all seamlessly integrated. Speaking English now felt as easy and pleasant as breathing, and he would ace the upcoming English exam with ease. Just as he activated the lottery function, the system rewarded him with a point of luck. Zhao Tian thought that with luck, his chances must be better. He decided to try the lottery again to see if he could draw anything else good. After all, drawing 10 times only cost 88,000 yuan, and with his 2 million, he could draw quite a few times. So, Zhao Tian directly started the 10 draw package. Congratulations. The host drew 10 attribute points, 20 attribute points, yellow grade lower tier skill physics proficiency, yellow grade lower tier skill chemistry proficiency, 50 attribute points, yellow grade lower tier skill driving proficiency, yellow grade lower tier skill swana proficiency, 10 attribute points, 10 attribute points, and 100 attribute points. Wow. The 10 draws yielded a whopping 100 attribute points, which was great, enough to max out one attribute. He drew a bunch of attribute points and 4 yellow grade lower tier skills. Zhao Tian was quite satisfied. These 4 skills alone were not something one could buy for 88,000 yuan. Moreover, the 200 attribute points were essential for improving his cultivation. With both physics and chemistry proficiency skills drawn as well, he was confident about becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and he would complete the task issued by the system. The legendary elixir rewards were basically in his grasp. Chapter 6 System Mall. Zhao Tian did not hesitate and directly chose to learn the yellow level skills he had just drawn. Instantly, countless chemical equations, physical laws, and various knowledge related to chemistry and physics flooded into his mind. With this, he was completely assured. He was bound to succeed in the system task and become the top scorer of the college entrance examination. With his mental attribute reaching 100, Zhao Tian easily absorbed the knowledge and mastered it thoroughly. He also drew a skill in driving proficiency, which he thought was the least useful skill since he could drive in his previous life and did not need to learn new skill. Thinking back to before his rebirth, Zhao Tian was a part-time DD driver, and his driving skills were nothing short of impressive. He could drive through both busy streets and highways with ease. However, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, especially since he had spent 800 yuan to draw it, Zhao Tian still learned this skill. Instantly, countless driving techniques surged into his mind, elevating his driving skills to several levels higher, making him capable of excelling in F1 or various rally races. Then there was the proficiency in the swana. What was that about? Was the system preparing to have him perform at funerals and weddings? This skill left Zhao Tian both amused and bewildered, and he thought to himself that when those relatives came, he would have to play a tune of funeral music to liven things up. Thus, following the principle of not wasting, Zhao Tian happily learned the swana proficiency. With all the skills learned, Zhao Tian did not waste time and directly maxed out his attributes in physique and speed, consuming 39 points. When his martial energy, mental energy, physique, and speed all reached 100 points, Zhao Tian's internal energy began to circulate the Taiji true skill. At this moment, his martial energy broke through to 101 points. Zhao Tian's cultivation successfully advanced to an intermediate martial artist, allowing all his attributes to continue being allocated points. After circulating the Taiji true skill for several cycles, Zhao Tian found that his other attributes unexpectedly began to rise as well. However, before Zhao Tian could fully study the system, the alarm clock rang. It was already 1:30 p.m. and the second exam, Chinese, was about to start. He had been home since shortly after 10 a.m., and he had spent the entire time studying the system without even having a meal. To avoid being hungry during the afternoon exam, Zhao Tian grabbed the 2 steamed buns left over from last night, stuffed them into his mouth, and gulped down a few sips of tap water from the faucet. Then, not daring to delay, Zhao Tian quickly packed his exam supplies and dashed out, heading towards the examination hall, just in time to test his speed. While going downstairs, Zhao Tian couldn't help but leap over the handrail and lightly jump down a flight of stairs, much easier than those parkour athletes. After jumping down 3 flights of stairs, Zhao Tian felt that he could easily jump down from the 3rd floor without any issues. Once outside the building, the glaring sun made his skin feel hot. At this moment, the Taiji martial energy within Zhao Tian automatically circulated, instantly driving away the discomforting heat. This surprised Zhao Tian. It felt like he was carrying a temperature-regulating air conditioner with him, which was incredibly refreshing. Seeing that no one was around, Zhao Tian immediately let loose and ran at full speed, covering over 100 meters in less than 5 seconds. Due to his explosive increase in strength, he was not very familiar with his body's control and almost crashed into a tree because he could not manage his direction. The Taiji true skill within Zhao Tian immediately activated, stabilizing his body in an instant, making his heart race. Looking around, he noticed a few scattered pedestrians hurrying along, completely unaware of Zhao Tian, who moved like he had teleported, not daring to run at full speed in public. Zhao Tian controlled himself to run at a normal person's pace towards the school. While running, he checked his personal information. Name: Zhao Tian. Available attribute points: 161 points. Cultivation: intermediate martial artist, martial practitioner, martial energy. 105 points can be allocated. Mental energy: 105 points can be allocated. Physique: 105 points can be allocated. Speed: 105 points can be allocated. Charm: 70 points can be allocated. Capped at 100, the higher the charm value, the easier it is to gain others' trust and affection. Luck: 1. Only obtainable through lottery and task rewards. Task: become a top scorer in the college entrance examination. In progress. With the protection of the Taiji true skill, Zhao Tian ran nearly 2 kilometers without even breaking a sweat. Not a single drop of sweat fell. At the school entrance, there were many students preparing to enter for the exam, along with parents accompanying their children for the college entrance examination. Zhao Tian arrived at the school entrance, took out his admission ticket, and queued to enter the school, returning to his examination room. Before entering the examination room, he had to be checked by the invigilating teacher. Soon the exam began. With his proficiency in literature, Zhao Tian found it easy to answer the Chinese exam questions, completing them with ease. With his head down, he diligently wrote out the answers, fully focused on the task at hand because he had a system task to complete and become the top scorer. To fulfill the task, Zhao Tian did not dare to relax at all. He concentrated fully, carefully writing each stroke to ensure not a single point was lost in the scoring. An hour later, Zhao Tian finished the Chinese exam paper and carefully checked the basic questions he had answered 3 times to ensure everything was perfect. After all, the reward from the system were not ordinary items. They included marrow-cleansing pills and energy-gathering pills, which were clearly either martial or cultivation-related elixirs. Based on his 20-plus years of reading novels in his previous life, with these system reward pills, he was likely to soar to great heights, unbeatable among mortals. All right, the system mall. He hadn't looked into that function yet. Now that he had completed the exam paper, it was a good time to explore the system mall. With a thought, Zhao Tian's consciousness immediately entered the system space. Then he selected the system mall. The system mall page had 5 columns of options: cultivation techniques, pills and spiritual materials, magic weapons, talismans and arrays, and pets and mounts. Curious, Zhao Tian opened the cultivation techniques section, which contained various cultivation methods, martial skills, and techniques. With everything from earth to heavenly levels, and each set of techniques was marked with a price. This meant he could buy high-level cultivation techniques to practice at will. Excited, Zhao Tian began to browse the cultivation techniques. Yellow-level low-grade technique: hard Qigong uses special breathing methods and physical training to make the practitioner's body harden. At advanced levels, it can form a layer of energy membrane on the skin to resist various physical attacks. Valued at 100,000 yuan. Yellow-level medium-grade martial skill: clear wind sword technique features a light and agile swordplay characterized by speed, ferocity, and precision. Upon reaching minor mastery, the sword moves like a clear wind, leaving no trace and taking the enemy's life. Valued at 200,000 yuan. Xian level upper grade technique: Ice Soul True Qi allows the practitioner's martial energy to carry icy energy, slowing and freezing enemies upon attack, with better results in icy conditions. Valued at 5 million yuan. Chapter 7: Invincible Cultivation Method: Earth Grade High Quality Technique Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. This is a secret Buddhist method with a maximum of 13 levels. Each level mastered doubles the martial energy, and when cultivated to the top level, no one can stand against it. Valued at 50 million. Zhao Tian looked at it and thought that earth-grade techniques were already legendary martial arts. Wouldn't heaven-grade techniques be able to break through the void directly? Moreover, earth-grade techniques are valued at 50 million. His entire set of Tai Chi true skill, which not only includes techniques, but also martial arts and swordsmanship, all being heaven-grade high quality, must be worth several hundred million. Zhao Tian looked further down and found a heaven-grade mid-quality technique, Nine Yang true skill. which allows the practitioner to have an unending flow of martial energy, impervious to water and fire, and immune to blades and poison. Valued at 200 million. Zhao Tian continued searching and found various legendary martial arts like Yi Jin Jing and Shun Jiao Jing. Finally, at the end, he found his own cultivation method, Tai Chi True Skill Fragment. The description states, cultivating this skill grants both yin and yang opposing martial energies, achieving balance within the body, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, flowing endlessly, allowing freedom to switch between hardness and softness, reality and illusion, movement and stillness, restraining all other techniques while being unrestrained by any technique. This fragment is valued at 9 billion. Zhao Tian saw the description of the invincible technique and the dizzying long string of numbers for its price. He shouted in his heart, I am indeed the child of destiny. The techniques bestowed by the system are ridiculously strong. I'm invincible. Ha ha ha. I wonder if the system will reclaim the techniques. If I sell this one, won't I become the richest person in the world? Items rewarded by the system cannot be reclaimed. The system's mechanical voice immediately sounded. Zhao Tian immediately stuck out his tongue. He was just thinking about it. With such an invincible technique, Zhao Tian wasn't a fool. He still wanted to break through the void, cultivate to become an immortal, pursue the path of longevity, and escape the mundane life. No amount of money could make him sell the technique. Besides these martial arts and techniques, there were also some life skills, such as singing and playing musical instruments, alchemy, forging, and various skills available. After looking through the techniques, Zhao Tian also glanced at the elixirs and spiritual materials, which included various grades of elixirs and herbs, some valued over 100 million, and some ordinary herbs worth just a few dollars. The system's task reward, the cleansing elixir, is surprisingly a heaven-grade high-quality elixir that can cleanse impurities from the body and enhance one's physical aptitude, valued at 1 billion. The 10 gathering chi pills are merely Xian-grade elixirs. Each can increase martial energy by 100 points, valued at 1 million. The prices are so high, but they can't compare to the value of items obtained from the lottery. There is also a berserk pill, an earth-grade elixir, which grants temporary strength equivalent to a high-level master, valued at 100 million. Goodness, one elixir for 1 million. Zhao Tian didn't even know what level of master that was. He was just a martial artist now, not knowing what level he was among cultivators. He couldn't help but curiously ask the system, how many cultivation levels are there? Am I already considered a master as an intermediate martial artist? After all, I will soon be a high-level martial artist. The term high-level sounds like it belongs to masters. Zhao Tian was still dreaming of soon being able to ascend when the system's cold voice directly struck him down. Host, the currently unlocked cultivation levels are 4. Martial artist, martial master, master, and innate grandmaster, with each level further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The host is currently at the lowest entry level of the martial arts world. Intermediate martial artist, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Cultivation is endless, and the host needs to work twice as hard. What the heck? I'm just a beginner? Then I have to keep my head down and develop cautiously. This system isn't very helpful. The prices are so high. I can't afford anything. Why don't you just help me advance to innate grandmaster and make me invincible in the world? What if a master I don't know where suddenly appears and steps on me? Zhao Tian started complaining. The system can only assist the host in becoming stronger. If things go that badly, the system will disappear with the host. The system's cold mechanical voice came through. All right. That's how you want to play? You refuse to yield, huh? You're the system. You're so powerful. I can only stay cautious and survive, right? Zhao Tian said weakly. He only said this to make the system pity him and try to get some benefits. Why is it so hard to trick the system into giving him some advantages? Zhao Tian continued to browse the system mall, selecting the magical weapons category, which included weapons of various grade from heaven to earth, including swords, spears, staffs, axes, hammers, whips, and everything. When Zhao Tian saw the prices of these weapons, he immediately covered his face and left. Originally thinking he had 2 million and was a small tycoon, he found that in the system mall, there were very few things he could afford. He continued to look at the talismans and formations category. There weren't many items here. Only some fireball talismans, waterball talismans, invisibility talismans, misfortune talismans, and speed talismans, all not too expensive, priced at 100,000 each. There were only a few formations, such as beginner spirit gathering formation, beginner trapping formation, beginner illusion formation, beginner defense formation, etc. At first glance, he could tell they were not great beginner formations. But when Zhao Tian saw the prices, he was shocked. These beginner formations started at 10 billion. Scared, Zhao Tian quickly exited. What trash beginner formations cost 10 billion? Has the money gone crazy? Zhao Tian cursed inwardly and looked at the pet and mount category, which included everything from tiny insects and mice to lions, tigers, rhinos, and elephants, as well as some unicorns, earth bears, silver moon wolf kings, nine-tailed foxes, and various otherworldly monsters. But there were no legendary beasts like dragons, phoenixes, or cheilants. However, the prices of these pets and mounts were quite varied, with tiny ants costing 1 or 2, and otherworldly monsters costing 10 or 20 billion. For now, Zhao Tian hadn't figured out what to buy, so he didn't delve further. Mainly, the system's items were too expensive, often tens of millions to billions. And they were all ordinary items. As a chosen child of destiny, a reborn deity, shouldn't he buy some good things? High-tier items were priced in billions, and Zhao Tian's entire fortune couldn't even buy one. Elixirs were sold at such high prices that it would be more cost-effective to rely on the lottery. After finishing his research on the system all, Zhao Tian couldn't help but start the lottery again, as it was the most cost-effective. Just 88,000. Various skills and attribute points to take home. Skills like those life skills and learning skills in the system mall started at least at 100,000. How could the lottery be less cost-effective? The only downside was the uncertainty of a lottery, but he was currently like a blank slate. No matter what skills he drew, it would be a gain. So, Zhao Tian began to draw the lottery, starting with 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. You have drawn yellow grade low quality skill musical instrument proficiency, yellow grade low quality skill singing proficiency, attribute point 10, yellow grade low quality skill culinary proficiency, Xian grade high quality skill traditional Chinese medicine proficiency, attribute point 10, attribute point 50, yellow grade low quality skill composition proficiency, attribute point 20. Chapter 8. The School Beauty appears. The bully emerges this time. I only drew 100 attribute points, but I did get quite a few skills. However, only the cooking proficiency and traditional Chinese medicine proficiency are somewhat useful. And surprisingly, the traditional Chinese medicine proficiency is a top-tier skill at the mysterious level, which is a pleasant surprise. I spent less than 100,000 yuan, which is much more cost-effective than buying directly. System learn all skills. Zhao Tian was not modest and learned them all, as having more skills is never a burden. Instantly, it felt like his brain was being hammered violently by a huge hammer, with the numbers 80, 80, 80 ringing in his head, as if it were about to explode. A massive amount of chaotic knowledge surged forth, overwhelming Zhao Tian's mind. With Zhao Tian's 105 points of mental strength, he surprisingly couldn't hold on for even a moment before losing consciousness and exiting the system, collapsing directly onto the table. The proctoring teacher glanced at him, thinking he was just a slacker who gave up on the exam and was sleeping there, so he paid him no mind. It felt like a century had passed, but it was merely a fleeting moment when Zhao Tian slowly regained consciousness, feeling dizzy. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, and the proctor shouted, "Exam is over. Everyone put down your pens and stop answering. Begin collecting the papers." A few minutes later, Zhao Tian walked out of the school with the flow of students. He was still a bit disoriented, as his brain was desperately trying to absorb and master those 5 skills. To be precise, he was absorbing a vast amount of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. Even the data from a few yellow-level skills combined didn't compare to 1% of the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. On the way, many of Zhao Tian's classmates greeted him, but he was too dazed to respond. Among them was Lin Xiaodong, the beautiful school belle who sat in front of Zhao Tian. Lin Xiaodong had always had a good relationship with Zhao Tian. As both academic achievers, they often discussed their studies. However, due to a dramatic change in Zhao Tian's family circumstances, he had been mired in grief and had shut himself off from everyone for the past few months. Lin Xiaodong wanted to help him out of his predicament, but the pressure of their senior year and Zhao Tian's own resistance left her feeling helpless. In the morning math exam, Lin Xiaodong hadn't encountered Zhao Tian since he submitted his paper early. In the afternoon Chinese exam, Zhao Tian had fallen into a coma due to learning skills and only woke up at the end of the exam. This was when he walked out of the exam hall with others and ran into Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong was very happy to see Zhao Tian and eagerly approached him, saying, "Zhao Tian, how did you do in these 2 exams?" However, Zhao Tian was currently overwhelmed with a massive influx of knowledge, nearly breaking down mentally, and had no mind to engage with anyone. He completely ignored Lin Xiaodong's question and walked forward without lifting his head. Lin Xiaodong, aware of the tragedy that had struck Zhao Tian's family, didn't take his attitude too seriously. Instead, she was more worried about his state, fearing that he hadn't performed well in the 2 exams, which could affect his final college entrance exam results. She followed him, comforting him. Zhao Tian, it doesn't matter if you didn't do well in these 2 exams. There's still 3 more to go. Relax at home. With your abilities, you can definitely score a 911, and 285 is no problem. I hope we can still be classmates. But Zhao Tian was still struggling to endure his discomfort and had no energy to reply to her. Chun Ping, a good friend walking alongside Lin Xiaodong, noticed how Zhao Tian was ignoring her and immediately stood up for Lin Xiaodong, questioning, Zhao Tian, what's wrong with you? Our Xiaodong was kindly asking you, and you just ignored her. That's really too much. In his daze, Zhao Tian still did not respond and left on his own. Chun Ping was so angry she started stomping her feet. Ping, Zhao Tian's family has gone through such a huge tragedy. He hasn't recovered from his grief yet. Don't hold it against him. Lin Xiaodong quickly defended Zhao Tian. Chun Ping, though still dissatisfied, didn't say anything more about Zhao Tian. Realizing that losing both parents at this juncture was indeed a huge blow, she then changed the subject. Xiaodong, let's go. We need to hurry back home to review English and try to do better on the English exam tomorrow. Lin Xiaodong nodded, saying okay, let's go. However, she often turned to look in the direction Zhao Tian had left, feeling increasingly worried. This scene was perfectly witnessed by the rich second-generation student Zhou Li in the class. On the surface, Zhou Li appeared refined and studious, with excellent grades, making him a favorite among teachers and an object of envy for students. Behind the scenes, however, he was a bully who had done countless bad deeds, relying on his family's wealth to intimidate others. He had a bunch of lackeys who would come to his aid whenever his misdeeds were about to be exposed, so his reputation remained intact. Zhou Li's family was built on crime, operating karaoke bars, pubs, bathhouses, gaming halls, and underground casinos across several cities, wielding considerable power. Growing up amidst such darkness, Zhou Li naturally couldn't become a good person, yet he was smart enough to hide his malicious side, presenting himself as refined in front of outsiders. He had long been coveting the school beauty Lin Xiaodong, but since she came from a strong background, he hadn't dared to force himself on her. Over the years, he had ruined many good girls, but each time trouble arose, his little brothers would take the blame, and his family would pay to silence everyone. Relying on his family's influence, he acted recklessly. However, the more he couldn't have something, the more he craved it. Since he couldn't use force to win Lin Xiaodong's heart, he wanted to rely on his own abilities to capture her affection. Yet, Lin Xiaodong had always ignored him and instead grew close to a weak academic like Zhao Tian. Today, seeing the way Lin Xiaodong looked at Zhao Tian ignited Zhou Li's fury. He vowed that Zhao Tian would pay the price. Zhou Li seta, Zhao Tian. Aren't you an academic achiever too? I will make sure you fail the next exam and never get into college. Let's see if Lin Xiaodong will still care about you every day. With a grim expression, Zhou Li got into the Rolls-Royce that his family had arranged to take him to school. The driver, old son, noticed the young master's unusual demeanor in the rearview mirror and quickly asked, Young master, you seem unhappy. What happened? Old son, I have a classmate named Zhao Tian who has offended me. Tonight, find a few people for me to teach him a lesson, so he can't participate in the upcoming exams. Remember, don't kill him. I want him to live a miserable life. Zhou Li gritted his teeth and said. Old son's heart sank. He hadn't expected this young master to be so cruel at such a young age, even more ruthless than his father. Destroying someone's chances in the most important college entrance exam of their life and ensuring they live in misery forever. This was truly malicious. But he didn't dare refuse, quickly replying, Yes, young master. I will arrange for someone to teach Zhao Tian a lesson right away. Chapter 9. The thugs come knocking. Zhou Li told old son Zhao Tian's name, but he didn't know exactly where Zhao Tian lived. However, this was not a problem for old son. The Zhou family had a large group of local bullies, and finding a high school student with a name was too easy. After arranging a plan to teach Zhao Tian a lesson, a cruel smile appeared on Zhou Li's otherwise unpleasant face. On the other side, Zhao Tian returned home in a daze, overwhelmed by the multiple skills he had learned in one go. He had also gained a high-grade medical skill, and a massive influx of knowledge nearly drove him to the brink of mental collapse. Fortunately, his soul was quite strong. Otherwise, he would have truly been finished. After a long time recovering, Zhao Tian weakly asked the system, I'm feeling terrible. Why did this happen? Host, This situation is simply because you suddenly received a vast amount of knowledge. Your mental strength couldn't fully bear it, which led to the near collapse, the system replied. What? My mind almost collapsed? What would happen if it did? Zhao Tian was startled and quickly asked. Mental collapse means brain death, and you would become a living corpse without consciousness, the system answered. Damn, why didn't you stop me from doing something so dangerous? Aren't you afraid I'll die? Zhao Tian said angrily after hearing this. He was almost turned into a vegetable. How could he not be furious and scared? Host, there's no need to worry. The system has conducted thorough calculations, and your current mental strength can barely handle those skills. You'll just feel uncomfortable for a few days at most, the system responded. Zhao Tian was speechless. This damned system didn't care about the host's feelings at all. His head was spinning, and the dizziness made him feel terrible. System, how can I alleviate this? I'm feeling too awful. If I stay dizzy for another 2 days, how will I take the college entrance exam? Zhao Tian asked anxiously. Very simple. This situation is mainly because your mental strength is too weak. As long as you improve your mental strength, it will be fine, the system stated. After hearing this, Zhao Tian ignored the system and quickly looked at his attributes. He currently had 261 available attribute points, all accumulated from 2 10-draw lottery sessions. Without delay, he began to allocate points to his mental strength. With each point added, his dizzy brain felt a bit cooler. As he continued to allocate points, Zhao Tian soon felt his mind clear and comfortable. Before long, he had allocated his mental points to 200, and he couldn't add any more. However, the uncomfortable feeling he had before was gone. On the contrary, he felt extremely refreshed, and all the knowledge he had acquired about Chinese medicine, various musical instruments, singing, and composing was now clear to him. Excitedly, Zhao Tian thought, with these skills, the opportunities to make money in the future would be countless. Just casually releasing a song or treating a rich person's illness would bring in money hand over fist. If someone said he was bragging, claiming he could compose and sing, but couldn't write lyrics, he could easily write lyrics. He could even create classical poetry to sing. No problem at all. Suddenly, Zhao Tian seemed to think of something and asked System, why was I fine learning high-grade martial arts, but had issues with learning high-grade skills? Host, didn't you notice that the skills for your Tai Chi true skill and Tai Chi boxing and sword have no subsequent cultivation methods visible? That's because this system has sealed most of the content. Only when your cultivation level reaches a certain point will the next realm's cultivation methods automatically unseal. The system mechanically replied. Zhao Tian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Since his mental strength was no longer an issue, Zhao Tian stopped wasting attribute points and directly began cultivating Tai Chi true skill, circulating his martial energy through his body, practicing one big cycle after another. After a long time, Zhao Tian frowned and stopped his cultivation. His martial energy had reached 200 points, but his other attributes had not improved much. He opened his personal attribute information. Name: Zhao Tian. Available attribute points: 166 points. Cultivation level: intermediate martial artist, martial practitioner. Martial energy: 200. Cannot allocate points. Mental strength: 200. Cannot allocate points. Physique: 170. Can allocate points. Speed: 170. Can allocate points. Charm: 71. Can allocate points. Capped at 100. The higher the charm value, the easier it is to gain others' trust and affection. Luck: 1 task. Become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. In progress. Looking at his only 170 points in physique and speed, Zhao Tian asked the system, it seems that when cultivating martial arts, it's impossible to raise physique and speed to full attributes, right? Host, that's not necessarily true. It depends on the martial arts you cultivate. The focus of your Tai Chi true skill is not on strengthening the body and speed, so the improvements in physique and speed are relatively low. If it were a specialized body strengthening martial art, the physique increase would be much higher. Similarly, martial arts focused on lightness would also yield a higher speed increase. The system mechanically replied. Then how can other attributes reach full level and break through the realm? Zhao Tian asked thoughtfully. Host, you are the fated child bound to the super auxiliary upgrade system. How can you be compared to those ordinary people? The system setting for you is that all attributes must reach their limit to break through, allowing you to be invincible within the same realm. Others only need to max out their martial energy to have a certain chance of breaking through. However, if they don't have fortuitous encounters to raise their other attributes, the heights they can reach in the future will also be limited, the system answered, and Zhao Tian seemed to sense a hint of anger in its tone. I see. If the foundation is solid, the building can be tall. I understand. Zhao Tian realized. With the system's assistance, the host need not worry about breaking through the realm. As long as all attributes are up to standard, a breakthrough can be achieved. The system's mechanical voice echoed again. Awesome, 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 Zhao Tian exclaimed excitedly, waving his hands and creating gusts of wind with his punches. However, these attribute points are hard to come by. If I rely on the lottery, my 200,000 will be gone quickly. Suddenly, Zhao Tian seemed to realize something and said with a serious expression, Host, work hard to make money. This way, the upgrade speed will be faster. The system immediately replied. Zhao Tian was speechless. He thought he could enjoy a carefree life without worrying about money. Now, it seemed that if he wanted to improve his realm in the future, it would be like burning money. If he didn't spend money, the system wouldn't upgrade him. Well, at least he had drawn quite a few skills, so making money shouldn't be a problem. Just as Zhao Tian was preparing to allocate all his attribute points before leveling up, a sudden commotion came from outside, followed by loud banging on the door. Yes, they were banging on Zhao Tian's door. Zhao Tian, is Zhao Tian home? Hurry up and open the door. The banging was accompanied by shouting. Zhao Tian narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Who were these blind fools coming to trouble him? He didn't remember anyone coming to find him at this time in his past life. His relatives only came to fight for the inheritance after the college entrance examination. Could it be that his rebirth caused them to come early? Listening to the increasingly loud insults outside, Zhao Tian stood up and walked to the door. He then opened the door directly. As a result, the man who was banging on the door suddenly missed and stumbled into Zhao Tian's house due to inertia. Chapter 10 First Action. Zhao Tian was quick-witted and agile, sidestepping the person who had stumbled towards him, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. The pain made him let out a miserable cry. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Zhao Tian glanced at the person on the ground, who had messy yellow hair and covered arms full of tattoos. Then Zhao Tian looked toward the doorway, where a group of ruffians stood crookedly under the dim light of the stairwell. They were dressed in bizarre outfits. Some wore ripped jeans, while others sported short sleeves with exaggerated skull prints and other flashy designs. The leader was tall and robust, with a shaved head that glinted coldly, and a prominent scar on his face that twisted like a centipede, adding to his already fierce appearance. He crossed his arms over his chest, his exposed arms covered in colorful tattoos. The few thugs behind him looked similar, some with exaggerated metal earrings dangling from their ears, clinking as they moved. Others had cigarettes in their mouths, their eyes filled with malice, scanning the surroundings from time to time. They all had tattoos to varying degrees, some on their necks, others on their wrists, clearly not good people. Before they could speak, the door across from Zhao Tian's home creaked open. A middle-aged woman came out, scolding, "What are you making noise about at this hour?" Zhao Tian, do you want to die and reunite with your parents? As she noticed the scene at the doorway under the watchful eyes of the fierce ruffians, she quickly shut her mouth, swallowing her words. Without wasting a moment, she turned and ran back inside, slamming the door shut behind her. Hearing the woman's words, Zhao Tian's expression instantly turned cold. This woman was Aunt Zhang from next door, notorious for her vicious tongue, always gossiping and spreading rumors about others. She frequently quarreled with other neighbors over trivial matters and was known as the neighborhood shrew. When Zhao Tian's adoptive parents were alive, Aunt Zhang often gossiped about their infertility and insulted Zhao Tian as a bastard, leading to many arguments between her and his adoptive parents. Having such a neighbor was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Zhao Tian recalled being called a bastard by Aunt Zhang, and his face grew colder. He would definitely settle this score with her later. "Kid, are you Zhao Tian?" The scar-faced thug squinted and asked, like a snake ready to strike. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Zhao Tian asked indifferently. Seeing Zhao Tian, despite his young age, remain so calm in front of their fierce group, the scar-faced thug felt a surge of anger, perceiving it as an offense. The other thugs felt the same way. "You little brat, how do you talk to our Scarface like that? Do you want to die?" shouted a nearby thug immediately. At this moment, the thug who had fallen to the ground got up, furious, shouting, "Bastard, who told you to open the door?" "A bastard told me to open the door," Zhao Tian replied casually. "Boss, he called you a bastard." The thug was taken aback for a moment before turning to Scarface. Upon hearing this, Scarface's face darkened, and he slapped the thug aside, scolding, "Are you an idiot?" He then directly bypassed Zhao Tian and walked into Zhao Tian's house. He didn't say anything to Zhao Tian, as if everything was under his control, believing Zhao Tian was merely a dish he could handle at will. Scarface waved his hand, signaling the other thugs to close the door, and while casually inspecting the furnishings in Zhao Tian's home, he said, "So you're Zhao Tian? You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Today, I'll break your legs as a small punishment." Remember to keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, you'll be dead. Without waiting for Zhao Tian to respond, he commanded the thugs, "Brothers, go break this kid's legs. Hurry up, then we can go back to drinking." "Okay, boss." The thugs responded with laughter. Then several thugs pulled steel pipes from their waists, grinning as they rushed toward Zhao Tian. Feeling a surge of excitement at the impending fight, Zhao Tian had never been in a brawl his entire life. Unexpectedly, in his 2 lifetimes, his first fight was against multiple opponents. However, Zhao Tian remained unperturbed. He wanted to test the strength of his intermediate martial artist skills and see how effective his top-tier Taiji true skill was. At that moment, the thugs raised their steel pipes, about to strike Zhao Tian on the head. To Zhao Tian, their movements appeared slower than slow motion. He sidestepped a few steps, moving through the crowd of thugs as if in slow motion. Before the thugs realized what was happening, they found their target had suddenly disappeared, and their steel pipes crashed heavily into thin air, causing them to stumble. The thugs looked bewildered, scanning their surroundings, only to discover Zhao Tian had somehow appeared behind them. Without much thought, they yelled and turned back to charge at Zhao Tian. Finding it quite boring that these people couldn't even keep up with his speed, Zhao Tian lost interest in testing his skills. He stepped forward, using the opening stance of Taiji, catching the steel pipes swung at him under his arm, and then unleashed a series of punches that seemed slow but were incredibly quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. The thugs charging at him, one after another, flew back like overcooked shrimp, landing far away without even having a chance to scream. Zhao Tian felt a pang of worry in his heart, fearing he might have hit them too hard and accidentally killed someone. Things would get complicated if someone died. However, soon the downed thugs seemed to regain their composure and began to emit weak cries of pain. The previously nonchalant Scarface finally turned around and saw his subordinates sprawled on the ground, his eyes nearly bulging out, cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Scarface stared intently at Zhao Tian, a look of twisted amusement on his face, as the scar on his face contorted. "Tell me what you want." Scarface stuttered in fear. "Oh, this is my home, and you all came uninvited, attempting to gang up on me, and now you're asking me what I want? What do you want?" Zhao Tian replied casually. You've offended the young master of the Zhou family. We just came to see if we could mediate." Scarface stammered. Zhao Tian sneered, then rushed in front of him and delivered a punch that knocked him to the ground. Chapter 11. Severing an arm in the eyes of the scarred-faced man. Zhao Tian appeared as if he had instantaneously teleported, directly flashing in front of him with an afterimage. Then, he felt as though he had been hit by a train, flying out and feeling several ribs break. The scarred-faced man fell to the ground, howling in agony, letting out a series of miserable screams. Drawing from his previous experience of dealing with those thugs, Zhao Tian held back a little this time, ensuring he didn't knock the man out completely. If he accidentally killed him, it wouldn't end well. Zhao Tian walked up to the scarred-faced man and asked from a towering height, "Are you satisfied with my mediation?" Yes. "Hero, spare me." The scarred-faced man hurriedly begged. At this moment, he couldn't help but realize that he had encountered someone formidable. This young man was very likely a martial artist. He knew that the Zhou family had 2 martial artists in their service, said to possess strength like an ox, able to tear apart tigers and leopards, with skin like bronze and bones like iron, impervious to knives and guns. The Zhou family's strong influence in the surrounding cities relied entirely on these 2 martial artists. The scarred-faced man internally lamented, "What is the young master of the Zhou family doing? The opponent is a martial artist. How could they let us ordinary people teach him a lesson? Why not call those 2 martial artists over? Weren't you just going to break my legs? I feel like giving you just 1 punch is somewhat unfair. How about this? I'll break both your legs too. That would be fair, right?" Zhao Tian said, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the scarred-faced man. Terrified, the scarred-faced man, disregarding the pain in his chest, hurriedly crawled over and knelt before Zhao Tian. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Big brother, no sir, you are my master. I beg you. Please don't break our legs. I just came to scare you. If I had known you were a martial artist, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to trouble you." At that moment, the thugs who had been knocked over also regained their senses. Seeing their boss kneeling on the ground and recalling the terrifying punch they had received earlier, they suppressed their pain and crawled to Zhao Tian, kneeling and begging for mercy just like their boss. Zhao Tian thought to himself, if he broke all their legs, he would still have to go through the trouble of throwing them out. So he changed his tone and said, "How about this? You all break one of your own arms, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, I'll go through the trouble of breaking your legs. Master Zhao, please, let's go this time." One thug crawled to Zhao Tian and clung to his leg, crying and pleading. No. Zhao Tian kicked the thug away and said coldly. Zhao Tian's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and without hesitation, he lifted his right foot, striking down like a flash of lightning. With a snap, the thug's legs were instantly broken. In an instant, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the room. The horrific cry sent shivers down the spines of the other thugs present, their bodies trembling violently as if they were shaking like chaff, not daring to utter a sound. Zhao Tian coldly surveyed the kneeling thugs before him and expressionlessly said, "Who else wants to plead for mercy? Step forward if you have guts." His voice was chilling, like a cold wind from the depths of hell, making everyone shiver. At this moment, Zhao Tian was secretly astonished. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never fought with anyone. Yet today, he was able to ruthlessly break someone else's legs without feeling any tension or fear. Indeed, strength was the source of a man's courage. With the system by his side and having become a martial artist, Zhao Tian felt that there was no one he needed to fear. Suddenly, the scarred-faced thug spoke up, begging for mercy. Zhao, Master Zhao, I didn't recognize the great mountain and offended you. As long as you show mercy this time, I am willing to sever an arm to show my sincerity." Saying this, he trembled as he bent down, struggling to pick up a fallen steel pipe from the ground. Then, gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and swung the pipe down with all his strength towards his left arm. With a loud thud, the scarred-faced man's left arm was severely injured, his face turning as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down, and he let out a gut-wrenching scream. After screaming for a long time, the scarred-faced man finally managed to endure the pain and knelt up. However, Zhao Tian merely glanced at him and instantly understood. With his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine, he could see through the extent of the scarred-faced man's injury at a glance. Although it seemed he had struck viciously, in reality, he had only sustained some superficial injuries and had not truly broken any bones. Despite this, Zhao Tian did not point it out. After all, he had not yet reached the stage of viewing human life as insignificant. He was merely newly turned into a martial artist and had not yet developed such a ruthless disposition. Over time, he would gradually adapt. Since the scarred-faced thug had taken the lead in severing an arm, the other thugs had no choice but to pick up the steel pipes from the ground. However, they clearly lacked the courage of their leader, hesitating as they held the pipes, not daring to strike their own arms. Seeing his subordinates unable to act, the scarred-faced thug turned to Zhao Tian and said, "Master Zhao, they don't dare to do it. How about I break their arms for them?" Zhao Tian was taken aback and thought to himself, "Good heavens." However, he did not refuse, merely nodding in agreement to the scarred-faced thug's suggestion. Zhao Tian wanted to resolve these guys quickly so he could continue his training. Ever since becoming a martial artist, he felt somewhat addicted to training. Every time he finished, his body felt incredibly refreshed, and his spirit was remarkably good. Thus, he was eager to continue. After receiving Zhao Tian's approval, the scarred-faced thug grinned wickedly and commanded, "Come here, line up." One by one, as he spoke, he casually pulled the nearest thug over. "Yellow hair, extend your arm. I don't want to waste time on this. Otherwise, Master Zhao might get angry, and you could end up worse than Liuzi," the scarred-faced thug said sternly. The thug called Yellow Hair looked back, seeing Liuzi, whose legs had been broken, twitching and howling. Trembling, he extended his left arm, tightly closing his eyes. The scarred-faced thug wasted no time and struck fiercely, instantly breaking Yellow Hair's left arm into a V shape, completely unable to be used again. Chapter 12. The Golden Devourer. The yellow-haired guy was screaming in agony while holding his arms. The scar-faced man kicked him away with one foot and raised a steel pipe, pointing at the next thug, saying, "You Guzzi, come here." The thug who was called out turned pale, trembling as he said, "Boss, please, be gentle. If you want me to go easy, you'll have to suffer more." The scar-faced man casually replied. Then, with a swing of the steel pipe, Guzzi also received a big V-shaped bruise on his arm and fell to the ground, howling in excitement. Following that, one by one, 6 thugs had their left arms broken by the scar-faced man. It wasn't that they didn't want to run, but Zhao Tian was standing at the door, coldly staring at them. Thinking of Zhao Tian's lightning-fast speed and that terrifying punch, none of these thugs dared to flee. Zhao Tian watched the scar-faced man ruthlessly beat his own underlings, gaining a new understanding of his cruelty. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang next door was huddled at her door, trembling as she listened to the screams next door, secretly shocked. How did this kid offend these gangsters? He's really getting beaten badly. Tomorrow, there will be plenty to talk about with those gossiping women. On Zhao Tian's side, the scar-faced man flattered him, saying, "Master Zhao, look, we've severed an arm as you requested. Can you let us go now? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian stepped aside, revealing the big door behind him, and said coldly, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again. If you provoke me again, it won't just be a broken arm next time." The Scarface man and the other thugs were so grateful, they repeatedly thanked Zhao Tian for sparing their lives. They clutched their broken arms, struggling to carry the unfortunate Air Guzi, who had broken both legs and fled without daring to look back despite the pain. Zhao Tian watched them leave silently, murmuring, "Zhou family young master, Zhou Li, you better behave, otherwise I won't let you bully me like in my last life." Zhao Tian decided not to think too much and prepare to make himself something to eat. After being reborn, he had only eaten 2 steam buns for lunch, and after cultivating, he felt extremely hungry and was now at the point of starvation. Now that Zhao Tian possessed excellent cooking skills, making a meal was quite simple. He opened a refrigerator and saw that there was still meat, vegetables, and eggs stored inside, which gave him an idea. As a culinary master, he rolled up his sleeves and confidently began to showcase his skills. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of pots and pans clashing. Zhao Tian skillfully sliced vegetables with quick and precise movements, turning them into neatly shaped thin slices. When he stir-fried the meat with a sizzling sound, the meat went into the pan, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma. He quickly tossed it, accurately controlling the heat and seasoning. While boiling eggs, he timed it perfectly, resulting in tender egg whites and soft, creamy yolks. In no time, a refreshing stir-fried vegetable dish, a plate of fragrant braised pork, a dish of tender scrambled eggs, and a rich egg soup were all beautifully presented on the table, for dishes and a soup, all looking and smelling delightful. After having only eaten 2 steamed buns all day, Zhao Tian was already starving. Sitting at the dining table, he eagerly began to feast. The braised pork was rich but not greasy, melting in his mouth. The stir-fried vegetables were crisp and refreshing. The steamed eggs were smooth and delicious. Before long, the food on the table was devoured by him in a whirlwind. After eating his fill, Zhao Tian leaned back in his chair, ready to recuperate for the upcoming cultivation. At this point, he could no longer improve his realm through cultivation, so he didn't waste time and directly allocated his free attribute points to physique and speed. Spending 60 attribute points, he maxed out these 2 attributes to 200 points. Immediately, the Tai Chi True Skills martial energy in his body began to operate on its own, breaking through to 201 points, along with his physique, spirit, and speed also synchronously upgrading to 201 points. Even his charm value upgraded a bit to reach 72 points. At this point, Zhao Tian had truly become a high-level martial artist. Since cultivation could also improve his realm, Zhao Tian didn't hesitate and began to cultivate again. As the Tai Chi True Skill continued to operate, the martial energy in Zhao Tian's body, which was initially as thin as a thread, expanded to the thickness of an ordinary water pipe, continuously circulating along the meridians opened by the Tai Chi True Skill. After each cycle, the increasingly thick martial energy flowed into a small vortex-like energy mass in his dantian, then refined and transformed into denser energy, continuing to circulate along the meridians. This cycle repeated, with the martial energy constantly thickening and being refined in the dantian's vortex. Zhao Tian's martial energy grew stronger and stronger. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Tian suddenly noticed that his martial energy had reached 360 points. It had already exceeded the integer value of 300 points, and he had not yet hit a bottleneck or broken through his realm. Zhao Tian couldn't help but shiver and mutter to himself. It can't be that the attribute points required for the next realm have doubled, right? The host is indeed the chosen one, very clever. That's correct. To break through from a high-level martial artist to a beginner martial master, 400 attribute points are indeed needed, which is a doubling. Please work hard to cultivate and improve your realm. The system's mechanical voice rang out, confirming Zhao Tian's suspicion. At this moment, Zhao Tian's face turned green. This was life-threatening. If every upgrade required doubling the points, where would he get so many attribute points? The lottery cost 10,000 yuan each time. He had already spent nearly 200,000 yuan on the lottery and only gained a few hundred tribute points. If he had to upgrade several realms, wouldn't that mean he would run out of money? After all, once he became a martial artist, his appetite was astonishing. The 4 dishes and a soup he made for dinner, along with a pot of rice, were all cleaned up by him alone, and he still felt unsatisfied. With this eating habit, an average family couldn't afford it. However, Zhao Tian thought to himself, as a martial artist with 10 years of memories from the future, making money shouldn't be a problem, right? It was only 2014, and there would be countless opportunities to make money in the future. There was no need to worry. Chapter 13. If you want to get stronger, you have to spend money this way. There is no need to worry about not having money to draw lots and gain attribute points. After all, although there are many channels to obtain attribute points, the quantity is limited. Daily sign-ins only grant 1 attribute point, while completing tasks gives only 10 attribute points, which is not enough for upgrading any attribute. If Zhao Tian relies on sign-in attribute points for upgrades, he might as well never have the chance to improve his realm throughout his life. This situation is unacceptable for Zhao Tian, who has been reborn and has a system by his side. Now, the only way to obtain a significant number of attribute points is through the lottery, which means he needs a vast amount of funds to draw lots. Zhao Tian realized that since getting stronger requires spending money, he felt a surge of ambition. He decided to find ways to earn a fortune and pour all the money into this money-devouring beast of system. With this determination, Zhao Tian no longer felt lost. He checked the time. It was just past 4 in the morning. It was still early, so he continued to cultivate, aiming to max out all his attributes before starting to draw and allocate points. Zhao Tian then sat cross-legged and continued practicing the Tai Chi true skill. After several cycles of cultivation, Zhao Tian's martial energy value increased to 400 points and finally stopped rising. This made Zhao Tian breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, his physique, spirit, and speed values had all reached 360 points. This meant he needed 120 points to level up again. Zhao Tian still had 106 free attribute points, and without hesitation, he maxed out his physique and spirit first. Then he allocated the remaining 26 points entirely to speed. As his realm improved, Zhao Tian quickly operated his techniques to perfectly control his body in response to the sudden increase in power from the added points. Looking at the speed attribute, which was just 14 points away from leveling up, Zhao Tian slapped his forehead. He had not signed in for the day yet. He immediately entered the system and silently thought about signing in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have gained fishing proficiency. Attribute points, 3. The mechanical voice of the system rang in Zhao Tian's ears. Great. Signing in unexpectedly granted him 3 attribute points, which was awesome. As for fishing proficiency, Zhao Tian completely ignored it. He had never been a fishing enthusiast in either his past or present life. Whether he could fish or not didn't matter. What Zhao Tian cared about most was how to obtain attribute points or get billions in wealth, or perhaps acquire some powerful techniques to help him improve his attribute values. Everything else was secondary. Without hesitation, Zhao Tian allocated all the newly gained attribute points to his speed attribute. At this moment, he glanced at his attribute information. Name, Zhao Tian. Available attribute points, 0 cultivation, advanced warrior, martial artist, martial energy, 400 cannot allocate points, spirit, 400 cannot allocate points, physique, 400 cannot allocate points, speed, 389 can allocate points, charm, 72 can allocate points, capped at 100. The higher the charm value, the easier it is to gain others' trust and favor. Luck, 1 task, become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. In progress. After reading this, Zhao Tian nodded in satisfaction. He was just a few attribute points away from leveling up. Checking the time, it was almost 7 o'clock. Zhao Tian then got up and headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. He had originally cooked extra rice the night before to make fried rice for breakfast, but he had ended up eating it all, so he now had a better understanding of his current appetite. Therefore, he prepared a large amount of food this morning, cooking a big pot of meat noodles and steaming several buns. Zhao Tian slurped down the entire pot of noodles and 4 large buns before reluctantly putting down his bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that it was almost time, he gave up on the idea of cooking more food. He gathered his exam materials and started running towards the exam hall. As he stepped outside, he happened to run into Aunt Zhang from next door, who was taking out the trash. Zhao Tian ignored her, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities to teach her a lesson later. However, Aunt Zhang was quite surprised. Didn't she hear that group of thugs beating Zhao Tian up yesterday? Why do you look fine today, and even seemed a bit more handsome? But Aunt Zhang didn't think much of it and shouted at the distant Zhao Tian in her usual sarcastic tone, "Little wild seed, don't hang out with those scummy people in the future. Otherwise, you'll end up dead because of them. Go meet your dead parents." Hearing this, Zhao Tian paused for a moment on the stairs and secretly sentenced Aunt Zhang to death in his heart. Downstairs, Uncle Lu heard Aunt Zhang's words and scolded her. "Damn old hag, have some decency. Otherwise, you'll face retribution." Then Uncle Lu turned to Zhao Tian and said, "Little Tian, don't mind that old hag. Focus on your college entrance exam and don't let external factors affect you. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Zhao Tian sincerely thanked him before continuing to run towards the school. Watching Zhao Tian's back, Uncle Lu sighed deeply, muttering to himself, what a pitiful child. Uncle Lu was also a retired employee from the same factory as Zhao Tian's adoptive parents. He had a good relationship with them and was a neighbor who often interacted with them. After Zhao Tian's adoptive parents passed away in an accident, Uncle Lu often looked after him, especially later when Zhao Tian's fake relatives forced him to give up his adoptive parents' inheritance. Zhao Tian was left with nothing and couldn't afford to go to college, even after working the entire summer break. In the end, it was Uncle Lu who helped him with the money, giving the despairing Zhao Tian hope for survival. Although Zhao Tian was later deceived out of his ancestral home, suffering heavy losses, he at least ended up with several $100,000 from selling the house. He wanted to return and repay Uncle Lu, but was heartbroken to hear that Uncle Lu had passed away from lung cancer. With this rebirth and the system by his side, along with his mastery of superior-level traditional Chinese medicine, Zhao Tian could see through Uncle Lu's condition at a glance. However, he didn't have time to treat Uncle Lu now. He promised himself he would definitely cure Uncle Lu after the exams so that he could avoid the torment of cancer in his old age and die peacefully, fulfilling a wish from his past life. With this determination in mind, Zhao Tian stopped overthinking and quickly headed towards the school. Upon arriving at school, Zhao Tian joined the flow of students entering his exam hall. On the way, he happened to see Zhou Li, the young master of the Zhou family, getting out of his Rolls Royce. However, Zhou Li looked quite displeased and seemed to be mumbling something to the driver after getting out of the car. Zhao Tian sneered. Since this young master of the Zhou family had crossed him, he certainly wouldn't let him off the hook. Seeing a student being picked up in a Rolls Royce, it was clear that the Zhou family must be quite wealthy. Now, Zhao Tian had a great need for money, and an immature idea suddenly formed in his mind. However, how to implement it and whether to do so would depend on Zhou Li's actions later. Chapter 14. Out of money back in the examination room. The exam bell rang shortly. The new invigilator scanned the entire room and then opened the top-secret envelope in his hands. He took out the English exam paper and distributed it. In each exam of the college entrance examination, the invigilator is changed to prevent any collusion between students and the invigilators to cheat. In the previous two exams, due to Zhao Tian's behavior, both invigilators had a negative impression of him. However, this new invigilator did not have such a bad impression and was very kind to Zhao Tian when handing out the papers. Of course, he was kind to all the candidates. First was the listening section. With his proficiency in English, Zhao Tian easily answered all the questions correctly. He finished the next section in less than 20 minutes. After checking twice, he had a 100 accuracy rate. At this point, Zhao Tian put down his pen and submitted his paper over an hour early. Zhao Tian then entered the system space, preparing to start a lottery to obtain attribute points. He currently had over 9 million, and he planned to do several more 10 draws to stock up on some attribute points to improve his realm. In the system space's lottery interface, Zhao Tian directly did a 10 draw. Congratulations to the host for drawing 100 attribute points, yellow level middle grade skill, Luohan Fist, bad luck talisman x2, 20 attribute points, lucky talisman x1, 50 attribute points, yellow level low grade skill, firearms proficiency, 10 attribute points x3. The system quickly announced the winning items. Zhao Tian saw that he had drawn 200 attribute points and several talismans, wondering how effective they would be. As for the firearms proficiency, he learned it casually without much thought, as he felt that ordinary firearms could hardly threaten him. Not to mention his speed made it impossible for bullets to hit him, with his 400 points of constitution making him nearly impervious to regular bullets. Perhaps artillery shells and missiles could pose a threat, but Zhao Tian was confident that ordinary bullets could not harm him. Of course, he would need to test it to know for sure. However, the firearms proficiency was not particularly helpful to him at the moment. As for the yellow level middle grade skill, Luohan Fist, Zhao Tian also learned it casually. With his current mental strength, he easily mastered it in just a few breaths. He was quite curious about drawing the bad luck talisman and lucky talisman for the first time. These items were sold in the system mall, with each bad luck talisman and lucky talisman priced at 1 million each, which was considered expensive among talismans. In contrast, items like the speed talisman, invisibility talisman, and strength talisman were only 10,000 each. The bad luck talisman could cause continuous bad luck for the next 3 hours, and it could be used on others or oneself. Zhao Tian couldn't help but laugh at the description. Who would use a bad luck talisman on themselves? That would be foolish. The lucky talisman also lasted for 3 hours, but its effect was to bring good luck. Zhao Tian felt a surge of excitement. He could make good use of the lucky talisman, and maybe even win the lottery. The bad luck talisman was also good. He planned to use one on that bastard Zhou Li and another on Aunt Zhang next door. After making up his mind, Zhao Tian didn't think too much and started another round of draws. With his funds still relatively plentiful, he wanted to draw more attribute points for future use when improving his realm. Then he began to draw again, continuing with the 10 draws. The system's mechanical voice started announcing the winning items again. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for drawing a yellow level low-grade skill, aircraft piloting. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 strength talismans. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 invisibility talismans. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 attribute points x4. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 explosive talismans. What the hell? What's going on? Why did I only draw so few attribute points? And I drew an aircraft piloting skill. What use is that? I'm definitely going to be flying and running around. Why would I need to pilot a plane? Zhao Tian silently complained. However, he still obediently learned the aircraft piloting skill. After all, having more skills is never a disadvantage. He also drew a bunch of low-value, useless talismans. Zhao Tian calculated that this draw was a loss. After hesitating for a moment, he directly used the lucky talisman on himself. With the lucky talisman activated, his next draws would surely yield good items. No need for the system to keep throwing low-level skills, worthless talismans, or a few attribute points at him. After using the lucky talisman, Zhao Tian carefully experienced it, but felt that there was no change at all. He murmured, "No change in feeling at all? It can't be a scam, right?" However, time was limited, so Zhao Tian didn't waste any more time and directly started another 10 draw. The system's announcement rang out again. Congratulations to the host for drawing a luck value of 2. Zhao Tian was taken aback. He had drawn a rare attribute. Before he could rejoice, the system continued to announce. Congratulations to the host for drawing a top-grade Earth-level body refining technique. Indestructible golden body. Congratulations to the host for drawing 200 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for drawing a passive skill, Eye of Insight with no level. Congratulations to the host for drawing a middle-grade Earth-level technique, Iron Cloth Shirt. Congratulations to the host for drawing a top-grade Profound-level weapon, Sky-Rending Sword. Congratulations to the host for drawing 200 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for drawing 200 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for drawing a top-grade Profound-level movement technique, Instant Time. Congratulations to the host for drawing a top-grade Profound-level technique, Great Transformation Divine Art. Hearing the system's announcements, Zhao Tian was completely stunned. Did he just trigger a system explosion? This draw was full of good items, not to mention directly drawing 600 attribute points. He also got a luck value of 2. Even more unbelievable was the bunch of Profound-level techniques and 2 Earth-level techniques. The prices of these techniques were in the millions and tens of millions. This draw was a huge win. However, the levels of these techniques were somewhat low, and Zhao Tian didn't plan to waste energy learning them. At least he would be interested in learning celestial-level techniques. He could sell these techniques for money when he encountered martial artists in the future. Seeing how effective the lucky talisman was, Zhao Tian quickened his draw speed. System. Continue with the 10 draws. Congratulations to the host for drawing 400 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for drawing 100 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for drawing a middle-grade Profound-level skill. Continuing with the 10 draws. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Zhao Tian didn't care what he drew anymore and directly went for 17 10 draws. It wasn't that he didn't want to draw more. It was just that he ran out of money, with only a few tens of thousands left in his account, not enough for another 10 draw. Chapter 15. Eye of Insight. Zhao Tian glanced at his attribute points and was surprised to find he had drawn a total of 100 points. There were countless other skills, talismans, and weapons. Aside from the heavenly level skills, he had essentially drawn all the earthly and mysterious level skills available in the system. He also drew a special luck value of 10 points, bringing his total accumulated luck to 13 points. However, it seemed that the highest effect of a luck talisman was only to draw earthly level items. In the subsequent 10 consecutive draws, he mostly pulled attribute points, and there were very few skills or other items. Zhao Tian checked his information panel. Name, Zhao Tian. Available attribute points, 10. 100 Cultivation, Advanced Warrior, Cultivator, Qi. 400 cannot allocate points, Spirit. 400 cannot allocate points, Physique. 400 cannot allocate points, Speed. 389 can allocate points, Charm. 72 can allocate points, capped at 100. The higher the charm value, the easier it is to gain others' trust and affection. Luck, 13 quest. Become a top scorer of the college entrance examination. In progress. Zhao Tian was excited to see the pile of densely packed talismans, skills, and weapons in his system space. However, thinking about how he was out of money, he felt a bit overwhelmed. If he couldn't earn money, once these attribute points were used up, he wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation level. He also wondered how many levels of cultivation could be improved with 10,000 attribute points. Zhao Tian remembered a passive skill he had just drawn, Eye of Insight, and he was curious about its effect. The system quickly answered his question. The Eye of Insight could detect others' true data and their affinity towards a host, as well as the real information of items. However, it has no actual attack power and is merely an auxiliary function. Wow, amazing. This is a god-level skill. Zhao Tian shouted excitedly in his heart. Although it was an auxiliary skill, the effect of the Eye of Insight was immense. In the future, he would be able to understand anyone harboring hostility towards him, clearly identifying their situation. He would know who was sincere and who had ulterior motives. Unable to resist, Zhao Tian exited the system and looked at his exam paper. Item: English College Entrance Examination Paper, completed. Material: paper actual score, 150. Zhao Tian directly saw a line of information on the paper. Full marks. He immediately dismissed the thought of checking it again. Looking down again. Item: desk material, ordinary pine, wood value, 50 yuan. Zhao Tian could see the value and material of the desk directly. He then glanced up at the supervising teacher. The information about this teacher appeared in his mind. Character: Wang Haitao. Cultivation: none. Ordinary person. Occupation: teacher. Affinity: 10-0 to 20 stranger, 20 to 40 acquaintance, 40 to 60 ordinary friend, 60 to 80 close friend, 80 to 90 best buddy or lover, 90 to 100 lifelong friend. Qi: 0 spirit, 70 physique, 60 speed, 55 evaluation. An ordinary teacher. Living a mediocre life, has a strong scholarly demeanor, lacks adaptability, difficult to make progress in career, relatively harmonious family life. Seeing this, Zhao Tian immediately understood that Wang Haitao was almost a true reflection of most teachers in an ordinary person's real life. With nothing else to do, he also examined the surrounding students. They were all ordinary people with no standout individuals. However, his scanning drew the attention of the supervising teacher Wang Haitao, who soon approached him, knocked on the desk, and said, "Student, focus on your exam and don't look around. Otherwise, you will be disqualified." Zhao Tian was taken aback at first and quickly lowered his head in embarrassment. He had been so engrossed in studying the system that he forgot he was in an exam. He then raised his head and said, "Teacher, I'm handing in my paper." Wang Haitao was also taken aback. He looked at the time and found it was exactly the time when papers could be handed in early. So he nodded to indicate that Zhao Tian could leave. Zhao Tian didn't hesitate and quickly dashed out of the exam room. By this time, there were already a few scattered students leaving early. Most of these students were academic underachievers who had given up on the college entrance examination, while some, like Zhao Tian, were extremely confident academic achievers. As for English, if you know it, you know it. If you don't, you just guess. After checking his answers twice and ensuring he hadn't made any mistakes, there was basically nothing else to optimize. However, good students usually chose to check several times until the exam ended. Zhao Tian casually looked at the information of a few students walking around the campus. They were all academic underachievers. He decided not to waste any more time and ran out of the school. At the school gate, there were many parents waiting to pick up their children. Under the scorching 38-degree sun, they eagerly awaited their children to come out with good scores. Zhao Tian couldn't help but feel a bit envious of those who had parents accompanying them. However, as an orphan, having lost his adoptive parents unexpectedly and becoming an orphan again, he could only envy others, feeling saddened and reflecting on his own tumultuous fate. As Zhao Tian left the school amidst the disdainful gazes of the parents, he happened to pass by a lottery shop. He thought that since the effect of his luck talisman hadn't expired yet, it would be a good idea to buy a lottery ticket and see if he could win some money to replenish his empty wallet. With that decision made, Zhao Tian didn't hesitate and turned directly into the lottery shop. The shop was quite lively, with some parents who were waiting outside in the heat going inside to scratch off lottery tickets and enjoy the air conditioning. Zhao Tian, thanks to practicing the Taiji True skill, couldn't feel the heat of the 38-degree sun at all. Therefore, when he entered the shop, he didn't feel the sudden drop in temperature that others experienced. Zhao Tian hesitated for a moment. Buying a lottery ticket and waiting for the draw meant that by then the effect of the luck talisman would have long expired. Without the enhancement of the talisman, He would be lucky to win 5 yuan from any randomly bought ticket. This made him a bit regretful. Thinking back to his previous life when he hadn't remembered any lottery numbers. Faced with a lottery jackpot pool worth billions, he could only stare blankly. However, regretting now was useless. Zhao Tian could only adopt a try-it-out attitude and shouted to the shopkeeper, "Give me a random ticket for the quail." The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man in his 40s who fiddled with the mouse and keyboard at the counter for a bit. The machine facing Zhao Tian immediately displayed a set of lottery numbers, and without looking up, he asked, "Is this ticket okay?" "Yes. Would you like to add on?" Zhao Tian hesitated for a moment and said, "1 yuan to bet for 8 million. Add on." Huh. Hearing Zhao Tian's words, the parents in the shop immediately laughed. These kids are already betting for 18 million. A middle-aged man joked to those around him. This instantly caused more laughter. Another person teased, "Student, you should add another 100 times and clear the jackpot pool." Chapter 16. Winning the lottery. Zhao Tian didn't mind the teasing from these people. He glanced at their data and found that they were mostly ordinary people, with their favorability ratings hovering around the 10s or 20s, indicating they were strangers without any hostility. Zhao Tian decided to continue their conversation and said, "Boss, then let's add 100 times." The middle-aged shopkeeper was taken aback and finally looked up to say, "Student, are you sure? That's 300 bucks. Just print the ticket." Zhao Tian pulled out 4 red bills and slapped them on the counter. "You don't need this much. 300 is enough," the boss said. "Give me a few scratch cards. I want to try for another million." Zhao Tian said with a half smile, glancing at the parents in the lottery shop. Seeing Zhao Tian casually throw down $400. These people realized he was not short on cash and dare not tease him further. After all, they were all ordinary folks and couldn't afford to offend someone with a bit of wealth. The shopkeeper, hearing this, stopped trying to dissuade him. He was in business after all. Especially in the lottery business, one should not casually advise someone to buy or not buy, as no one knows if the ticket will win. If someone was discouraged from buying and it turned out to be a winner, or encouraged to buy and it didn't win, it would only lead to resentment. In matters of uncertainty, especially when money is involved, getting entangled can lead to complications. Thus, the boss said no more and directly took out several new scratch cards of various denominations, placing them in front of Zhao Tian, indicating he could choose freely. Zhao Tian didn't hold back and picked 5 scratch cards worth $20 each. "Boss, I've already paid. I'll come back to cash in when I win," he said. "Okay, there's a scratch tool on that table." The boss pointed to a nearby table. The parents sitting around the table quickly made space for him. Zhao Tian paid for the tickets to avoid any disputes with the shopkeeper in case he won big under the influence of his lucky charm. Although he wasn't afraid of being provoked, he still wanted to avoid trouble. Right now, he just wanted to earn a fortune and make himself invincible. Zhao Tian walked to the side table, picked up the scratch tool, and casually scratched off the first ticket. The onlookers immediately erupted in excitement. "Wow, he won. This guy's good luck. How much did he win?" Someone out of sight asked eagerly. 20. "What? I thought it was 1 million. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Wow, he won again. How much this time?" 20. "Have you never seen money before? Making a fuss over 20 bucks? Wow, he won again. This one can't be all winners, right?" Someone exclaimed as they leaned closer to watch Zhao Tian scratch. Zhao Tian ignored the crowd's excitement and continued to scratch his tickets one by one. The winnings on the scratch card were only $20. Even if he won all of them, it would only amount to around $800. That amount couldn't excite him. After finishing the first ticket, as expected, it was a complete win, but the total was disappointing, just 800 bucks. However, the onlookers were astonished and began to discuss. "This young man is so lucky. He made 800 bucks from one scratch card. Yeah, I've been playing scratch cards for 10 years, and the most I've ever won is 50 bucks. I'm so envious." Another person said, "You won 50? I've only won 5. I was talking about scratch cards. You were talking about lottery tickets." The lottery shop owner, hearing the buzz among the crowd, was also surprised. He didn't expect this wealthy student to have such good luck. However, he didn't think much of it. After running the shop for so long, he had seen many people win thousands on scratch cards. Small prizes of a few $100, while not common, still popped up from time to time. Zhao Tian didn't feel discouraged. He placed the winning scratch card aside and started scratching the second one. The second ticket yielded just a 20. 20 is not bad. At least it's a break even. This ticket didn't lose money, someone commented. Zhao Tian didn't respond, placing the scratch ticket aside and proceeded to scratch the third one. The third ticket was more fortunate, yielding 120. This time, the crowd erupted in cheers. "This student is incredibly lucky. Every scratch card is a winner." "Yeah, young man, you still have 2 scratch cards left. Let me buy them from you." You know, winning 3 in a row usually means you won't win again. A person suddenly spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stopped talking. Zhao Tian paused, looking at the man who spoke. Character, do buying level. None. Ordinary person, occupation. Gambler favorability. 0 to 20 strangers, 20 to 40 acquaintances, 40 to 60 ordinary friends, 60 to 80 close friends, 80 to 90 best buddies or lovers, 90 to 100 life and death friends. Martial energy, 0 spirit, 60 physique, 54 speed, 50 evaluation, obsessed with gambling, previously had wealth, but fell into gambling, lost all assets, family separated. Now often hangs around lottery shops and underground casinos, fantasizing about getting rich overnight through the lottery and then recovering losses at the casino. As a gambler, Zhao Tian naturally couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Without replying, he continued scratching the 4th ticket. As soon as he scratched, he revealed a prize of 100,000, causing the onlookers to go wild. Wow, amazing. Wow, he hit the jackpot. Damn it, that's my scratch card. You little brat. Here's 20 bucks for you. Give me the ticket. Du Buying's eyes turned green with envy as he pushed through the crowd and threw 20 bucks on the table, shouting. He then tried to snatch Zhao Tian's scratch card. Zhao Tian shot him a cold glance, and Du Buying immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, staggering back a few steps as if struck by a heavy blow. With his current 400 points of mental power, Zhao Tian's gaze was almost tangible, something an ordinary person could not withstand. Du Buying felt a bit dazed, standing there in a daze. Zhao Tian casually tossed the $20 toward him, and under the influence of his Tai Chi true energy, the bill floated over to Du Buying. He ignored Du Buying and continued scratching his scratch cards. Soon, another 100,000 prize was revealed. The surrounding spectators were ecstatic, shouting, "It's stable now. This scratch card is definitely going to earn $1 million." Even the shop owner could no longer sit still, getting up from his seat and rushing over to witness the birth of their shop's first $1 million prize. Zhao Tian remained calm, scratching his scratch cards at a leisurely pace. With 100,000 after another being revealed, the crowd silently counted the totals. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. After Zhao Tian scratched off the last number, the crowd erupted. 1 million. It's really 1 million. Chapter 17 is on someone's mind. Wow, wow, wow. I witnessed the birth of $1 million prize. I'm so excited. It's even more thrilling than winning $1 million myself. Hypocritical. You would definitely be more excited if you won. This young man is incredibly lucky. Compared to the crowd of onlookers, the main character Zhao Tian, sitting in the middle, remains calm. He casually places the scratch-off ticket that won the $1 million prize at the bottom and then starts scratching the last ticket. Under the gaze of the crowd, this ticket also won $20, breaking even. After finishing all the tickets, Zhao Tian calmly stands up, stuffs the $1 million scratch-off ticket into his pocket, and hands the remaining 4 scratch-off tickets to the lottery shop owner, saying, "Boss, these 4 tickets won a total of 960 yuan. Please cash them." Congratulations. Congratulations. This young man is really lucky. He has become a millionaire. The boss exclaimed excitedly. Naturally, he was thrilled. This scratch-off ticket winning a big prize not only meant a significant income for him after the lottery headquarters gives him a commission, but it would also enhance the reputation of the lottery shop in the area. In the coming period, many people would come to buy tickets, hoping to share in the good fortune, which would also be part of his income. To be honest, when he heard Zhao Tian scratch out the first 100,000, he had some crooked thoughts. He just didn't expect Zhao Tian to give him the lottery money first, leaving him without a reason to blackmail the ticket. However, thinking that even if he couldn't blackmail this $1 million scratch-off ticket, he could still gain significant benefits, the lottery shop owner decided to let it go. With a big smile, he helped Zhao Tian cash in the prize and explained in detail how to claim such a super prize. Before his rebirth, Zhao Tian had fantasized countless times about becoming rich overnight. Winning the lottery was naturally one of those fantasies, and he knew better than the shop owner how to claim the prize. Nevertheless, he still thanked the lottery shop owner repeatedly. After cashing in the small prizes, Zhao Tian directly left the shop. The parents who were cooling off in the store also left one after another, as the English exam was about to end, and they needed to pick up their children. However, today's experience could almost become the biggest topic of conversation in their lives. They witnessed a student they thought was a slacker become a millionaire, which they would definitely remember for a lifetime. However, no one noticed the red-eyed Du Buying, who wanted to snatch Zhao Tian's scratch-off ticket. After being scared off by Zhao Tian, he didn't leave, but quietly kept an eye on him from the side. He greedily looked at the scratch-off ticket in Zhao Tian's hand. However, Having mingled in underground casinos for many years, he had encountered numerous extraordinary individuals. Being scared off by Zhao Tian's sharp and ordinary gaze made him realize that Zhao Tian was not an ordinary person. Thus, a malicious thought emerged in Du Bing's mind. He coveted the huge sum of money in Zhao Tian's hands, but he knew he couldn't snatch it by himself. However, just because he couldn't, it didn't mean others couldn't. He knew someone formidable who could definitely snatch the scratch-off ticket from Zhao Tian. As long as he could get a little of the spoils, that would be enough for him. Thinking of this, Du Bing revealed a sinister smile in the direction Zhao Tian was leaving. At the school, the bell rang, signaling the end of the English exam, and all the candidates rushed out. Zhou walked out of the school with a gloomy face and went to his Rolls Royce. Just as he got in the car, Zhou exploded at the driver, Lao Sun, saying, "Lao Sun, what is the situation with the people you arranged? How could they mess up such a small matter? I'm really furious. Young master, I'm sorry." Lao Sun hurriedly bowed his head to apologize, not knowing that a regular student had sent so many thugs and still couldn't teach him a lesson. What good is an apology? You old fool. You keep talking about this all morning. It's so frustrating that I didn't do well in the English exam. I missed the listening section. I'm really fed up. Zhou angrily scolded. I'm sorry, young master Zhou. Scarface told me this morning that Zhao Tian might be a martial artist. They couldn't hurt Zhao Tian at all, and instead, Zhao Tian broke one of their arms. I think we should inform the old master and let him send someone to deal with Zhao Tian. Lao Sun said in a deep voice. Just go home. I'll talk to my dad about it. Zhou frowned and waved his hand. Yes, Lao Sun replied, and then started the car to leave. This useless Zhao Tian. How could he still be a martial artist? Could it be that his usually submissive demeanor at school was all an act? Zhou thought to himself. However, just thinking about Lin Xiaodong's concerned gaze towards Zhao Tian made Zhou feel uncomfortable. But then he thought about how soon the college entrance exam would be over and his high school classmates would be going to universities all over the country. Lin Xiaodong was definitely a candidate for Tsinghua or Beihua. His own abilities were about the same. Zhao Tian used to have decent grades and had the capability to enter Tsinghua or Beihua. However, after such a big incident at home, he became dejected, and his scores in several mock exams dropped, only qualifying for an average undergraduate level. Lin Xiaodong and Zhao Tian would have no more intersections in the future. Although Zhou didn't do well in the English exam, once Lin Xiaodong decided which university to attend, he could definitely persuade his family to spend more money to get him into that university. Even entering Tsinghua or Beihua would only cost a few million more. However, Zhou still couldn't tolerate the fact that Zhao Tian had beaten his subordinates. He planned to go home and have his father send out 2 martial artists to cripple Zhao Tian to relieve his anger. There was still a comprehensive science exam in the afternoon, and then the college entrance exam would be over. Zhou idea of making it impossible for Zhao Tian to take the exam fell through. However, after the exam, breaking Zhao Tian's legs wouldn't be a problem. He still intended to teach Zhao Tian a lesson. After pondering in the car for a long time, Zhou suddenly remembered that Zhao Tian's parents had paid a significant amount after the incident. So he had an idea and said to the driver Lao Sun, find out the phone numbers of Zhao Tian's adoptive parents' family. Yes, young master, Lao Sun quickly replied. However, he hesitated for a moment and asked, young master, what do you need those people's numbers for? Zhou grinned sinisterly and said, of course, to let them go find Zhao Tian for the inheritance. Zhao Tian is just an adopted son. How can he compare to them, the blood relatives of Zhao Tian's adoptive parents? They are the ones more qualified to inherit that compensation. Upon hearing this, Lao Sun shivered in his heart. This young master, though not very old, has a venomous mind. To deal with a student rival, and an orphan at that, he would use such malicious means. He really has the style of the family master back in the day. Lao Sun couldn't help but mourn for Zhao Tian in his heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian was at the vegetable market buying groceries, completely unaware that he was being targeted again, and not just by one party. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He now had the confidence to face everything. Chapter 18. Exceptional talent in the past few days. Zhao Tian's appetite has greatly increased, and the limited amount of food at home was consumed in just 2 meals. Zhao Tian planned to buy more meat to replenish his energy faster. Now, martial artists absorb energy mainly from their bodies to expand their martial aura. This has led to a significant increase in Zhao Tian's food intake, especially after he upgraded to an advanced martial artist. He felt he could eat an entire sheep by himself. However, considering that the refrigerator at home couldn't hold much, Zhao Tian only bought 10 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of lamb, and some rice, flour, and vegetables. These purchases drained the scratch-off lottery winnings he had just cashed. This left Zhao Tian feeling a bit anxious. Not only did he need to spend a fortune to improve his realm, but now with his increased appetite, he was consuming over 1,000 yuan a day just on food. Wasn't this a death sentence? Because meat replenishes energy faster, Zhao Tian bought more of it. Even if he had won 1,000,000, after taxes, he would only have 800,000 left. He didn't know how many levels that would allow him to upgrade. It seemed he needed to come up with ways to make money quickly after the college entrance examination. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing and wouldn't even be able to afford food. Since he had an exam in the afternoon, Zhao Tian hurried home after buying food. Once back, he washed rice, cleaned vegetables, cooked and stewed meat. After preparing the meals, he finally had time to check his phone. His phone was flooded with text message notifications, all of which were donation messages. Your debit card account, Longwei Universe Bank, card XXXXXXXX 666888, donated 88,000 yuan to Project Hope on June 7th. Account balance after transaction, 1,922,008. 00 yuan, Longwei Universe Bank. Your debit card account, Longwei Universe Bank, card XXXXXXXX 666888, donated 88,000 yuan to Project Hope on June 7th. Account balance after transaction, 1,834,008. 00 yuan, Longwei Universe Bank. Your debit card account, Longwei Universe Bank, card XXXXXXXX 666888, donated 88,000 yuan to Project Hope on June 7th. Account balance after transaction, 74,008. 00 yuan, Longwei Universe Bank. Zhao Tian looked at the pile of messages, and in the end, his bank card balance was only 74,008 yuan, making him shake his head helplessly. He put down his phone, sat cross-legged on the bed, entered the system with his consciousness, and began to allocate points for upgrades. Now, he only needed to add 11 points to his speed attribute to break through to an advanced martial artist. Soon, the speed attribute was maxed out at 400 points, and the profound martial energy within Zhao Tian began to operate automatically. The robust martial aura within him circulated through the previously open meridians, and then it uncontrollably began to develop new meridians. The new meridians started to expand, causing Zhao Tian to almost lose control and disperse his martial aura due to the pain. However, with his spirit and physique attributes both at 400 points, Zhao Tian endured the pain. As the powerful martial aura continuously surged, soon a new meridian was opened. In an instant, Zhao Tian felt as if he could finally breathe after holding his breath for a long time. His entire body felt relaxed. However, before he could catch his breath, the martial aura that had just circulated through the two meridians began to develop new ones again. Suddenly, Zhao Tian felt his face flush with pain. After what felt like an eternity, the third meridian was finally opened. At this moment, Zhao Tian was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He didn't expect that this breakthrough in realm would be so painful. System, what's going on? I didn't feel anything during my previous upgrades. Zhao Tian asked in confusion. The realm you previously upgraded was merely a minor realm within the larger realm of martial artists, without any qualitative leap. This breakthrough is from a martial artist to a martial master, a significant difference, the system's mechanical voice responded. The system continued. A martial artist is the entry-level stage of martial cultivation, while a martial master is a second-tier expert among martial cultivators. The difference in combat power between martial artists is not too significant. Even a talented junior martial artist can defeat an advanced martial artist. However, it is nearly impossible for an advanced martial artist to defeat a junior martial master unless they are in a situation like yours, where all attributes are maxed out, or if they have divine weapons to assist them. Otherwise, it is very difficult to defeat someone of a higher realm. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhao Tian became excited and asked, System, am I now a master? Relative to martial artists, you are indeed a master, the system replied. Zhao Tian's face broke into a smile, and he then asked, System, am I the kind of genius with exceptional talent? The system did not respond. However, Zhao Tian was not discouraged and continued to ask, System, hey, why aren't you replying? Host, you do not possess any exceptional talent. Those with exceptional talent typically have one or more base attributes exceeding 100 before they even begin cultivating. The system's mechanical voice finally chimed in. Hearing this, Zhao Tian's face turned green in an instant. This was truly self-humiliation. The system didn't even want to discourage him at first, and he was oblivious insisting on being slapped in the face by the system. However, upon a second thought, Zhao Tian seemed to realize something and casually said, "TCH. No matter how gifted someone is, it's useless. I'm already a master with all attributes at 401. Even if they are exceptionally talented, they can't beat me." Host, you may have misunderstood. What this system means by exceeding 100 is that there is no upper limit. In the future, you will definitely encounter those who, from birth, have base attributes in the thousands or tens of thousands, the system explained. The system's words were like cold water splashed on Zhao Tian, instantly cooling his excitement from successfully breaking through the major realm. Is this world so dangerous? After all his hard work in cultivation and spending money, he still didn't have a starting point as high as others? Of course, the host doesn't need to worry. With the assistance of this system, the host will definitely be able to surpass everything in the future. The system seemed to fear discouraging Zhao Tian and immediately encouraged him. That's right. I'm a reborn person, and I have a system by my side. If I can't make something of myself, I might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Zhao Tian quickly regained his confidence. He had only been cultivating for 2 days and was already a martial master. He had plenty of time in the future to become an unparalleled existence. By the way, system, what realms come after martial master? Zhao Tian seemed to remember something and casually asked. The realms of martial cultivation are divided into martial artist, martial master, grandmaster, and innate grandmaster. Each realm is further divided into 3 minor realms: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, the system mechanically introduced. Chapter 19, Junior Martial Master. Haha. So there are only a few realms. When Zhao Tian heard this, a surge of ambition welled up in his heart. He felt completely capable of breaking through to the innate realm in the shortest time possible. Host, keep it up. I believe you can do it. The system seemed to sense Zhao Tian's excitement and encouraged him at the right moment. Zhao Tian simply smiled at the system's encouragement, his attention fully focused on his cultivation. However, just as he was about to immerse himself in his training again, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, let me see what time it is. Zhao Tian abruptly opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. Damn, it's almost 2 o'clock. Zhao Tian exclaimed in shock. The exam was about to start. Instantly, he felt a surge of anxiety, completely forgetting about his training, and immediately jumped up, rushing into the kitchen. He fumbled to pull out a piece of tender, delicious beef from the pot. Without even taking the time to feel the temperature of the beef, he unhesitatingly stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing, he dashed out like the wind. Now that he had martial energy protecting his body, he wasn't afraid of the cold or heat. He didn't care about the scalding beef at all. Moments ago, he had successfully broken through to the martial master realm, spending too much time on it, completely immersed and unaware of the passage of time. If he were just adding points in the system space, time would come to a standstill, and he wouldn't be in such a hurry. But during cultivation, time flowed at the real-world pace, unaffected by the system. Zhao Tian secretly regretted this and reminded himself to be especially cautious in the future when adding points for breakthroughs. He must never do it outside or in dangerous situations. Otherwise, any accidents could lead to unimaginable consequences. Now, Zhao Tian took a deep breath, gathering all his strength into his legs and fully exerting his newly enhanced martial master abilities. In an instant, his speed increased several times, almost like lightning, as he sped toward the school. Fortunately, it was the hot summer, with the midday sun high in the sky, scorching the earth and leaving the streets deserted. Besides the parents dropping off their children at the school gate, there were hardly any other pedestrians in sight. Zhao Tian quickly arrived at the school, just in time to enter the exam room. The new invigilator saw that Zhao Tian was late for the college entrance examination and instantly dropped his opinion of him to 0. However, Zhao Tian didn't care about the opinions of these passersby. After returning to his seat, he let out a sigh and began the final comprehensive science exam. With mastery in physics and chemistry, Zhao Tian found the exam questions as easy as drinking water. In about half an hour, he finished the questions. He directly activated Insight. Item: College Entrance Examination Comprehensive Science Paper, completed, material, paper actual score. 300 points. He received a perfect score without even needing to check. Because it was right after his breakthrough, all attributes could be enhanced through cultivation. Thus, there was no need to add points to improve his cultivation. Otherwise, he would waste precious attribute points. So, Zhao Tian slightly closed his eyes and quietly began to cultivate. Now, with 3 meridians to operate, Zhao Tian's martial energy required 3 times the previous time to complete a full cycle. However, after 1 cycle, Zhao Tian found that his martial energy value had increased by 3 points. This was acceptable. Time passed unnoticed as he cultivated. And suddenly the bell, signaling the end of the exam, rang, pulling Zhao Tian back from his cultivation state. Just finished with his cultivation, Zhao Tian walked out of the exam room with the crowd. After the breakthrough in cultivation during the exam, his total attributes increased by 30 points in martial energy. Now, Zhao Tian looked at his personal information. Name, Zhao Tian. Available attribute points: 10100. Cultivation, Junior Martial Master, Martial Practitioner, Martial Energy, 431. Add points available. Spirit, 431. Add points available. Physique, 431. Add points available. Speed, 431. Add points available. Charm, 75. Add points available. Cap at 100. The higher the charm value, the easier it is to gain others' trust and affection. Luck, 13. Task, become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. In progress, just as Zhao Tian was studying his attributes, a clear and pleasant female voice came from behind. Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian turned around to see a lively girl standing on the shaded path of the campus. Among the many examinees, she stood out remarkably. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering softly under the sunlight, and fell gracefully on her shoulders. Her exquisite features resembled a flower blooming in the morning, with fair skin that was almost translucent, radiating a natural blush. Her bright, large eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, clear and lively. Below her petite, straight nose were red lips resembling ripe cherries. Dressed in a simple white dress, the hem floated gently in the breeze like a blooming white lotus. A light blue ribbon tied around her waist added a touch of playfulness and liveliness. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes, exuding youthful vitality. As numerous examinees exited the exam, many were drawn to her. Zhao Tian, what are you daydreaming about? Accompanied by a clear shout, a girl quickly walked up to Zhao Tian, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. Zhao Tian snapped back to reality, his gaze meeting the girl's. He suddenly realized that he had been unconsciously captivated by the beauty of the girl in front of him, completely forgetting to respond. The girl felt Zhao Tian's penetrating gaze and couldn't help but feel shy, her cheeks instantly flushing a shade of red, as tempting as a ripe apple. Seeing this, Zhao Tian felt a bit flustered. He awkwardly stammered, "Lin Xiaodong, I wasn't daydreaming." It turned out that this girl was Lin Xiaodong, Zhao Tian's high school classmate, and they had always had a good relationship. However, for Zhao Tian, who had never been in a relationship by the age of 30 in his past life, facing such a school beauty made him quite nervous, even making it difficult for him to speak fluently. Zhao Tian secretly lamented his lack of confidence. He suddenly realized that he hadn't particularly noticed Lin Xiaodong's appearance before. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of oblivious man he was to have overlooked such a beautiful girl. Just as Zhao Tian was lost in thought, Lin Xiaodong suddenly let out a playful laugh. Hee hee. The sound was as crisp and pleasant as silver bells, instantly pulling Zhao Tian's thoughts back to reality. Lin Xiaodong tilted her head, her big, watery eyes curiously looking at Zhao Tian, and continued to ask, "Zhao Tian, how did you do on the exam? I saw you were out of sorts after the test yesterday. I called you, but you didn't respond." Chapter 20. Mismatched. Zhao Tian gazed at Lin Xiaodong's charming and innocent appearance, momentarily lost in thought, as if the entire world had been reduced to just her. However, Zhao Tian was a 30-year-old man, and now a rising martial artist, so he quickly steadied his mind. Recalling what had happened yesterday, Zhao Tian soon came up with an excuse and replied with a hint of apology. "I might have been a bit hypoglycemic after finishing my exam yesterday, because I hadn't eaten. I felt faint and couldn't speak, so I didn't notice you. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Lin Xiaodong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately replied with a smile, "Humph. This young lady is magnanimous and forgives you, but you must eat on time and take care of yourself." "Yes, I know. I went grocery shopping to cook lunch." Zhao Tian hurriedly responded. "By the way, how did your exam go?" Lin Xiaodong asked as they walked. "I think I did quite well this time. I felt like I performed exceptionally, and I estimate I have no problem getting into Qing Dynasty," Zhao Tian said confidently. "Wow, that's amazing. That's your true strength." Lin Xiaodong praised happily. A beautiful girl was admiring him, which instantly boosted Zhao Tian's emotional value. "What's all this bragging about? This society is great. Bragging isn't illegal. Anyone could just talk nonsense." An inappropriate voice interrupted from the side. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian frowned, and Lin Xiaodong, who was acting all girlish, also turned cold. "Zhao Tian, your recent mock exams were terrible. At best, you could only get into an ordinary university. What are you bragging about now?" Do you think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get into Qing Dynasty? The inappropriate voice spoke again. Zhou, how can you speak like that? How they performed in their exams is none of your business. Zhao Tian, who was normally good at studying, had been distracted by other matters recently, so his mock exam scores didn't reflect his true level. Lin Xiaodong immediately retorted. Xiaodong, don't be fooled by Zhao Tian. Zhou Li hurriedly said. Whether Zhao Tian is fooling anyone is none of your concern. And please call me Lin Xiaodong. We are not that close. Lin Xiaodong reprimanded directly. Zhao Tian looked at the imposing Lin Xiaodong, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the usually quiet and aloof goddess Lin Xiaodong to have such a fiery side. It seemed that after the college entrance exams, everyone was starting to show their true nature. After being scolded by Lin Xiaodong, Zhou Li's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly. If it weren't for your impressive father, I would have made you kneel and sing conquer. But he still restrained his anger and said, Xiaodong, Zhao Tian is not on the same level as us. We are the ones who are truly compatible. Shut up. I'm not on the same level as you either. We are even more mismatched. If you keep talking nonsense, I will hold you legally accountable. Lin Xiaodong scolded Zhou Li with raised eyebrows. Before Zhou Li could respond, Zhao Tian stepped forward and quietly said in Zhou Li's ear, Zhou Li, do you still dare to come out and court death? I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Just wait. I have plenty of time to settle the score. As he spoke, Zhao Tian lightly slapped Zhou Li's face twice and then tapped his forehead, saying, you better keep a low profile. Zhou Li wanted to retaliate and push Zhao Tian away, but the terrifying aura Zhao Tian exuded pressed down on him completely. He couldn't even move, only standing there dumbly as Zhao Tian slapped him. It wasn't until Zhao Tian left that he staggered back several steps, almost falling over. Zhao Tian casually checked Zhou Li's personal information. Character, Zhou Li cultivation, none, ordinary person, occupation, student favorability, -80, 0 to -20 slight dislike, -20 to -40 obvious dislike, -40 to -60 extreme disgust, -60 to -80 extreme hatred, -80 to -100 endless feud, martial chi, 0 spirit, 80 physique, 75 speed, 70 evaluation, the young master of the Zhou family in Sioux City. Influenced by the family's underworld background, has secretly done many bad things, is somewhat scheming, ruthless, and has a strong desire for revenge. With the hatred value reaching the critical point of endless feud, Zhao Tian snorted coldly and ignored Zhou Li. He casually used a bad luck talisman on Zhou Li and then called Lin Xiaodong to leave together. Zhou Li looked at Zhao Tian's departing figure with some fear. It was only then that he remembered Zhao Tian was a martial artist, and as an ordinary person, how could he provoke such a powerful martial artist? Zhou Li regretted his reckless action. Why was he so rash? Now it was too late. Not only did he fail to mock Zhao Tian, but he also got humiliated by Zhao Tian, making Lin Xiaodong's impression of him even worse. At this moment, Zhao Tian and Lin Xiaodong, walking side by side toward the school gate, felt a bit complicated. The school gate was just ahead. They were about to part ways, and both felt a tinge of reluctance in their hearts. Zhao Tian glanced at Lin Xiaodong's information. Character, Lin Xiaodong cultivation, none, ordinary person, occupation, student favorability, 75, 0 to 20 stranger, 20 to 40 acquaintance, 40 to 60 ordinary friend, 60 to 80 close friend, 80 to 90 best friend or lover, 90 to 100 life and death friends, martial chi, 0 spirit, 85 physique, 75 speed, 70 evaluation, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in the capital, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, kind-hearted and a top student with a very high favorability towards a host. Seeing the high favorability, Zhao Tian thought that with a little effort, he might soon be able to find a partner. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodong also stole glances at Zhao Tian from time to time. For some reason, she felt that Zhao Tian seemed a bit different, his aura entirely unlike before. Looking at Zhao Tian's chiseled profile, her heart involuntarily raced, especially when she recalled Zhao Tian's earlier claim about his exceptional exam performance and the possibility of getting into Qing Dynasty. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Lin Xiaodong, I'm a bit hungry and planning to eat something at the fast food place by the gate. Would you like to join me? It's on me. Zhao Tian suddenly spoke up. He had naturally noticed Lin Xiaodong's small gestures, but chose not to mention them, instead inviting her to dinner. This was actually to create more opportunities for them to interact. After all, Zhao Tian had also been single in his previous life and looked forward to experiencing a pure and sweet relationship. Perhaps in the past, he had been a typical straight man, Or maybe he just lacked the confidence to pursue those outstanding girls. But now he felt he could give a try. Perhaps he could gain a beautiful love. Now, he was full of confidence and no longer felt inferior to others. Sure, I'm just a bit hungry too. You treat me to dinner, and I'll treat you to milk tea, Lin Xiaodong said cheerfully while rubbing her flat abdomen. Chapter Husone Indure Kishore is it? This is my first cup of milk tea this summer. Zhao Tian laughed upon hearing that. Summer's first cup of milk tea? Lin Xiaodong felt it seemed quite meaningful and quietly repeated it. Zhao Tian smiled slightly and led Lin Xiaodong past the parents waiting at the school gate for their own students, heading to a nearby Sichuan Chongqing noodle restaurant. Once inside, Zhao Tian asked, "What kind of noodles do you want?" "I'll have a small bowl of Sichuan Chongqing noodles." Lin Xiaodong directly chose a specialty noodle. "Okay, boss. 1 small bowl of Sichuan Chongqing noodles and 5 large bowls of Sichuan Chongqing noodles." Zhao Tian shouted directly to the busy chef in the kitchen. "All right. 1 small bowl of Sichuan Chongqing noodles, 5 large bowls of Sichuan Chongqing noodles. 58 yuan, the boss said without lifting his head. Zhao Tian then took out 58 yuan and paid while Lin Xiaodong looked on in confusion. "Let's go buy milk tea," Zhao Tian said with a smile. Lin Xiaodong nodded in response. However, after walking a few steps, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you treating others to a meal too?" "No," Zhao Tian replied, then seemed to remember something and said with a smile, "Hey, don't mention it. I seem to be growing taller lately, getting hungry quickly, and my appetite is ridiculous. So I ordered a few extra bowls of noodles." Lin Xiaodong realized this and looked up at Zhao Tian, nodding, "Hadn't he noticed before? But you've indeed grown quite a bit taller recently. You used to be about my height, but now you're almost a whole head taller than me. But when you're growing, you need to eat well and regularly." "I know, if I don't eat well, I can't stand it. I have 3 meals a day now, and I don't skip any," he replied. As the two chatted, they arrived at the nearby milk tea shop. "What do you want to drink?" Lin Xiaodong looked at the menu and asked. "Choose whatever you want, and I can taste yours later," Zhao Tian casually said, but immediately regretted it. After all, their relationship wasn't that close, and sharing drinks was something only intimate friends would do. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodong's face turned slightly red, and she secretly glanced at Zhao Tian, muttering under her breath, "Pervert." However, she felt that Zhao Tian had changed a lot from before and looked more pleasing to the eye now. She then ordered a taro milk tea and a mango pudding milk tea. Both were her favorites. Soon the milk tea was ready, and Lin Xiaodong eagerly picked up the taro milk tea, inserted a straw, and began to sip it with a look of enjoyment. Zhao Tian held the mango pudding milk tea but didn't drink it. He watched Lin Xiaodong, the usually aloof school goddess, now enjoying her milk tea like a little greedy cat. Zhao Tian, feeling a bit captivated, felt a certain string in his heart being tugged. Noticing that Zhao Tian didn't drink, Lin Xiaodong nudged him with her shoulder and hopefully said, "You should drink. It's really good." "Oh, okay." Zhao Tian hurriedly inserted the straw into the milk tea. He had intended to take a sip first, but hesitated and instead extended the milk tea in front of Lin Xiaodong, saying, "You like it, so you try it first." Lin Xiaodong didn't think much and took a big sip, once again narrowing her eyes in enjoyment of the milk tea's flavor. "Now you try it. It's really good," she urged. Zhao Tian stopped hesitating and began to drink his milk tea. The wet straw tasted exceptionally delicious. At that moment, Lin Xiaodong seemed to realize something, and her ears turned red. Her heart raced like a deer, thinking, "Does this count as an indirect kiss?" At that moment, Zhao Tian suddenly noticed Lin Xiaodong's favorability rating had jumped to 79, about to break through to the stage of being lovers. He was quite surprised by this sudden change. What happened? Why did the favorability suddenly increase? Even Zhao Tian, who was inexperienced in love, realized this was because they shared a cup of milk tea. It seemed that doing some ambiguous things could increase favorability. It was very likely that if Zhao Tian confessed, Lin Xiaodong, the school goddess, would exceed 80 in favorability and officially become his girlfriend. However, Zhao Tian didn't confess. Instead, he focused on Lin Xiaodong's cherry-like lips. Soon, Lin Xiaodong seemed to notice Zhao Tian's unusual gaze. His aggressive look made her heart race. After a while, Lin Xiaodong shyly extended her milk tea toward Zhao Tian, looking down and twisting her body, whispering, "Do you want to taste what my milk tea is like?" Zhao Tian had sharp hearing. As a martial artist, he was very observant. He easily heard Lin Xiaodong's quiet voice and replied, "Sure, I was just thinking about tasting your milk tea." Saying this, Zhao Tian took the straw from Lin Xiaodong's milk tea and started sipping. "Wow, it really is good. Xiaodong, your favorite milk tea is really to my liking," Zhao Tian praised. Lin Xiaotong, now shy, had a face completely flushed and didn't dare to look up. As an inexperienced girl, she had never gone through such a situation and was feeling a bit dazed from the shyness. Fortunately, the Sichuan Chongqing noodles were ready, and the boss brought over 6 bowls of noodles, breaking the overly heated atmosphere between the two. Seeing the noodles served, Zhao Tian, who was already starving, said, "Let us eat. Sichuan Chongqing noodles are best enjoyed hot." Lin Xiaodong nodded obediently, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat her noodles in small bites. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian was devouring his noodles in large mouthfuls, his robust physique not fearing the hot noodles just off the stove. Before long, he finished 1 bowl and started on the second. The boss in the kitchen accidentally saw this and shook his head, muttering, "This kid is going to eat me out of house and home." In no time, Zhao Tian finished all 5 large bowls of Sichuan Chongqing noodles, still feeling unsatisfied. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodong had only eaten small bites from her small bowl and still had more than half left. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotong gained a direct understanding of Zhao Tian's appetite and exclaimed, "Zhao Tian, you eat so much. No wonder you've grown so tall recently." Zhao Tian smiled awkwardly at her remark. Since becoming a martial artist, he had become a bottomless pit. Even after 5 bowls, he still wasn't full. He felt embarrassed to order more, as his appetite was already outrageous, and feared being seen as a monster. Seeing Zhao Tian's bowl empty of soup, Lin Xiaodong pushed her bowl of Sichuan Chongqing noodles towards him, saying, "I'm full if you don't mind. You can eat my bowl too." As soon as she said this, Lin Xiaodong's face turned red again, thinking to herself, "What am I doing? How can I, a girl, share a cup of milk tea and a bowl of noodles with a boy? Why am I being so unreserved?" Chapter 22. A stroke of bad luck. Zhao Tian, not being polite, pushed away the empty bowl in front of him, grabbed Lin Xiaodong's noodles, and started eating. Seeing Zhao Tian use her chopsticks, Lin Xiaodong's face turned red all the way to her ears. As Zhao Tian slurped Lin Xiaodong's noodles, he noticed her affection level had already reached 80 points. He was surprised and thought, has it already reached the level of being lovers? I just ate a bowl of noodles. Zhao Tian believed that if he confessed now, Lin Xiaodong would definitely agree. After a while, Lin Xiaodong mustered her courage and asked, "Zhao Tian, have you decided which university you want to go to? Which university do you want to go to?" Zhao Tian wiped his mouth and asked with a smile, "I should be going to Tsinghua or Beihua, but I haven't decided yet," Lin Xiaodong replied. "When you decide, let me know, and I'll go to the same university as you," Zhao Tian said with a smile. He was now the top student in the college entrance examination, and in Long Country, he could choose any university he wanted. It didn't matter which one he picked. Now that he had such a good girl like Lin Xiaotong stirring his heartstrings, Zhao Tian naturally wanted to consider her choice. After finishing the meal, Zhao Tian was still not full, and thinking about his cultivation, he lost interest in continuing to chat with Lin Xiaodong. There would be plenty of time in the future for sweet moments together. As this was the early stage of cultivation, time was precious, and he needed to improve his realm as soon as possible. "It's getting late, Xiaodong. You should hurry home. When the results come out, we can fill out the application together," Zhao Tian said as he walked Lin Xiaodong out of the Sichuan Yu noodle house. Lin Xiaodong glanced at her watch. It was almost 6 o'clock, and indeed, it was getting late, so she nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll head back first." "Go on, be careful." Zhao Tian waved with a smile and turned to leave. Lin Xiaodong watched Zhao Tian's departing figure with some reluctance, feeling a bit annoyed. This big straight guy doesn't even know to send me home. Back at home, Zhao Tian reheated the meat he had stewed earlier and the rice he had cooked. Then he devoured another meal until he was full. He finished 10 kilograms of beef and a pot of rice. Looking at his results, Zhao Tian frowned. He quickly asked in his heart, "System, am I eating too much? Does my cultivation level mean I can eat more?" Host. As martial artists primarily rely on food to replenish their energy, they need to consume a large amount of food, far exceeding that of ordinary people. The higher the cultivation level, the more martial energy in the body, and the more food is needed. It is recommended that the host eat more meat. As it contains rich energy, the system's mechanical voice answered, "What? Is there a solution? I don't want to eat so much." Hearing this, Zhao Tian turned pale. This amount of food was simply unacceptable. The saying, "eat a cow a day" from ancient times seemed to apply to high-level cultivators who could finish a whole cow in a day. If Zhao Tian had to eat a cow a day, his finances wouldn't last long. Host, there are 2 solutions. One is to purchase a fasting pill from the system store, costing 100,000 yuan each, which can keep you full for an entire day without eating. And it also provides you with energy for a day's cultivation, the system explained. Zhao Tian frowned upon hearing this. Spending 100,000 a day on a pill to avoid eating? He didn't have that kind of financial power. Is there any other method? Zhao Tian asked the system, not willing to give up. The other solution is for the host to quickly reach the realm of innate grandmaster. Once you reach this realm, the martial energy in your body will automatically convert into innate true energy, allowing you to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. And you won't need to rely on food for energy, automatically entering the fasting realm. The system replied again. Then I need to hurry up and cultivate. I need to reach the innate realm. Otherwise, just solving the food problem could cost me my life. Zhao Tian made up his mind immediately, determined to quickly elevate his realm to the innate level to avoid having to eat so much. On the other side, after being humiliated by Zhao Tian, Zhou Li secretly used a stroke of bad luck charm against him. After seeing Zhao Tian and Lin Xiaotong leave, he finally dared to vent his anger, shouting in frustration. After all, Zhao Tian was a martial artist, and he didn't dare to act out in front of him. Angry, Zhou Li resolved to find his dad tonight. To summon the two martial artists his family worshipped and kill Zhao Tian. Otherwise, he couldn't quell the hatred in his heart. Once Zhao Tian and Lin Xiaotong were far away, Zhou Li dared to walk towards the school gate. However, while Zhou Li was busy plotting how to get back at Zhao Tian in his mind, he didn't pay attention to a banana peel on the ground and stepped on it, slipping and falling hard, which immediately caused a burst of laughter from nearby students. Zhou Li, who nearly broke his tailbone, was furious and cursed. Who the hell is so heartless? Can't you throw trash in the garbage can? Little did he know this was just the beginning. The bad luck charm would bring him a series of misfortunes. Seeing the surrounding students laughing at him, Zhou Li, disregarding his previous pretense, scowled and shouted, "A bunch of poor people, what are you laughing at?" This remark immediately irritated the onlookers. Several boys who hadn't done well on the exam were angered by his words. These children from poor families had always looked down on Zhou Li, the rich kid who acted all high and mighty. Now that the college entrance exam was over and their shackles were broken, they exchanged glances and kicked Zhou Li down from behind. Then they started cursing. What the hell? Am I eating your family's food? Just because your family is rich, does that mean you spend money on me? How dare you insult me? I'll beat you up, you big fool. The group kicked Zhou Li while he was down, causing chaos at the school gate. Some students who usually disliked Zhou Li seized the opportunity to kick him a couple of times for fun, further escalating the chaotic scene. Soon, the school security rushed out to maintain order, while the few students who had started the fight had already slipped away in the confusion. The security guards pulled the surrounding students away, revealing Zhou Li lying on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Zhou Li was still writhing around like a worm. Try to avoid being hit. Zhou, are you okay? A security guard asked with concern, seeing the footprints all over Zhou Li. Zhou Li, who was picked up by the security, was on the verge of going mad, looking around frantically and cursing. When had he ever received such a beating? He didn't even know who had attacked him. He had been ambushed from behind, and then a flurry of fists and feet came at his face. He didn't dare to look, just protecting his face with both hands, which meant he couldn't see who was hitting him. Security, I want to check the surveillance. I must catch these bastards who dare to hit me, the disheveled Zhou Li said to the nearby security guard. Chapter 23. The Forgotten Kuan. I'm sorry, Zhou Xiao. The surveillance is broken. Because of the exam regulations, the school hasn't sent anyone to repair it yet, the security guard replied. Zhou Li shouted in frustration at the security guard's words, then cursed at him, "You bunch of useless people," and angrily turned to leave. The security guard's expression changed upon hearing this, and he gritted his teeth, but thinking of Zhou Li's family background. He reluctantly suppressed his anger and hurriedly dispersed the students gathered at the door. Zhou Li, covered in footprints, disheveled, and looking very miserable, quickly walked to the Rolls-Royce waiting for him. Old Son in the car saw Zhou Li approaching in such a disheveled state and quickly got out. However, just as Zhou Li was about to reach the car, he stepped on a banana peel that seemed to have come from nowhere. This time he did a split, with his right leg sliding under the Rolls-Royce and his left leg stuck behind him. Zhou Li was immediately forced into an awkward position, crying out in pain. Old Son, who was just about to get out of the car, happened to turn his head to unbuckle his seatbelt and didn't see Zhou Li slip. Zhou Li's scream was suddenly heard by Old Son, who panicked and didn't understand how Zhou Li had suddenly disappeared. He hurriedly opened the car door to check. When Old Son swung the door open, Zhou Li, who was screaming in agony, was hit in the face by the door and instantly knocked unconscious. His screams ceased abruptly, and Old Son's left foot, which he had extended out, landed heavily between Zhou Li's splayed legs. Zhou Li, just knocked out by the car door, was instantly awakened by this heavy blow and let out a sound that was not quite human. Old Sun was startled and looked down, realizing he had caused an accident, and quickly withdrew his foot and closed the car door. Just as Zhou Li, who had just regained consciousness, attempted to get up, he was knocked out again by the closing car door and slumped to the ground. At this point, Old Sun finally understood the situation and didn't dare to recklessly open the car door again. Instead, he carefully opened the door and stepped out, avoiding Zhou Li's sensitive areas. Looking at Zhou Li, who was lying in a big character shape next to the Rolls-Royce, with hair in disarray and covered in footprints, Old Sun was shocked. As he stood there, Zhou Li's face gradually began to swell. Old Sun hurriedly pulled Zhou Li's leg out from under the car. At that moment, he noticed that the sole of Zhou Li's shoe was still stuck with banana peel. Old Sun instantly felt guilty, seeing that Zhou Li was still unconscious. He quickly ran to the passenger side, took a banana that was sitting there, and threw it into a nearby trash can. After glancing around to see if anyone was paying attention, he let out a long sigh of relief. Once he finished his task, he ran back to Zhou Li's side, squatted down, and cautiously shook him, calling out, "Young master? What's wrong, young master? Wake up." After calling for a while, Zhou Li finally shook his head and came to. "Old Sun, what happened to me?" Zhou Li asked groggily, still seeing double. "Young master, you really are swollen," Old Sun said anxiously. "Ugh." Zhou Li touched his swollen face, gasping in pain. "I heard your scream just now, and when I got out of the car, I found you lying by the car." Old Sun quickly began to distance himself from the situation. "Stop talking. Help me up." Zhou Li interrupted Old Sun's explanation and ordered. Yes. Be careful, young master." Old Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly attempted to help Zhou Li. As Zhou Li tried to close his splayed legs, a sharp pain shot through him, making him exclaim, Damn, my Kuin, it hurts so much. Hurry, Old Sun, take me to the hospital." Old Sun's face turned pale as he secretly glanced at his leather shoes, thinking to himself, "Oh no, my foot won't cause the young master to be unable to have children, right? Are you trying to kill me? Stop dawdling. Hurry and take me to the hospital. My Kuin is going to die from the pain." Zhou Li, in agony, saw Old Sun lost in thought and directly cursed at him. Yes, young master. Bear with it. I'll help you up." Old Sun snapped back to reality and cautiously helped Zhou Li into the car. Then he stepped on the gas and sped towards the city center hospital. On the way, they unfortunately encountered traffic. Old Sun was alternating between pressing the gas and the brakes, causing Zhou Li to be jolted back and forth, which added to his already painful and dizzy condition, almost making him vomit. After a long time, they finally arrived at the hospital. Old Sun shouted for the medical staff to take Zhou Li for examination. The doctor who received Zhou Li saw his swollen face and assumed he had a head injury. However, because of the swelling and the heavy blows from Old Sun's 2 car doors, Zhou Li was still dizzy and couldn't clearly explain where he was hurt. The doctor immediately drew blood, took x-rays, and had a nurse disinfect and bandage his face, then admitted him to the hospital for recovery. Zhou Li thought that after his head was bandaged, they would treat his Kuin, so he endured the pain and waited for the doctor to come. Meanwhile, Old Sun was busy handling Zhou Li's hospitalization paperwork and notifying Zhou Li's parents about his injury. He didn't mention to the doctor that Zhou Li's Kuin was also severely injured. Thus, due to a series of misunderstandings and perhaps the influence of bad luck, Zhou Li's severely injured Kuin was completely ignored. Zhou Li lay in the hospital bed, enduring the immense pain in his Kuin, hunched over, waiting for a long time until the doctor finally came for rounds. As soon as the doctor entered the ward, he casually asked, "Zhou Li, right?" "That's me," Zhou Li replied, his speech unclear. "The test results are out. Based on the description from the attendant and the CT scan, you have suffered a temporary brain function impairment due to an external head injury, resulting in a brief loss of consciousness, accompanied by retrograde amnesia. Neurological examinations showed no positive signs, and the cranial CT and other imaging studies did not reveal any obvious organic damage. The impact on your face has caused damage to the subcutaneous tissue, muscles, and other soft tissues, resulting in significant swelling as the main symptom, with extensive and severe swelling, and visible bruising and contusions on the skin." The doctor seemed to be showing off his expertise. Zhou Li, feeling confused by all the medical jargon, impatiently interrupted, "Doctor, just tell me the test results simply. You're speaking too complicatedly for me to understand." "Oh, the test results show that you have been diagnosed with a mild concussion and severe facial swelling," the doctor summarized. "That's it?" Zhou Li asked in disbelief. The doctor shrugged. "That's all we found out. The concussion will get you some prescription medication, and you need to rest a lot. As for the facial swelling, we'll give you 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory injections and it will reduce the swelling quickly. What about my Kuan? Is my Kuan okay? I'm in so much pain. How can this be fine? Zhou Li asked, gritting his teeth and asking 3 questions in a row. What? Your Kuan hurts? I didn't see the outpatient doctor write anything about your Kuan being an issue in your medical record. The doctor was bewildered and hurriedly explained. Damn, I've been waiting for you to check my Kuan, and you didn't even know? Zhou Li immediately burst into a tirade. Chapter 24. Surgery. Upon hearing this, the doctor immediately turned displeased and coldly said, "We only conduct examinations according to the patient's needs. Otherwise, we could be complained about for random checks and charges. To hell with that. Stop talking and check my Kuan now. I'm dying from the pain." Zhou Li directly interrupted the doctor, cursing. At that moment, the door to the room opened. An old son entered with a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of authority. Seeing Zhou Li's miserable state, he frowned and asked, "Son, what happened to you? Who bullied you? I'll make them pay." Upon seeing the man who entered, Zhou Li couldn't hold back his tears and cried out, "Dad, my Kuan is killing me. Please get the best doctor to treat my Kuan." What? Zhou Li's father was taken aback. His son's Kuan was injured? That was serious. He immediately ordered the doctor nearby. "Quickly call your hospital's best doctor to treat my son. If anything happens to my son's Kuan, I, Zhou Shiyang, will make sure your hospital can't operate." The doctor frowned at first, ready to reprimand the arrogant father and son. However, he suddenly remembered that the name Zhou Shiyang sounded familiar. Soon, he reacted and exclaimed, "You are Zhou Shiyang, the head of the Zhou family in Sioux City?" "That's right. Since you know me, hurry up and call for help. If anything happens to my son, I will keep my word." Zhou Shiyang looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, hands behind his back, exuding an imposing demeanor. The doctor, receiving a confirmed answer, hurriedly ran out of the ward to find someone. The Zhou family in Sioux City was notorious. He couldn't afford to offend such people. Soon, several attending physicians in white coats arrived at Zhou Li's ward to examine him. The lead physician was Ji Buyun, the head of the reproductive system department at Sioux City Hospital, who was quite well known in the field of reproduction across the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Zhou Li, exposed and surrounded by a group of people for examination, felt incredibly embarrassed, almost forgetting the pain in his Kuan. The lead doctor, Ji Buyun, frowned as he examined Zhou Li's Kuan, which was not consistent with normal expectations. He questioned Zhou Shiyang. "Mr. Zhou, a normal person's Kuan typically measures 4 to 8 centimeters when not in use and 10 to 16 centimeters when in use. Your son's Kuan is only 3 centimeters, and that's when it's swollen. Moreover, it seems that your son's sperm sac is somewhat swollen." Saying this, he put on disposable gloves and directly examined Zhou Li's sperm sac. The pain made Zhou Li clench his legs and scream. "Doctor, what happened to my son's Kuan?" Zhou Shiyang asked urgently. As the only heir of the Zhou family for 3 generations, he was understandably anxious about Zhou Li's Kuan having problems. The situation is not optimistic. "Dr. Liu, quickly take an x-ray of young Master Zhou. I want to see the internal condition of his sperm sac." The doctor shook his head and ordered the others. "Yes, director." Dr. Liu hurriedly pushed Zhou Li out for the x-ray examination. In just a few minutes, Ji Buyun saw Zhou Li's x-ray on the computer and immediately gasped. He turned to Zhou Shiyang and said, "Mr. Zhou, a normal sperm sac has 2 lobes, but your son's sperm sac is a mess, filled with abscesses." "What do you mean?" Zhou Shiyang asked. "It means that young Master Zhou's 2 lobes are shattered, completely destroyed." Ji Buyun shook his head in explanation. "What? Is there any way to save it?" Zhou Shiyang, a formidable figure, nearly fainted upon hearing that his only son's Kuan was ruined and helplessly asked. Due to the injury not receiving effective treatment for too long, young Master Zhou's sperm sac has now become purulent. The only treatment option is to remove the sperm sac to ensure the inflamed area does not spread, Ji Buyun said solemnly. "What? After removal, will there still be the ability to continue the family line?" Zhou Shiyang asked anxiously. "No. Moreover, even if it's not removed, there will be no chance of reproduction. Mr. Zhou, you need to make a decision quickly. Young Master Zhou's Kuan is only swollen and can be preserved, but the sperm sac has already become purulent. If it is not removed and the inflammation cannot be resolved, the area is likely to spread, causing widespread necrosis," Ji Buyun said slowly. "Isn't there any other way?" Zhou Shiyang asked again, unwilling to give up. Ji Buyun shook his head and said no. Even Zhou Shiyang, this formidable figure, was shaken by the news. His family was about to become extinct. After a long silence, he coldly said, "Then proceed with the removal." "All right, I'll prepare for surgery immediately," Ji Buyun responded. He then instructed the other medical staff to prepare for the surgery. At this time, old son pushed Zhou Li back into the ward. Zhou Li hurriedly asked, "Dad, where's the doctor?" The doctor went to prepare for the surgery. Zhou Shiyang said in a deep voice. "Surgery? What surgery?" Zhou Li exclaimed. "The surgery to treat your Qin. Your two lobes are shattered and must be removed. Otherwise, if it spreads, your life will be in danger." Zhou Shiyang explained expressionlessly. "No, Dad, I won't have it removed. My Qin." Zhou Li immediately cried out in anguish. He hadn't enjoyed enough of this colorful world yet. He was about to enter university, free from all constraints, ready to unleash himself. Now that his Qin was gone, what meaning did his life have? Without your Qin, you still have your life. If your life is gone, then everything is gone. Zhou Shiyang said coldly. Old son beside him turned pale. He hadn't expected that his unintentional kick would have such terrifying consequences. Thankfully, Zhou Li didn't know that his Qin had been crushed by his foot. Otherwise, he probably would have been chopped up by the Zhou father and son tonight. In fact, Zhou Li should be grateful that the effective duration of the bad luck talisman was only 3 hours. After his examination, the time limit had passed. Otherwise, with bad luck afflicting him while still in the hospital, it would have been difficult for Zhou Li to leave alive. Meanwhile, Zhou Li was anesthetized and pushed into the operating room. Old son stood outside the operating room door with Zhou Shiyang, feeling anxious. Zhou Shiyang, with a cold expression, asked sternly, "Old son, what exactly happened? How did Lier suddenly get such a serious injury?" "Sir, I don't know either." Old son then cautiously avoided the main issue and recounted how Zhou Li had clumsily left school and slipped on a banana peel. As for the 2 heavy blows and the kick that destroyed his lineage, he didn't mention a word. Slipping on a banana peel could cause such damage to his Qin? Zhou Shiyang suppressed his anger. "I don't know. I can't get into the school to find out what happened. We have to wait for young master to wake up and ask him." Old son wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling guilty. "Useless. I asked you to protect Lier, and this is how you protect him." Chapter 25. The appearance of the warrior on Zhao Tian's side. After returning home and filling his stomach, he immersed himself in training once again. With the operation of the 3 meridians, the martial energy of a Tai Chi true skill caused Zhao Tian's attributes to improve overall. After an unknown amount of time, feeling an unbearable hunger, Zhao Tian concluded his training and opened his eyes. At this moment, his overall attributes had risen to 700 points. His mental strength, physique, and speed could still be further enhanced, indicating that he had a lot of room for improvement in the primary warrior realm. However, Zhao Tian could not continue training any longer as he was too hungry. He needed to get something to eat. Having finished the beef he bought yesterday, he decided to cook a lamb soup. Zhao Tian was skilled in cooking and quickly prepared everything, placing the lamb into the pot. Afterward, he went outside to buy some buns. Just as he stepped out, he saw Aunt Zhang from next door taking out the trash. He immediately cast a misfortune talisman on her. The talisman took effect successfully, and Zhao Tian gave Aunt Zhang a strange laugh before walking away without looking back. Startled by Zhao Tian's odd smile, Aunt Zhang yelled, "You little wild spawn, what are you laughing at?" Seeing Zhao Tian run off without looking back, Aunt Zhang's anger flared up, and she chased after him to scold him. However, she missed a step and fell directly down the stairs. The bag of trash she was carrying broke, spilling its contents all over her, including spoiled leftovers and used toilet paper, which got all over her body. Fortunately, in this old-style neighborhood, the stairs were narrow, and Aunt Zhang's plump figure got stuck in the middle, preventing her from falling all the way down. Nevertheless, it still hurt, and she cried out in pain. Her cries soon caught the attention of her husband, Wu Daong, who hurried out to check what was happening. He found his wife lying halfway down the stairs, covered in garbage. The foul smell of spoiled food hit him, along with a pile of used toilet paper stuck to her. As he bent down to help Aunt Zhang, he felt nauseous and couldn't hold back, vomiting all over her face, the contents of his stomach splattering on her. The mix of colors and strange smells made Aunt Zhang, who was already struggling to breathe, faint. Wu Daong, in his 60s and frail, tried to help her but couldn't move her. Downstairs, Uncle Lu heard the commotion and curiously came up to see what was going on. However, as he approached, he was met with a terrible stench and saw Aunt Zhang lying in the trash, quickly covering his nose and leaving. He shouted, "Wu, old man, hurry and call for an ambulance. We can't handle your wife with our old bones." Wu Daong initially wanted to save face and ask Uncle Lu for help, but realizing Lu's words were reasonable, he rushed to call for an ambulance. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian had just left the community, intending to buy buns from a nearby breakfast shop, when he noticed someone was watching him. With his mental strength at 700 points, Zhao Tian was extremely perceptive. He quickly sensed someone lurking in shadows. Without making a move, he casually glanced around and soon spotted a familiar face. The one from the lottery shop who had tried to sell him a ticket, Dual-wielding. Dual-wielding was not alone. He was accompanied by a capable-looking man with a buzz cut, sharp eyes, and bulging muscles that were hard to hide beneath his black short-sleeved shirt. Definitely not an ordinary character. At this moment, Dual-wielding was standing next to the man, bowing and pointing at Zhao Tian, seemingly saying something. Zhao Tian's insightful eye revealed the man's information. Name, Ma Qianzhu level, advanced warrior, martial artist, occupation, casino security captain favorability, 0, bystander, martial energy, 300 mental strength, 130 physique, 130 speed, 140 evaluation, former top disciple of the Qianshui sect, fond of gambling and women, expelled for violating sect rules, now works as a security captain in an underground casino in Sioux City. Zhao Tian was taken aback by Ma Qianzhu's information. He was the first martial artist Zhao Tian had encountered. His level was not low, being an advanced warrior, but his attributes were uneven. An advanced warrior should have a higher martial energy, but his other attributes were still at the intermediate warrior level. Not to mention, even when Zhao Tian was at the intermediate warrior level, Ma Qianzhu's attributes would not have compared. The most crucial part was that the Qianshui sect actually existed. Did that mean that sects like Shaolin, Wudong, and Amei also existed? Zhao Tian pondered quietly, not wanting to alert the enemy. He was not worried as the opponent's strength was significantly lower than his own. So, he first bought a few baskets of buns and walked while eating, heading toward a secluded alley. Seeing this from a distance, Dual-wielding hurriedly said to Ma Qianzhu, Captain Ma, that kid is running away. We need to catch up. Don't let that million slip away. Oof. He can't escape. Let us follow and see. I want to see what this little brat is capable of. Would I have my eyes on one T get away? Ma Qianzhu squinted his eyes disdainfully and stepped toward the alley where Zhao Tian had disappeared, while Dual-wielding, like a thief, glanced around nervously, following behind Ma Qianzhu. Soon, they entered the alley, and Ma Qianzhu didn't hide his figure, directly accelerating to chase after Zhao Tian. In an instant, Dual-wielding fell behind, anxiously shouting, Captain Ma, wait for me. Dual-wielding was worried that Ma Qianzhu would directly snatch Zhao Tian's scratch-off ticket and leave him empty-handed, as they had previously agreed that if they got the ticket, he would receive 300,000, with the remaining 500,000 going to Ma Qianzhu as a fee. Now, with both Ma Qianzhu and Zhao Tian disappearing, Dual-wielding's potential 300,000 was flying away, which made him anxious. Ma Qianzhu, ahead, paid no attention to Dual-wielding and continued his pursuit. After chasing through several alleys without finding Zhao Tian, he grew increasingly anxious. Looking around for Zhao Tian, he cursed, Damn it, where did this little brat go? How can he run so fast? Suddenly, a teasing male voice came from behind him. Are you looking for me? Ma Qianzhu was startled and quickly turned around to see Zhao Tian casually leaning against the wall, one hand holding a large bag of buns, while the other was stuffing a bun into his mouth, eating happily. What a little brat. You choose not to walk the path to heaven and instead rush into hell. Why don't you hurry and run while I haven't caught you yet? You've got some guts to come out. Seeing the target reappear, Ma Qianzhu was no longer anxious and arrogantly said, Chapter 26. The abandonment of martial arts. He did not believe that anyone in the secular world could threaten him, a high-level martial artist. What are you chasing me for? Zhao Tian asked ambiguously while eating a bun. What for? Hand over the scratch card you won yesterday. That doesn't belong to you. Give it to me, or you'll suffer. Ma Qianzhu said directly. I bought that with my money. Why should I give it to you? Are you out of your mind? Zhao Tian replied coldly. You're looking for death. You're really asking for punishment after refusing a toast. Ma Qianzhu was furious upon hearing this. He moved swiftly and, in the blink of an eye, rushed to Zhao Tian's front, extending his left hand to grab Zhao Tian's throat and subdue him. However, Zhao Tian took a slight step back, making Ma Qianzhu's confident strike miss entirely. Alarm bells rang in Ma Qianzhu's mind as he realized he had encountered a martial artist. Without overestimating himself, he immediately activated the mid-grade earth-level technique, Qianshui Zhengong, and shouted, Qianshui Palm. The palm, faintly glowing blue, struck directly at Zhao Tian's face. Zhao Tian also wanted to test his strength, instantly activating Tai Chi Zhengong, making circles with his hands and launching a Tai Chi punch. When their fists and palms collided, a muffled sound echoed, and the expected stalemate did not occur. Ma Qianzhu was greatly shocked, feeling as if he had slapped a speeding train. An unstoppable force directly sent him flying. If it weren't for the protective energy from Qian Shui Zhengong, his strike would have turned half of his body into mush. On Zhao Tian's side, he quickly pulled back his strength, feeling as if he had punched a piece of paper, encountering no resistance at all. Had he not sensed something was off and retracted his strength, that punch could have killed Ma Qianzhu. Ma Qianzhu, sent flying, crashed heavily against the wall at the end of the alley and then fell to the ground. In pain, Ma Qianzhu twisted his body a few times, spitting out blood while clutching his arm. In terror, he said, "A martial master. You are a martial master? Who exactly are you? You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to rob me?" Zhao Tian replied, surprised by the damage he had caused with a casual strike. "Senior, I'm sorry. I was tempted and became greedy. Please spare my life." Seeing Zhao Tian's unfathomable strength, Ma Qianzhu hurriedly apologized and pleaded for mercy. In the martial arts world, strength commands respect, so Ma Qianzhu directly referred to the younger Zhao Tian as senior, which was only logical. "Now that you know my strength, remember not to trouble me in the future. Otherwise, you will be doomed." Zhao Tian, seeing that he had beaten the opponent badly, had no intention of continuing to fight and threw out a harsh remark before preparing to leave. "Our school is from the Xianshui sect, and my master is an elder of the Xianshui sect. May I ask which sect you belong to, senior?" Ma Qianzhu, seeing Zhao Tian about to leave, immediately pursued the question. "I have no sect, just a rogue cultivator." Zhao Tian replied impatiently. "Then, senior, would you be interested in joining our Xianshui sect? I can recommend you to join. With your strength, you could become an elder of our sect. You wouldn't have to worry about gathering martial resources anymore." Ma Qianzhu, disregarding his injuries, hurriedly tried to recruit Zhao Tian. Not interested. Zhao Tian, possessing a system and practicing the high-grade Tai Chi Gong, had no time to waste joining a sect and binding himself with restraints. Besides, what authority does a discarded disciple like you, Ma Qianzhu, have? With that, Zhao Tian walked away. After Zhao Tian left, Ma Qianzhu could no longer hold on and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Ignoring everything else, he quickly sat cross-legged and attempted to circulate Qian Shui Jingong. However, after circulating the martial energy in his body, he found several of his meridians had ruptured, making it impossible for the energy to flow, and the pain caused him to spit out another mouthful of blood. "Zhao Tian, you little brat, you've ruined my cultivation. I was still considering introducing you to the Xian Shui sect." Ma Qianzhu, his eyes red with anger, exclaimed. As his anger surged, he spat out another mouthful of blood and bitterly said, "Zhao Tian, this grudge will not go unpunished. I will not share the heavens with you." He then tried to stand up and leave, but his severe injuries prevented him from getting up. Fortunately, the anxious Du-buying rushed over, panting heavily, and discovered the seriously injured Ma Qianzhu. "Captain Ma, how'd you get hurt?" Upon seeing Du-buying, Ma Qianzhu's anger flared even more, and he shouted, "Du-buying, you did this to me." Then he lost his breath and fainted. Seeing this, Du-buying had no choice but to take Ma Qianzhu to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian had already returned to his apartment at an inhuman speed. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the apartment, he saw an ambulance parked downstairs, sounding its siren. When Zhao Tian reached the stairway, he saw several medical personnel struggling to carry Aunt Zhang's overweight body up the stairs. Garbage littered the entire staircase, emitting a foul smell that made everyone gag. The medical staff finally managed to lift the unconscious Aunt Zhang onto a stretcher. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang suddenly woke up. Seeing the doctors trying to take her to the hospital, she hurriedly asked, "Doctor, do I have to pay to go to the hospital?" The medical staff were momentarily taken aback. Then one of them replied, "Of course you have to pay. The ambulance costs 800. I see you fell down the stairs and fainted. You'll definitely need a full body check." "Ah, I have to spend money. Old Wu, hurry, help me down. I'm not going to the hospital. Who is going to spend money to go to the hospital?" Aunt Zhang directly struggled and cried out, wanting to get off the stretcher. She had always been stingy, reluctant to throw away leftovers even when they smelled bad. So how could she bear to spend that much money at the hospital? Nowadays, going to the hospital could easily cost over 1,000 just to figure out what was wrong. Aunt Zhang certainly didn't want to spend that money. Since Aunt Zhang was already heavy as she struggled, and without securing a safety belt for her, the two medical staff carrying the stretcher could not hold on. As a result, Aunt Zhang fell off the stretcher, knocking down the medical personnel below. To avoid spending money at the hospital, Aunt Zhang endured the pain, stood up, and waved her hands, saying, I'm fine, I don't need to go to the hospital." However, she stepped onto a pile of unknown leftovers or possibly Wu Daiyong's vomit on the stairs, slipping and rolling down to the bottom of the stairs with a scream. The medical staff exchanged glances with each other, then looked at Wu Daong. Wu Daong was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly said, "Doctor, doctor, oh no, don't listen to what this woman says. Hurry and take her to the hospital. Family member, I don't care whether you go to the hospital or not. The ambulance costs $800 per trip. Please scan to pay first," the lead medical staff said bluntly. At that moment, An Zhang, who had rolled to the bottom of the stairs, cried out, "Ouch. It hurts so much. My arm is broken. My leg won't move. My head is dizzy. Am I going to die? Old Wu, hurry and take me to the hospital. I can't take it anymore." Chapter 27, Departing for the Provincial City Doctor. "Please help us quickly. Take her to the hospital. I'll go get the money. We will definitely pay." Wu Daong urged the doctors anxiously. A few medical staff stopped talking and hurried down the stairs to assist An Zhang. Surprisingly, after falling to the bottom of the stairs, the spacious area below made it easier for the medical staff to lift An Zhang. In a few moments, they had her back on the stretcher, this time securely fastening her with a safety belt before getting her into the ambulance. Wu Daong hurried back home to grab his wallet and followed the ambulance. Zhao Tian glanced at the speeding ambulance and couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Is this bad luck charm really that powerful? They've already sent someone to the hospital. Little did he know that Zhou Li was in a worse situation, having lost everything. As he walked up the stairs, he found a staircase in a complete mess, filled with various trash and accompanied by a terrible smell. Zhao Tian held his breath, lightly leaped, and tapped the handrail with his toes, jumping up through the gap in the middle of the stairs to the third floor. After a moment of thought, feeling the staircase was too dirty, he pulled out a spare water hose from his home, connected it to the faucet, and washed the entire staircase down with it. Once the stairs were clean, he returned home. By this time, the lamb soup he had been simmering was nearly ready. Zhao Tian added the seasonings, served himself a large bowl of lamb and a few spoonfuls of soup, and began to eat heartily with some buns. He still needed to go to the provincial city's lottery center to claim his prize. Since Sioux City was very close to the provincial city, with direct high-speed trains that took just over 10 minutes, he was not in a hurry at all. As for the lottery ticket he bought yesterday that had 100 times the prize, Zhao Tian checked while eating and found he hadn't won a single cent. He only matched 3 red balls, which left him quite disappointed. The owner of the lottery shop was equally disappointed. He had seen Zhao Tian's luck soar as he won $1 million on a scratch card. With such incredible luck, the owner figured Zhao Tian's lottery ticket would surely win a big prize too. So, he secretly followed Zhao Tian and bought the same set of numbers, adding on and betting 100 times. In the evening, when the results were announced, he only matched 3 red balls as well, not winning even $5. This made the lottery shop owner feel heartbroken, as the money he made selling tickets that day was all gone. Of course, Zhao Tian was unaware of this. Otherwise, he might have suspected that the owner's purchase of 100 tickets was the reason his ticket didn't win. After all, if a lottery shop sold 200 winning tickets, plus the extras, the public would probably be furious. After finishing his meal, Zhao Tian took a taxi to the high-speed train station, bought a ticket for the next train to the provincial city, and after waiting for less than 20 minutes, boarded the train. The journey was uneventful, and Zhao Tian quietly practiced his cultivation, improving his attributes by a significant amount. Upon arriving in the provincial city, he took a taxi from the train station and told the driver, "Master, take me to the provincial lottery center." The driver, a middle-aged man, was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Zhao Tian through the rearview mirror and saw a handsome young man. He replied, "All right." After starting the car, once they exited the underground parking lot of the train station, the driver couldn't help but ask, "Hey, handsome, did you win big, and are you going to claim your prize at the lottery center?" Zhao Tian, bold and unreserved, nodded and said, "That's right. I'm going to claim my prize." "Young man, did you win 10 million? I saw there were 5 first prizes drawn yesterday," the driver asked enviously. "No, I won $1 million on a scratch card, not 10 million, Zhao Tian replied, feeling somewhat regretful. He truly felt regret, as if that lottery ticket had won. It could have been billions in prizes. Such a large sum would have ensured his financial freedom, and he could have elevated his cultivation to a very high level. Unfortunately, that ticket did not win. $1 million is still a lot. If I could earn $1 million, I would quit my job immediately," the taxi driver said, filled with envy. "Then I would go back to my rural hometown, where I have a 2-story house and a big yard. I would grow some vegetables, raise chickens, and sleep until I wake up naturally every day, no longer having to work so hard. Of course, young man, that's my life and my thoughts. You're still young, and $1 million might not be enough for you to relax." The driver continued to speak to himself. Zhao Tian didn't respond. He knew that having $1 million wouldn't allow him to relax. He had to think of ways to earn more money. Zhao Tian began to consider how to make money. Suddenly, he remembered he had the insightful eye skill. Could he perhaps go to the antique street to pick up some bargains or try his luck with gambling stones? Realizing that this could definitely work, Zhao Tian asked the driver, "Master, do you know where the antique street is in the provincial city?" "Hey, young man, don't think just because you won a big prize, you can run off to the antique street to find bargains. The chances of finding a bargain, they're even lower than winning the lottery," the driver quickly advised. "No matter which antique street you go to, they're all similar. Selling modern crafts, made to look old. If you don't know much about antiques, don't casually dabble in that business." "Master, I just want to buy a few antique-style crafts to decorate my home. With my current savings, I can't afford real antiques." Zhao Tian quickly came up with an excuse to appease the driver. "That's fine then. Let me tell you, the most famous place in the provincial city is the Chaoyan Palace Antique Market, located on Qinghai Street, Janya Road. It mainly deals in coins, calligraphy, paintings, jade, and emeralds. It is known as the Northern Panjiayuan and Southern Chaoyan Palace, one of the top two in the entire Dragon Country. There's also the Father and Son Temple Antique City, located on Qinghai Street, but it's near the Father and Son Temple scenic area, where most visitors are tourists from outside. The Father and Son Temple Antique City mainly focuses on stamps, calligraphy, paintings, and furniture. There are also many shops selling jade and emerald gambling stones, combining both tourism and shopping. There's also the Qingliang Mountain Antique Market, Beijiao Antique City, and so on, but the remaining places are smaller in scale. After listening to the driver's introduction, Zhao Tian immediately made a plan in his mind. He decided to go to the Chaoyan Palace Antique City to look for bargains and try his luck with gambling stones, if time permits. He could also visit the Father and Son Temple Antique Market afterward, as the two places were not far apart. After hearing the driver's introduction, Zhao Tian smiled and thanked him. Although the distance to the lottery center was not short, under the driver's enthusiastic explanations, they soon arrived at the lottery center. "All right, young man, we're at the lottery center," the driver said as he pulled over. Chapter 28. Claiming the prize, Zhao Tian directly took out a 50 yuan bill and handed it to the driver, saying, "Thank you, master. You don't need to give me change." The driver received the money, pinched it a little, and awkwardly said, "Young man, please check the meter amount. The money you gave is not enough." Hearing this, Zhao Tian glanced at the meter, which showed 56 yuan. Instantly, Zhao Tian felt embarrassed and quickly said, "Sorry, master. I took the wrong money." It was rare for him to act like a big spender, and he ended up making a mistake. Zhao Tian took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the driver again, saying, "Master, you don't need to give me change." Then he awkwardly ran into the lottery center. The taxi driver just smiled and shook his head, then stepped on the gas and left. Upon entering the lottery center, guided by the staff, Zhao Tian first wrote his name and ID number on the back of the scratch card. Then he filled out the prize registration form and signed the confirmation. The staff would verify the authenticity of the scratch card using special equipment, which would take about 20 to 30 minutes. During this time, Zhao Tian provided his ID card and bank card to ensure that the identity information of the prize claimant was genuine and consistent. After successfully verifying the scratch card, the staff directly addressed Zhao Tian, saying, "Mr. Zhao Tian, your scratch card has been verified successfully, and the prize is 1 million yuan. Since the lottery prize exceeds 10,000 yuan, a 20 personal income tax will be deducted. Our lottery center will withhold 200,000 yuan in taxes for you and provide you with a tax receipt." "Okay, no problem," Zhao Tian replied without objection. "By the way, Mr. Zhao Tian, would you like to donate to the welfare cause of Longhua?" the staff inquired. "This is voluntary. Any amount is fine." Seeing that Zhao Tian did not respond, the staff added. Zhao Tian did not reply and directly took out his phone, opened the text messages, and handed it to the staff. The staff was surprised when she saw the countless donation records of 88,000 yuan. Her previously plain expression was now filled with respect. She then respectfully pushed Zhao Tian's phone back to him, saying, "Mr. Zhao Tian, thank you for your contribution to the welfare cause of Longhua. We will remember it." After that, she no longer mentioned the donation and asked, "Mr. Zhao, there are two methods for disbursing the prize. One is that we transfer the money directly to your account, which will arrive in about 1 to 3 business days. The other method is that we give you a check for 800,000 yuan, which you can take to the bank and cash it. Just give me the check. I'll cash it myself," Zhao Tian said directly. He still wanted to shop at the antique street, and it might require a large sum of money, so it would be faster to cash the check at the bank. "All right, please wait a moment." The staff then arranged for someone to prepare the check from the finance department. "Mr. Zhao, we have resident media reporters here. Would you be willing to accept an interview? The staff asked again. No. Zhao Tian directly refused the interview. He had no interest in publicizing his winnings. Then please go over now for a commemorative photo. By the time you finish, the check should be ready, the staff said. Can I refuse to take a photo? Zhao Tian asked since he didn't want to take one. No, Mr. Zhao, if you don't want to show your face. You can wear a mask or a hood. There are places for taking photos, the staff replied with a smile. All right, Zhao Tian reluctantly agreed. During the photo session, Zhao Tian wore a mask and held a large KT board with 1 million printed on it, taking 2 photos. After the photos were taken, the staff brought a check and, after confirming with Zhao Tian multiple times, handed it to him. After leaving the lottery center, Zhao Tian went directly to the nearest Longwei Universe Bank. It was peak business hours at the bank, and the place was packed with people. Zhao Tian told the lobby manager that he was there to cash a check. With an 800,000 yuan check, he was considered a big client and didn't need to queue in the lobby. A dedicated client manager was assigned to receive him. The client manager verified the check and then said to Zhao Tian, Mr. Zhao Tian, our Universe Bank currently has various high-yield financial products. Would you like to invest in some to earn more returns on your funds? Zhao Tian smiled and replied, No need, I still need this money. Just deposit it into my account. The client manager was not ready to give up, so he asked, What about considering a few years deposit? The longer the term, the higher the interest. Zhao Tian shook his head and said, No fixed deposit, just transfer it to my current account. I might need the money this afternoon. Seeing the client manager still wanting to persist, Zhao Tian directly said, Please process it quickly. I have other things to attend to. Hearing this, the client manager gave up on his attempts and directly transferred the money to Zhao Tian. After all, he dealt with big clients every day, and Zhao Tian's 800,000 yuan could only be considered a small client among big clients. It wasn't worth it for him to be overly persistent. Soon, Zhao Tian received a text message from the Longwei Universe Bank. Your debit card account at Longwei Universe Bank card XXXXXXXX 666888 on June 9th, an amount of 800,000 yuan was transferred in. Your account balance after the transaction is 874,008 yuan, Longwei Universe Bank. After such a long time, his account finally had an inflow again. Upon leaving the Universe Bank with money in his account, Zhao Tian felt that the weather was exceptionally bright. In a good mood, he took a taxi to a decent buffet restaurant and indulged in a hearty meal to replenish his energy. After that, he took a taxi to the Chaoyan Palace Antique City. It was midsummer, with the sun blazing in unbearable heat. This time of day was the hottest. Moreover, the provincial city was known as one of the 3 infamous heat furnace cities in Longwei, with a level of heat that was simply astonishing. At this moment, the outdoor temperature felt like a steamer, seemingly capable of cooking people alive. However, under this scorching sun, a taxi sped over and came to a steady stop in front of the Chaoyan Palace Antique City. Zhao Tian got out of the car, paid the fare, and stood on the scorching ground. He looked around and noticed that the street was empty, with only a few cars slowly driving by, seemingly enduring the torment of the heat. Zhao Tian gazed at the air above the road and saw that the air, which should have been invisible, was now distorted due to the intense heat. The evergreen plants and the roadside greenery also looked wilted. Zhao Tian took a deep breath, feeling the heat wave hit him. Instantly, the Tai Chi true energy within him seemed to be activated by this heat wave, operating automatically. Chapter 29. Chaoyan Palace. The martial energy within Zhao Tian's body acted like a barrier, firmly isolating the heat outside, causing him to feel a refreshing coolness instead of the scorching heat. He looked up at the towering entrance of the antique city of Chaoyan Palace, and a sense of grandeur surged within him. Previously, he could only read about protagonists in novels using places like these antique cities and stone gambling areas as ATMs. But now it was finally his turn to show off. Such a vast antique city must be hiding countless priceless treasures, just waiting for him to discover and pick up. The thought of striking it rich here made an excited smile appear on Zhao Tian's face, and he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Without hesitation, he confidently stepped toward the antique city of Chaoyan Palace. The moment Zhao Tian entered the antique market of Chaoyan Palace, it felt as if he had stepped into an antique world that transcended time and space. At the entrance, the antique sign exuded the charm of history, and although the paint on the wooden frame was somewhat worn, it added a layer of historical weight. Inside the market, throngs of people moved between various stalls, undeterred by the sweltering heat outside, as their enthusiasm for treasure hunting remained high. The stalls were filled with an array of antiques. From smooth jade artifacts to ancient bronze wares, from exquisite porcelain to old paintings and calligraphy, everything one could imagine. Sunlight streamed through the awning overhead, illuminating the treasures and casting a captivating glow. Zhao Tian walked slowly, his attention caught by a blue and white porcelain vase. The vase was painted with intricate landscapes, with rolling mountains and swirling clouds, as if it contained endless stories. He crouched down, gently picked up the vase, and examined it closely, feeling the texture under his fingertips, seemingly studying the porcelain carefully. The stall owners enthusiastically greeted customers, introducing the origins and features of their prized possessions. The sounds of selling and bargaining intertwined, creating a unique market symphony. Young man, you have a good eye. This blue and white porcelain is something I just collected from the countryside. The condition is great and well-preserved. Absolutely top-notch. The stall owner boasted when he saw Zhao Tian examining a fake porcelain piece on his stall. Oh, is this porcelain the famous blue and white from the Yuan Dynasty? Zhao Tian asked incredulously. That's right. Look at the blue patterns and the delicate glaze. Isn't it just Yuan blue and white? The stall owner said, as if it were obvious. Zhao Tian secretly laughed, feeling the rough craftsmanship of the porcelain with his palm. How could the stall owner maintain such a serious facade while spouting nonsense without cracking a smile? How much is this? Zhao Tian directly asked. Seeing that Zhao Tian seemed interested, the stall owner immediately bragged. Young man, this is Yuan blue and white. Look at how well preserved it is. If it goes to auction, it could fetch at least 10 million. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian stood up, ready to leave. Hey, young man, don't go. The stall owner hurriedly called out to him. 10 million? I can't afford that. Zhao Tian replied directly. Don't be hasty. What I said about auctioning requires a hefty appraisal fee, and I can't afford that with my small business. The stall owner quickly explained, then seemed to make a decision, saying sorrowfully, young man, I can see you really like this Yuan blue and white. I won't ask you for 10 million. Just give me 880,000, the cost price, and we both benefit. Zhao Tian rolled his eyes at the stall owner's audacity. This porcelain isn't worth 880,000. I could consider 8 as a fair price, since I just want a piece for decoration at home. Realizing this young man knew what he was talking about, the stall owner quickly put on a sad face and said, Oh, you really know your stuff? 8. It won't cut it. I can't even break even on that. How about 88? We both make a little profit. 18 is the price. Take it or leave it. If not, I'm walking. Zhao Tian stated directly. Come on, look at this glaring sun. My small business is not easy. Just add a bit more. The stall owner began to play the sympathy card. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian simply stood up, pretending to leave. The stall owner panicked and quickly said, Young brother, don't rush. 18, just 18. You can take this Yuan blue and white. Think of it as me taking a loss to make a sale. Upon hearing the stall owner's words, Zhao Tian stopped and said, Boss, if you sell me this porcelain at a lower price, I'll buy some other things from you. If I leave, you'll lose a lot of sales. Don't worry, young brother. Even though my stall is small, everything is old and authentic. If you want to buy anything else, feel free to choose. The stall owner was delighted to hear that this potential big spender wanted to buy more and began bragging again. He then pulled out a payment QR code and said, Come on, young brother, scan this, and I'll wrap up the Yuan blue and white for you. He was afraid Zhao Tian would run away without buying. Zhao Tian didn't waste any time and directly scanned the code to make the payment. He knew that he had overpaid 18 yuan. As his insight, I revealed the information about that Yuan blue and white. Item: modern craft ceramic vase. Defective material. Ceramic value: 2 yuan. This Yuan blue and white was merely a modern craft piece, and a defective one at that, valued at only 2 yuan, with the stall owner making an 8-fold profit. Initially, this unscrupulous stall owner had the audacity to quote $1 million for this modern defective piece, which made Zhao Tian feel justified in his subsequent treasure hunting. Of course, Zhao Tian's target was not this Yuan blue and white. It was merely a means to lower the stall owner's guard and make him relax. His real goal was the long cylindrical object wrapped in brown paper next to the Yuan blue and white. It was a bundle of monkey head silver dollars, which the stall owner had likely just acquired, with the old brown paper not fully torn open, indicating it was a vintage item well preserved over the years. The coins inside were sealed with a layer of wax, which was extremely rare. It was certain that the silver dollars inside were in excellent condition. Zhao Tian's insight indicated that this bundle of monkey head silver dollars was priceless. Item: 100 silver dollars, ancient currency from previous dynasties. Value: 26 million. Material: primarily silver, it was because of this bundle of monkey head silver dollars that Zhao Tian engaged in conversation with the stall owner at this inconspicuous antique stall, purchasing a defective yuan blue and white. Seeing the owner put the porcelain, which was quoted at 10 million, into a plastic bag, Zhao Tian's expression became somewhat peculiar. Young brother, didn't you say you wanted to buy other things? Hurry up and pick. The stall owner urged as Zhao Tian stood there motionless. I'm planning to build a house and need some monkey head silver dollars for the roof. Do you have any genuine monkey head ones? Zhao Tian casually asked while looking around. Chapter 30. Silver dollar in hand, little brother. What are you talking about? The monkey silver dollars I have here are all genuine. If you want monkey silver dollars, take a look at this envelope I just received. It can't be more authentic. Enough to build a house. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, actually showed a reproachful expression towards Zhao Tian, making Zhao Tian feel nauseated. If it weren't for the stall between them, he would have been unable to resist giving that lifeless-looking stall owner a Tai Chi punch. Suppressing his disgust, Zhao Tian picked up the envelope of monkey silver dollars that the stall owner pointed to, which was the one he had secretly been eyeing for a long time. Boss, you haven't even torn open this envelope. The silver dollars inside are still sealed with wax. How can I be sure if the monkey silver dollars inside are real or fake? Zhao Tian hesitated. Little brother, can you tell the difference between genuine and fake silver dollars? The stall owner asked. No, I can't. Zhao Tian replied honestly. Without the eye of insight, he indeed couldn't distinguish the authenticity of the silver dollars. Right, you can't tell, so why say all that? As long as you feel a connection and the price is right, just buy it. The stall owner said matter-of-factly. Zhao Tian was taken aback for a moment, then casually said, although it feels like something's off about what you said, it does make some sense. Little brother, it's obvious you're a smart person. In our antique business, having a connection is very important. If you have fate, you'll find what you like. If not, even a national treasure placed in front of you won't be picked up. The stall owner had a look of someone sharing their experience. Got it. Boss, how much for this envelope of monkey silver dollars? If the price is right, I'll buy it. Zhao Tian feigned à humble attitude. Upon hearing this, the stall owner's eyes sparkled, secretly pleased, but he pretended to look distressed. He said to Zhao Tian, little brother, this is something I just got recently. There are a total of 100 monkey silver dollars in this envelope. Right now, the usual price for a monkey silver dollar is $800 each. The market price for this envelope is 80,000, but since I have a connection with you, I'll let it go for 75,000. Normally, a whole envelope of monkey silver dollars could sell for 100,000, but who told me I have fate with you? So I'll give you a discount. Zhao Tian was a bit surprised by this and couldn't help but use the eye of insight to check the envelope of monkey silver dollars again. Finding that the data hadn't changed, he couldn't understand why this stall owner would quote such a low price for genuine coins when he dared to quote 1 million for a defective modern porcelain vase. Boss, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? Zhao Tian asked hesitantly. The stall owner immediately adopted a pitiful expression and said, little brother, whether it's the cowhide paper used for wrapping or the wax seal inside, they all have a history of over 100 years. You can see through the wax layer that the monkey silver dollars inside are quite open. I would even let you have them appraised. If you hadn't just bought my yuan blue and white porcelain, I definitely wouldn't have quoted such a low price. Can you make it any cheaper? Zhao Tian, feeling that the store owner was probably telling the truth, began to haggle. Little brother, you really don't understand the antique business. If it were other antiques, I could negotiate. But monkey silver dollars can't be haggled over. The prices for silver dollar coins are very transparent. No matter where you buy them, it's the same. The stall owner said seriously. Indeed, prices for silver dollar coins are very transparent in the antique market. Making a big profit from them is quite difficult. Usually, the only way to make a big profit is by selling fakes. Genuine coins have little profit margin. Of course, this is for those who know the industry. For those who don't, antique dealers will exploit information asymmetries to buy low and sell high for massive profits. Of course, this stall owner definitely didn't acquire this envelope of monkey silver dollars for 75,000. He bought them for $100 each from a rural area in northeast China. The rural elders, not being knowledgeable about the industry, felt it was unbelievable to sell one silver dollar for $100. After all, in the past, a silver dollar was worth 1 yuan, and now silver dollars can't be used as money directly. Selling for such a high price made the elders very satisfied. Thus, this stall owner spent only 10,000 to buy the entire envelope of monkey silver dollars. Initially, the stall owner thought about opening the envelope to see if there were any special silver dollars inside. But he realized that once he opened it, the value of the envelope would greatly decrease, and he would have to sell them one by one. Selling all 100 monkey silver dollars would take a long time, and that would be too troublesome. It would be more cost-effective to sell the entire envelope at market price at once and make a quick profit of 60,000 to 70,000, which saves time and effort. After all, special silver dollars are special precisely because they are rare. They're not easily encountered. So the stall owner decided to keep the envelope of monkey silver dollars intact and sell it all at once. 75,000 is a bit too expensive. I remember someone came to our place to collect them for only $200 each, and I only need a few for building. You have 100, which is too many. Zhao Tian tried to negotiate further. Little brother, that price was from years ago. Now the buyback price is at least 600. We need to make a little profit when reselling. Otherwise, why are we in this business, right? You have to let your brother earn a little for his hard work. The stall owner had a look of sincerity. He wanted to use sincerity as his trump card to persuade Zhao Tian not to haggle. You're buying at 600 each and selling to me at 750 each. That's a bit much, isn't it? Zhao Tian said bluntly. Oh, little brother, this is a whole envelope. 100 monkey silver dollars. The price has to be a bit higher. And this envelope of monkey silver dollars is sealed with wax. So there might be precious special silver dollars inside. If you get a sailing coin or a signature coin, you'll hit the jackpot. The stall owner began to tempt him. At this point, Zhao Tian started to show some interest, but he still didn't speak. Seeing this, the stall owner directly picked up the envelope of monkey silver dollars and put it into a plastic bag, saying, little brother, no more talks. Brother feels a connection with you, and you have fate with this envelope of monkey silver dollars. I'll set a firm price of 65,000. I'll earn a little less. Don't haggle anymore. Seeing that the stall owner was starting to pressure him, Zhao Tian hesitated and said, then I'll take it, if there's a special silver dollar inside. You can't go back on your word, right? Little brother, you're really a novice. In our antique business, whether it's genuine or fake, once the transaction is successful, it's a done deal. Otherwise, where would the opportunity for bargains or mistakes come from? The stall owner had a lecturing expression. All right, then I'll take it. Let me scan to pay, Zhao Tian said, no longer wanting to drag it out with the stall owner and prepare to make the payment. Great. The stall owner excitedly brought out his payment QR code again. After Zhao Tian scanned and paid, he took the envelope of silver dollars worth 26 million from the stall owner's hands. Little brother, come play often in the future. If you need anything, just tell your brother. I have everything, the stall owner said again. He directly made a profit of 55,000 from Zhao Tian, naturally hoping that this generous spender would come back again. As for Zhao Tian, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Zhao Tian was also extremely excited inside. If the Eye of Insight was not wrong, he could make over 20 million. Both of them were secretly delighted, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 31. No bargain to be found? Zhao Tian left the stall with great joy, ready to continue exploring other stalls to see if there were any more unexpected finds. After all, having just entered the Chaoyan Palace and already stumbled upon a major bargain filled him with anticipation and confidence for what was to come. Thus, he braved the scorching sun and cheerfully set off on his treasure-hunting journey again. However, reality soon poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Despite his diligent use of the inside eye to carefully observe every stall, the results were disappointing. He was surprised to discover that most of the items displayed were modern art pieces, with very few things of genuine value. Even those seemingly vintage silver dollars, monkey head coins, and copper coins, while having a relatively high authenticity rate, were worth only around $1,000 to $2,000. Such amounts held little significance for Zhao Tian. Nonetheless, he did not let this discourage him. He understood that he had only explored the flea market area and had yet to venture into the more legitimate antique shops. Typically, those who could open antique shops possessed a certain level of skill and insight, meaning the genuine items within would likely be more abundant. Therefore, Zhao Tian still held great expectations for his upcoming itinerary. However, the frequent use of the insight eye had its limits. His mental energy had dropped from 700 to 400. Zhao Tian also began to feel a bit fatigued, marking the first time he felt tired since becoming a martial artist. Looking at the numerous antique shops still to explore, he hesitated. His mental capacity could not withstand such consumption. After some consideration, he decided to visit a few higher-end shops and, on the way, find a reputable antique shop to sell the monkey head coin he had just acquired. Having made up his mind, Zhao Tian strolled around and soon spotted a more sophisticated antique shop. The entrance was large, but the paint was chipped, showing signs of age. The ancient wooden sign bore the bold characters Treasure Pavilion. Zhao Tian stepped inside, greeted by a faint scent of sandalwood. The lighting was soft, and the shelves around the room were filled with all sorts of antiques. On the left shelf, a blue and white porcelain vase stood quietly, its body adorned with exquisite landscapes that seemed to capture the serene and distant world of mountains and rivers. Next to it were a few small purple clay teapots, with their rounded bodies and delicate spouts exuding an ancient charm. In the right display case, various gold, silver, and jade items were showcased. A warm jade pendant caught his eye. Its texture was delicate, and the carving was superb, with patterns on the jade resembling flowing clouds, indicating it was of considerable value. However, after activating the inside eye, Zhao Tian quickly shifted his gaze. The material was synthetic, worth only 9, proving it was counterfeit. There were also some old copper mirrors, covered in a fair amount of patina. In the center of the shop, a rustic table held a few small antique items. Their tarnished rust not diminishing their luster, but rather adding an air of mystery. The shop owner was a thin, middle-aged man, quietly sitting behind the table, examining an antique with a magnifying glass. Zhao Tian casually surveyed the displayed antiques while secretly using the inside eye for careful identification. The results left him greatly disappointed. Not only was the jade pendant he first looked at fake, but all the seemingly genuine exhibits were also modern crafts. Furthermore, many of the defective items were authentic, but their value was significantly diminished, making them not worth reselling. The only genuine item was the seal that the shop owner was studying, but it was only worth around 20 to 30,000 yuan, making it unnecessary to purchase. Zhao Tian thought to himself, how disappointing that such a seemingly impressive shop had so many fakes. He decided not to linger any longer and was about to turn to leave when the middle-aged shopkeeper, noticing him, quickly called out, "Hey, why are you leaving without looking more?" "There's nothing that catches my eye," Zhao Tian replied directly. "Haha, you must be an expert." The shopkeeper laughed. "Not really, just nothing appealing here," Zhao Tian casually responded. "Is there something you want to buy? I have some rare collectibles upstairs. Would you like to take a look?" The shopkeeper invited. Upstairs wouldn't all be defective items too, would they? Zhao Tian said pointedly. The middle-aged shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, then gave Zhao Tian a deep look. He understood the implication of Zhao Tian's words. The shop owner realized he had encountered an expert. He hadn't expected this young man to have such keen insight, being able to see through all of the first-floor exhibits in one glance. However, he maintained a smile, stating that the items on the second floor were all his prized collections, and he was not afraid of experts coming to inspect them. The shopkeeper stood up and led Zhao Tian upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the lighting was much dimmer, and the display area was not very large. Unlike the completely open display on the first floor, the second floor's exhibits were fewer and all locked in glass cases, making direct contact impossible. Seeing this, Zhao Tian activated the inside eye again, scanning the central display case and all the items on the wall-mounted display. This time, the data revealed that most of the items were indeed genuine antiques, with values ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. However, there were also a few modern crafts mixed in. Zhao Tian casually asked about the prices of several antiques, and the middle-aged shopkeeper quoted the prices directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian sighed inwardly. Indeed, there were many genuine items on the second floor, but the prices were exorbitant. The shopkeeper's quotes were several times higher than the system's estimates, leaving no room for a bargain. Zhao Tian was not a collector of antiques. He was simply a speculator looking to make a significant profit through treasure hunting. Without any opportunities for a bargain, he decided not to linger and left the antique shop. The shopkeeper, unable to make a sale, did not try to keep him and returned to studying the seal. Next, Zhao Tian visited a few more larger antique shops, only to find that the situation was largely the same as the first one. There were hardly any opportunities for bargains. Genuine old items had outrageous prices. These antique shops were selling at several times or even dozens of times the actual value, leaving buyers as the real fools. Some talkative shopkeepers used a mix of genuine and counterfeit antiques to weave various stories, inflating prices, selling at low prices, and leaving Zhao Tian bewildered. Chapter 32. Treasure Pavilion. If it weren't for Zhao Tian having the system's inside eye, he would have long been tricked by those smooth-talking shopkeepers with their various tricks, spending high prices to buy a bunch of modern crafts to take home. Unfortunately for them, Zhao Tian is a cheat, and no one can deceive him. He wished he could encounter those treasures hidden in paintings, gold concealed in stones, or precious items tucked inside wooden layers, finding a super big score like in the novels. Or perhaps discover a rare treasure in an antique shop that they mistakenly sold as trash at a low price. However, reality is always cruel. Zhao Tian wandered around the antique market for a long time, but never stumbled upon such good fortune. What he often encountered were worthless items being sold as treasures, while genuine treasures were priced like national treasures by the shopkeepers. It can be said that there were hardly any bargains to be found in this antique market. Zhao Tian originally held a glimmer of hope regarding the envelope of silver dollars he had picked up, but now he understood that it was purely because the stall owner wanted to sell everything in one go and didn't want to deal with the hassle of selling them individually. If the stall owner had been a bit patient and opened the wax seal, then this big score certainly wouldn't have been Zhao Tian's. After all, those who resell antiques have a keen eye and can easily identify valuable silver dollars. Zhao Tian was now filled with curiosity about what treasures might be inside that envelope of silver dollars. What kind of treasure could be worth 26 million? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. So he stubbornly continued to browse various shops, hoping to encounter a similar opportunity. Unfortunately, after half a day of searching, even his insight, I was nearly drained of energy, and he still couldn't find another big score. Zhao Tian ultimately had to abandon this unrealistic fantasy and completely give up on the idea of becoming rich overnight by picking up antique bargains. After all, such things are serendipitous. If he had to wander aimlessly in the antique market every day looking for those minuscule opportunities, he felt he would surely go mad. It was simply torturous. However, after visiting so many shops, he had managed to filter out a few strong antique stores. They all had numerous collections worth tens of millions. Zhao Tian planned to choose one of these shops to sell his envelope of silver dollars. Soon, he re-entered an antique shop called Treasure Pavilion. Quickly, the staff member who had previously assisted him came over and asked, "Sir, you're back. Are you looking to take another look at the collections we showed you before?" "No. I want to ask if you buy silver dollars?" Zhao Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, the staff member's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, "Of course. Silver dollars have high liquidity. We buy all kinds of silver dollars at any time. Rest assured, we offer the highest prices among our competitors. All right, let's first see what price you can offer for this envelope of silver dollars." As he spoke, Zhao Tian took out the envelope of silver dollars he had picked up. "Sir, please follow me to the VIP room at the back for a moment. I'll ask our shop owner to come over and give you an appraisal." The staff member, seeing Zhao Tian take out the envelope of silver dollars, was excitedly speaking. If this transaction could go through, he would earn a commission, so he was naturally very happy. Moreover, since silver dollars are hard currency, their prices are relatively transparent. Generally, the buyback prices offered are quite similar, making it easier to reach an agreement. Zhao Tian nodded in agreement and followed the staff member to a separate room at the back. After settling Zhao Tian down, the staff member was about to go find the shop owner when Zhao Tian called him back. "Can you find me a wallpaper knife or a flathead screwdriver? I want to open the wax seal." The staff member looked at the envelope of silver dollars in Zhao Tian's hand with a puzzled expression and then realized that the envelope was unusually sealed with wax. Since it was sealed with wax, if it wasn't a counterfeit, the silver dollars inside must be in excellent condition. The staff member then said to Zhao Tian, "Sir, please wait a moment. Our owner will appraise each silver dollar for you." Hearing this, Zhao Tian gave up on the idea of doing it himself. After all, if he wanted to sell this envelope to the antique shop, they would surely need to appraise each silver dollar individually to ensure that they were all genuine. Unlike when he bought it, where he purchased the whole envelope regardless of authenticity. If it turned out to be a fake that had been artificially aged, he would be at a huge loss. Zhao Tian didn't wait long before an older gentleman with slightly graying hair and dressed in a tang suit walked in. He smiled and said to Zhao Tian, "Hello. I'm the owner of this shop, Qing Dynasty. Hello. I have an envelope of silver dollars sealed with wax. Could you please appraise it and give me a price?" Zhao Tian said directly without any small talk. Qing Dynasty sat down across the table and said, "All right, sealed wax silver dollars are indeed rare. If they are genuine, their condition will be excellent, and their value will be higher than those that are not sealed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian's impression of Qing Dynasty improved significantly. In general transactions, people tend to magnify each other's flaws to secure greater benefits for themselves. The fact that this owner could say so indicated that he wouldn't deceive Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian readily pushed the envelope of silver dollars in front of Qing Dynasty, signaling that he could begin the appraisal. "May I ask where this envelope of silver dollars came from? Is it a family heirloom?" Qing Dynasty asked, curiously examining the envelope of silver dollars. "There's nothing to hide. I bought it from a vendor nearby around noon," Zhao Tian replied candidly. "How much did you pay?" Qing Dynasty asked again. 65,000. Zhao Tian did not conceal the amount. "That's not expensive. If all of them are ordinary monkey head silver dollars, the buyback price would be around 600 yuan each." Given that your condition is likely better, I can offer you 700 yuan each. However, I will need to open the envelope to verify the authenticity of the silver dollars inside. Do you agree to let me open it? Jian Baosher looked over the envelope and asked Zhao Tian again. Of course, I agree, Zhao Tian casually replied, thinking that even if Jian Baosher didn't open it, he would want to see himself. Great. Jian Baosher nodded and began to open it. Looking at the aging of the outer layer of brown paper, it could basically be concluded that it was an old item. As Jian Baosher carefully peeled away the outer brown paper, he said, however, with today's advanced counterfeiting techniques, we still need to examine the condition of each silver dollar to ensure nothing goes wrong. That's reasonable. I also bought it as I was hoping to find some special rare silver dollars inside. Otherwise, I would have opened each one for appraisal on the spot. Zhao Tian honestly stated, you are quite a straightforward person. May I ask how to address you, young friend? Jian Baosher asked, smiling as he carefully scraped the wax layer off the silver dollars. Chapter 33. Rare silver dollar. My surname is Zhao. You can call me Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian replied. Soon, Jian Baosher scraped off the sealing wax from the surface of the silver dollars. He then placed the wax-free silver dollars on the table. Even Zhao Tian, an outsider, could see that these silver dollars were preserved quite well, with no common patina or rust spots. It was obvious they were not the kind of worn silver dollars that had been circulating in the market for a long time. Jian Baosher also praised. Young friend Zhao Tian, the sealed silver dollars you received are preserved perfectly. Suddenly, Jian Baosher paused in his action of cleaning the wax, looking with some suspicion at the silver dollar he had just opened. Then, carefully using a brush, he cleaned off the remaining dry wax from around that silver dollar. Zhao Tian's gaze sharpened, and he discreetly used his insight eye to take a look. Item: commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army, sample coin of the unreleased previous dynasty. Material: silver value, 95 million. Zhao Tian realized that this was the silver dollar, a sample coin from the unreleased previous dynasty. This caused the value of the entire sealed silver dollar set he had acquired to soar to 26 million. Jian Baosher, wearing white gloves, carefully placed this well-preserved silver dollar, still gleaming with silver light, onto a piece of white velvet cloth. Jian Baosher's voice trembled with excitement as he said, Zhao Tian, you might have hit the jackpot. Oh, is this silver dollar very valuable? Zhao Tian asked nonchalantly. Is it just valuable? Wait a moment, I'll contact a few top experts in numismatics who are also powerful collectors to come and appraise this silver dollar. Its value is too high, and I'm not quite sure. No problem. Zhao Tian did not refuse. Jian Baosher's honesty about the silver dollar's value indicated he had good character. If he were someone with bad intentions, he would have quietly pocketed the silver dollar as if it were an ordinary one. After all, these silver dollars had just been opened, and no one knew what treasures were inside. With hundreds of similar-looking silver dollars together, even true experts wouldn't be able to tell the difference without careful examination. However, Jian Baosher did not do that. Instead, he straightforwardly told Zhao Tian that he had opened a rare silver dollar. Zhao Tian also made up his mind. Since Jian Baosher had good character, as long as the offer was reasonable, he would sell this precious sample of the commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army to him. Jian Baosher first pushed the sample silver coin in front of Zhao Tian, indicating he should take a look. Then he started making phone calls, and soon the call was connected. Jian Baosher did not hide from Zhao Tian and directly said, Old man Qian, I have a top-notch silver dollar here, valued over 20 million. Do you have time to come and take a look? Old man Qian, what are you talking about? A silver dollar worth 20 million? Wait for me, I'm coming right over. An urgent voice came from the other end of the line. The call was then hung up. Jian Baosher did not delay and dialed another number. Old man Zhou, I have a silver dollar here worth over 20 million. Do you want to come take a look? Wow, I'm on my way. The call was very short and ended with just one sentence. Zhao Tian, wait a moment. The two people I contacted are experts in the field of ancient coins. They are also passionate about collecting rare silver dollars. I want them to come, firstly, to appraise it, and secondly, to potentially bid on this silver dollar. They are both wealthy individuals with assets over 100 million and have the capability to purchase this silver dollar. They can also bid against each other, driving the value of this silver dollar to the highest price. Jian Baosher directly stated his purpose. If you sell it directly to them, won't that be for nothing? Zhao Tian questioned. The main reason is that I recently invested a large amount of funds in other projects and suffered significant losses. Right now, I only have 20 million left in the store, and I can't manage to turn around. I have to reluctantly let those two old guys take advantage of it. Jian Baosher said with some regret. I see. Zhao Tian nodded in understanding. If Jian Baosher could offer 25 million, Zhao Tian would sell it to him directly. Now that Jian Baosher had stated he only had 20 million, Zhao Tian suppressed his thoughts. After all, there was still a gap of 5 million. 5 million is not a small amount, and Zhao Tian wouldn't be so generous as to not care about such a large sum of money, especially since he was extremely short on cash. At this moment, Jian Baosher added, "However, I will ask for a referral fee from them. Introducing such a rare treasure to them certainly can't be for nothing." Jian Baosher was quite frank about it. "All right, that's reasonable." Zhao Tian expressed his understanding. Since the referral fee was being asked from the buyers, Zhao Tian had no objections. While waiting for the guests to arrive, Jian Baosher was not idle. He carefully opened the remaining monkey head silver dollars. Most of the silver dollars were ordinary monkey heads, all in excellent condition, looking as good as new. A small number had slight patina, but they were all genuine. After examining these silver dollars, Jian Baosher said to Zhao Tian, "Although these silver dollars are all ordinary monkey heads, they're preserved quite perfectly. I could buy them back for 700 yuan each." Zhao Tian had no objections since the value given by the inside eye for these silver dollars was only 500 yuan. Since Jian Baosher was willing to buy them back for 700, Zhao Tian was naturally happy. As for this one silver dollar, if I am not mistaken, this is the sample coin of the commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army from the 15th year of the previous dynasty. It was a trial strike from the Tianjin Mint, but was never formally issued. Now, only sample coins remain in existence, which are extremely rare. As far as I know, only 7 sample coins have publicly appeared, and this one should be the 8th. Last year, at an auction, a similar sample of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army silver coin sold for a sky-high price of 95 million. That coin at the auction was in much worse condition than yours. Jian Baosher briefly informed Zhao Tian about the information of that sample coin. Zhao Tian understood and asked, "So, my silver dollar can sell for 95 million? No. The sample coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army that appeared at the auction was in much worse condition than yours. Moreover, I estimate that your silver dollar is likely the best preserved among the few existing. Because it was sealed in wax, there's almost no oxidation. Most of the others have circulated as ordinary silver dollars and are not well preserved. Your piece is worth even more," Jian Baosher said excitedly. Chapter 34. Bidding for these antique enthusiasts. Nothing is more exciting than discovering a rare antique. Before Zhao Tian could say anything, a commotion erupted outside. Old Jian, where are you? Old Zhou, what brings you here? Old Qian, you're here too? If there is something good, of course I have to come and take a look. That old Jian is really not a decent person. He finds something good and boasts about it everywhere. Soon, the 2 noisy individuals outside were led into the VIP room by the staff. As soon as they entered, one of the elderly men with gray hair and a rosy complexion complained, "Old Jian, you're really not being fair. You find something good and have to tell a whole bunch of people. Are you afraid I, Old Qian, can't eat it myself?" "Exactly. If there is something good, when has old Zhou ever fallen short of the money?" said another tall, fashionable old man. "I was just unsure. This silver dollar is exceptional. You 2 old fellows. Come take a look." Old Jian Baosher smiled and greeted the 2 complaining men. "By the way, this is Zhao Tian, the owner of this exceptional silver dollar," Jian Baosher introduced. Then he pointed at the plump old man and said to Zhao Tian, "This is Qian Duo Fu, who mainly does investment business." He then pointed at the fashionable thin old man and said, "This is Zhou Fengxiang, who mainly deals in jewelry." Both men politely greeted Zhao Tian and did not look down on him because of his youth. "Let me see, whereas this exceptional silver dollar you're unsure about." Qian Duo Fu quickly walked over and said to Jian Baosher, "Wow, this whole table of monkey head coins looks pretty good." Zhou Fengxiang also said with surprise, "For experts, the authenticity and quality of the silver dollars can be seen at a glance. Those are just appetizers. The main focus is this silver dollar," Jian Baosher said, pointing at the one in front of Zhao Tian. Only then did Zhou Fengxiang and Qian Duo Fu follow Jian Baosher's finger and look over. "Wow, this can't be real, right? This is the commemorative silver coin for Zhang Zuolin, the commander-in-chief of the Navy and Army," Qian Duo Fu exclaimed as he stepped closer to take a look. "It really is. The color and quality are genuine. It's impressive," Zhou Fengxiang also exclaimed. "Old Jian, I want this commemorative silver coin for Zhang Zuolin. Name your price," Qian Duo Fu said directly without any hesitation. "Don't rush. You 2 should carefully appraise it first, and once you're sure, then make an offer," Jian Baosher said calmly. Old Qian, I'm still here. Just because you say you want it doesn't mean it's yours. Zhou Fengxiang sneered. Hey, old Zhou, you and old Jian have already lost a bunch of expensive gambling stones. Do you still have money to compete with me? Qian Duo Fu chuckled and suddenly said something like that. Upon hearing this, both Jian Baoshi and Zhou Fengxiang's expressions turned ugly. They had already cut into several expensive gambling stones, and Jian Baoshi's store's liquidity was nearly exhausted, unable to even gather enough funds to acquire Zhao Tian's silver dollar. Zhou Fengxiang's funds weren't tight, but having lost so much money and being reminded of it by Qian Duo Fu, his expression naturally wasn't good. However, he still coldly said, I've lost a lot on gambling stones, but I can still afford to acquire this commemorative silver coin. At this time, Zhao Tian, feeling a bit impatient, smiled and stood up, saying, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qian, let us not ruin the mood. You can take a good look at this silver dollar and then give me an offer. Qian Duo Fu and Zhou Fengxiang, hearing this, didn't hold back and both took out a pair of white gloves from their pockets and put them on. Qian Duo Fu carefully picked up the commemorative silver coin for the Navy and Army in front of Zhao Tian and examined it closely. Then, reluctantly, he handed it to Zhou Fengxiang. After receiving the silver dollar, Zhou Fengxiang also meticulously studied it. After some consideration, Qian Duo Fu said to Zhao Tian, the same type of commemorative silver coin for the Navy and Army was just auctioned off recently, and the final price was 95 million. I've seen the photo of that commemorative silver coin, and its quality is far inferior to yours. So I'm willing to offer 28 million to acquire this commemorative silver coin. This commemorative silver coin is definitely one of the best in existence. Zhou Fengxiang, after carefully appraising the coin, also made a bid. I'll bid 30 million for this commemorative silver coin. I'm determined to have it. Qian Duo Fu raised his offer again. Zhou Fengxiang's expression changed upon hearing this. Not because he thought the commemorative silver coin wasn't worth that much. He would have thought it worth even 100 million. It was just that he didn't have enough funds at hand. After all, he still had a jewelry company to operate, which required a lot of liquid capital. Yet, he didn't want to give up this extremely rare commemorative silver coin for the Navy and Army. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll bid 35 million. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian secretly clicked his tongue. This was nearly $1 million more than the system's assessed value. These two old men really had money. They were willing to spend tens of millions on a silver dollar. The antique business was indeed highly profitable. He had only spent 65,000. Now he could at least earn over 500 times that. What a windfall. Old Joe, I'll bid 38 million. I missed the last auction due to an obligation, but I definitely missed this one. Qian Duo Fu didn't back down and directly raised the bid to 38 million. Jian Baoshi smiled and added fuel to the fire. If it weren't for my tight cash flow, you two wouldn't have a chance to see this commemorative silver coin for the Navy and Army. Then he shook his head and sighed. This is a super rare commemorative silver coin, with no more than 10 in existence. It's a top-tier collectible. If you miss this opportunity, you might never encounter it again in your lifetime. Zhou Fengxiang's heart tightened upon hearing this and raised his bid again. 39 million. 40 million. I said I'm determined to have it. Qian Duo Fu narrowed his eyes and raised his bid again. By the way, this commemorative silver coin for the Navy and Army is being sold on behalf of my young friend Zhao Tian. I didn't inform anyone else, just you two. So whoever wins will have to give me a little finder's fee, Jian Baoshi said with a smile. Zhao Tian secretly gave Jian Baoshi a thumbs up in his heart. It was clear that running such a large antique shop wasn't for simple people. He had principles but wasn't overly rigid. His understanding of the heavy profits of merchants, cunningness, and the ability to read people's expressions and grasp buyers' mindsets was displayed vividly. Old Jian, don't worry. I understand this rule. As long as I get this commemorative silver coin, you won't miss out on the benefits. Qian Duo Fu said boldly. Old Jian, what is our relationship? Would I owe you a finder's fee? Zhou Fengxiang also chimed in. Chapter 35 History 2, I said to old man Zhou. You really shouldn't force it if you can't. Your liquidity must not be much left, right? Don't let it affect the operation of the company. Qian Duo Fu kindly reminded. One last offer of 42 million. If it goes any higher, it will really affect the company's operation. You all know my jewelry company has a huge inventory, and if the liquidity isn't enough, it will be troublesome. Zhou Fengxiang. He knew he was basically out of luck with this rare commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army. Qian Duo Fu is an investor, and the money he has is many times more than Zhou Fengxiang's. There was no way for him to compete with Qian Duo Fu now. Haha, thank you for your concession. I offer 43 million. Qian Duo Fu's face immediately lit up with joy as he casually quoted a shocking price. Haha, congratulations Zhao Tian, my friend. The sale price of your commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army is almost breaking the transaction price record in the coin circle. It ranks second in the history of transaction prices in the coin circle. Jian Baosher excitedly said to Zhao Tian. Even the way he addressed Zhao Tian changed. Really? Is there a silver dollar that has a higher price than my commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army? Zhao Tian asked, somewhat surprised. In Zhao Tian's understanding, this small item couldn't possibly be worth tens of millions. Even if it was precious, spending 100,000 or 80,000 to play around with it was acceptable, but the transaction price of tens of millions was indeed beyond his comprehension. Of course, the silver dollar that ranks first in transaction price has some connection with your commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army. Qian Duofu said happily after successfully acquiring the commemorative silver coin, showing off his coin knowledge to Zhao Tian. Oh, these two silver dollars have a connection? Zhao Tian looked at Qian Duofu with a puzzled expression and asked. Qian Duofu smiled slightly and explained that's right. The silver dollar with the highest transaction price in the coin circle is called the Fengtian One-Tail. It has a significant background. This is from the time of the previous dynasty, when Zhang Zuolin governed Fengtian province. It was a sample coin of the Guangxu Yuan Bao Quamping silver dollar, created by the Fengtian Mint, but it was never officially issued. Zhao Tian listened intently and became more curious about the origin of the Fengtian One-Tail silver dollar. Qian Duofu continued, and the commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army in your hand was also minted to commemorate Zhang Zuolin, the warlord of the previous dynasty. So these two silver dollars do have a certain connection. Zhao Tian suddenly realized that there was this layer of relationship between the two silver dollars, both related to the warlord Zhang Zuolin of the previous dynasty. Qian Duofu then said, at last year's auction, that Fengtian One-Tail silver dollar was sold for an astonishing 46,575 million, becoming the top rarity among the mechanized coins of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He found it hard to imagine that just one tael of silver could sell for such a sky-high price. For him, it was simply an astronomical figure. Zhou Fengxiang, hearing this, showed a hint of regret on his face. He lamented to Zhao Tian, my friend, if you ever come across such a great opportunity again, be sure to contact me. As for the price, we can discuss it. Clearly, Zhou Fengxiang felt quite regretful about not being able to acquire this commemorative silver coin. No problem, but it really depends on luck. Such a rare treasure is not easy to come by, Zhao Tian replied with a smile. After all, he had nothing to lose by agreeing to this. It seemed that both old men were wealthy, and such generous buyers were rare. Being able to find good items to sell to them would also be a good choice. All right, since the transaction price has been settled, old Qian, you could transfer the money to Zhao Tian and take away this commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army, Jian Baosher said with a smile. Although Zhao Tian remained calm on the surface, he was delighted inside. The transfer was finally about to happen, and with over 40 million in hand, he could splurge and upgrade for a long time. Zhao Tian, under normal circumstances, when transferring antiques and cultural relics with profit, a certain personal income tax needs to be paid. I can help you operate it at the lowest rate of 3, which means you'll have to pay 29 million in taxes. I need to make this clear to you, old man Qian said with a smile upon hearing this. We have to pay so much tax. Zhao Tian replied speechlessly. That's right. If you go through the proper procedures for the transaction, you definitely have to pay taxes. Normally, it's a tax rate of 20, which means you have to pay 6 million in taxes. Getting it down to 3 is already very good, Jian Baosher explained. Zhao Tian felt a pang of distress upon hearing that he would normally have to pay 6 million in taxes. However, thinking about being able to operate it to avoid over 1 million in taxes, he realized it wasn't that much of a loss. As long as he didn't reach the maximum level of his martial artist realm, the demand for funds wouldn't stop. So he said nonchalantly, all right then, I'll trouble you, Mr. Qian. Paying taxes is our obligation and responsibility as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. We should pay what we owe and not make mistakes. Don't worry, we are all legal merchants, and the reduction of some tax is just a reasonable and compliant way to avoid it. Qian Duofu immediately replied cheerfully. Okay, then let's proceed with the transaction. Zhao Tian nodded in agreement. Send me your bank card number, and I'll arrange for the finance team to transfer the money to you. The invoice and other documents will also be sent to you, Qian Duofu said, directly without any nonsense. Zhao Tian then provided his bank card number from the Dragon Kingdom Universal Bank and waited for the transfer. Zhao Tian, We will buy the other silver dollars at the previously agreed price of 700 per piece. I'll round it up and transfer you 70,000, Jian Baosher said. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jian. Zhao Tian nodded in agreement. Now that there's nothing else, how about we go have some tea? While waiting for the transfer to arrive, Old Qian can take away the commemorative silver coin of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army. Jian Baosher suggested after everything was settled and just waiting for the bank transfer. What tea to drink? Come with me to the stone shop. I was just cutting rough stones there. I was in the middle of it when you called me over. Just right. I also have my eye on a few pieces of rough stones. You can help me take a look and see if I can get them. Zhou Fengxiang, who had not gained anything, anxiously called out to Jian Baosher. But I have distinguished guests here. Jian Baosher hesitated as he glanced at Zhao Tian and Qian Duofu. Hearing this, Zhao Tian's heart stirred. Rough stones? He wondered if his inside I could see if there was jade inside. If he could see through the jade inside. Buying rough stones would be much easier than antiques. Now that Zhou Fengxiang and the others were going to gamble on stones, he decided to go along and see if his insight I was useful. If it was, it would provide him with another source of income. So Zhao Tian smiled and asked, "Is the rough stone Mr. Zhou mentioned jade rough stone?" Chapter 36. The Stone Workshop. That's right. Recently, my jewelry store has had a significant shortage of high-end jade jewelry. The supply of high-quality jade rough stones is dwindling, so I've been gambling on stones multiple times lately, hoping to cut a few pieces of high-end jade to replenish my inventory. Although I've spent a lot of money, I haven't managed to cut any premium jade yet, and I've incurred substantial losses. Otherwise, it wouldn't be clear who bought this sample of the Naval Marshal commemorative silver coin. Zhou Fengxiang looked at Qian Duofu with some displeasure. Since there's nothing going on now, and bank transfers for large amounts should be relatively slow, would you mind taking me along for a bit of experience, Mr. Zhou? I've always been fascinated by stone gambling. Zhao Tian asked eagerly. It's fine to take you to see stone gambling, but you don't understand this industry. The waters in stone gambling are very deep, and you shouldn't casually gamble on stones. There's a saying that one cut can make you rich or poor, and a single cut can lead to a big villa. However, more people go bankrupt from gambling on stones. There are those who want to get rich quickly through stone gambling, but they're truly very few. Especially in the past 2 years, the supply of premium jade rough stones has become even scarcer. I'm only gambling on stones myself to acquire high-quality jade materials for the company out of necessity. However, my skills are limited. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost over 100 million without cutting any good jade. Zhou Fengxiang rambled on. What old Zhou said is indeed the truth. Zhao Tian, take a good look later and don't casually gamble on stones, especially those with completely obscure materials. Rough stones that show some quality are usually picked clean when they leave the mine, and after being screened in various places. The good materials left for us are very few. I advised old Zhou not to buy here, as there are too few good things. If you want to buy, go to the large public auctions in Yin province. He didn't believe my words, and now, after losing so much money, he still dragged me to gamble on stones a few times, nearly exhausting all my liquid funds. Jian Baosher also shared his feelings, saying, after I cut these few rough stones, I won't gamble anymore. In the future, I'll just spend a bit more money to buy from the Yun province public auctions. Zhou Fengxiang quickly added awkwardly. The reason Zhou Fengxiang chose to gamble on stones himself, aside from the increasing rarity of premium jade, is also because he hopes to purchase raw materials at a lower cost. You must know that the rough stones at the Yun province public auctions are already semi-transparent materials, and their internal conditions are basically clear at a glance, so people can estimate their value relatively accurately. Thus, the funds required to purchase these semi-transparent materials are often jaw-droppingly high. For subsequent retail jewelry stores, due to excessively high procurement costs, their profit margins will be severely compressed. Zhou Fengxiang has studied jade for many years and considers himself a gambling expert. Of course, he has some insights he has figured out. The higher price of rough stones is actually not a big deal as long as the skin quality of the rough stone is good enough. Then, his chances of cutting a profit will greatly increase. Based on this idea, he decided to purchase only those rough stones that perform well and are expensive to ensure his cutting profit rate. This is why Zhou Fengxiang is willing to spend heavily to gamble on stones. Unfortunately, ideals are often bountiful while reality is often stark. Zhou Fengxiang spent a huge amount of money gambling on stones, and not only did he not cut a single piece of premium jade, but he also depleted a large portion of his originally ample cash flow, suffering heavy losses. With the two old men repeatedly advising him, Zhao Tian quickly replied, "You can rest assured, I'll just go take a look. At most, I'll buy a few small rough stones worth 10 or 8,000 to play with. I want to bet too big." Seeing Zhao Tian say this, the old men stopped talking. They took Zhao Tian to the Qishir workshop on the other side of the antique city. The journey of more than 10 minutes left the old men sweating profusely, while Zhao Tian walked under the blazing sun with a smile, not a drop of sweat on him. However, the old men were too focused on their hurried journey, complaining to each other, and didn't notice the unusual Zhao Tian. When they reached the outer perimeter of the antique market, they stopped at the entrance of a large courtyard along the street. Inside, the sounds of machinery could be faintly heard. Zhao Tian saw an ancient-looking plaque at the entrance of the courtyard, with the words Qishir Workshop written in gilded characters. Young friend Zhao Tian, this is the Qishir Workshop. The owner here is probably the largest wholesaler of jade rough stones in the entire eastern region of Longhua. Basically, jade rough stones from surrounding provinces and cities are shipped out from here, Zhou Fengxiang introduced with a smile. Let us go in quickly. It's so hot outside. Qian Duofu urged impatiently. The fat man is more sensitive to heat, so Qian Duofu couldn't stand the high temperature outside. Once inside the courtyard, it was a different world. Zhao Tian immediately saw several small factory buildings. Some had their roller doors down, while others were open, and a few forklifts were parked in the nearby open space. In one open warehouse, Zhao Tian saw a row of machines of various sizes, all covered with large iron lids. A few people were gesturing around a smaller machine. In one corner of the courtyard, there was a large pile of dull-looking stones, but all had a very smooth surface. Zhao Tian's discerning eye activated directly on that pile of stones. Item: jade rough stone, semi-transparent material, Wujizhong jade value, 20. Item: jade rough stone, waste material, ordinary stone value, 1. Item: jade rough stone, waste material, ordinary stone value, 1. After a long look, Zhao Tian found that most of them were ordinary stones. Zhao Tian, what are you looking at? That pile is all cut waste material, edge scraps, and has no value, Jian Baosher hurriedly explained when he saw Zhao Tian staring blankly at the pile of waste material. Zhao Tian certainly knew that those were all waste materials. He looked so carefully because he wanted to emulate the protagonists in the novels he had read, hoping to find something like imperial green among the scraps. But he was disappointed. After looking for a long time, his eyes were tired, and all he saw were ordinary stones or low-quality Wujizhong and dry beam materials, worthless for jewelry. Zhao Tian, stop looking. Let us go check how old Zhou's cutting is going, Jian Baosher urged again. Okay, let us go. Zhao Tian, having found nothing, quickly replied. With disappointment, he followed Jian Baosher and the others into the warehouse lined with machines. Mr. Zhou, the rough stone you selected is about to be cut. Please wait a moment. One of the people by the machine hurried over when he saw Zhao Tian and the others. Good, I came back just in time. Mr. Liu, why are you still personally overseeing this in this hot weather? Zhou Fengxiang asked, somewhat excited but still politely. Chapter 37. Gambling on stones. Mr. Zhou, you're my big client. If you're not here, I have to keep an eye on things for you, said the middle-aged man, known as Mr. Liu with a smile. He then greeted others, Mr. Qian, Mr. Jian, you guys are here too. Haha. Old Zhou said you have a few good stones, so we can take a look. Thank you all for coming to support my business. Mr. Liu smiled and cupped his hands in greeting to everyone. The crowd laughed heartily. It seemed that Mr. Liu just noticed Zhao Tian and asked curiously, is this handsome young man your family's son? This is Zhao Tian, Mr. Zhao, one of my big clients. Jian Baosher briefly introduced. He then added, Zhao Tian, this is Mr. Liu Yong, the owner of Qishir Farm. Upon hearing this, Liu Yong's eyes lit up. Anyone whom Jian Baosher referred to as a big client must be someone with a net worth of at least tens of millions. Zhao Tian looked young, but his wealth was certainly substantial. Since he had come along this time, wouldn't it provide a market for the high-end raw stones Liu Yong had just acquired? Liu Yong then warmly addressed Zhao Tian, Mr. Zhao, you are truly talented and handsome. Since it's your first time at Qishir Farm, I'll give you a nice piece of material to cut and play with later. You're too kind, Mr. Liu. I don't know much about gambling on stones, so I rashly asked a few seniors to bring me here. Since it's my first visit, I hope to learn from you how to choose a few raw stones that can yield top-quality jade. Zhao Tian politely replied. Learning from me is too much to ask. Gambling on stones is 3 parts skill and 7 parts luck. I can't casually advise anyone, Mr. Liu laughed and said. He was speaking the truth. If he could guide others in gambling on stones, why would he still be in the wholesale and retail business for raw stones? It would be better to pick out good raw stones himself and sell the top-quality jade directly, making more money with less effort. Mr. Zhou's raw stones are ready, shouted a worker by the machine. The roar of the machine came to a stop. Let's go take a look at how it turned out, Zhou Fengxiang said eagerly. It must be a big rise this time. Mr. Liu shouted with a smile. Thanks for your good words. Zhou Fengxiang replied with a beaming smile. The group walked over to the machine, where Zhou Fengxiang nervously directed the workers to open the machine cover. As the cover slowly lifted, the scene inside the machine was revealed. A large piece of yellow-brown, slightly white raw stone was fixed at the machine's base. The saw blade was tightly pressed against the cutting surface of the raw stone without any gaps. The smaller portion that had been cut off was resting in the machine's bottom compartment. It was still unclear whether it had yielded a good result or not. Mr. Zhou, do you want to open it? Or should the worker do it? Liu Yong asked nervously. I'll do it, Zhou Fengxiang replied, equally anxious. He had already ruined too many high-end jade raw stones and had developed a psychological shadow. Be careful. Old Chow, bring a chair over to assist Mr. Zhou. Liu Yong instructed a nearby worker. At this moment, Zhao Tian was not paying attention to the anxious old man. He was using his insight eye to observe the cut jade raw stone. Item, jade raw stone, semi-transparent material, glutinous type with flecks of jade value. 1 million. Seeing this information, Zhao Tian thought. A glutinous type with flecks of jade valued at 1 million. It seems that Zhou Fengxiang has succeeded this time. However, Zhao Tian then noticed Zhou Fengxiang's grim expression as he held the small piece of jade raw stone cover. Zhou Fengxiang said to the worker, Master, give me some water. Soon, the worker brought over a water hose. Zhou Fengxiang rinsed off the mud and debris from the cut surface of the raw stone, then took out his flashlight to shine it on the jade surface from different distances. After a long sigh, he said, It's still glutinous. It hasn't transformed into ice. It has failed again. He then said to several workers, Masters, move the saw blade aside. I want to see how the larger cutting surface looks. The workers operated the machine, lifting the saw blade to reveal the cut surface of the raw stone. Zhou Fengxiang then used the hose to wash away the remaining mud and stone on the jade raw stone's cutting surface. He leaned over the machine to study it again and finally said helplessly, This large piece didn't transform inside. It's still glutinous. It hasn't even reached the level of glutinous ice. Fortunately, it's large and has no cracks, so the loss can be minimized. Hearing this, Zhao Tian was surprised and said, Mr. Zhou, are you mistaken? Isn't this a glutinous type of jade? Even a simple piece of jewelry made from it would cost several thousand to tens of thousands. A piece this large should at least sell for over 1 million. How can there be a loss? Everyone was stunned, not expecting this young man to be knowledgeable. They thought Zhao Tian was a novice in gambling on stones. Zhou Fengxiang smiled wryly and replied, I spent 3 million on this jade raw stone, hoping that its interior would transform into ice type. If I had succeeded, the value of this jade raw stone would have been over 10 million. Unfortunately, the interior hasn't changed at all. It's still glutinous. This means a direct loss of 2 million. No wonder Zhou Fengxiang is nearly out of cash flow for his jewelry company. No company can withstand such losses. Zhao Tian, do you also know about gambling on stones? Jian Baosher asked hesitantly. I've never gambled on stones, but I've watched some videos, so I just recognize the types and qualities of jade. I don't know much else. Zhao Tian replied honestly. Although others nodded, they thought Zhao Tian was being modest, as it's rare for someone to accurately state the value of jade. Usually, only seasoned players can estimate jade prices at a glance. In fact, Zhao Tian was telling the truth. He really didn't know much, but with the system's inside eye, he could directly identify the type and provide an estimate. This impressed everyone and made them no longer underestimate Zhao Tian. Mr. Zhou, should I send this piece of jade raw stone to your company after it's cut? Liu Yong asked. Yes, as usual, send the cut pieces to me. I'll arrange for the craftsmen to make jewelry, Zhou Fengxiang said, looking somewhat displeased. All right, Liu Yong readily agreed. Zhou Fengxiang then marked the large jade raw stone and instructed the workers to continue cutting along the lines he drew. After finishing the work, Zhou Fengxiang took a slight breath and said to everyone, Mr. Liu, don't you have a few more good materials over there? Let's go take a look. Chapter 38. No leaks to pick? Liu Yong immediately laughed and replied, Of course, no problem. Let us go. I'll take you to the exhibition area. The weather outside is really hot. As he spoke, he casually wiped the sweat from his forehead. Liu Yong led the way, and everyone followed him into a factory building with a closed door. As soon as the door was pushed open, a refreshing breeze from the air conditioning rushed towards them, instantly making them feel comfortable. This cool breeze was like a timely rain, dispersing the heat they had felt outside. However, this cool breeze had little effect on Zhao Tian. As long as he circulated the qi of Tai Chi, he would not feel any discomfort, whether in the sweltering heat or the frigid cold. Outside, his qi had been continuously operating. Once inside the room, Zhao Tian found it very spacious, divided into several different areas. On one side of the factory was a huge tea table, adorned with many delicate jadeite rough materials that shone brightly under the lights. In the middle of the tea table was a very high-end, ancient-style tea set. In the central area of the room, there were numerous jadeite rough stones of various sizes, both large and small, round and square, dazzling to the eye. Finally, in another area, there were a few pieces of jadeite rough stones, each carefully divided into sections. Lu Yong smiled and pointed to the pile of divided rough stones, introducing, "That batch over there is the public auction material I just bought at a high price from Yin Province. They are all high-quality goods, so you can take a good look." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian and the others wasted no time and quickly walked over to that area of high-quality jadeite rough stones. Zhou Fengxiang pointed to a few pieces of semi-transparent material and said, Old Qian, Zhao Tian, come take a look. These are the pieces I have my eye on. Although the price is high, I believe there is a chance to get ice jade. Gambling on stones is typically divided into full gamble materials, window materials, semi-transparent materials, and clear materials. Full gamble materials are the most primitive form of gambling stones, with no windows on the surface of the rough, relying entirely on experience and luck to judge the quality of the jade inside. This type of stone carries the highest risk, but if the gamble pays off, the profits can be substantial. Window materials have one or more small windows opened on the surface, allowing observation of the internal jade's texture, color, etc. Window materials carry slightly lower risks than full gamble materials, as they can provide some basis for judging the internal conditions, but they still carry a high degree of uncertainty. This is because most window materials are opened in the best-performing areas of the rough, often referred to as rogue windows, which can easily mislead buyers. Semi-transparent materials involve cutting a portion of the rough from the middle or removing the outer skin, exposing a larger area of the jade inside. This method of gambling stones carries relatively lower risks, allowing for a more intuitive view of some features of the jade, but there are still uncertainties in the uncut portions. Clear materials refer to fully cut stones where the quality, color, and type of water of the jade are clear at a glance. Strictly speaking, clear materials do not belong to true gambling stones, as buyers can accurately assess value and trade based on actual conditions. The so-called public auction materials displayed by Lu Yong are semi-transparent materials, which are jadeite rough stones cut from the middle. The type, water content, floating flowers, and internal cotton and cracks of a jade can mostly be seen. However, these jadeites are relatively large, and there is still a possibility of internal changes. The semi-transparent materials Zhou Fengxiang referred to have significant potential for variation. One of the cut surfaces is already a glutinous jade, and the other side of the skin also shows good performance, with light shining through and showing color, indicating a high possibility that it will transform into ice jade inside. Of course, such semi-transparent jadeite rough stones are not cheap, with a price tag of 5 million. Although this jadeite rough stone is quite large, this price far exceeds that of glutinous jade. If the inside does not turn into ice jade, it would essentially be similar to the piece Zhou Fengxiang just cut, resulting in a loss of 3 to 4 million. However, if the inside does transform into ice jade, its value would double, reaching the level of 10 million. The three older men were using high-powered flashlights to study the jadeite rough stone from every angle. Zhao Tian had already used his insight eye to see through the value of this semi-transparent jadeite rough stone. Item: jadeite rough stone, semi-transparent material, glutinous jade, glutinous ice jade value. 5 million. The insight eye indicated that the material of this jadeite rough stone is glutinous and glutinous ice jade. This means that the jade inside has reached the glutinous ice level, slightly better than before. However, the value of this jadeite and the marked price differ greatly. Whoever buys it will incur a loss of 5 million. Seeing this actual value of 5 million, Zhao Tian shook his head, not knowing who set this ridiculous price. What do you think? This material is good, right? Zhou Fengxiang asked Jian Baosher and Qian Duofu, somewhat tempted. It's indeed good. The light shines directly and shows color. The internal quality is definitely better than the cut surface of the jade, Qian Duofu nodded. However, this price is a bit high. If the internal transformation doesn't turn out well, it could lead to huge losses. Jian Baosher frowned. Gambling stones, the most important thing is the gamble, right? This price is very reasonable. If the internal transformation turns into ice jade, then a profit of 10 million can be made. Moreover, based on the performance of this jadeite skin, it is highly likely to increase in value, which is why it is marked at 5 million. Lu Yong immediately explained with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Fengxiang became more inclined to acquire this jadeite rough stone. Zhao Tian, however, did not interject, but continued to look for jadeite rough stones that would prompt him to make a move. Nearby, there was a smaller piece of jadeite rough stone with a cut surface that reached the sky blue ice jade, slightly cloudy with no cracks, and several bracelet positions. Clearly a top-notch piece. However, the mark price was also not cheap, directly at 2 million. Zhao Tian looked through his insight eye and saw. Item: jadeite rough stone, semi-transparent material, ice jade value. 2 million. This mark price was even higher than the actual value. So Zhao Tian directly gave up and continued to explore other jadeite rough stones. Item: jadeite rough stone, semi-transparent material, glutinous yellow jade value. 1 million. This piece of yellow jade has a limited audience, but has the advantage of being crack-free. Though it is not very large, it has multiple bracelet positions. However, when Zhao Tian saw that the mark price for this yellow jade was 1.5 million, he couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Zhou Fengxiang and Jian Baosher had suffered such heavy losses. Here, the selling price of jadeite rough stones would inevitably lead to losses of several million or tens of thousands. No one could bear that. After that, he used his insight to check all the so-called public auction materials in this area that Lu Yong mentioned. Chapter 39. Exceptional high ice yang green. A surge of frustration rushed through Zhao Tian's mind. The jadeite in these raw stones was indeed present, and the quality was quite good. The worst was at least mid-range nuo jade, and there were even many high-end ice jade pieces. However, the prices were shockingly high, often in the millions, far exceeding the value of the raw jadeite itself. There was absolutely no chance of finding a bargain. Zhao Tian was speechless. He clearly remembered that in the novels, anyone with a system could easily pick up bargains at antique markets, gamble on stones to get rich, and marry beautiful and wealthy women. Why was it so difficult for him? He couldn't find a good deal on antiques or high-quality jade, even with his system. Although the jade in the public auction materials was good, Zhao Tian couldn't afford to lose money. He noticed a few old men still debating whether to buy more public auction materials. However, he didn't want to interfere. His relationship with these old men was just starting, and it was uncertain whether they would listen to his advice. Moreover, if he discouraged them from buying jade raw stones, he would definitely offend Lu Yong, the seller. So it was better to let things happen naturally. Whether they lost or gained was up to their own judgment. Having found nothing in the public auction area, Zhao Tian walked to the central exhibition area. This was a large section filled with all gamble jade raw stones. According to Lu Yong, the prices here were calculated by the kilogram. As a wholesale dealer of jadeite in the eastern region of Long Country, he sold this gamble material by the kilogram, both wholesale and retail. The well-performing gamble materials could be priced higher per kilogram, with some even reaching hundreds of thousands, more expensive than the known jade. Conversely, poorly performing materials were much cheaper, with some priced as low as a few dozen yuan per kilogram. The central area was further divided into smaller sections based on the quality of the market and the outer skin of the jadeite. Each section had a uniform price per kilogram, and once a piece was selected, it was weighed and the price calculated. Zhao Tian first looked at the most expensive section, priced at 100,000 yuan per kilogram. In the corner was a small jade raw stone, estimated to weigh only 2 to 3 kilograms. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, do jade, nuo jade value. 50,000 yuan. Zhao Tian scratched his head. Spending 200,000 or 300,000 to only break even at 50,000 wasn't worthwhile. He then glanced at a larger raw stone weighing over 10 kilograms. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, nuo jade value. 800,000 yuan with a price of 100,000 per kilogram. This 10-kilogram jade raw stone would cost over $1 million just in base cost, while the jade value was only 800,000. Still a losing deal. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, nuo jade, ice piao flower jade value. 560,000 yuan. This piece weighed around 5 to 6 kilograms, with costs and value being comparable, so wasn't worth buying either. After looking around, Zhao Tian's eyes felt strained, and he realized that the best jade raw stones would only allow him to break even. He began to doubt whether Lu Yong had an eye for insight like him. The selling prices set by Lu Yong left no opportunity for a bargain. After checking more than half of the jade raw stones in the central area, Zhao Tian didn't find a single decent high-quality jade. At best, there were some ice jades, but not even high ice, and the prices were ridiculously high, making them not worth purchasing at all. Frustrated, Zhao Tian thought that, as a person with a system, How could he not even find a good deal in gambling on stones? Finally, he stumbled upon the cheapest section, priced at 80 yuan per kilogram of gamble material. The jade raw stones here were even more outrageous. Zhao Tian's insight revealed. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, ordinary stone value. 1 yuan. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, Wuji jade value. 100 yuan. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, ordinary stone value. 10 yuan. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, do jade value. 800 yuan. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, ordinary stone value. 3 yuan. Most of the items were ordinary stones, and there wasn't even low-quality dough or Wuji jade. Zhao Tian was about to give up and cursed inwardly. The novels are all a lie. Even with a system, finding a high-quality jade is nearly impossible. The exceptional jade raw stones that could be easily identified had long been picked out when leaving the mining area, leaving only the trash behind, which had been sifted through repeatedly, with hardly any good jade left to buy. Just as Zhao Tian was about to give up on searching for jade raw stones, he suddenly had a spark of realization when he saw the information from his insight eye. This price was simply outrageous. Item: jade raw stone, gamble material, high Iseong green value. 20 million yuan. Suppressing his excitement, Zhao Tian walked over to the jade raw stone indicated by his insight eye and began to examine it closely. This was a large piece weighing around 40 kilograms. Looking at the skin, this stone appeared to come from the Mowanji site, with a black outer skin covered in dark black sand. However, the entire surface was filled with black moss skin and had clear visible cracks. When illuminated with a strong flashlight, it appeared pitch black, with no sign of brilliance, resembling marble instead. Such jade raw stones typically contain dirty cotton and fine cracks inside, making them nearly worthless. It was no wonder this large piece from the Mowanji site was placed among the cheapest materials. Having found a bargain, Zhao Tian noted this piece discreetly and glanced at the others. They were still in the public auction area, studying the overpriced semi-transparent jade. Feeling invigorated, Zhao Tian activated his insight eye again to continue his search. After inspecting all the kilogram materials, Zhao Tian's eyes felt blurry. Yet he still didn't find a single piece worth buying. There were some stones that could yield a profit of 30,000 or 20,000. But with his current wealth of millions, he dismissed those small returns. Unless the profit was in the millions or tens of millions, it wasn't worth his effort. To avoid trouble, Zhao Tian not only selected that large piece from the Mowanji site, but also picked another similarly sized piece and 2 smaller pieces, setting them aside. Then, he called Lu Yong over from a distance. Seeing Zhao Tian choosing several gamble materials, the others grew curious and came over to see what was happening. Zhao Tian ignored them and said to Lu Yong, "Mr. Lu, this is my first time gambling on stones, so I just randomly picked a few to try out. Let me know how much they cost, and I'll pay you." Before Lu Yong could respond, the nearby Jian Baosher spoke up. "Zhao Tian, how did you pick these raw stones?" Chapter 40. When a machine sounds, a fortune awaits. As he spoke, he pointed to the large rough stone from the Mowanji that Zhao Tian had his eye on, saying, "Gambling on stones doesn't mean that the bigger the volume, the better. Look at this black sandskin rough stone from the Mowanji site. The skin is covered in black moss, with deep and shallow cracks. Even under the light, it shows no promise. The inside is mostly black cotton and cracks, with little value. I just casually picked a few pieces of all gambling material from this cheap area. As long as those 2 large pieces yield even a bit of jade, I won't lose. Of course, the cost is only a few thousand yuan, so it doesn't matter if I lose." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian quickly made up a reason to deflect. "Haha, the material here is only 80 yuan per kilogram. The 4 pieces you chose, Brother Zhao, probably weigh around 70 or 80 kilograms in total, so it's only about 5 or 6,000 yuan. You can't lose much." Lu Yong quickly chimed in. Jian Baosher, upon hearing this, decided not to say more. Although he didn't know Zhao Tian's true background, the over 40 million yuan from selling silver dollars had indeed made Zhao Tian a millionaire. For someone with at least tens of millions, spending 10,000 yuan to play with gambling stones wasn't a big deal. "Let's weigh it and see how much it is," Zhao Tian said to Lu Yong. He wanted to ensure the transaction was completed properly with Lu Yong before proceeding. Otherwise, if a priceless high-grade icy green jade were to be cut out, Lu Yong might have other thoughts, leading to disputes. Although Zhao Tian wasn't afraid of anyone being unreasonable with him, it was better to avoid such troubles. Soon, Lu Yong arranged for someone to bring a scale over. The The two large jade rough stones weighed 45 kilograms and 30 kilograms, respectively. The two smaller jade rough stones weighed 3 kilograms and 2 kilograms. In total, it was 80 kilograms, and at 80 yuan per kilogram, that would be 6 for 100 yuan. Brother Zhao, since it's your first time here, I'll give you a discount. You can just pay 6,000 yuan, Lu Yong said with a smile. This time, Zhao Tian didn't hold back and directly said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Zhao Tian secretly grumbled that Lu Yong had initially said he would give him a piece of rough stone, but now he didn't mention it at all. He then scanned the code and paid the 6,000 yuan. The workers marked the 4 rough stones Zhao Tian had chosen to indicate they had been sold. "Mr. Lu, can you help me cut the stones?" Zhao Tian asked Lu Yong with a smile. "Of course, here's a marker. You can draw how you want to cut it. And I'll arrange for someone to help you cut these rough stones." Lu Yong nodded. "No need to draw. Just cut it from middle," Zhao Tian casually said. The all-gambling materials, aside from the large piece with high-grade icy green jade, mostly contain stone inside. The best would be a bean type with no significant value, so it could be cut randomly. As for that large Mojuanji piece, the jade was almost in the center with a thick layer of stone shell outside. If it wasn't cut from the middle, it was very likely that the jade wouldn't be reached. "All right, I'll arrange for the master to start cutting. The 2 smaller ones can be done quickly, but the large ones will take a while," Lu Yong said without saying much more. He usually wouldn't even glance at jade rough stones of this level. This was only because Zhao Tian was with Jian Baosher and a few big clients. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid any attention. Soon, 3 craftsmen arrived to take the 4 stones for cutting. "Let's go see if Zhao Tian can cut something good on his first gamble," Jian Baosher suggested. "Don't you want to check out these public auction materials?" Lu Yong asked tentatively. Lu Yong didn't want to go see. He wanted to persuade a few old men to buy the public auction materials he had bought at a high price. He certainly didn't want to see what valuable things could come out of Zhao Tian's few thousand yuan of waste materials. The materials priced at dozens of yuan per kilogram had been selected through countless rounds and were ultimately recognized as worthless waste. They were purely used to trick novices into spending less money and experiencing the charm of gambling stones. "There's no rush. Let's go see outside." Jian Baosher directly declined Lu Yong and stood up to walk out. Zhao Tian had already followed the craftsman and arrived at the stone cutting area. The 2 large jade rough stones were secured in 2 cutting machines by 2 people. As the machine's cover closed, the worker shouted, "When the machine sounds, a fortune awaits." Then he pressed the start button. The 2 cutting machines started simultaneously, along with another machine helping to cut the jade rough stone for Zhou Fengxiang. The combined noise from the 3 machines was very loud. One craftsman took the 2 smaller jade rough stones and brought Zhao Tian to a small cutting machine. The craftsman asked again, "Boss, are you sure you want to cut from the middle?" "Sure, go ahead and cut," Zhao Tian replied with a smile. "Okay, then I'll cut it," the craftsman said and started the machine. The 2 to 3 kilogram stones were easily cut in half by the saw blade. The craftsman said while cutting, "This piece of yours is too soft. It probably doesn't have any jade inside. Jade has a very hard texture, and the feel is different when cutting." "That's fine. It's just a few hundred yuan. It's for fun," Zhao Tian said casually, not feeling disappointed. Sure enough, when the craftsman split the 2 halves of the jade rough stone, it was all black, white, and gray stones, not even qualifying as jade. Jian Baosher, who was watching nearby, comforted him, saying, "Zhao Tian, it's normal to cut into nothing on your first gamble." "Exactly. The cheaper the jade rough stone, the less likely it is to contain jade. So you should buy more expensive jade rough stones to have a chance at a good cut." Lu Yong chimed in, taking the opportunity to brainwash everyone. The few old men watching couldn't help but nod in agreement. Zhao Tian, indifferent, held the piece of jade rough stone that had been cut in half and inspected it. Then he walked to the entrance and casually tossed it into the pile of cut waste he had seen upon entering. Then he easily said to the craftsman, "Master, you can cut the remaining piece as well." The craftsman didn't say anything more, turned on the light to inspect the stone, shook his head, and directly started the machine, cutting from the middle of that piece. The craftsman easily cut open the remaining piece of Zhao Tian's rough stone. When the cut piece was revealed in front of everyone, no one spoke. It was just another ordinary stone with no signs of jade inside. Zhao Tian already knew this would be the result and showed no emotional fluctuations. However, he still feigned some regret, saying, "Oh no, cut into nothing again. Gambling on stones does carry some risks." Jian Baosher and the other old men exchanged glances but remained silent. Although their gambling on stones had resulted in significant losses, at least they had encountered some jade. Chapter 41. Greediness. This was Zhao Tian's first time playing with gambling stones, and he had already cut through 2 pieces. without even seeing the shadow of the lowest quality jadeite. He was truly unlucky. This left everyone unsure of how to console him. At this moment, General Lu smiled and said, "Brother Zhao Tian, the chance of cutting a profit from the jadeite raw stone you bought is very low. You might as well spend a bit more money and buy some higher quality jadeite raw stones." General Lu was right. Buying one piece of raw stone for over 6,000 was completely different from buying 4 pieces for the same price. Zhou Fengxiang also agreed with him. He then added, "The cheaper the jadeite raw stones, the worse the quality." Zhao Tian was speechless. Old Zhou had lost over 100 million in gambling stones. Yet he didn't reflect on the reasons behind his losses. Lu Yong was the seller. So of course he would say anything to encourage others to buy his jadeite raw stones. How could Zhou Fengxiang take him seriously? Didn't he realize that the more expensive the jadeite raw stones he bought, the more he lost? "I'm just buying a few pieces to have some fun. If I can cut a profit, that's even better. If I lose, it's no big deal since I haven't spent much," Zhao Tian said with a smile. Exactly. Zhao Tian only spent a few thousand, so losing isn't a huge loss. Besides, there are still 2 large pieces. The bigger the piece, the greater the chance of cutting a profit. With this size, even if we casually cut out a low-grade jadeite, we could break even. At this point, Qian Duofu, who had been mostly silent, chimed in. He added, "If we happen to cut out a top-quality piece, then that would be a huge profit. Zhao Tian has great luck. Gambling stones also depends on luck. Haha, let's borrow Qian's good words and hope we can cut out a top-quality piece." Zhao Tian echoed Qian's words. The others merely smiled in agreement. They didn't take Qian Duofu's words seriously. If buying a few pieces of cheap stone could yield top-quality jadeite, then everyone on the street would be a wealthy person made rich by gambling stones. Since Zhao Tian's 2 large jadeite raw stones would take a while to cut, everyone decided not to endure the heat and noise in the cutting area any longer. Instead, they returned to the cool and quiet exhibition hall to study the pieces Zhou Fengxiang had his eye on. Zhou Fengxiang was still conflicted about whether to purchase the semi-transparent material he had initially set his sights on. Seeing Zhao Tian, who was calm and relaxed, Zhou Fengxiang asked, "Zhao Tian, what do you think of this semi-transparent material? Is there any chance of it cutting profit?" Zhao Tian was taken aback by the question. Why was Zhou Fengxiang asking him? He knew nothing about gambling stones. He had only managed to pick out a top-quality piece from so many raw stones because of the system. However, since Zhou Fengxiang asked, he casually replied, "Zhou, you're an experienced expert. Why are you asking a newcomer like me?" "Oh, Zhao Tian, just share your thoughts to inspire me a bit. Qian and Jian have cut a lot of stones with me, but they haven't given me any constructive opinions." Zhou Fengxiang looked at Zhao Tian hopefully. The others also turned to Zhao Tian, seemingly eager to see what suggestions this young man might have. Even Lu Yong was watching Zhao Tian with a smirk, as if he wanted to see what insight this young man, who only bought scraps, could offer. Zhao Tian noticed Lu Yong's disdainful gaze and shot him a dismissive look. Lu Yong's opinion of him had dropped from 10 to -20 after Zhao Tian bought a few cheap jadeite raw stones. Buying more or less was just a way to support his business, since Lu Yong looked down on the few thousand Zhao Tian spent. There was no need for Zhao Tian to give him any face. To be honest, Lu Yong was indeed a bit greedy, monopolizing the jadeite raw stone supply in the eastern region of Longhua and marking up the prices several times. This left little chance for anyone to find a bargain. Furthermore, due to Lu Yong's long-term brainwashing mantra that cheap goods are not good, and good goods are not cheap, along with a vast quantity of cheap jadeite raw stones, it was indeed difficult to cut out good jadeite. This led more people to prefer buying expensive jadeite raw stones. But the jadeite cut from them was worth far less than the cost of the raw stones. The fact that they could cut out jadeite blinded all the buyers, making them mistakenly believe their luck was poor and that they had failed to cut profit. In reality, this was just Lu Yong's trick. Of course, a businessman seeks profit, and such practices are understandable. At this moment, Zhao Tian spoke up. "Zhou, I believe in equivalent exchange. For things that are equivalent, I only trust the value of what my own eyes see." He continued, "If I can't see it, and I have to gamble on the unknown benefits, I might as well spend $2 on a lottery ticket or gamble a few hands in places like Macau or Las Vegas for some thrills." Zhao Tian might not understand the knowledge of gambling stones, but in his previous life, he had watched many videos about them. Whether the streamers were genuine or scripted, the way they bargained made one's scalp tingle. For a piece of jadeite raw stone, whether it was completely blocked, windowed, or semi-transparent, the buyer's offers were always based on the jadeite value visible to their eyes, discounted to leave themselves with ample profit. As for the idea of paying a premium for raw stones and taking on risks for a slim chance of profit, that simply did not exist. Zhao Tian's words rang out like a bell, instantly awakening Zhou Fengxiang, who was deep in the haze of gambling stones, hoping for a chance to profit. Qian Duofu and Jian Baoshi also suddenly became clear-headed. They were all billionaires running businesses, sharp-minded and astute. However, they had been misled by Lu Yong's monopoly in the gambling stone business for so long that they had not considered this aspect. When gambling stones, they had allowed Lu Yong to quote prices and suffered heavy losses. Now, with Zhao Tian breaking through this layer of confusion, they suddenly understood. Realizing this, Qian Duofu directly said to Lu Yong, "General Lu, I truly want to buy this piece. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back to look at it so many times. We've cooperated many times, and this piece of yours is priced at 5 million, which is too expensive. I can't see that price. Therefore, I won't engage in an equivalent exchange with you. Just based on the performance of the semi-transparent material, this piece is only worth around 1.8 million. Considering the performance of the skin, I'm willing to offer 1.5 million. What do you think?" Lu Yong glanced at Zhao Tian with an ugly expression, secretly resenting him. This Zhao Tian, truly more of a hindrance than a help. He hasn't created much profit for me, but has ruined my long-term efforts. Chapter 42 Bargaining. Although Zhou Fengxiang's offer of 1.5 million had already exceeded his cost and provided a substantial profit, he felt unwilling because he initially expected to sell it for 5 million. After hesitating for a while, Lu Yong, with an unsightly smile, said, "Mr. Zhou, you know that our Qi Feng usually doesn't negotiate on prices. In the gambling stone business, it's all about the quality of the raw stone. When the quality is high, the price can't be low. How about this? Since we've cooperated many times, and you're a regular customer of Qi Feng, I'll make an exception this time and give you a discount. 1.5 million is really not feasible. I can't even get it at that price. Just give me 4 million, and this top-quality, semi-transparent material will be yours. Mr. Lu, I bought a lot of materials from you recently, but I haven't had many successful cuts, and I've lost tens of millions without ever complaining. The quality of your materials is not as high as you advertise. I don't think it's worth 4 million. Zhou Fengxiang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "How about this? I'll make a concession. 3 million is the lowest I can go." Lu Yong said with a pained expression, as if he had suffered a great loss. 3 million is out of the question. What I see now is just the glutinous ice. I wouldn't make a profit even if I sold it for 1 million. The skin looks okay, but even if the interior performs slightly better than glutinous jadeite, I wouldn't make much profit at 1.5 million. You know, it's hard to judge jade without cutting it. I offered 1.5 million, but I took on a lot of risks. Zhou Fengxiang still wouldn't budge. Such a businessman, once they react, it becomes very difficult to squeeze any further profits from them. Mr. Zhou, you are really being too harsh in your bargaining. Our previous collaborations have been very pleasant, and this time you are making it too difficult for me. After all, Qi Feng is not just my business. How about this? I'll consult with a few other shareholders since this batch of goods also involves their shares. The price is something we need to decide together. I can't make a decision on such a low price. Lu Yong said awkwardly. Mr. Lu, please discuss it and get back to me. I can't accept the current price. If we can't reach an agreement this time, I'll have to go to Yunnan to look for sources. Zhou Fengxiang replied lightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong's expression changed immediately, losing the previous nonchalance. His Qi Feng claimed to be the largest wholesale and retail dealer of jadeite raw stones in the eastern region of Longhua, but in reality, their annual turnover was not very significant. Most of what they sold were the cheapest kilogram materials, and they mainly relied on high-end clients for profit. For example, clients like Zhou Fengxiang and Jian Baoshi would spend millions or even tens of millions on high-quality jadeite raw stones, especially Zhou Fengxiang, whose Zhou's jewelry needed a continuous supply of jade. Over the past year, he had come to buy jade raw stones almost every few days, and his spending alone matched the total of all other clients combined, bringing substantial profits to Qi Feng. If Zhou Fengxiang stopped gambling on stones, Qi Feng's turnover and profits would take a significant hit. Mr. Zhou, please hold on for a moment. Let me make a phone call and communicate with others. Lu Yong hurriedly replied, pretending to pick up his phone and move to the side to make a call. In reality, there were no other shareholders. This was just Lu Yong's excuse. Zhao Tian saw through everything clearly. Lu Yong seemed to have moved aside to make a call, but in fact, he didn't dial any number. He was just talking to himself. Now, as a junior martial artist, Zhao Tian could hear everything clearly from a distance. Soon, after finishing his act, Lu Yong returned with his phone and said to Zhou Fengxiang, Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry. The other shareholders do not accept the offer of 1.5 million. Zhou Fengxiang, who was originally pleased, immediately darkened his expression upon hearing this. Seeing Zhou Fengxiang's face change, Lu Yong quickly added, "The procurement price of this material is 2 million. The other shareholders mean that we can sell it to Mr. Zhou at cost without making a profit, but we can't take a loss. We will bear the costs of labor, storage, logistics, and capital occupation ourselves." Hearing this, Zhou Fengxiang's expression finally relaxed. Lu Yong had been quietly observing Zhou Fengxiang's expressions. After seeing Zhou Fengxiang's face improve, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued, "Mr. Zhou, can you accept the price of 2 million? But if you don't accept, that's also fine. If this deal doesn't go through, we still have many other high-quality public auction-grade jade raw stones you can check out. If the deal doesn't go through, we still maintain our friendship. We are old acquaintances, and we should understand each other. Let us not ruin the relationship." Since the conversation had reached this point, Lu Yong decided not to say much more. 2 million is 2 million. I'll take this material, Zhou Fengxiang said directly, indicating his acceptance of the price. In fact, Zhou Fengxiang was extremely excited inside. He had long had his eye on this material and was determined to acquire it. Now being able to get it for 3 million less, he was undoubtedly very happy. Watching this scene, Zhao Tian secretly sighed. Lu Yong has a good strategy of retreating to advance, successfully forcing the deal. This time, Zhou Fengxiang, the old man, could finally make a small profit. However, he soon felt Lu Yong's malicious gaze. The insightful eye showed that Lu Yong's favorability towards him had dropped to -40, which was in the range of extreme dislike. After all, because of his words, they lost 3 million, so it was normal for him to be disliked. However, Zhao Tian didn't care. After all, he had bought the only valuable top-quality high-ice jadeite from Qi for just a few $1,000s. The benefits were tangible, so there was nothing for Zhao Tian to worry about. Given the quality of the raw stones from Qi he wouldn't come back in the future. It was simply a waste of his energy. "Mr. Lu, I've already arranged for the finance department to transfer the money to you. Please cut this material for me now," Zhou Fengxiang said after making a phone call. "No problem. I'll arrange for someone to cut this material for you right away," Lu Yong replied readily. Although they made 3 million less, they still had a profit of about 1.8 million, which was a decent gain. Upon hearing that Lu Yong was going to cut the stone for him, Zhou Fengxiang nodded in satisfaction. Wire cutting is generally used for top-quality jadeite, as it can minimize the loss of interior jade during cutting. Logically speaking, this glutinous jade material should not reach the level of requiring wire cutting. Chapter 43. Arrival of funds. At this moment, Lu Yong's arrangement for wire cutting clearly showed his confidence in this piece of material. He believed it could cut well, which meant that the interior of this material was likely to exhibit even more outstanding qualities. With this thought, Zhou Fengxiang couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable joy rising within him. He seemed to envision that once the material was cut open, it would reveal the exquisite texture of top-quality jade, which thrilled him to no end. Just as Zhou Fengxiang was secretly rejoicing, Zhao Tian suddenly remembered the silver coin he had sold to Qian earlier and wondered if the payment had arrived. He quickly pulled out his phone to check. As soon as Zhao Tian lit up his phone screen, 2 bank transfer notification messages appeared before his eyes. His heart raced as he eagerly opened the messages. Your debit card account, Longwy Universe Bank Card XXXXXXXX6668888 on June 9th, received an amount of 41,710,000 yuan. After the transaction, the account balance is 42,584,008.00 yuan, Longwy Universe Bank. Your debit card account, Longwy Universe Bank Card XXXXXXX6668888 on June 9th, receive an amount of 70,000 yuan. After the transaction, the account balance is 42,654,008.00 yuan, Longwy Universe Bank. The latter message regarding the 70,000 yuan transfer was likely from Jian Baosher. Within just one day, his account balance skyrocketed from over 70,000 yuan to more than 42 million. This sudden influx of wealth meant Zhao Tian would hardly have to worry about financial issues for a while. Moreover, his account balance was about to double again, as the high Iceon green jade he purchased was about to be cut. According to the system's appraisal, this piece of jade was valued at a staggering 20 million. Zhao Tian pondered to himself that at this price, selling it properly for 30 to 40 million should not be a problem. After all, the sample of the commemorative silver coin of the Navy commander he had sold earlier was appraised at just over 20 million, yet it eventually sold for more than 40 million. With such a precedent, Zhao Tian was filled with confidence regarding the selling price of his jade. Just as Zhao Tian was happily contemplating how much wealth this piece would bring him, a master had already come over to lift Zhao Laoda's material away, preparing for the wire cutting. Seeing this, Zhao Tian naturally followed the crowd to the cutting area, wanting to witness the cutting process with his own eyes. However, this process seemed to be less smooth than Zhao Tian had imagined. Several workers struggled for quite some time before finally securing the massive piece of material, ready to start cutting. According to the workers, wire cutting was slow and would likely take several hours to finish. However, during this brief period, Zhao Tian's two larger pieces that had been cut for half a day had already been opened. The two cutting machines had also stopped working. The master in charge stood by, eagerly waiting for Zhao Tian to uncover the lid and check the cutting results. Zhao Tian, come over quickly and see how your two pieces have been cut. As long as there is jade inside, no matter the quality, I will buy them all. Zhou Fengxiang urged anxiously from the side. In his heart, he was actually very grateful to Zhao Tian since Zhao Tian had kindly reminded him earlier. Therefore, he had decided that as long as Zhao Tian could cut out jade this time, regardless of whether it was dry green, bean type, or even black chicken type, he would purchase it at a high price. This way, it would serve as a safety net for Zhao Tian's stone gambling journey today, ensuring he wouldn't return empty-handed. All right, I'll go see if there's any jade cut out. Zhao Tian responded without hesitation and quickly walked over. He reached one of the cutting machines and directly opened the machine's hatch. As the lid opened, a faint scent of stone powder wafted out. Everyone's gaze focused on the two halves of the raw stone that had been cut open, revealing a chaotic mix of white, green, and black colors. Wow, it's bean type. It actually cut well. With such a large volume of bean type jade, it can easily produce a basket full of bracelets. Just this one piece can cover the cost. Zhou Fengxiang exclaimed excitedly to Zhao Tian. Although the quality of this jade was extremely poor, its large size and low cost were advantageous. A piece of such large bean-type jade would certainly yield a considerable number of bracelets. Even if sold for 19.9 yuan with free shipping, it could still fetch around 10,000 yuan, allowing for a small profit. Zhao Tian, I'll buy this piece for 20,000 yuan. Zhou Fengxiang immediately quoted a high price without hesitation. Okay, thank you, President Zhou. Zhao Tian accepted gratefully, knowing he wouldn't keep such low-quality jade for himself. So it was better that someone else bought it. Then he opened the hatch of the other machine. Everyone leaned in to take a look, and instantly, everyone was stunned. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief and looked again. In the center of the white and tender-cut surface of a jade, there was actually a piece of green jade the size of a bowl. The scene erupted in a chorus of gasps. That shade of green was so rich and deep that it seemed to swallow the surrounding light. Dark green, pure black, and captivating. A voice exclaimed, "Imperial green." Zhou Fengxiang's voice trembled with excitement. The delicate and warm texture resembled a clear spring, radiating vitality and mystery. Zhao Tian couldn't help but reach out to gently touch the rich green area, feeling the cool and smooth touch with his fingertips. Indeed, high-quality jade felt different even when unpolished. Zhou Fengxiang and the others excitedly gathered around. When they shone their bright flashlights on it, the rich green showed no impurities and spread out beautifully. What a pity, it's not imperial green, but it's not far off. This is the top-quality high-ice Zhengyang green, just second to imperial green. Incredible. Incredible. Zhou Fengxiang was so excited he was almost speechless. On the side, Liu Yang's face looked exceptionally ugly. Seeing that Zhao Tian had spent a few thousand yuan to open up a top-quality high-ice Zhengyang green jade, it felt more painful than being killed. However, at this moment, no one cared about Liu Yang. They were all focused on examining this exquisite jade. High-ice Zhengyang green jade was an extremely rare treasure, and even Zhou Fengxiang, the owner of the jewelry company, had hardly seen it a few times. Moreover, this piece was so large that it could yield at least 5 or 6 large bracelets. Bracelets of this caliber were in the million-level range, and if sent to auction, they could even reach tens of millions. Chapter 44. Rebidding the jadeite that Zhao Tian cut out had a quality that was just slightly inferior to glass-type imperial green. If it could reach the level of imperial green, its value would directly exceed 100 million. Zhao Tian, I'll offer you 10 million for this piece of jade. Liu Yong suddenly spoke up. Everyone was taken aback. Liu Yong thought Zhao Tian was inexperienced and hurriedly added, Zhao Tian, look, you spent 6,000, and now you're making 10 million. That's a profit of over 1,000 times. Selling it to me would be a huge gain for you. Before Zhao Tian could respond, Zhou Fengxiang directly interjected, Mr. Liu, your bid is too outrageous. You dare to quote millions for those mushy ice and ordinary ice jade. And now you only offer 1 million for such a large, top-quality high ice Zhengyang green jade? My pieces of jade are larger. Lu Yong replied awkwardly. Oomph. If jade is only about size, then what's the point of imperial green? Zhou Fengxiang scoffed. Zhao Tian, I also think highly of this piece of Zhengyang green jade. I'll offer 20 million for it. Qian Duofu also chimed in. This was just the beginning of the bidding, and it had already reached the system's estimated value, which made Zhao Tian quite satisfied. All right, since you all seem to like this material, I won't cut it further. I'm not planning to keep it for myself. Whoever wants it can make a bid. The highest bidder wins, how about that? Zhao Tian proposed. Zhao Tian's suggestion was quite reasonable. Such top-quality jade should indeed go to the highest bidder. Qian Duofu agreed. It seems I don't even have a chance to bid now, Jin Baosher said with a. He also wanted to acquire this high-ice Zhengyang green jade for his collection. The value of such top-quality jade would definitely multiply in the future, and collecting it now would be a good investment. I'll bid 21 million, Lu Yong said with a new offer. I'll bid 30 million. This piece of jade is mine for sure. Zhou Fengxiang declared confidently. He was betting on cutting out top-quality high-end jade. With such a large piece of top-quality Zhengyang green jade right in front of him, he certainly wouldn't miss out. This is even more attractive to me than the commemorative silver coin of Grand Marshal Lu Haijun. Old Zhou, do you think I'm not here? I'm also very interested in this piece of top-quality jade. I'll bid 35 million, Qian Duofu said without holding back. I'll bid 40 million. Zhou Fengxiang immediately countered without hesitation. I can only go up to 45 million. Any more would exceed the value of this material. Qian Duofu frowned and said. As for Lu Yong, who had bid at the beginning, he had fallen silent at this point. The price had exceeded his expectations, so he decided not to continue. He was just dealing in raw jade, and although he had never encountered imperial green, he had seen plenty of Zhengyang green jade. Lu Yong confidently believed he could cut out such top-quality jade himself in the future. Spending such a large sum on a piece of Zhengyang green jade was not worth it. Zhou Fengxiang then quoted again, I said before, I am determined to have this jade. I bid 46 million. As soon as this price was announced, everyone fell silent. Zhao Tian was also very happy. These two old men were indeed good people, each contributing over 40 million to him. This brought his assets close to 100 million. Zhao Tian was satisfied with this price and didn't wait any longer for others to continue bidding. He directly said, Mr. Zhou, then this piece of jade raw material will belong to you from now on. Ha! Young friend Zhao Tian, thank you. I will arrange for the company to transfer the funds to you immediately, old Zhou hurriedly said to Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, old Zhou eagerly reached out to touch the jade raw material that had just been cut. He completely disregarded the mud and stone debris on the cutting surface of the machine, as if it were not a stone but a beautiful woman, and he was gently caressing her skin. Before long, Zhao Tian's phone suddenly rang with a text message notification. He opened his phone to find a deposit notification from the Longwy Universe Bank. The message showed that his debit card account, Longwy Universe Bank card XXXXXXX 666888, had successfully received a transfer of 46,000,000 yuan on June 9th. After the transaction, the account balance was 88,654,008 yuan. Zhao Tian's eyes widened as he looked at the long string of numbers in the message, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. He had never imagined he would become a billionaire in such a short time. It felt like a dream. However, seeing the amount transferred without tax deductions, Zhao Tian curiously asked, Mr. Zhou, didn't you deduct tax on your side? I've already paid it for you. You helped me a lot this time. So I covered this tax, Zhou Fengxiang said with a smile. Then I thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhao Tian thanked him without being polite. Now that the jade gambling transaction had been successfully completed, Zhao Tian felt there was nothing else for him to do here. After all, whether it was antiques or jade gambling, he had given up on the idea of continuing to hunt for bargains. The chances of finding a hidden gem were too slim. He had exhausted his mental energy and walked through the entire antique market to find just this one. It was uncertain when the antique market would have another major bargain. There was no need to waste time and energy here. So he turned to the old men and smiled. Mr. Jian, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qian, I need to hurry back to Sioux City today, so I won't stay here any longer. If you have the chance, come to Sioux City to contact me. I'll treat you to a meal. The old men were pondering how to cut that piece of top-quality high-ice Zhengyang green jade. Although Zhao Tian was preparing to leave, and they felt a bit reluctant, they did not insist too much. They only exchanged contact information with Zhao Tian for future convenience. Lu Yong nearby wished Zhao Tian would leave quickly and disappear from his sight. Zhao Tian had caused him to lose several million and had cut an excellent piece of Zhengyang green jade at a low price, resulting in a heavy loss for him. Lu Yong was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Afterward, Zhao Tian exited the Chaoyan Palace Antique City, hailed a taxi, and instructed the driver to head straight for the high-speed rail station. Along the way, he was in a good mood. Upon arriving at the high-speed rail station, Zhao Tian quickly bought a ticket for the next train to Sioux City and hurriedly boarded the train, leaving the provincial capital. This trip to the provincial capital was quite fruitful for Zhao Tian. Although antiques and jade gambling were not as easy as depicted in novels, where one could casually find treasures, Zhao Tian still discovered a rare gem in the antique market. As for jade gambling, he had bought the only piece of top-quality jade from the warehouse of the Qi Fang. Though there were not many bargains, Zhao Tian had managed to pick them all up. As for Zhou Fengxiang and the others, Zhao Tian had helped as much as he could. What happened next could only be seen when fate brought them together again. Chapter 45. The trouble caused by banana. However, Zhao Tian had already made up his mind to give up on getting rich through gambling on stones and buying antiques. The difficulty was too great, and even with luck, there weren't many opportunities for him to take advantage of in the market. In Chaoyan Palace, one of the top antique markets in the Dragon Kingdom, Zhao Tian had already realized how hard it was to find bargains, and he had lost hope, thus abandoning the thought of going to the Confucius Temple Antique Street. When Zhao Tian returned to Sioux City from the provincial capital, it was already dark. By this time, the buffet he had for lunch had been digested, leaving him extremely hungry. Zhao Tian thought about going home to cook enough food for himself. Even though he was skilled in cooking, it would still take some time. It would be better to find a place to eat something ready-made. So he found a decent buffet restaurant on his way home and had a big meal. After satisfying his hunger, he took a taxi back home. Once home, after a busy day, Zhao Tian finally had time to begin his training. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he slowly circulated his martial energy, practicing according to the routine of Tai Chi True Skill. The martial energy from Tai Chi True Skill continuously circulated and grew along 3 meridians, then was absorbed and refined by the Dantian's vortex. The Dantian's vortex was also continuously incorporating the martial energy, slowly expanding, resembling a galaxy in the night sky. Time passed slowly, and after a night of training, Zhao Tian's martial energy value broke through to 750 points, and other attributes also reached 750 points without any bottlenecks. After finishing his training, Zhao Tian sat there in deep thought for a long time. It seemed that wanting to break through to an intermediate martial master could not be quickly achieved through normal training alone. However, using the attribute points obtained through the lottery to directly enhance his cultivation felt a bit wasteful. There was no urgency to raise his realm for now, so he decided to continue his training slowly. After all, attribute points cost money, and they should be used wisely. Meanwhile, in a multi-person ward at the Sioux City Central Hospital, Aunt Zhang, who was in the next bed, was lying on her hospital bed groaning. After her surgery yesterday, the effects of the anesthesia wore off by evening, and the pain from multiple broken bones caused her to moan softly and occasionally scream in agony. The other patients in the same room could hardly sleep, but they felt too embarrassed to say anything. On another floor of the hospital, in the VIP ward, where wealthy and powerful people resided in independent, luxurious suites, a man whose head was wrapped up, leaving only his eyes visible, lay with his legs spread by 2 supports at the end of the bed, continuously letting out low moans of pain. Faintly, one could hear him lamenting, my Kuan is gone. How am I supposed to live? After a while, he seemed to think of something and let out a high-pitched, gender-neutral scream. Zhao Tian, I want you dead. This is all your fault. It turned out that the person lying in this high-end ward was Zhou Li, seemingly disturbed by Zhou Li's resentful cries. The door to the room was opened. An old son along with medical staff walked in. Old son hurriedly ran over and asked with concern, Young master, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? He then turned to the medical staff who followed in and said, Doctor, quickly check what's wrong with my young master. The medical staff wasted no time and began examining Zhou Li directly. First, they pulled apart Zhou Li's legs, which were already separated by the supports, and closely inspected the wounds with a magnifying glass. Zhou Li, who was originally plotting revenge against Zhao Tian, was in so much pain from the examination that he screamed loudly. No matter how cunning Zhou Li was, he was still just a high school graduate. Seeing that his little brother was being openly scrutinized and feeling somewhat inferior due to his short stature, he couldn't endure the gaze of so many familiar strangers and fainted again in agitation. The doctor used tweezers to check Zhou Li's condition. He was almost healed now, no longer swollen like when he was first brought to the hospital. The doctor nodded and peeled back a bit of the bandage on Zhao Li's face to check it. Seeing that there were no issues, he finally took out a stethoscope and listened to Zhao Li's chest and abdomen for a while. He then said to Old Sun, "The patient's wounds are healing well. The 2 shattered testicles that were removed haven't become inflamed again, and the previously cleaned areas of edema and pus have not recurred. The swelling on his face has disappeared, and there are no major issues." "Then why is my young master making such a fuss? Why has he fainted again?" Old Sun asked anxiously. "This might be due to the pain from the wounds. As for fainting, it's not serious. I've listened to the patient's heartbeat. It's steady and strong, and he is in a deep sleep. More rest will benefit the healing of his wounds," the doctor casually replied. "That's good. Thank you for your hard work, doctor." Old Sun finally felt relieved and thanked the doctor. "No problem. It's our job. I'll be leaving now, but if you need anything, just call the nurse station, and we'll come right away," the doctor instructed before leaving the ward. Old Sun looked at Zhao Li, who was wrapped like a mummy in the bed, feeling very anxious. Zhao Li still hadn't realized that the person who caused him such serious injuries was Old Sunday. Old Sun never expected that just eating a banana while waiting for Zhao Li could lead to such a big mess. Based on his years of experience being around Zhao Li and Zhou Shiyang, he could predict that once they found out the whole incident was triggered by him eating a banana, he would definitely not see the sun rise the next day. He had to find a way to distance himself from this incident. Otherwise, he was as good as dead. Fortunately, when Zhou Shiyang first asked Old Sun what had happened to Zhou Li, Old Sun had deflected with a claim of ignorance. Then, due to urgent business at the company, Zhou Shiyang left in a hurry and did not wait for Zhou Li to wake up after the surgery. Otherwise, someone as astute as Zhou Shiyang would easily detect the problem from Zhou Li's words. Now, Old Sun needed to think of every possible way to extricate himself from this incident, making sure that Zhou Li would blame someone else as the culprit. Otherwise, he was doomed. Just as Old Sun stood beside Zhou Li's hospital bed, his expression changing rapidly as he pondered how to save himself. The unconscious Zhou Li let out a groan and then woke up. He had simply fainted in a fit of shame and anger, and after a moment, he naturally regained consciousness. Seeing Old Sun beside him, Zhou Li seemed to remember something and shouted loudly, "Old Sun, did you tell my dad?" Old Sun panicked, thinking his secret had been exposed, and hurriedly cried out, "Young master, I didn't have a chance to say anything. Your father left because of company matters. It wasn't intentional. Please spare me." Chapter 46. Useless person, you useless piece of trash. Did my dad say when he would come over? Zhou Li showed angrily. No. The master said he would come as soon as he finishes dealing with the company's matters, Lao Sun said with a pale face. What about my mom? Zhou Li asked again. The lady said she wanted to personally make soup for you and has gone home, Lao Sun replied nervously. Why didn't you tell my dad that Zhao Tian is a martial artist? Only my dad can mobilize the 2 martial artist offerings from the Zhou family to take revenge for me. Zhou Li glared at Lao Sun with bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily. His hatred seemed extreme, and he immediately cursed Zhao Tian. I want Zhao Tian to die right now. It's all because of Zhao Tian that I ended up like this. Hurry up and call my dad. Let him send the offerings to kill Zhao Tian. Lao Sun was taken aback at first, then his heart filled with joy. It turned out Zhou Li didn't know that he was the cause of his severe injuries. Now he didn't need to guide him. Zhou Li had directly identified Zhao Tian as the culprit. Truly, heaven is helping me. Lao Sun quickly suppressed his excitement and said, Young master, please don't get too agitated. I'll contact the master right away. However, the phone rang for a long time before Zhou Shiyang answered. Before Lao Sun could speak, Zhou Shiyang said, Is Lear awake? How is he? Master, the young master's surgery was successful, and he is recovering well, Lao Sun hurriedly replied. That's good. The venue in Changzhou has been provoked. I'll handle things here and then go back to see Lear. You take good care of the young master. That's it for now. Zhou Shiyang hung up. Lao Sun held the phone, looking innocent as he glanced at Zhou Li. Since the phone was on speaker, Zhou Li also heard Zhou Shiyang's words. The Changzhou area is the core region of the Zhou family's influence. If something happened there, it was definitely not a small matter. Otherwise, Zhou Shiyang wouldn't leave to handle it while his only son was injured. Zhou Li naturally didn't dare to let his own matters affect his father's handling of important business. That's why he didn't interrupt Lao Sun during the call to ask his father to send martial artist offerings to him. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Li coldly asked Lao Sun, about what you said earlier. Have you found the contact information for Zhao Tian's adoptive parent siblings? Young master, I have arranged for someone to find their contact information. Just waiting for your next instructions. Lao Sun quickly responded. Good. Contact them and tell them that Zhao Tian received a large compensation for his adoptive parents' work-related injuries, totaling several million. They're all real relatives by blood. How can they let Zhao Tian, an unrelated person, receive such a large inheritance alone? Zhou Li Snadat. Lao Sun looked at Zhou Li's face, which was covered in bandages, and hearing that sinister laugh made his heart tremble. He silently mourned for Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian, you are unfortunate for provoking our young master. However, if you're not unfortunate, then I will be, so it's better for you to be the one in trouble. Once the greed of Zhao Tian's relatives is stirred up, you'll be in deep trouble. Young master, Zhao Tian's relatives are all ordinary people. How can they cause any trouble for a martial artist like Zhao Tian? Lao Sun hesitated to say, Although I don't know how this bastard Zhao Tian got lucky and became a martial artist, these matters won't change anything for him, but it can still disgust him. Jolie said gloomily, All right, I'll have someone contact them immediately. Let them go and give Zhao Tian some trouble. Lao Sun hurriedly agreed. Hurry up with the arrangements. The sooner, the better. Zhou Liurjia. Yes, young master. Lao Sun then dialed the phone to arrange for someone to contact Zhao Tian's relatives. In a normal single-patient room on the same hospital floor, Ma Qianzhu, whose martial arts were directly crippled by Zhao Tian's Taiji punch, lay motionless on the bed. Not only was his martial art destroyed by Zhao Tian's unrestrained first strike, but he also had several broken ribs. If it weren't for Du Buying finding him and calling an ambulance, he would probably have died directly in that alley. Now he lay on the bed, afraid to breathe too hard. If he breathed too deeply, it would pull at his wounds and cause excruciating pain. Over the past 2 days, he had tried countless times to recultivate the mysterious water technique of his sect. However, the Dantian cyclone that Zhao Tian dispersed with a single punch could not be recondensed at all. Moreover, all the meridians in his body were shattered by that terrifying punch, and the martial energy could not circulate. The residual martial energy in his body had almost dissipated completely from the broken meridians. Ma Qianzhu's eyes turned red. He had gone from a high-ranking martial artist in the secular world to a useless person. He could not accept this outcome. Although he was only a security captain in an underground casino, even the casino's boss dared not treat him like an ordinary thug. Every time they met, they were polite. After all, a high-ranking martial artist possessed power that ordinary people could not contend with. The casino boss naturally understood Ma Qianzhu's strength and would not underestimate him. However, Ma Qianzhu loved to gamble and have fun. He enjoyed mingling in the casino, playing a few games, and relishing the admiration of the lower-class people. Thus, he, a high-ranking martial artist, willingly took the role of a security captain in the casino. Now that his martial arts were crippled, he would become a useless person, and he would inevitably lose the high status he once held in the casino. Even those whom he had previously oppressed with his strong martial power might take advantage of his current state of being a useless person to retaliate against him. Thinking of this, Ma Qianzhu's anger became uncontrollable as he slammed his hands on the bed. The movement instantly tugged at his broken ribs, causing him to grimace in pain. At that moment, the door of the patient room was pushed open, and Du Buying cautiously walked in, flattering, Captain Ma, how is your recovery? Look at me like this. How do you think I'm recovering? Ma Qianzhu retorted irritably. Seeing Du Buying's face made Ma Qianzhu even angrier. If it weren't for Du Buying, how could he have been crippled? For a mere 1 million, he had become a useless person. No, it was for a mere 800,000. The lottery still had to pay a 20 tax. As a high-ranking martial artist, he had turned into a useless person. Earning 800,000 was easy for him. In the casino, getting a few 800,000 wouldn't be too difficult. Why did he foolishly listen to Du Buying's temptation to rob a lottery ticket from a martial master? Looking at Du Buying's lewd and sycophantic face, Ma Qianzhu wished he could slap his head off, but now he was powerless to move at all. At that moment, an even more infuriating event occurred. Chapter 47. Requesting help from the sect, Du Buying held a bill and said to Ma Qianzhu, Captain Ma, the hospital is urging us to pay. You've already spent all the cash in your wallet, and if you want to continue your treatment, you need to settle the bill. Ma Qianzhu looked at Du Buying in disbelief and incredulously said, Du Buying, you're the one who put me in this situation, and you won't even cover my medical expenses? Captain Ma, you know my situation, right? I still owe the casino 200,000. Where would I find money to pay for your medical fees? Du Buying replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ma Qianzhu was so furious that he couldn't find words to respond. Captain Ma, I definitely don't have the money to pay for your medical expenses. And I saved your life and took care of you in the hospital for 2 days. I've done all I can. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay here any longer. When the doctor comes to ask you for money, You can just pay directly. That's it for now. I'm leaving. After saying this, Du-Buying turned and walked away. As he reached the door of the ward, he turned back to nod and wave goodbye to Ma Qianzhu. Ma Qianzhu, a high-level martial artist, naturally didn't express his pride and did not try to retain him. He just watched Du-Buying leave with cold eyes, secretly sentencing this petty person to death in his heart. After a long silence, Ma Qianzhu struggled to pick up his phone and open the contacts. He hesitated to call a number labeled second senior brother. Just then, the door of the ward opened again, and a nurse walked in, loudly saying, "You are Ma Qianzhu, right? The 3,000 yuan you paid upon admission has been spent, and you still owe 80,000 yuan. To avoid affecting your recovery treatment, please pay the outstanding amount first." Ma Qianzhu frowned and asked, "How could it have cost so much?" He couldn't understand why he had to spend so much after only being in the hospital for 2 days. His ribs were just a bit broken and needed treatment. The other internal injuries couldn't be treated by the hospital anyway, so why was he being charged so much? This is actually quite reasonable. You were brought in by ambulance, which costs 800. Then there's the registration and consultation fee of 100. Your injuries are serious. Multiple ribs are fractured, and the surgery alone costs 80,000. Additionally, various tests during your hospitalization require 2,000. Where is it expensive? The nurse professionally explained the details of Ma Qianzhu's expenses. Ma Qianzhu had no choice but to agree. After all, with such severe injuries, he could only rely on the hospital for treatment. If he hadn't been expelled from the Xian Shui sect, he could have had his senior brothers help him heal. Now, he could only rely on a secular hospital for treatment. This money had to be spent, but he truly didn't have that much money at the moment. His 100,000 salary he received at the beginning of the month was already lost at the casino in less than 10 days. Although he had made a lot of money at the casino, money made there was also spent there, and he never brought any home. He was inherently a gambling addict. No matter how much money he had, as long as he stayed at the gambling table, he would eventually lose it all. This was why, as a high-level martial artist, he followed Du-Buying's lead to rob Zhao Tian of 1,000,000 lottery tickets. Now he found himself with his cultivation ruined, severely injured, lying in a hospital bed, unable to even gather enough for medical fees. While Ma Qianzhu lamented his misfortune, the nurse urged again, "Can you pay now? If not, all your medications will be stopped today." Hearing this, Ma Qianzhu's heart tightened. With his cultivation now ruined, he could not use his martial energy. If the hospital abandoned him and allowed his injuries to worsen, he would likely suffer lifelong hidden injuries. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't have that much money right now, but I will find someone to come and pay." "Then hurry. If you don't settle the fees, you won't get any medication today," the nurse said and left without looking back. Ma Qianzhu clenched his teeth in frustration, secretly cursing. "If it weren't for my serious injuries, a little nurse wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. I would definitely make her understand that insulting a martial artist has serious consequences." But now, he was like a tiger that had fallen into a valley, bullied by a little nurse who dared to speak to him so disrespectfully. Helpless, Ma Qianzhu reopened his phone and looked at the number labeled second senior brother. After hesitating for a long time, he didn't dial it, but instead found a number labeled boss. Taking a deep breath, he dialed the number. After a while, the call connected, and a male voice immediately came through. "Ma, I heard from the casino that you haven't been around to check on things these past few days. I was going to ask you to come help, but I couldn't reach you. Are you busy with something?" "Boss, I've run into some trouble and need 100,000 yuan. Can you advance me a month's salary?" Ma Qianzhu asked. "You've run into trouble? What happened?" The man on the other end was taken aback and quickly asked, "I was injured by a martial artist the day before yesterday, and I'm currently in the hospital recovering," Ma Qianzhu said honestly after a moment of hesitation. "What?" "Our Zhou family's venue in Zhangzhou was also targeted, and the opponent was also a martial artist. Thankfully, Neo helped us defeat them, and we managed to get our venue back. Could it be that they sent someone to attack you too? Trying to take down our Zhou family's 2 main protectors one by one?" The man on the other end speculated. This man was Zhou Li's father, Zhou Shiyang. Hearing Zhou Shiyang's words, Ma Qianzhu was also startled. He wondered if he'd been set up by Du-Buying. However, after thinking it over, he dismissed that idea. A lowly character like Du-Buying had no qualifications to interact with martial artists from outside. Zhao Tian didn't seem like someone specifically targeting him either. Regardless of Zhao Tian's identity, he could not let go of the grudge of having his cultivation destroyed. Ma Qianzhu had already made up his mind to seek revenge with the help of his sect. Although he was expelled from the sect, his relationships with many senior brothers were quite good. They would not stand by and ignore his plight. Thus, Ma Qianzhu said into the phone, "Boss, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Once I'm healed, I'll return to the sect and ask my senior brothers to take action and eliminate them." Zhou Shiyang was overjoyed to hear this. He naturally knew Ma Qianzhu's background, coming from a major sect in the martial arts world, the Xianshui sect, which had numerous martial artists. Any one of them, once they stepped into the secular world, would be an invincible powerhouse. Chapter 48. Should we have milk tea together? With the sect backing Ma Qianzhu, the black hands that were targeting him and trying to invade his territory would definitely be eliminated in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Zhou Shiyang changed the subject and asked Ma Qianzhu with concern, "Ma, take care of your injuries. I'll transfer you 200,000 first, and then arrange for the best doctor to treat you. Don't worry about anything else. We can discuss everything once you're better." Hearing this, Ma Qianzhu felt a wave of gratitude in his heart. At such a crucial moment, the boss was truly sincere towards him. He only needed 100,000, yet the boss directly gave him 200,000 without hesitation and even wanted to arrange the best doctor for him. A scholar is willing to die for a friend. When he later asked his senior brother for help, he would definitely request that his senior brother take care of the boss's opponents. While both Ma Qianzhu and Zhou Li were thinking about how to take revenge on Zhao Tian, the person in question had no idea about it at all. Zhao Tian was still completely absorbed in his addictive cultivation, unable to extricate himself. He had always been wholeheartedly cultivating and only went out to find a buffet to feast when he could no longer bear the hunger. After eating and drinking to his fill, he would continue to cultivate, repeating the cycle. In this continuous cultivation, Zhao Tian's martial energy value was rising rapidly. After 2 days of cultivation, his martial energy value had increased from 550 points to 750 points. However, he had not yet reached the threshold for upgrading. This surprised Zhao Tian. How could the martial energy value required to improve one's realm after reaching the martial master stage be so enormous? This exponential growth meant that the required attributes for future upgrades were astronomical numbers. However, after this session of cultivation, Zhao Tian did not continue because Lin Xiaodong had called him. On the day after the college entrance examination, the ambiguous interactions between Lin Xiaodong and Zhao Tian had made Lin Xiaodong's feelings for him rapidly heat up, leaving her feeling restless, like a cat scratching her heart. She longed for more time to be in contact with Zhao Tian. However, her little reserve had kept her from taking the initiative to contact him. In her impression, it seemed that boys should be more proactive in breaking the ice between them. As a result, when she returned home, she waited and waited, but did not receive any initiative from Zhao Tian. She had originally fantasized about going on a date with Zhao Tian the next day, but reality doused her with cold water. From time to time, she logged into her OO account, and every time she saw Zhao Tian's OO avatar was gray, as if he had never been online. Unable to help herself, she left a few messages for Zhao Tian. "Zhao Tian, are you up? It's a bit hot outside. I really want to go eat ice cream. I heard Transformers is about to be released. Do you want to go see it with me? That Sichuan Chongqing noodles yesterday were really good. When can we go eat them again?" However, her tentative invitations sank like a stone in the sea, receiving no response at all. This left Lin Xiaodong, who was usually very confident, feeling a bit anxious and uncertain. Lin Xiaodong's unusual demeanor soon caught the attention of her mother. Lin's mother thought her daughter might not have performed well on the college entrance examination and was worried about her results. She proactively asked, "Xiaodong, why are you so distracted? Did you not do well in any subject on the exam?" "No, I did very well," Lin Xiaodong hurriedly replied. As for her constant thoughts about her male classmate, she didn't dare to mention it. Lin's mother thought that perhaps her daughter was having a hard time adjusting after the heavy workload of senior year. So she said, "Xiaotong, the exam results haven't come out yet. Why don't you hang out with your classmates for a bit and relax?" "Okay, Mom," Lin Xiaodong replied casually. Her mother's words seemed to give her courage and solidify her decision. Back in her room, she took several deep breaths before picking up her phone and dialing Zhao Tian's number. Just then, Zhao Tian had just finished his cultivation and saw Lin Xiaodong's incoming call. So he quickly answered. "Hello, beautiful Lin. What a surprise to hear from you," Zhao Tian casually asked. On the other end, Lin Xiaotong rolled her eyes. Hadn't she contacted him so many times on OO? Was it possible he hadn't seen any of them? So she replied, "The college entrance exam is over. What busy things do I have to do?" Then she countered, "But you at home alone? I've sent you messages on OO, and you haven't replied, remaining unreachable. As your classmate, I definitely need to call and confirm if you're safe." "What? You sent me messages on OO? I haven't been on OO lately," Zhao Tian replied awkwardly. Recently, Zhao Tian had been busy with exams, cultivation, and making money, completely forgetting about Lin Xiaotong, who had just stirred his heart. This made Zhao Tian start to reflect. Considering the level of affection, Lin Xiaotong definitely liked him. In this life, with the system, he couldn't just be a hermit forever, could he? What would be the point of cultivating that way? Not to mention becoming a sea king. At least he should find a girl he liked to cultivate together. So the long road of cultivation wouldn't be so lonely. Zhao Tian remembered that the system store had a top-tier auxiliary cultivation technique called 9 turns Dragon and Phoenix Harmony True Art. It was specifically designed for dual cultivation among martial artists, capable of assisting in increasing the cultivation speed of both parties, with miraculous effects on body refinement and spirit cultivation. This could also help Zhao Tian further enhance his physical and mental attributes. Unfortunately, the price was a bit high. It required 1 billion, which he couldn't afford for the time being. Damn, Zhao Tian, what are you thinking? You haven't even secured Lin Xiaotong yet, and you're already thinking about dual cultivation. Zhao Tian shook his head vigorously, stopping his fantasies and secretly scolding himself for having impure thoughts. Zhao Tian, you haven't even been on OO? What have you been doing at home all day? Aren't you bored? Bored, Zhao Tian said against his will. He cultivated every day, enjoying the continuous strengthening of his power. How could he be bored? He felt very fulfilled. Then do you want to go out for milk tea? I know a newly opened milk tea shop at the Huanyu International Life Plaza. It's really delicious. Lin Xiaotong mustered her courage to invite him. Sure, no problem. I'll treat you later, Zhao Tian replied. Then I'll get ready and head out. Let's meet at Huanyu International Life Plaza, Lin Xiaotong said with a hint of surprise in her voice. Okay, Zhao Tian replied immediately. He was just a bit curious why Lin Xiaotong wanted to meet at Huanyu International Life Plaza. Why did you want to meet there? His head was quite hard. With a physique of 750 points, his head was harder than iron. Did Lin Xiaotong secretly practice iron head skill? Did she want to bump heads with him to see whose head was harder? Soon, Lin Xiaotong's cheerful voice interrupted Zhao Tian's strange thoughts. Zhao Tian, I'm hanging up now. I'll be there in about half an hour. After saying that, she hurriedly hung up the phone. Chapter 49. Date. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaotong hurriedly opened her wardrobe and began selecting clothes. She took out one beautiful dress after another to try in front of the mirror, but none of them felt quite right. Soon, the noise of Lin Xiaotong rummaging through her room attracted Lin Mama's attention. Lin Mama knocked on Lin Xiaotong's bedroom door and called out, Xiaotong, what are you doing? Do you need Mom's help? No need, Mom. I'm just looking for something to wear. I'm going out for milk tea with my classmates. I need to leave soon. Lin Xiaotong replied somewhat anxiously. Oh, okay. It's really hot out, so just take a taxi later. Don't get heat stroke. Lin Mama responded with concern, not thinking too much about it. I know, Lin Xiaotong hurriedly replied. Remembering that she had agreed to meet Zhao Tian in half an hour, she regretted not leaving herself more time to get ready. Time was tight, so Lin Xiaotong chose her favorite sky blue dress. Then, in front of the mirror, she tidied her hair, making her already beautiful face even more perfect. She turned left and right in front of the mirror, satisfied with her perfect figure and stunning looks. Lin Xiaotong stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining her appearance. She gently stroked her smooth hair, arranging it neatly so that each strand fell naturally on her shoulders. Next, she applied a bit of light makeup to her already perfect face. A subtle lip color made her lips look more luscious, and 2 perfectly drawn eyeliners made her eyes sparkle even more. Lin Xiaotong examined herself in the mirror again, slightly turning her body to showcase her perfect figure. The sky blue dress perfectly accentuated her slim waist and long legs. Paired with her stunning face, she felt flawless. Lin Xiaotong was very satisfied with her appearance, and a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her face. She thought to herself, Zhao Tian, this big blockhead, will definitely like me when he sees me like this. However, when she casually glanced at the time, her heart suddenly dropped. She had already spent nearly 20 minutes changing and doing her makeup, and she was about to be late for her date. Lin Xiaotong quickly grabbed her small bag and ran out. She didn't want to be late for her first official date with Zhao Tian. Mom, I'm leaving. Bye. Lin Xiaotong shouted to Lin Mama, who was cleaning. Hearing her daughter's voice, Lin Mama stopped her work and looked up. She was surprised to see that her daughter, who had previously looked troubled, was now all smiles and even wearing makeup. Lin Mama couldn't help but wonder, why is this girl suddenly dressed so beautifully? Is she in love? However, she didn't ask further, just called out, Xiaotong, be careful. Remember to take a taxi because it's hot out. Got it. Lin Xiaotong's voice came from distance. Lin Mama shook her head with a smile and went back to her chores. Lin Xiaotong lived in a high-end villa area in the center of Sioux City. not far from the Huanyu International Lifestyle Plaza. She waved down a taxi at the roadside. "Driver, to Huanyu International," Lin Xiaodong said, slightly out of breath. "Okay, please fasten your seatbelt. We're off," the driver politely replied, noticing that a young beauty had entered the cab. In less than 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at the destination. Lin Xiaodong paid the fare and hurriedly got out to look for Zhao Tian. Soon, she spotted a tall figure standing not far away, smiling at her. It was Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian had arrived early. Although he lived in an old community, it was also in the city center and not far from here. With a running speed of 750 points, he could get places faster than a car. So after agreeing to meet Lin Xiaodong, he simply set out. He suppressed his strength to avoid startling ordinary pedestrians with his speed, and in just a few minutes, he covered the few kilometers to arrive. At that moment, standing at the entrance, Zhao Tian's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Xiaodong. Under the blazing sun, she looked like a blooming blue enchantress. The blue dress she wore swayed gently with her light steps, like a blue dream scattered by the wind. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, glistening with luster, with each strand seemingly telling a story of grace. Her bright eyes resembled a clear spring, sparkling with light, capturing the essence of beauty. The high, delicate nose added a touch of refinement and playfulness to her face. Her cherry lips curved upwards, revealing pearly white teeth, and a sweet smile spread across her face, making Zhao Tian feel a warm breeze. Her slim waist, accentuated by the fitted dress, looked delicate. The blue skirt couldn't hide her long, fair legs, drawing Zhao Tian's gaze irresistibly. Her delicate white feet were adorned with white sandals, exposing perfectly rounded toes. Lin Xiaodong walked slowly to Zhao Tian's side, noticing him staring at her legs, making her feel a bit shy. She playfully shot him a glance and said softly, "Blockhead, what are you looking at?" Even though Zhao Tian was a reborn person and a martial arts expert, he couldn't help but be moved by Lin Xiaodong's charm. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "I was looking at a beauty." This made the shy Lin Xiaodong's face turn even redder, and she whispered Zhao Tian, "I just realized you can be quite cheeky." "That depends on who I'm talking to. I usually can't be bothered to chat with ordinary people," Zhao Tian joked. "Haha, let's go in quickly. Your face is all red from heat," Zhao Tian said, looking at Lin Xiaodong. "Yeah, the milk tea shop left atrium is on the 3rd floor of the mall. Let's go up," Lin Xiaodong agreed. She was indeed feeling hot, but her red face was more due to shyness from being with Zhao Tian than the heat. The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the mall. The cool air conditioning inside instantly made Lin Xiaodong feel refreshed from the heat. The comfortable environment lifted her spirits, and she bounced ahead, leading Zhao Tian. Occasionally, she would glance back and smile, making Zhao Tian's heart flutter. Having been single for 2 lifetimes, Zhao Tian couldn't help but think, is this what it feels like to be in love? It's truly addictive and hard to resist. He enjoyed being with Lin Xiaodong. Finally, Lin Xiaodong led Zhao Tian to a milk tea shop with a sign that read left atrium. The decor was quite upscale, with a refreshing matcha green theme that felt bright and comfortable. Chapter 50. The appearance of a light bulb. What do you want to drink? Lin Xiaodong asked. "It's my first time here. What do you recommend?" Zhao Tian asked while looking at the menu. The avocado sweet dew, cheese avocado, and mango glutinous rice are all specialties and really delicious. The left atrium has freshly squeezed fruit, and although the service is slow, the quality is much higher than that of regular milk tea shops. Lin Xiaodong introduced. "Then let's get those 3. I want to try them," Zhao Tian said with a smile. So Zhao Tian asked the staff to order a cup of each of the milk teas Lin Xiaodong mentioned. Lin Xiaodong secretly took out her phone to scan the payment code, but such a small action couldn't escape Zhao Tian's keen eyes as a martial artist. Zhao Tian directly grabbed Lin Xiaodong's delicate hand, stopping her from completing the payment. He said, "I already said I'm treating. What are you trying to do?" With his other hand, he quickly took out his phone to scan the payment code. Then he pulled the shy Lin Xiaodong to sit down on a nearby leisure sofa, waiting for the milk tea to be served. Seeing Lin Xiaodong's flushed cheeks, Zhao Tian, in a moment of mischief, lightly scratched her palm with his finger. Instantly, Lin Xiaodong's blush spread to her glistening earlobes. Lin Xiaodong's favorability reached 81 points. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Zhao Tian's mind. Zhao Tian felt a surge of joy. He hadn't even confessed yet, and his relationship with Lin Xiaodong had already reached the level of lovers. Could it be that holding her hand made her favorability cross the threshold? Zhao Tian couldn't help but ponder. At this moment, although Lin Xiaodong's face was red, She showed no intention of resisting and didn't attempt to pull her hand away from Zhao Tian's grasp. She just lowered her head, blushing, and submissively allowed Zhao Tian to hold her hand, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Lin Xiaodong's compliance further confirmed Zhao Tian's speculation. Of course, Zhao Tian wouldn't easily let go. Pretending to be a gentleman would ruin the beautiful atmosphere. So the two of them nestled together on the sofa of the left atrium milk tea shop, enjoying this rare tranquility. Under the table, their hands were tightly clasped, feeling each other's warmth, as if time had stopped at that moment. However, just as they were immersed in this beautiful time, a loud female voice suddenly interrupted. Xiaotong, what are you doing here? This sudden voice was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the tacit understanding between Lin Xiaotong and Zhao Tian. Lin Xiaotong was startled and shivered, as if she had been electrocuted, quickly releasing Zhao Tian's hand and standing up like a frightened rabbit. A hint of panic flashed across her face as she stuttered, Ping Ping, W, what are you doing here? Zhao Tian's good mood was also interrupted by this shout. He looked displeased at the source of the voice. He discovered that the newcomer was his classmate and Lin Xiaodong's deskmate, Chen Pingping. Xiaodong, how come you're here with Zhao Tian? Chen Pingping asked curiously, clearly unaware of their intertwined hands under the table. Otherwise, she would have been shocked that the school's beautiful girl was being pursued by Zhao Tian, who had an average appearance and declining grades. Wee. Lin Xiaodong was made nervous by Chen Pingping's sudden question and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Zhao Tian directly said, we just happened to run into each other and heard that the milk tea here is good, so we can't have a drink, right? The milk tea here is freshly squeezed and really good. Chen Pingping agreed with Zhao Tian's words, not asking further. Then, with a cheerful smile, she pulled Lin Xiaodong to her side and asked Xiaodong, have you ordered milk tea yet? If not, let us order a cup together. Before Lin Xiaodong could speak, Zhao Tian interjected, you don't need to order, we just ordered 3 different flavors, so you can have one. Wow, Zhao Tian, you really know how to handle things. I won't hold it against you for what happened before. I forgive you, Chen Pingping said proudly. Zhao Tian was confused and asked, when did I offend you? During the college entrance exam. Xiaodong and I were concerned about how you did, but you completely ignored us and just walked away. So rude. Chen Pingping immediately brought up the past, still a bit unhappy. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong had recovered from her earlier panic and helped Zhao Tian explain. Zhao Tian told me that he had low blood sugar that day, felt dizzy and uncomfortable, and didn't know what was happening around him. Pingping, please don't hold it against him. Zhao Tian also remembered that he had overused his skills, which almost led to a mental breakdown, and he awkwardly smiled. Soon, the two youthful and beautiful girls huddled together, chattering away, leaving Zhao Tian to the side. Seeing this, Zhao Tian helplessly rubbed his nose. With Chen Pingping as the light bulb, he could only listen in silence. Lin Xiaodong occasionally glanced at Zhao Tian, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. At this moment, the milk tea was ready, and when Zhao Tian heard his name being called, he hurriedly got up to pick it up. There are 3 cups of milk tea, all different. You two pick your favorite flavors, and I'll take the rest, Zhao Tian said as he placed the milk tea on the table. Soon, Chen Pingping and Lin Xiaodong were politely offering each other options, and they both casually picked up the cup closest to them without being picky. Seeing this, Zhao Tian couldn't help but nod secretly. Both girls knew how to handle things. Naturally, the remaining cup was Zhao Tian's, and he didn't care what flavor it was. The 3 of them inserted straws into their milk tea and enjoyed sipping their drinks. Honestly, the taste was indeed different. It was fresh and delicious. And the fruit pieces in the milk tea were all fresh fruit, not canned. Hey, Zhao Tian, how did you do on the college entrance exam? Our beauty Xiaodong has been worried you didn't do well. Chen Pingping casually asked while drinking her milk tea. I did pretty well. I felt I performed exceptionally this time, better than any previous exam, Zhao Tian said directly, not hiding anything. There was no point in concealing it since the exam results would be out soon. Wow, impressive. You and Xiaodong are both top students. Maybe you can both get into Qing or Beihua, Chen Pingping said enviously. Zhao Tian's grades had indeed declined due to a significant family setback over the past few months. Previously, his grades were on par with Lin Xiaodong, also ranking among the top students in their grade. He naturally had the ability to get into Qing or Beihua, and at worst, he could score around 911, 285 without any problem. Chapter 51. Sweet ambiguity. Chen Pingping's grades were a bit lacking, and getting into the lower rank 285 was probably a bit of a stretch. As for which university Chen Pingping got into in her past life, Zhao Tian couldn't remember. At that time, He had no interest in unrelated people. However, Zhao Tian still said, "You're not bad either. With your grades, getting in a 911 and 285 is basically not a problem. Sweet words are always appreciated." And as someone who has lived 2 lives, Zhao Tian was quick to flatter, especially with someone like Zhang Pingping, who was still naive. "Zhao Tian, you speak so nicely now. You're nothing like before, like a wooden block," Zhang Pingping said with a smile, genuinely complimenting him. "After going through some things, men have to learn to grow up," Zhao Tian said leisurely. "Zhao Tian, let the past be the past. Your life is just beginning, and everything in the future will be beautiful. Once you get to university, you'll find life even more exciting," Lin Xiaodong quickly encouraged, fearing Zhao Tian would think about his family issues again. Zhao Tian nodded seriously in response. Seeing this, Chen Pingping quickly changed the topic and cheerfully asked, "Do you guys have any plans later? How about we go watch a movie together?" Lin Xiaodong immediately agreed. "Sure, the Huanyu Cinema is just upstairs. We can check out what movies are showing recently." Zhao Tian thought this suggestion was good too, so he stood up and said to the 2 girls, "Let's go then. We'll go check it out." The 3 of them exited the milk tea shop, chatting and laughing as they took the escalator, quickly arriving at the 5th floor Huanyu Cinema. Just in time, the next movie was about to start ticket checks, and it was a romantic film. Without hesitation, Zhao Tian walked straight to the counter and bought 3 tickets for prime seats. After all, girls of this age usually have a soft spot for romantic movies. The 2 girls were very pleased with Zhao Tian's choice, secretly delighted that he was willing to accompany them to watch a romance film. Lin Xiaodong even ran to buy 2 buckets of popcorn, ready to munch on them while watching the movie. Once everything was ready, Zhao Tian led the 2 girls to check in and enter the theater. Once inside, he let Lin Xiaodong sit in the middle, while he and Chen Pingping sat on either side of her. Lin Xiaodong handed Zhao Tian 1 bucket of popcorn, and the 2 of them shared the other. Zhao Tian didn't hold back and started eating popcorn as soon as they settled in. The movie soon began, but Zhao Tian had no interest in it at all. He just quietly munched on popcorn. The 2 girls were engrossed in the film. As time passed, the bored Zhao Tian occasionally stole glances at Lin Xiaodong's stunning profile. Remembering the delicate hand he held earlier, even with his psychological age being over 30 and as a martial artist, his heart raced a little. In the dim theater, Zhao Tian's eyes were unaffected, and soon he keenly noticed Lin Xiaodong's flickering gaze and her slightly flushed cheeks. He knew that Lin Xiaodong must have noticed his actions, and his heart began to race. So, he gently extended his hand and slowly placed it over Lin Xiaodong's delicate hand resting on his thigh. He clearly saw Lin Xiaodong's body tremble, and the blush on her face quickly spread to her earlobes. Seeing that Lin Xiaodong showed no other reaction, he gently held her hand again, savoring the smooth touch that made his heart race. Lin Xiaodong's favorability level rose to 85. The system's prompt sounded again. Zhao Tian was taken aback. Just holding hands had raised the favorability so much. If he did something else, wouldn't the favorability skyrocket? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodong, who was pretending to watch the movie, felt her heart racing with nervousness. Her good friend Chen Pingping was right next to her. If she noticed, she would be embarrassed to death. However, Zhao Tian's warm hand holding hers felt so comfortable. She had no intention of breaking free. Yet, she felt a bit resentful. Why hadn't she noticed before that Zhao Tian was so bold, secretly holding her hand twice without her permission? Moreover, shouldn't such things be reserved for couples? She had been so accommodating towards him. Why hadn't Zhao Tian expressed anything? Why didn't he confess to her? Zhao Tian naturally had no idea what Lin Xiaodong was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't confess at this moment, especially with the light bulb Chen Pingping beside them. He simply squeezed Lin Xiaodong's hand gently. Over an hour later, the movie ended, and everyone stood up to leave. Zhao Tian reluctantly released Lin Xiaodong's small hand. At this moment, Chen Pingping was moved to tears by the film's plot, holding onto Lin Xiaodong's arm and chattering about the emotional scenes in the movie. But Lin Xiaodong was too busy enjoying the sweet ambiguity with Zhao Tian to pay attention to the movie's plot, only responding to Chen Pingping's words absent-mindedly. Seeing this, Zhao Tian pointed to a nearby buffet restaurant and said, "Ladies, it's just about mealtime. Would you honor me with your presence for a meal?" Upon hearing that Zhao Tian was inviting them to dinner, Chen Pingping, who had been tearful just moments ago, immediately brightened up. She hurriedly asked, "What are we eating? I'm actually a bit hungry. I have a big appetite. How about we go for a buffet?" Zhao Tian suggested. "Sound great. Buffets have a wide variety, so we can eat whatever we want." Chen Pingping quickly agreed. Then she turned to Lin Xiaodong and asked, "Xiaodong, what do you think?" "I'm fine with anything." Lin Xiaodong replied with a smile. After all, as long as she was eating with Zhao Tian, she was okay with anything. Soon, Zhao Tian led the two girls to a more upscale seafood buffet restaurant inside Huanyu International, where the price was 888 yuan per person. As the three stepped into the high-end seafood buffet restaurant, a luxurious atmosphere enveloped them. Soft lighting illuminated the exquisite tables and shiny utensils. The restaurant was bustling with people moving between tables and food stations. Gentle background music made the diners enjoy their meals even more. The seafood area was the heart of the restaurant, with a dazzling array of premium ingredients that dazzled the eyes. Huge, live king crabs were bubbling in their tanks, while chefs nearby were continuously cooking freshly cut king crab. The crab legs were thick, with plump, firm meat glistening enticingly. With a gentle twist, the white crab meat revealed itself, and its sweet aroma filled the air instantly. Nearby, they were cooking Australian lobsters, their hard shells colorful and vibrant. Chapter 52. To feast, the shrimp looked elastic and bouncy, smooth and tender, whether simply steamed or paired with a special sauce. It could immerse the taste buds in the ultimate freshness. The oysters were large, with tender and juicy meat. Just a few drops of lemon juice could bring out the primal taste of the sea, refreshing and rich. There was also freshly sliced tuna sashimi, with clear patterns and vibrant colors, evenly distributed fat. The sweet shrimp were small and exquisite, with glistening roe on their heads. The meat was sweet and tender, each bite a gift from the ocean. In addition to seafood, the restaurant also offered caviar, those black and golden pearls shining with a mysterious light under the lights. There were also sea urchins, prawns, lobsters, long-arm mantis shrimp, geoducks, eel, and other high-end ingredients scattered throughout the food area. Besides seafood, there were various meats, vegetables, fruits, drinks, wines, pastries, ice cream, and more, everything you could think of. Wow, this is my first time dining at such an upscale restaurant. It must be expensive here, right? Chen Pingping exclaimed upon seeing the lively seafood in the food area. It's okay, not that expensive, Zhao Tian casually replied. For Zhao Tian, who had nearly 100 million in his bank account, spending over 2,000 was certainly not considered expensive. No, such an upscale seafood buffet must be pricey. We should split the bill. We can't let you spend so much, Lin Xiaodong hurriedly said. Chen Pingping nodded in agreement. That's right, Zhao Tian. This place is too expensive. We really can't let you treat us. Just tell us how much and we'll transfer you the money. Their words made Zhao Tian feel even better. Lin Xiaodong didn't need to say much. Both her appearance and character were top-notch. Although Chen Pingping was a bit loud and somewhat proud, she wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Upon seeing the high-end restaurant, she actively asked about the price and was willing to share the bill. It's nothing, just a small amount. I just won 1 million from the lottery. Treating you to a meal won't cost much, Zhao Tian said with a smile. What? Is that for real? Zhao Tian, you actually won 1 million in the lottery? Chen Pingping was so shocked, she almost shouted, then seemed to realize something and hurriedly lowered her voice. Of course, I just went to the provincial capital to claim the prize a few days ago. I even have a photo from when I redeemed it on my phone. Zhao Tian didn't hide it, showing them the photo he took at the lottery center. By the way, I heard from my dad that during the college entrance examination, a student won 1 million at a lottery station near the school, and it caused quite a stir. Could it be you? Chen Pingping asked quietly. That's right, it was me. There were quite a few students' parents who saw me winning. Zhao Tian casually replied. Wow, Zhao Tian, you're amazing. You have to treat us today. Xiaodong and I are going to feast. Chen Pingping exclaimed. No problem. I was planning to treat you anyway. It was you who insisted on splitting the bill. Zhao Tian laughed. Lin Xiaotong beside them didn't say anything, just looked at Zhao Tian with admiration. The person she liked was indeed extraordinary. Even luck was so incredible. After the three of them were seated, Lin Xiaodong and Chen Pingping quickly witnessed how much Zhao Tian could eat. Zhao Tian filled the table with food. 3 king crabs, 10 Australian lobsters, a plate with at least 100 sweet shrimp, along with oysters, steak, fatty tuna, caviar, and more. Lin Xiaodong and Chen Pingping were both stunned. Zhao Tian, let's finish what we have before getting more. We shouldn't waste it since we have so much already, Lin Xiaotong said. These aren't enough for me. Forget it. You'll know once we finish eating, Zhao Tian explained briefly before focusing on the delicious food. The king crabs were already cut by the chef, and the crab legs were opened, ready to eat. In no time, Zhao Tian finished an entire king crab. He then grabbed a lobster, twisted it with both hands, pulled off the lobster tail, opened the shell, and devoured the tail meat in 3 bites. Before long, in front of the astonished gazes of the 2 girls, Zhao Tian had eaten 3 king crabs, 10 Australian lobsters, countless sweet shrimp, steak, and lamb chops. Then, in their shocked expressions, he called the waiter to clear the table and began to take more food. In this way, he filled 5 tables and ate for 2 hours before finally feeling full in front of the astonished looks of Lin Xiaodong and Qin Pingping. Having reached the martial artist realm, Zhao Tian clearly felt that his appetite had increased significantly once again. This made him a bit anxious. If he ate like this every day, it would be too troublesome. He needed to quickly elevate his realm to the innate Grandmaster level. The system had said that once he reached the innate Grandmaster level, his body wouldn't need food to gain energy anymore. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about eating. The 3 of them walked out of the buffet restaurant under the strange gazes of other diners and restaurant staff. Qin Pingping sighed. As the ancients said, "One eats a cow a day, they do not deceive me." Zhao Tian, with your small frame, eating so much, not to mention a cow. You must have eaten the weight of a pig. Don't you feel stuffed? Zhao Tian, hearing this, lifted his short sleeve to reveal his defined 8-pack abs and said, "Do I look like I'm stuffed?" Seeing Zhao Tian suddenly reveal his abs made both girls blush, swallowing hard and stealing glances. Lin Xiaodong and Qin Pingping both thought to themselves, "I didn't expect Zhao Tian to have such a good figure. I really want to touch his abs." In reality, more than 90 of the food that entered his body was directly absorbed, replenishing the energy depleted by his martial energy. So, there wasn't much that needed to be digested. It was just that Zhao Tian felt extremely hungry after every training session. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong suddenly explained for Zhao Tian. Actually, it seemed Zhao Tian ate a lot of seafood before, but most of it was shell. There isn't much meat, and since he's still growing, it's normal to eat a lot. Zhao Tian glanced at the calm Lin Xiaodong in surprise. That's true. Seafood is mostly shell, not much meat. Qin Pingping seemed to agree with Lin Xiaodong's reasoning. However, she rubbed her stomach and said, "I ate too much. I don't want to move. It's dark now. I'm planning to go home. Are you guys still going to hang out?" "Not going to play anymore. I also want to go home," Lin Xiaodong replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian nodded, indicating he also wanted to go home. Soon, the 3 of them walked out of Huanyu International, and a taxi Qin Pingping called on her phone arrived. She waved to Lin Xiaodong and Zhao Tian, saying, "I'm heading out now. Thanks for the treat, Zhao the Handsome. When the college entrance exam results come out the day after tomorrow, I'll treat you both to a meal and karaoke." "All right, it's a deal. Next time you treat." Zhao Tian replied with a smile. Lin Xiaodong also waved with a smile. "Send me a message when you get home." Chapter 53, Confession. Zhang Pingping made an okay gesture and then got into a taxi to leave. As for Zhao Tian and Lin Xiaodong, they naturally did not call for a car. Zhao Tian naturally took Lin Xiaodong's hand at this moment, wanting to take her for a walk. However, this time, Lin Xiaodong did not follow Zhao Tian but stood still, refusing to move forward, pouting and looking at Zhao Tian with a resentful expression. Zhao Tian was a bit confused about what Lin Xiaodong meant, thinking she was angry. But when he looked at the inside eye, he saw that the affection level had actually increased slightly to 86 points. Having been single for half a lifetime over 2 lifetimes, Zhao Tian had no idea about women's thoughts, and he scratched his head anxiously. Seeing Zhao Tian's flustered expression, Lin Xiaodong chuckled, then straightened her face and said, "Zhao Tian, do you just want to sneakily hold my hand like this forever?" Zhao Tian shook his head. Lin Xiaodong was delighted and guided him, saying, "What is our relationship? Isn't it inappropriate for you to hold someone's hand like this?" Then, fearing that Zhao Tian, this dense man, wouldn't understand her meaning, she hinted, "If you want to hold my hand, shouldn't we redefine our relationship?" At that moment, even though Zhao Tian was clueless about matters between men and women, he finally understood what Lin Xiaodong meant. Lin Xiaodong was hinting that he should confess to her. Zhao Tian's heartbeat instantly quickened, and he looked around in a bit of panic. Suddenly, he spotted a blooming red flower in the nearby green belt, its vibrant color particularly striking under the streetlight. An idea flashed through Zhao Tian's mind, and he said to the shy Lin Xiaodong, "Xiaodong, wait a moment." Without hesitation, he quickly ran to the green belt, carefully picked that red flower, and then used both hands to swiftly remove the thorns and leaves from the flower stem, leaving only the beautiful red blossom. After completing these actions, Zhao Tian took a deep breath to steady himself, then tightly held the flower stem, as if cradling a rare treasure, and slowly walked back to Lin Xiaodong's side. Standing in front of Lin Xiaodong, Zhao Tian's heartbeat grew even more intense. As a martial artist, his hands even trembled slightly from nervousness. He took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and presented the red flower to Lin Xiaodong while saying in a slightly hoarse voice, marking his first confession in 2 lifetimes. Xiaotong, I like you. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Lin Xiaotong blossomed into a smile, shyly lowered her head, and reached out to accept the flower. Unbeknownst to them, a circle of passersby had gathered around to watch. People in the Dragon Country love to see a spectacle, and how could they not gather around when a confession drama was unfolding in the square? At this moment, someone saw the successful confession and immediately cheered. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. The crowd joined in the cheers, encouraging this young couple to take their relationship a step further. Hearing the cheers from the onlookers, Lin Xiaotong's face turned crimson. Even Zhao Tian, as a martial artist, felt a bit shy. After all, it was his first romantic relationship across 2 lives, not a reincarnated playboy. Kissing in front of so many people made him feel a bit self-conscious. So he grabbed Lin Xiaotong's hand and pulled her away, amid the good-natured laughter of the onlookers. Zhao Tian led Lin Xiaotong away from the Huanyu International Life Plaza. Youth is truly wonderful. Handsome men and beautiful women make a perfect pair. This scene reminded me of my own confession to the campus belle back in college. What nostalgic memory. There was also a girl complaining to her boyfriend. Look how romantic they are. Unlike you, who only thinks about going to a hotel every day. The boy next to her scratched his head awkwardly and then said softly, "Then can I pick a flower and give it to you? Oomph. Can you come up with your own ideas instead of just copying others?" The girl replied unhappily. The boy pondered for a long time before responding. "How about I book a couple suite next time? Filled with flowers? Oh my, how embarrassing." The girl immediately covered her face upon hearing this. The surrounding onlookers laughed even more joyfully. Zhao Tian was naturally unaware of what happened afterward. After leaving Huanyu International Life Plaza, Zhao Tian and Lin Xiaotong walked hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, leisurely strolling down the street at night. The evening breeze tousled Lin Xiaotong's hair, occasionally stirring Zhao Tian's heartstrings. As they walked, they reached a quiet alleyway, where it was silent and devoid of other people. Zhao Tian suddenly stopped, and Lin Xiaotong looked at him in confusion, asking, "Why aren't we moving?" Zhao Tian smiled mysteriously, then seriously said, "It seems like we forgot to do something." Lin Xiaotong blinked her eyes, curiously asking, "What is it?" Zhao Tian took a deep breath, suddenly becoming serious. He looked into Lin Xiaotong's eyes and said, "We haven't kissed yet." Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, pushing Lin Xiaotong against the wall beside them. Lin Xiaotong was startled by this sudden move, her body pressed against the wall, feeling somewhat at a loss. Her mind went blank, and she could only stare at Zhao Tian, who exuded a sense of pressure. As a blossoming young woman, she, like other girls, had fantasized about being pinned against a wall by someone she liked. She never expected this day would come so soon. Zhao Tian's face drew closer to Lin Xiaotong's, and his breathing became somewhat hurried. Lin Xiaotong's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap out of her throat. She slowly closed her eyes, slightly lifted her chin, seemingly anticipating something. Seeing Lin Xiaotong's reaction, Zhao Tian's anxious heart relaxed. They drew closer, both feeling each other's breaths. Finally, he pressed his lips against Lin Xiaotong's warm, soft ones. In an instant, they both felt as if they were electrified, responding clumsily yet passionately to each other. It wasn't until Lin Xiaotong was almost out of breath that they finally parted. With her cheeks flushed, Lin Xiaotong tightly hugged Zhao Tian. Her pretty face pressed against Zhao Tian's chest, gasping for air. The two quietly felt each other's heartbeats, without saying a word. After a long while, Lin Xiaotong finally moved. She gently pinched Zhao Tian's waist and shyly said, "You're so bad. There's worse." Zhao Tian joked. Lin Xiaotong felt a bit nervous at this point. Now that they had kissed, what else could be worse? She weakly said, "Zhao Tian, we're progressing too fast. You can't be bad anymore, or else I won't talk to you." All right, I won't be bad anymore. Let's go. I'll take you home," Zhao Tian said with a smile to reassure her. "MHM," Lin Xiaotong replied obediently. Chapter 54. Treatment. So, the two young people who had just confirmed their relationship hailed a cab and, all lovey-dovey, sent Lin Xiaotong home. At the entrance of the villa area where Lin Xiaotong lived, neither of them wanted to leave. They shared another passionate kiss. And only after Lin Xiaotong's legs felt weak did she reluctantly wave goodbye to Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian surveyed the villa area where Lin Xiaotong lived, pondering to himself that his girlfriend's family was not simple. He realized he needed to work harder. Otherwise, it would be difficult to be together in the future. Although his over 80 million could buy a villa here, that would leave him broke, which was meaningless. Luckily, he had the system by his side and had become a martial artist, Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to be with Lin Xiaotong. After thinking for a while, Zhao Tian decided not to delay any longer. He activated his energy, and with a gust under his feet, he quickly made his way home under the cover of night. In just a few minutes, Zhao Tian returned to his old neighborhood. As he was climbing the stairs, he suddenly heard the sound of Mr. Lu downstairs coughing violently, causing Zhao Tian to frown. It seemed Mr. Lu's condition had worsened. After considering it, Zhao Tian directly spent $1,000 in the system store to buy a set of silver needles for acupuncture. He also spent $1 million to buy a rejuvenating pill, which could strengthen an ordinary person's body and extend their life by 10 years. However, this pill had no effect on cultivators and was only effective for ordinary people. Zhao Tian planned to treat Mr. Lu later that night. Since it was still early, Zhao Tian entered a state of cultivation to improve his own skills. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Tian finished his cultivation. His martial energy value had increased to 810 points. However, his other attributes, such as speed, physique, and mental attributes were all fixed at 800 points and had not improved further from practicing Tai Chi. The other attributes had reached a bottleneck, meaning he would soon be able to upgrade again. Zhao Tian didn't dwell on this and instead got up and walked to the balcony. He flipped over and lightly jumped onto Mr. Lu's second-floor balcony. After surveying the area, he gently pushed open the balcony door. Fortunately, Mr. Lu hadn't locked it. Zhao Tian's eyesight allowed him to see clearly in the dark, and he quickly found Mr. Lu's position. Mr. Lu had an old partner. Both of them were sound asleep in the bedroom. Zhao Tian quietly approached, and a rustic sandalwood box appeared in his hand. Opening the box revealed neatly arranged acupuncture silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses. The long needles were used for deep acupuncture points to stimulate meridians, while the short needles were suitable for shallow punctures and some special points. The needles were made of pure silver, shiny and smooth, with sharp yet rounded tips that allowed for precise insertion into the acupuncture points while minimizing the patient's pain. The box also came with an exquisite acupuncture point atlas, detailing the locations, names, and effects of various acupuncture points on the human body. The colors were vivid and the lines were clear, making it easy for both beginners and experienced practitioners to find the information they needed. Inside the box were dedicated slots to keep the needles neatly arranged and prevent damage from collision. On one side of the box was a portable needle pouch made of an unknown soft leather, embroidered with ancient Chinese patterns. It could classify and store the acupuncture needles for easy transport. Zhao Tian gently picked up 2 silver needles, flicked his fingers, and the 2 needles were inserted into the sleeping points of Mr. Lu and his wife. Looking at them, they seemed to be sleeping even more soundly. Zhao Tian pulled Mr. Lu's arm over and began to feel his pulse. Soon, his brow furrowed tightly. Mr. Lu's pulse was weak, his body was depleted. His lungs were severely congested, and he had various underlying health issues. If nothing unexpected happened, he only had about 6 months to live. However, Zhao Tian quickly relaxed his brow. Now that he was here, he could treat Mr. Lu's ailments. Without further delay, Zhao Tian helped the sleeping Mr. Lu sit up and quickly inserted the silver needles into his major acupuncture points using the acupuncture techniques he had in mind. Combining his martial energy from Tai Chi, he guided it into Mr. Lu's body through the silver needles, promoting the smooth flow of meridians and clearing blocked areas. After half a day's treatment, a black medicinal pill appeared in Zhao Tian's hand, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Zhao Tian gently opened Mr. Lu's mouth and placed the pill inside. The pill melted upon entering, quickly swallowed by Mr. Lu. Soon, the acupuncture combined with the martial energy from Tai Chi and the effects of the rejuvenating pill worked together to gradually clear the roots of Mr. Lu's ailments from within. Then, Zhao Tian used acupuncture and martial energy to guide various toxins and impurities from Mr. Lu's body to the large intestine area. Once Mr. Lu woke up and used the restroom, everything would be expelled from his body. Finally, Zhao Tian quickly withdrew the needles from Mr. Lu, placing them back in the sandalwood box. After laying Mr. Lu back down, he suddenly thought that now, after his treatment, Mr. Lu could live at least another 10 years. But his wife, Mrs. Lu, might not live that long. Although the old lady appeared healthy, one never knows when the elderly might suddenly decline. Zhao Tian thought to himself that since he had done so much, he might as well help the old lady with her health as well. He then checked Mrs. Lu's pulse. Fortunately, she didn't have any serious ailments. There were just some congested areas in her brain that could lead to a stroke or dementia later on. Zhao Tian decided to use acupuncture to clear her meridians. After a busy night, both Mr. and Mrs. Lu had their health well taken care of by Zhao Tian. He collected the 2 silver needles he had inserted into their sleeping points, placed them back in the sandalwood box, and stored the box in the system space. After tidying everything up, Zhao Tian quietly walked toward the balcony. He glanced at the pitch-black neighborhood outside, with only a few dim streetlights in the distance casting a faint glow. He then leapt up and silently jumped onto his own balcony. Once back in his bed, he resumed his cultivation of Tai Chi. Not long after, Mr. Liu was awakened by Zhao Tian's special treatment method. He hurriedly ran to the bathroom, followed by a series of loud sounds. This smooth experience of using the restroom was something Mr. Liu hadn't experienced in many years. Feeling comfortable, he almost hummed with delight. However, after finishing in the bathroom, when he stood up to flush the toilet, he was nearly scared to death. What he saw in the toilet was a dark red substance that looked like congealed blood, emitting a strong and foul odor. Even though Mr. Liu knew he didn't have much time left, seeing such frightening things made him a bit uneasy. With his legs feeling weak, Mr. Liu immediately shouted, "Wife! Wife! Come here quickly!" Chapter 55. A Glimmer of Hope? Mrs. Liu, still asleep, was awakened by Mr. Liu's startled exclamation. "Old man, what's wrong?" She hurriedly replied, "Come here quickly. I might be done for," Mr. Liu said, half leaning against the bathroom wall, trembling. "What? Old man, don't scare me." Mrs. Liu was so frightened that she almost fainted and hurriedly scrambled out of bed, jogging to the bathroom. As soon as she entered, the foul, nauseating smell hit her, and she immediately saw the filthy contents in the toilet. "Old man, what happened?" she asked, trembling. "I don't know, I just couldn't hold it in anymore. And then this happened," Mr. Liu said truthfully. "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Mrs. Liu asked anxiously. Mr. Liu carefully felt his body, finding it quite strange. After moving his arms and shaking his legs, he said uncertainly, "I feel great, better than ever. Just what?" "Hurry up and say it," Mrs. Liu urged. "My legs are a bit weak," Mr. Liu quickly replied, then added with concern, "Wife, I've been feeling like I'm going to die these past few days. And now I've suddenly expelled a bunch of blood clots. Yet I feel so good now. Could this be a glimmer of hope? Ba. Old man, don't talk nonsense. Let's go to the hospital right now," Mrs. Liu said, wiping her tears. "Hospital? At this point, I might as well wait to die at home. Why spend that money at the hospital?" Mr. Liu refused. "No way. We must go to the hospital. We'll treat you however we need to and spend whatever it takes. If we can't cure you and you die, I won't live either," Mrs. Liu declared resolutely, wiping her tears away. Seeing his wife's determined attitude, Mr. Liu sighed deeply and said, "Okay, let's go to the hospital. The upstairs neighbor, Mrs. Zhang, fell down the stairs a couple of days ago and hasn't been discharged yet. We'll check on her too." Soon, the loving elderly couple packed their things and braved the night to go to the hospital. Zhao Tian, of course, was unaware of this, as he was immersed in his training, never imagining that his secret treatment of Mr. Liu would frighten the couple so much. At the emergency department of Sioux City Central Hospital, the on-duty doctor frowned as he looked at Mr. Liu's various test results, comparing them to the previously recorded cases on the computer, finding it hard to believe. Seeing the doctor's furrowed brow, Mr. Liu's heart sank, thinking, "It seems I'm really in dire straits." Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Mrs. Liu asked anxiously, "Doctor, what are the test results? Has my old man's condition worsened?" The doctor quickly put on a smile and said, "The test results are quite strange. I need to confirm a few things." "Confirm what?" Mrs. Liu asked hurriedly. "Your name is Liu Dezuzu, right?" The doctor asked Mr. Liu. "Yes, I'm Liu Dezuzu," Mr. Liu replied, somewhat puzzled. "Your ID number is XXXXXX?" The doctor asked, looking at the information on the computer. "Yes." Mr. Liu nodded in response. "You had lung cancer? Stage 3, correct?" The doctor asked again after glancing at the medical records. "Yes, the last check showed late-stage lung cancer, and it was your hospital that diagnosed it," Mr. Liu said. "You also have diabetes, high blood pressure, and high blood lipids?" The doctor continued. "Yes," Mr. Liu replied, becoming somewhat impatient, his tone growing heavier. He was almost forgetting how many ailments he had, and now the doctor was reminding him again, which made his mood plummet. "However, tonight's test report shows that these ailments are non-existent. Your body is in excellent condition, with no issues at all. All indicators are within the normal range." The doctor said hesitantly, "Could there be a mistake? Although I feel great now. These problems shouldn't just disappear, right?" Mr. Liu said in disbelief. "I confirmed with the lab. The test results are accurate, and there was only one blood sample taken in the early morning, so it couldn't have been mixed up." The doctor shook his head. "Then why did I suddenly expel a bunch of foul-smelling, blood-like substances? Did I somehow detoxify myself?" Mr. Liu asked, puzzled. The doctor nodded in agreement, saying, "It's not impossible. After all, The human body is quite mysterious, and some things can't yet be explained by modern medicine. What is my old man's current condition? Mrs. Liu interjected. She was only concerned about her husband's health. Based on the test results, his body is in excellent condition. The previously recorded lung cancer, high blood pressure, diabetes, etc., are all non-existent, the doctor replied, equally incredulous. Then what was the weakness in his legs earlier? Mrs. Liu asked again. Do your legs still feel weak now? The doctor asked Mr. Liu. Not now. They feel completely normal and strong, Mr. Liu replied honestly. Then there is only one possibility. It was from the shock. The doctor said with a smile. Hearing this, Mr. Liu's face flushed red. Old man, that's great. You don't have to die. Your body has recovered. Mrs. Liu exclaimed excitedly. Both of you, my suggestion is to have a follow-up examination. If it still shows no issues, then it means you have truly regained your health, the doctor advised. All right, we'll come back tomorrow for a detailed check. Thank you, doctor, and sorry for the trouble, Mr. Liu quickly said, watching the two leave joyfully. The doctor still couldn't believe that those incurable diseases had suddenly healed themselves. Mr. Liu and his wife, thrilled, left the hospital, and it was already bright outside. Looking at the rising sun, Mr. Liu felt better than ever before. Even after a night of turmoil, he felt no fatigue at all. Old man, didn't you say you want to check on Mrs. Zhang? Mrs. Liu suddenly remembered something after leaving the hospital and quickly asked, what do we want to check on that pest for? People like her will get their comeuppance sooner or later. This is her retribution. Let's keep our distance, Mr. Liu immediately refused. Previously, he thought he was on the verge of death and intended to check on Mrs. Zhang to scold her a few times. Now that he was fine, why bother with such a person? When should we come back for a detailed check to confirm your health? Mrs. Liu asked again, still somewhat worried. Chapter 56. Chilly, damp, and sticky. Come back tomorrow to check again. If there are no problems, we won't need to buy medicine anymore. At this moment, Grandpa Liu did not refuse. On the other side, Zhao Tian had already finished his work and went to a breakfast shop to eat. He was too hungry and didn't have time to cook, so he directly went out to eat. Grandpa Liu and the others returned to the community just in time to bump into Zhao Tian, who had just finished breakfast. Zhao Tian greeted them with a smile. Grandpa Liu, Grandma Liu, you're out for a stroll so early. Grandpa Liu replied with a smile. What stroll? We've been at the hospital all night. Zhao Tian was taken aback by this, secretly worrying that the traditional Chinese medicine skills given by the system might not be real. Could it be that he hadn't cured Grandpa Liu? He asked with some concern. Grandpa Liu, what happened? Why did you go to the hospital? Grandma Liu, with a beaming smile, said. All of Grandpa Liu's previous ailments mysteriously got better all of a sudden. In the middle of the night, he thought he was having a moment of clarity and almost scared himself to death. We rushed to the hospital for a checkup, and it turned out he was really better, which amazed the doctors. I might live for another 2 years. Grandpa Liu also laughed heartily. Hearing this, Zhao Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly smiled, saying, Grandpa Liu, you could live to be 100. 2 years is nowhere near enough. You're getting better at talking. Grandpa Liu chuckled. After saying goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma Liu, Zhao Tian returned home to continue his training. He planned to break through to an intermediate martial artist today. Even Lin Xiaotong, whom he had just started a relationship with, was temporarily forgotten. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaotong, who separated from Zhao Tian last night, returned home glowing and humming a tune, bouncing with joy. She was seen by her mom, Lin Mama, who was watching TV in the living room. Seeing her daughter so happy, Lin Mama joked, Xiaotong, you're so happy. Could it be that you're in love? Lin Xiaotong was startled and stammered, no way. Seeing Lin Xiaotong's flustered expression, Lin Mama was taken aback by her own joke and began to wonder if she had hit the nail on the head. Could it be that her daughter was really in love? So, she quickly asked nonchalantly, Xiaotong, where did you go to have fun today? You look so happy. Lin Xiaotong steadied her heart and calmly replied, Today, I went to Huanyu International with my classmate Chen Pingping to drink milk tea, watch a movie, and then had a buffet before coming back. Oh really? Are you going out again tomorrow? Lin Mama asked with some suspicion, but didn't delve deeper. Instead, asking Lin Xiaotong about her plans for tomorrow. Let us talk about it tomorrow. I'm tired and going to sleep now. Mom, you should also rest early, said Lin Xiaotong as she hurried back to her bedroom. Why the rush? Mainly because Lin Xiaotong was feeling restless from the 2 long kisses with Zhao Tian, which made her heart flutter. Her mature body also had normal reactions. Back in her room, Lin Xiaotong hurriedly took a shower, washed her intimate clothes, and after a while, changed into her pajamas and lay down in bed. At this moment, she picked up her phone, opened OO, and saw an unread message from Chen Pingping saying she had arrived home. Lin Xiaodong ignored it and found Zhao Tian's OO chat box instead. She sent a message. Zhao Tian, are you home? However, looking at Zhao Tian's gray profile picture, Lin Xiaodong pouted, thinking, this big blockhead, he is not on OO again. Is he? Then she sent another message. Big blockhead, remember to reply when you're online. Do you want to go out to play tomorrow? I haven't been to Zhaojian Garden, Cross Forest, and Luyuan during these years studying in Sioux City. I really want to go see them. Or we could go fishing at Taihu. I heard the fish there are especially delicious. Lin Xiaodong sent Zhao Tian many messages in bits and pieces, unknowingly drifting into dreamland. On Zhao Tian's side, he hadn't logged onto OO at all. He was fully immersed in his training. It was until the next noon that he saw Lin Xiaodong's messages on his phone. He quickly replied, Xiaodong, sorry, I haven't been on OO. I have some things to take care of today and can't go out with you. Once I finish filling out my application in a couple of days, I'll make sure to take you out. Oh, you go ahead and take care of your things. I'm not a bother, Lin Xiaodong replied immediately. Let us chat more when we meet. Love you, moi, Zhao Tian said. Sending hearts. Lin Xiaodong shyly replied. In the Lin family villa, Lin Mama watched as her daughter, who had been listless and absent-minded, suddenly became all smiles after sending 2 messages, flipping back and forth. It was obvious something was going on. Her daughter was most likely in love. At this age, it was normal to be in love, but thinking about the family situation, Lin Mama felt a bit worried for her daughter. She hoped that her daughter could be happy and be with someone she liked. However, being born into the Lin family, a large family, such a normal life was also a luxury. For the Lin family, Xiaodong's future inevitable fate would be to marry for the benefit of the Lin family. Xiaodong, the college entrance examination results will be out in a few days. After filling out the applications, we'll have to go back to Beijing. You should spend more time hanging out with your classmates. There won't be many more chances to meet, Lin Mama said, placing a plate of fruit on the coffee table in front of Lin Xiaodong. What? Why are we going back to Beijing at this time? Isn't Dad still working here? Lin Xiaodong asked in surprise. Your dad's job has changed. He will be transferred to work in Beijing soon, Lin Mama said with a smile. So Dad got promoted? Lin Xiaodong exclaimed. That's right. He has been busy with the handover of his work these days, and once that's done, he'll be going to Beijing for his new position, Lin Mama replied. No wonder. I haven't seen Dad around these days, Lin Xiaodong realized. However, thinking about leaving Zhao Tian and returning to Beijing, a sense of reluctance suddenly welled up in her heart. With a sullen face, she pleaded, Mom, I've been in Sioux City for so long, just studying, and haven't had the chance to explore the beautiful sights of Sioux City yet. Can we go back a little later? We'll see. It depends on your dad's arrangements. Lin Mama neither rejected nor agreed. Lin Xiaodong's father, Lin Jihai, was the governor of Sioux City and also a member of the Lin family in Beijing who was involved in politics. This was also the reason why Zhou Li didn't dare to force Lin Xiaodong. Zhou Li's family was just a small local family involved in shady dealings. Faced with a governor from a big city, they had no room for resistance, let alone the massive Lin family in Beijing. A small family like Zhou's, once noticed by the governor, would instantly vanish without a trace. Lin Xiaodong came to Sioux City to study with her parents because Lin Jihai became the governor of Sioux City years ago. Chapter 57. Intermediate Martial Master Lin Mama, whose real name is Li Yunlan, hails from a prestigious family, being the legitimate daughter of the Li family in the capital. The Lin and Li families are both top-tier clans in the Dragon Kingdom, with extensive internal networks and influence spanning the military, politics, and business sectors. Such prominent families often intermarry to maintain their prosperity and stability. The union of Lin Jihai and Li Yunlan is also a marriage alliance between the Lin and Li families. Moreover, these prominent families have some martial practitioners among their ranks, and it is these martial practitioners who form the true foundation of their apparent prosperity. Wealth and power, coupled with abundant resources, make these powerful families stronger than many purely martial sections. However, martial practitioners consume a lot of resources and require high talent. So not everyone is qualified to practice martial arts. Just look at Zhao Tian. The cost of merely feeding a martial practitioner is beyond the means of an average person. Zhao Tian, with the help of the system, does not need various pills and rare treasures to enhance his cultivation. Ordinary people practicing martial arts have varying attributes due to different focuses in their techniques. Similar to the water bucket effect, it is not the longest plank that determines the upper limit of cultivation, but rather the shortest plank. As one progresses further in cultivation realms, the bottlenecks become increasingly difficult to overcome. Ordinary people need rare materials and miraculous pills to break through to higher realms in the later stages. and such expenses are not something an average person can bear. For instance, Lin Xiaodong was tested by her family from a young age and found to lack the talent for martial arts, making her unqualified to practice. Her only future role would be to marry into another prominent family, just like her mother Li Yunlan, to exchange for the friendship of another major family. Unless she becomes a powerful martial practitioner capable of protecting her family, she would have no choice but to follow this path to maximize the family's benefits. Lin Xiaodong's father is a governor of one of the top 10 cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Although he seems to hold a high position, he has no voice within the family. Since he is not a martial practitioner, only martial practitioners can be the decision-makers of the family. Everyone else, whether in business or politics, serves the martial practitioners. Lin Xiaodong felt some anxiety due to her mother Li Yunlan's words. The countdown to returning to the capital had begun, and just as she confirmed her relationship with the person she liked, she was about to face the pain of separation. Reluctantly, she continued to contact Zhao Tian on OO. At this moment, Zhao Tian had finished his meal and entered a state of cultivation, striving to elevate his martial energy to its peak. With the martial energy flowing like a small stream through 3 meridians, Zhao Tian lost track of time. Eventually, he discovered that his martial energy had reached its peak and could not increase further. Looking at his personal attribute information, name, Zhao Tian available attribute points, 10. 100 cultivation level, primary martial master martial energy, 1. 000 spirit, 800 physique, 800 speed, 800 charm, 75 luck, 13 task, become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. In progress, he calculated that he needed to consume 600 attribute points to level up. This was still within his range, so Zhao Tian did not hesitate and directly raised his spirit, physique, and speed to 1000 points. Immediately afterward, the Tai Chi True skill started operating automatically. In no time, after completing 1 circulation of the Tai Chi True skill, his cultivation level directly advanced to intermediate martial master. All his attributes reached 1003 points, and then his charm value increased to 76 points, making him appear even more handsome and pleasing to the eye. The practice of the Tai Chi True skill gave him an ethereal and otherworldly aura. At this moment, Zhao Tian decided not to continue cultivating, but to go out for a meal. The breakthrough had consumed a lot of energy, and he planned to go out and replenish his energy. It was already the morning of the second day. Time had flown by unnoticed during his cultivation. After finishing his practice, Zhao Tian checked his phone and found that Lin Xiaodong had sent him 99 messages from yesterday to today. There was nothing else in her messages but her longing for him and a desire to go out on a date. Zhao Tian was surprised that the aloof school beauty had become so clingy after confirming their relationship, as if she couldn't bear to be apart from him for even a moment. This made him look up at the sky with a 45-degree angle and sigh. My charm is indeed quite high. Look how I've captivated the school beauty. After indulging in self-satisfaction, he honestly typed a reply to Lin Xiaodong. Beautiful. Do you have time now? Would you honor me with your company for a cup of milk tea and a buffet? Before Zhao Tian could send another message, the OO chat dialogue shook, and Lin Xiaodong's reply came back. Sure. Are we going to Huanyu International? Zhao Tian agreed. Okay, let's meet at the usual place in half an hour. Lin Xiaodong sent a cute okay emoji. Zhao Tian put away his phone, tidied his hair in front of the mirror, and set off leisurely. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodong, suddenly receiving Zhao Tian's invitation, hurriedly got out of bed and started getting ready. After all, a woman dresses up for the one she likes, and she wanted to present her best self on their date. As Zhao Tian walked downstairs, he encountered Uncle Lu and his wife, who were enjoying the shade under a tree. He greeted them with a smile. Uncle Lu, haven't you eaten yet? Uncle Lu replied with a smile. Not yet. It's still early. Come over to my house for lunch. Your aunt is making braised pork right now. Can you eat something so greasy at your age? Zhao Tian asked, feigning ignorance. I just had a checkup, and there's nothing wrong with me at all. I feel great now. It's been years since I had braised pork, and your aunt finally agreed to let me eat it. Uncle Lu said excitedly. You're a good person. Good things come to those who deserve them. Since your checkup is clear, you should enjoy your meals and drinks and live life well. Exactly. I'm already at this age. There's no need to make things difficult for myself. Uncle Lu agreed. Uncle Lu, I've made plans to eat with a classmate, so I'm leaving now. Zhao Tian said as he saw Uncle Lu was completely fine. All right, you young people go have fun. Remember to hurry up and find a girlfriend. Uncle Lu chuckled. Sure. Zhao Tian bid farewell to Uncle Lu and walked slowly toward Huanyu International. Soon, he arrived at the Huanyu International Life Plaza and waited at the entrance for Lin Xiaodong. A little while later, a taxi pulled up at the plaza entrance. and a beautiful girl got out. She raised both hands to shield her eyes from the hot sun and looked around. When she spotted Zhao Tian not far away, she immediately ran over joyfully. Chapter 58. Gao Cao top score. Zhao Tian, I'm sorry I'm late. It's so hot outside. Why don't you go in the mall? The girl said apologetically. The person who arrived was Lin Xiaotong. It's okay, I'm not hot. Let's go eat. Zhao Tian replied with a smile. He then naturally took Lin Xiaotong's hand and walked towards the mall. Although they had confirmed their relationship as a couple, Lin Xiaotong still felt a bit shy and lowered her head slightly when Zhao Tian suddenly held her hand. Zhao Tian noticed the beads of sweat forming on Lin Xiaotong's forehead. He was moved and transferred the energy from his Tai Chi true skill to Lin Xiaotong's hand. Suddenly, Lin Xiaotong felt a cool breeze flowing through her hand, instantly eliminating the heat of the scorching summer day. Lin Xiaotong pondered this in her heart. Zhao Tian gently whispered in her ear, "Is it cooler now?" Lin Xiaotong nodded in response. "Xiaotong, do you know about martial artists?" Zhao Tian asked tentatively. I know. Our Lin family has martial artists," Lin Xiaotong said with a slightly downcast mood. "Oh, your family has martial artists?" "Actually, I'm also a martial artist," Zhao Tian said honestly. "I know. The last time you ate so much, I thought you might be a martial artist. Now that you're using your energy to cool me down, I'm completely sure you're not an ordinary person," Lin Xiaotong joked. "Haha, my girlfriend is so smart," Zhao Tian praised with a smile. "Ordinary people can't eat that much. I only know that from seeing those martial artists in my family. They eat so much in one meal," Lin Xiaotong explained. "Since your family has martial artists, why don't you practice martial arts?" Zhao Tian asked curiously. "My aptitude is mediocre, and I don't qualify to practice martial arts because the resources needed to cultivate a martial artist are too much. Just the food alone is an astronomical number, not to mention the various heavenly materials and elixirs needed to improve cultivation. Generally, families don't allow those with poor aptitude to practice martial arts. Instead, they go into business or politics to gain more resources for the family," Lin Xiaotong explained with a hint of disappointment. "It's okay. If your family doesn't allow you to cultivate, I'll teach you in the future," Zhao Tian comforted her. "Really?" Lin Xiaotong looked at Zhao Tian with surprise. But soon she became downcast again. "I've already passed the best age for cultivation, and I don't have the aptitude. Even if I cultivate, I won't achieve much. You should focus on your own cultivation. With me around, don't worry. Age isn't a problem," Zhao Tian reassured her. Let's go eat first. I know you're definitely hungry." Lin Xiaotong changed the subject. "Okay." Zhao Tian didn't say much more. With the system, he had many ways to solve Lin Xiaotong's cultivation issues. A top-notch cultivation method and a cleansing elixir could solve any problem. It just required a large amount of money. These are all solvable. Plus, there were many dual cultivation techniques that could complement each other and enhance cultivation together. Zhao Tian had drawn several during the lottery, but their levels were a bit low, all in techniques, which he didn't care for. He only had his eye on the 1 billion value 9 turns Dragon Phoenix Harmony true skill. His woman must cultivate with top-tier techniques. It seems that making money has to be put on the agenda. My current funds are not even enough to buy cleansing elixir or a technique. Zhao Tian felt a stronger sense of urgency in his heart. Lunch was another lesson for the self-service restaurant owner. Then Zhao Tian satisfiedly led Lin Xiaotong away under the pleading gaze of the self-service restaurant owner. "Zhao Tian, the results will be out tomorrow. Are you nervous?" Lin Xiaotong, who was originally full of confidence, was now a bit anxious as the announcement of the Gaokao results approached. "Xiaotong, you don't need to be nervous. Your scores will definitely get you into Qing University and Beihua University," Zhao Tian comforted her. In his previous life, Lin Xiaotong was the only one from their class to get into Qing University, so Zhao Tian could confidently say that. "What about you? I don't want to be apart from you," Lin Xiaotong asked, as she wasn't really worried about her own results. As a member of the Lin family, she naturally wasn't concerned about her future studies. As long as she wanted to attend Qing University or Beihua University, even if her scores weren't enough, she could still go. What she was most worried about was Zhao Tian's results. Although Zhao Tian had confidently said before that he did very well, his scores in the recent mock exams had indeed been less than ideal, which made her worry. Previously, when they weren't in a confirmed relationship and had a somewhat ambiguous liking, it didn't matter much. When they went to different universities, they would naturally forget everything over time. But now it was different. They had confirmed their relationship, and Lin Xiaotong definitely didn't want to be apart from Zhao Tian. "Xiaotong, don't worry. After midnight tonight, you can check the scores, and you'll naturally know mine. Wherever you want to go to university, I'll accompany you," Zhao Tian said confidently. Seeing Zhao Tian so confident, Lin Xiaodong felt much more at ease and didn't bring up the topic again. Suddenly, she hugged Zhao Tian and said, a bit sadly, Zhao Tian, I'm leaving because my dad is being transferred for work and I have to go back to the capital soon. I don't want to be apart from you. Hearing this, Zhao Tian smiled and patted Lin Xiaodong's back, saying, it's okay. I also plan to deal with some matters at home in the next couple of days and then go to the capital. We won't be apart for too long. Oh, really? You're also going to the capital? Lin Xiaodong asked in surprise. Yes, I don't have any relatives in Sioux City anymore. And there are still a few things I haven't finished dealing with. Once I'm done, I'll go to the capital, Zhao Tian replied. He still had to deal with those fake relatives who would be coming soon to fight over the inheritance. Zhao Tian had suffered so much at the hands of those vicious relatives in his previous life, so he must repay them double in this life. Otherwise, his hatred would be hard to quell. That's great. Then we won't have to be apart, Lin Xiaodong said happily. At that moment, Zhao Tian's phone suddenly rang. Holding Lin Xiaodong with one arm, he took out his phone with the other and saw that the caller ID was an unfamiliar number from the capital. He thought for a moment and pressed the answer button, saying hello. A cultured male voice quickly came from the other end. Hello? May I ask if this is Zhao Tian? Yes, this is Zhao Tian. Who is this? Zhao Tian asked. Hello, Zhao Tian. I am Zhang Jiang, an admissions officer from Qing University. Because your Gaokao results are exceptionally outstanding, you have been specially recruited and admitted to our Qing University ahead of time. The voice on the other end replied. Oh, thank you, Teacher Zhang. However, I haven't decided which university to attend yet, so the term early admission doesn't quite fit, Zhao Tian replied. The phone suddenly fell into a brief silence, as the other party seemed not to have expected Zhao Tian to respond this way. Chapter 59. The benefits of Qing University. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong, who was lying in Zhao Tian's arms, widened her eyes. She had also heard the conversation between Zhao Tian and the admissions officer from Qing University. Naturally, she knew that the admissions officers from Qing University and Beihua University would contact students for early admission before the college entrance exam results were released, and that this had significant value. Only the top scorers in each province, such as the top student in the college entrance examination, could enjoy such treatment. Now, with the admissions officer from Qing University calling Zhao Tian, didn't that mean Zhao Tian was the top student or an exceptional candidate among the top few in the province? Immediately, Lin Xiaodong looked up at Zhao Tian with admiration. After a brief silence, Zhang Jiang on the other end of the phone spoke up. Zhao Tian, I want to hide it from you. You are the top student in Jianghai province for the 2014 college entrance examination, and you should know the status of Qing University. It is one of the top higher education institutions in the entire Dragon Country and even across the Blue Star. 4 top students in the college entrance examination. Only Qing University and a few other universities are worth joining. Furthermore, Qing University offers extremely generous rewards to each top student who chooses to join us. Oh, what kind of rewards? Zhao Tian seemed interested and asked. Zhang Jiang replied with a smile. First, there's a 40,000 yuan freshman scholarship, and each division will also add no less than 40,000 yuan in bonuses. Of course, this depends on the major you choose to apply for. All majors at Qing University are available for you to choose from. Additionally, all tuition and miscellaneous fees will be waived for 4 years, including accommodation, meals, tuition, and textbook fees, etc. We will also invite you to participate in summer camp activities hosted by Qing University. This way, you can get to know our campus culture, academic atmosphere, and teaching resources in advance, as well as meet other outstanding classmates of similar caliber. So, Zhao Tian, with such favorable conditions, are you willing to join Qing University? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian felt no attraction at all, whether it was the scholarship or the summer camp. It was of little use to him. Although he was currently short on money, the amounts of 100,000 or 80,000 were insignificant compared to the billions he needed. As for the summer camp, it was even more of a waste of time. He would rather spend that time cultivating and improving his own realm. Sorry, Teacher Zhang. I still need to think about it. I can't give you a reply for now, Zhao Tian replied directly. Zhao Tian, do you have any concerns or other conditions? You can propose them. As long as they are reasonable, we can negotiate, Zhang Jiang pressed on the other end. If it were the top students from other provinces with less developed education, Zhang Jiang wouldn't be so insistent. They could choose whether or not to attend Qing University. But Jianghai province was different. Jianghai was one of the top educational provinces in the Dragon Country. The top students here, even those in the top 10, were all extremely excellent, with exceptional talent. No matter what field they chose, they would definitely become top talents in the future. Therefore, Qing University would not easily give up on these outstanding students to be snatched away by other schools, such as their rival Beihua University. Teacher Zhang, I actually don't lack money. What I lack is time. If I join Qing University, I hope my school schedule can be more flexible and not restricted. However, I can guarantee that my grades will not be an issue. Zhao Tian put forward his own request. This question, I can't give you a reply. Your request goes against Qing University's campus culture and learning atmosphere. However, if you can provide a reasonable reason and ensure that your grades won't be a problem, I can relay it to the school leadership. Zhang Jiaying hesitated for a moment, but still replied. Regarding the absence from classes, you can't agree to that. This tricky issue will be left to the school leadership to handle. As for the reason, it's inconvenient to say for now. Please help me relay it to the school leadership first. Zhao Tian replied with a smile. Okay, I hope Zhao Tian doesn't accept invitations from other schools for now and waits for my response. Zhang Jiaying also replied with a smile. All right, I'll wait for teacher Zhang's news before making a decision, Zhao Tian replied. After ending the call, Lin Xiaodong immediately exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Tian, you are the top student. That's amazing. Haha, which university are you going to choose? Qing University or Beihua University? Zhao Tian asked again. He remembered that in his previous life, Lin Xiaodong went to Qing University, so he had been chatting with the admissions officer from Qing University for a long time. I guess it will be Qing University, Lin Xiaodong replied without hesitation. Then it's settled. I'll go to Qing University, Zhao Tian decisively decided. Then he murmured softly, I hope teacher Zhang can give me good news. Zhao Tian, you're so outstanding. Qing University will definitely agree to your request. Lin Xiaodong said proudly. At that moment, Zhao Tian's phone rang again. He picked up the phone and saw it was another unfamiliar number from the capital city. So he answered, saying, Hello, I am Zhao Tian. Hello, Zhao Tian. I am Sun Wenyor from the Beihua University admissions office. A male voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, teacher Sun. Zhao Tian greeted politely. Hello, I'm specifically inviting you to join our Beihua University. Sun Wenyor on the other end said, Teacher Sun, do you know how many points I got on the college entrance exam? Zhao Tian also curiously asked, as Zhang Jiaying from Qing University had only mentioned that he was the top student but did not tell him the specific score. Although he had seen his score was perfect through his inside eye, he still didn't know the scores for the earlier subjects. Now Zhao Tian was quite curious about what his actual score was. Zhao Tian, you are this year's top student in Jianghai province, with a score of 749, just 1 point shy of a perfect score. Sun Wenyor said, unable to hide his shock. Every time he thought about this score, he found it hard to believe that someone could score so high. Such a high score was rare in history. Only in 2004 did a candidate score 749 points. But his actual score was only 729, with the additional 20 points coming from awards in international competitions. It could also be said that Zhao Tian's score made him the highest scorer in the history of college entrance examinations over the years. This was also the reason why Sun Wenyor contacted Zhao Tian as soon as he received the exam score information. Such talent must be recruited for Beihua University. Upon hearing his score, Zhao Tian secretly muttered, having already mastered various technologies, I should have scored full marks. Where did I lose a point? Could it have been deducted from the Chinese essay? Logically speaking, my literary skills are proficient, and my essay should have been a perfect score. After thinking for a long time without coming to a conclusion, Zhao Tian replied, Thank you, teacher Sun, for telling me my score in advance. Chapter 60. New enrollment policy. You're welcome, but I wouldn't say anything. I reckon Qingda will say something, and if not, you'll know the result tomorrow anyway. It's just a matter of knowing it a bit earlier or later, Sun Wenyor said with a smile. I wonder what the enrollment policy of Beihua is this year. Zhao Tian asked casually, although he had already made up his mind to go to Qingda. Beihua had not directly rejected him. Our enrollment policy at Beihua is to offer a full scholarship of 50,000 yuan to outstanding newcomers, which can cover tuition and living expenses for all 4 years of university, Sun Wenyor said somewhat shyly. This year, the enrollment office at Beihua has a new leader, and the previous enrollment policy has been changed. We no longer allocate a large amount of resources to recruit top scorers from the college entrance examination and spend huge sums to compete with Qingda for students. The new policy is to allocate limited resources to outstanding students from impoverished backgrounds, helping them alleviate their financial burden during their university years. Top scorers will not receive any special treatment. However, Sun Wenyor felt that Zhao Tian's grades were worthy of applying for this reward. So he unhesitatingly offered the scholarship for impoverished students to Zhao Tian. Teacher Sun, I have one condition. I have my own matters to attend to and need some free time, but I can guarantee that my studies won't be a problem. Zhao Tian directly stated his request. Upon hearing this, Sun Wenyong fell silent. In the past, he could have confidently said, "No problem." However, he was now unsure whether the higher-ups would agree to Zhao Tian's conditions. "Student Zhao Tian, how about this? I'll contact the school first to see if they're willing to accept the conditions you proposed, and then I'll get back to you," Sun Wenyong suggested as a compromise. "Okay," Zhao Tian replied, and then hung up the phone. Sun Wenyong didn't delay and immediately called his leader to report the situation. At this time, every second counted. He could guess that Qing would also contact Zhao Tian. Such an outstanding talent would surely attract the attention of various prestigious schools, all trying to recruit Zhao Tian. Soon, Sun Wenyong's new leader, Xia Hugua, answered the call. Sun Wenyong went straight to the point and told Xia Hugua about his communication with Zhao Tian. Xia Hugua became furious and scolded into the phone, "Sun Wenyong, did you not understand the enrollment policy I set?" "I understand," Sun Wenyong replied quietly. "If you understand, why are you still following the old practice and giving special rewards to top scorers?" Xia Hugua shouted angrily. Then Xia Hugua continued loudly. "Our limited funds should be used to help more impoverished students, so they can focus on their studies without worrying about money, instead of spending a lot of resources competing with other schools for a few top scorers." But Zhao Tian's grades are historic. We at Beihua cannot miss out on such outstanding talent. If Zhao Tian comes to Beihua, his future achievements will undoubtedly be limitless. We cannot let Zhao Tian be taken away by Qing Da. Otherwise, we will be overshadowed by them. Sun Wenyong argued. "I'll say it again. Our position at Beihua and Longhua, and even on Blue Star, cannot be influenced by one student. If Qing Da likes to recruit those top scorers, let them go. This year, we won't compete. Besides, a student who doesn't think about focusing on their studies and proposes conditions to the school, what do they think they are? Arrogant and self-important. We at Beihua do not welcome such students. In the future, any student who makes such demands, whether they are top scorers or winners of international competitions, will be rejected, and all will be blacklisted from applying for graduate studies at Beihua. We do not need such students," Xia Hugua stated emphatically, reiterating his philosophy. Sun Wenyong on the other end of the phone was momentarily stunned. As it stands, unless those students are determined to apply to Beihua, most others would likely be lured away by Qing Da's generous offers. Xia Hugua's new policy seems to benefit impoverished students, but whether the money would actually reach them is uncertain. However, it is now certain that in this year's competition for top scorers with Qing Da, Beihua will definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Most top scorers will be attracted by Qing Da's generous benefits. Sun Wenyong felt confused by Xia Hugua's policy of giving up top talent in favor of ordinary students. He couldn't help but wonder if this approach was correct. Despite his doubts, Sun Wenyong did not have enough authority to change the current situation. Moreover, Xia Hugua did not approve giving him more resources to support his work, which left Sun Wenyong feeling somewhat helpless. After all, every top scorer is not an ordinary individual. They possess high intelligence and are top talents, often having their own unique logical thinking about things. They know how to weigh the pros and cons to maximize their own benefits. Sun Wenyong understood that without tangible benefits, it would be difficult to persuade those highly intelligent top students to choose Beihua based solely on his eloquence. After all, with his years of experience as an enrollment teacher at Beihua, he had interacted with many top scorers. In his interactions with these top scorers, Sun Wenyong deeply felt that most of them, whether in conversation, thinking, or dealing with others, were clearly different from ordinary high school students. They had their own opinions and would not be easily swayed unless there were genuinely attractive conditions. However, with the situation as it is, Sun Wenyong had no other choice. The school's policy was set, and he could only do his best to persuade those top scorers who were still undecided about choosing between Beihua and Qing Da, hoping they would join Beihua. On Zhao Tian's side, he had long forgotten about the two enrollment teachers from Qing Da and Beihua. He was now boasting to Lin Xiaodong in his arms. "Xiaodong, how about it? I told you I did well. Now both Qing Da and Beihua are contacting me. MMHM, my man is much more outstanding than me," Lin Xiaodong said happily. Now that Zhao Tian not only had good grades, but was also a martial artist, the obstacles for them to be together in the future would be much smaller. After all, martial artists were quite rare and were extremely important strategic forces in various families. "Are you relieved now? I still have some matters to take care of. Once I'm done, I'll settle down in the capital, and we won't have to be apart anymore," Zhao Tian said again. "MHM, I'll wait for you in the capital," Lin Xiaodong replied obediently. At this moment, Zhao Tian's phone rang again. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Zhang Jiaying, an enrollment teacher from Qing Da. He promptly answered, "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Chapter 61, Early Admission Agreement. "Hello, Zhao Tian. I just reported your request to the school leaders, and they agreed," Zhang Jiaying said excitedly. "Then there should be no problem. I will put Tsinghua University as my first choice," Zhao Tian replied. "Actually, you don't need to fill out any choices. I will rush to Sioux City today to sign the early admission agreement with you and give you the admission notice," Zhang Jiaying said with a smile. He then became serious and said, "As for your request, it will also be written in the agreement. However, the leaders said that your request can be accommodated. You can freely allocate your time in university. After all, geniuses need to be respected, but your studies must not be affected at all. Moreover, you must achieve excellent grades in all subjects. Otherwise, the agreement will be void, and you will need to attend classes as required by the school." Zhao Tian, "Do you think the school's conditions are acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian did not hesitate at all and said directly, "No problem, this is the premise. If my studies are affected, I wouldn't have the face to do anything else." "Great. No wonder you are the top scorer in history in the college entrance examination. You have such courage," Zhang Jiaying praised. "If I weren't confident, I wouldn't propose such conditions," Zhao Tian said confidently. "Well, Zhao Tian, wait for my news in the afternoon. I will contact you when I arrive," Zhang Jiaying reminded again. "Okay." After finishing the call with Zhang Jiaying, Zhao Tian's phone rang again. This time, it was a call from Sun Wenyu from Beihua University. Zhao Tian did not delay and directly answered the phone. Before Sun Wenyu could speak, he apologetically said, "Teacher Sun, I'm sorry. I have already accepted Tsinghua's invitation and am preparing to go to Tsinghua." Sun Wenyu, who was hesitating on how to start, was taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly replied in a panic, "Oh, okay, no problem. Tsinghua is also a world-class university. Since you have chosen your preferred school, I won't disturb you anymore. I wish you success in your future studies. Goodbye." "Thank you, Teacher Sun. Goodbye." After saying that, Zhao Tian hung up the phone. On Sun Wenyu's side, looking at his phone, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing. "Tsinghua's speed is really fast. Since Zhao Tian chose Tsinghua, I didn't mention any conditions from Beihua, which would offend him and make him develop a dislike for Beihua." Zhao Tian had to wait for Zhang Jiaying from Tsinghua to sign the early admission agreement, so he spent some time with Lin Xiaodong before parting ways. Although Lin Xiaodong was reluctant, she understood and let Zhao Tian leave. When Zhao Tian returned home, he didn't just wait idly, not knowing when Zhang Jiaying would arrive. He began to continue his training. After all, he had just entered the intermediate martial master realm, and he still had a lot of potential to improve. Unaware of how long he had been training, Zhao Tian was startled by the ringing of his phone and gradually ended his training. This time, his martial energy increased by 20 points, and other attributes also improved by 20 points, all reaching 23 points. The phone kept ringing, so Zhao Tian stopped studying his attributes and answered the call. "Zhao Tian, where exactly is your home? I have arrived near your school," came Zhang Jiaying's voice from the other end. "Teacher Zhang, are you going to the school? I will come find you. Our home is in an old neighborhood, so it might be hard for you to find." Zhao Tian thought for a moment and said, "That works too. I need to communicate with your principal about your early admission to Tsinghua, so just come to your principal's office," Zhang Jiaying said. "Okay, I will be there in about 10 minutes, Zhao Tian replied. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Tian directly got up and went downstairs, heading toward the school. 10 minutes later, relying on his memory, Zhao Tian found the principal's office. Standing at the door, he heard laughter coming from inside the office. It must be the principal and Zhang Jiaying chatting. He knocked on the door, and the conversation inside stopped, followed by the sound of footsteps. The red wooden door of the principal's office was soon opened. A refined middle-aged man was standing at the door with Principal Lin Zhongshu, both smiling as they looked at Zhao Tian. "Ha, our top scholar has arrived," Principal Lin Zhongshu said to the refined middle-aged man with satisfaction as he looked at Zhao Tian. "Hello, Zhao Tian. I am Zhang Jiaying, the admissions officer from Tsinghua University. We have spoken on the phone," the middle-aged man greeted with a smile. Sun Wenyu saw that Zhao Tian was tall, and although his appearance was somewhat ordinary, he was quite pleasing to the eye, very attractive, and had an ethereal quality about him, which was quite extraordinary, causing him to nod in approval. Zhao Tian exuded an extraordinary aura and showed no signs of the nervousness typical of a student facing a principal and teachers, which made both Lin Zhongshu and Sun Wenyu secretly praise him. "Hello, principal. Hello, teacher Sun," Zhao Tian greeted politely. "Zhao Tian, come in quickly," Lin Zhongshu said hastily. Seeing Zhao Tian state again today, he was also very surprised. He had a deep impression of Zhao Tian. 3 months ago, Zhao Tian's parents had died in an accident, and he had gone to Zhao Tian's home to offer condolences. At that time, Zhao Tian was small and thin, speaking timidly, crying every day because of his parents' matter, and his originally excellent grades had plummeted. He had almost given up on Zhao Tian, but unexpectedly, in just a few months, Zhao Tian had undergone a dramatic transformation. After Lin Zhongshu arranged for the two to sit on the sofa in the reception area, he took the initiative to pour water for Zhang Jiaying, the admissions officer from Tsinghua, and Zhao Tian, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Once Zhang Jiaying sat down, he took out 2 documents from his briefcase and placed them in front of Zhao Tian, smiling as he said, "Zhao Tian, this is our early admission agreement from Tsinghua University in duplicate. It details the new student benefits we offer you, as well as some personal requests you made. Please take a good look, and if there are any additions or deletions needed, you can bring them up now, and we can negotiate further. If there are no issues, please sign your name, ID number, phone number, bank account number, and the bank where the account is held in the designated area, especially the bank account number. Make sure not to get it wrong, as this will be the account for your future scholarships. Otherwise, you'll have to go to the school finance office to change it, which is very troublesome. I understand, Teacher Sunday. I will verify the information later. Don't worry," Zhao Tian replied, and then began to look over the materials. Soon he saw that Tsinghua would waive all his expenses for the 4 years at university and grant him a scholarship of 40,000 yuan. The finance major he intended to apply for would separately reward him with 60,000 yuan from the School of Finance. Furthermore, his daily attendance would not be counted. But for every exam, Zhao Tian's grades in all subjects would need to reach excellent. Chapter 62. Cleansing Elixir. There was also an invitation for Zhao Tian to participate in the Qing University summer camp activities, among other things. Zhao Tian briefly looked over the materials, signed his name at the end, and wrote down his bank card number. The scholarship from Qing University and the rewards from the School of Finance would also be deposited into this card. After completing the paperwork, Zhao Tian handed the agreement to Zhang Jiaying, who was standing next to him. Zhang Jiaying glanced at it and confirmed Zhao Tian's bank card information several times before putting away the 2 signed documents into his briefcase. Then he took out a golden admission letter from Qing University and handed it to Zhao Tian with a big smile. "Say, student Zhao Tian, for now on we will be alumni. This is the first admission letter issued for the 2014 class of Qing University. Please keep it safe. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Just call me senior. I also stayed at Qing University after graduation. No need for formality between us. If you have any issues at school in the future, feel free to contact me," Zhang Jiaying said with a smile. "Senior, I will trouble you in the future," Zhao Tian replied politely. At this moment, Lin Zhongshu saw that they had finished the formalities and said, "Teacher Zhang, Zhao Tian, do you have anything else to attend to? If not, it's getting late. Let us have a meal together, and I can extend my hospitality." "Principal Lin, I'm really sorry. I still need to rush to Zhehe province to handle enrollment matters. Time is tight, so I won't disturb you," Zhang Jiaying politely declined. I understand. It is indeed a bit rushed right now, so I won't keep you, Teacher Zhang," Lin Zhongshu hurriedly replied. He knew that Zhang Jiaying still had to compete for the top scores of the college entrance examination from other provinces for Qing University, so he didn't insist further. Having taken care of Zhao Tian's matters, Zhang Jiaying needed to catch a high-speed train to Zhehe province, so he directly stood up to take his leave. Zhao Tian and Lin Zhongshu accompanied Zhang Jiaying to the school gate. "Principal Lin, see you next time. Zhao Tian, we'll meet again at Qing University." Zhang Jiaying waved goodbye, quickly hailing a taxi and leaving. Watching Zhang Jiaying leave in the taxi, Lin Zhongshu turned to Zhao Tian and said, "Zhao Tian, do you have anything else to do? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Zhao Tian quickly waved his hands and said, "Principal, no need. The results will be released tonight. You'll probably be busy for a long time, so I won't disturb you." "All right, you're right. I do have quite a bit to do tonight. You should head home early," Lin Zhongshu said after thinking for a moment. "Okay, goodbye, Principal." Zhao Tian said his farewells and prepared to leave. Zhao Tian, wait a moment. Suddenly, Lin Zhongshu seemed to remember something and called out to stop him. "Principal, is there anything else?" Zhao Tian replied, "Tomorrow morning, be ready at home. Our governor from Su City, Lin Zhehe, the governor of Huqiu District, Zhuang Daquan, along with the street leaders and our school leaders, may all come to your house to present you with the award for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination." Lin Zhongshu said, "What? So many people are coming?" Zhao Tian was surprised. For being the top scorer, this was his first experience in 2 lifetimes. He only knew there would definitely be a prize, but he had no idea so many people would come to his house. It's just a possibility. When there were top scorers in the past, officials from the city to the street would personally go to the homes of the top scorers. But it also depends on whether the officials have time. However, the street and school will definitely visit your home, Lin Zhongshu explained. Okay, I understand now, Zhao Tian replied. Well, since you're not eating, you can head back. I still need to gather the school leaders for a meeting to prepare for tomorrow's events, Lin Zhongshu said. All right, principal, you're busy. I'll head back first, Zhao Tian replied, and then turned to leave. Lin Zhongshu watched Zhao Tian's departing figure, his mind filled with thoughts. Zhao Tian has truly endured hardships and is now reaping the rewards. With such immense pressure, he has become the top scorer. His future accomplishments will surely be extraordinary. Now he is the only one left at home. I should approve more of his scholarship to alleviate his living pressures over the next few years. After leaving the school, Zhao Tian went straight home. When Zhang Jing informed him that he was the top scorer, the system had already indicated that the task of becoming the top scorer was complete. However, he had been outside and had no time to check the task rewards. Now he was eager to return home to check the task rewards. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he increased his speed to the maximum. In no time, he arrived home. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Zhao Tian directly entered the system space with his consciousness. System, claim the task rewards. Zhao Tian shouted in his mind. Host, the rewards have been successfully distributed. Please check the item area, the system replied mechanically. At this moment, in the item area, next to the pile of techniques, weapons, and talismans he had obtained from the lottery and check-ins, there were 2 new jade vials. Zhao Tian's available attribute points also increased by 10 points. Without hesitation, Zhao Tian picked up the 2 jade vials. One contained a single cleansing elixir, and the other contained 10 gathering chi pills. Zhao Tian didn't hesitate and directly consumed the cleansing elixir, which was worth 1 billion. After all, the system had indicated that his innate talent was not particularly good. Now, relying purely on a top-tier technique and the system's help was the only way he could cultivate so quickly. He would definitely encounter extraordinary individuals with exceptional talents in the future. So he needed to enhance his innate talent early and improve his strength faster. It was the only way to go. The elixir melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into waves of pure and gentle energy that began to wash over Zhao Tian's entire body. The imagined excruciating pain of reshaping his physique did not occur. Instead, he felt a comfortable, tingling sensation from the inside out, making Zhao Tian unable to suppress a moan. The effect of the cleansing elixir surged like ocean waves, washing over his entire body time and again. After an unknown period, Zhao Tian's Taiji true technique automatically began to operate. However, the speed of the martial energy's operation became much faster and smoother, more than 10 times improved compared to before. Moreover, after enhancing Zhao Tian's physique, the cleansing elixir still had a large surplus of energy. As the Taiji true technique continued to operate, this energy was continuously absorbed. The energy gained from operating a full cycle was 3 times more than before. Within Zhao Tian's body, the martial energy, which had previously resembled a small stream, quickly expanded like a great river, surging through his meridians and converging into his Dantian vortex. With each continuous cycle, the originally 1,023 points of martial energy swiftly rose to 1,992 points. Other attributes such as physique, spirit, and speed also increased to 1,992 points, completely avoiding the bottleneck he had previously encountered, where he needed to allocate points to enhance his attributes. Without hesitation, Zhao Tian operated the Taiji true technique for another full cycle. He directly broke through to the advanced martial master level, with all attributes elevated to 2,001 points. Chapter 63. New mission released at this time. The energy of the cleansing elixir was still abundant, making Zhao Tian feel as if his body was like an inflated balloon, full and tight. Zhao Tian had a sense of urgency, feeling that if he didn't quickly absorb the remaining energy, his body would explode under the constant release of the cleansing elixir's residual energy. A billion-dollar pill truly was extraordinary. Zhao Tian didn't dare to delay, fully operating the Tai Chi true skill to continuously absorb the remaining energy in his body. He didn't know how long it had been, but Zhao Tian's martial energy value and other attributes had all broken through to 2,000 points. The martial energy originally flowing through 3 meridians in Zhao Tian's body began to become restless. It started to expand into new meridians, but this time, the process of expanding the meridians was not as painful as the first breakthrough to a martial artist. With the gentle energy of the cleansing elixir continuously healing and nourishing him, The newly developed meridians did not bring any pain at all. Soon, the 3 meridians of the Master Realm were fully expanded by the surging martial energy. Now, Zhao Tian had 6 meridians in his body and had officially broken through to the primary master level. After becoming a primary master, Zhao Tian's speed of energy absorption increased significantly. After a period of cultivation, the remaining energy of the cleansing elixir in his body was almost completely absorbed, and his martial energy value had reached an astonishing 3,500 points. At this moment, the energy vortex in his Dantian had expanded like a real galaxy, occupying more than 1/3 of the Dantian space and continuing to expand. Zhao Tian then checked his attribute information. Name, Zhao Tian. Available attribute points, 9,510 points. Cultivation, primary master martial energy, 3,500 spirit, 3,500 physique, 3,500 speed, 3,500 charm, 80 luck, 13 mission, become the top scorer in the college entrance examination completed. He didn't expect the cleansing elixir to be so powerful, allowing him to break through to the primary master level in just a few hours without any bottlenecks. Now, when Zhao Tian operated his skills, it was incredibly smooth and seamless. Not only had the speed of his skill operation increased, but the attribute values gained from each cycle also increased many times. Previously, whenever he was about to break through a realm, several other attributes would encounter bottlenecks and could not be improved. He needed to earn attribute points to level up to the limit to break through his cultivation. Now, even breaking through to the master realm had no bottlenecks. Zhao Tian secretly marveled. Is this the true cultivation situation of those geniuses, gifted martial artists? No bottlenecks and astonishingly fast cultivation speed. 3 days to establish a foundation. 3 years to transcend and become an immortal. At this speed, after improving his physique, he could also break through quickly. However, the system had mentioned that truly gifted individuals start at a level that countless people cannot reach in their entire lives. The achievements he gained from consuming a system-rewarded pill seemed not worth boasting about. At this moment, the system seemed to sense Zhao Tian's thoughts and began to comfort him. Host, there's no need to worry. With the assistance of this system, geniuses are merely stepping stones for the host, and in the future, they will all be the host's background. Great. System, can you give me another cleansing elixir? I want to become even stronger. Zhao Tian immediately took the opportunity to ask the system for benefits. Ding! The system has detected that the host has a strong desire for self-improvement and has released a new task. Please break through to the high innate Grandmaster realm within 1 year and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. If the task is successful, the host will receive 1 foundation establishment pill, 2 cleansing elixirs, 10 chi refining pills, and 100 points of spiritual attributes. If the task fails, the host will face a penalty of a random body part shortening by 5 centimeters. The host's hair is excluded. If the host refuses the task, 1 random attribute will be reset to 0 and cannot be restored. May I ask, does the host accept the task? The system's mechanical voice rang clearly in Zhao Tian's ears. Zhao Tian was immediately shocked and furious in his heart. What the hell? System, be a person. If I refuse the task, 1 attribute will be reset to 0 and cannot be restored. Then I will become a waste. Martial energy resetting to 0 means complete waste of cultivation. Physique resetting to 0 means a single touch and I'm done. Worse than a paper doll. Speed resetting to 0 means I won't even be able to move. Charm resetting to 0 means I would be so ugly that people would detest me. What is the point of living? Accepting the task. What if I fail and face the penalty of a random body part shortening? And shortening by 5 centimeters. Not to mention hair is excluded. I can't afford to have any parts shortened. System, I just asked if you could give me another cleansing elixir. Why are you making it so intense? At worst, I'll take back that statement. Can you take back the task, system? The system's mechanical voice rang again. Once a system task is released, it cannot be retracted. Please decide quickly whether to accept. If the task is not accepted within 5 minutes, the system will assume the host has directly given up on the task and will immediately implement the penalty for refusing the task. Zhao Tian's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. This system task is so harsh. The first task of becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination had no such stringent requirements. This newly released task clearly forced him to accept. Otherwise, he would become a waste. However, Zhao Tian felt that reaching the high innate Grandmaster level would not be so easy. Although he had reached the primary master level in just over a week, according to his calculations, each realm breakthrough required at least double the attribute points. Reaching the high innate Grandmaster level would require at least over 100,000 attribute points. Based on his previous cultivation speed, he could only increase his martial energy value by a little over 100 points a day. Reaching the high innate Grandmaster level would take at least 1,000 days, which is nearly 3 years. Even with the cleansing elixir consumed, improving his physique and accelerating his cultivation speed, the uncertainty was too high. Zhao Tian worried that once the energy from the cleansing elixir was used up, his cultivation speed would slow down. Weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Zhao Tian's expression fluctuated, and finally, looking at the countdown nearing 0, he resolutely shouted, "System, I accept the task." Immediately, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the task. The countdown begins. Please elevate your realm to High Zhao Tian Grandmaster within 1 year. Countdown, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Seeing the countdown illuminated in the system's space, Zhao Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? You're ruthless." As he finished his cultivation and stood up, Zhao Tian noticed that his body was once again covered in a layer of unknown black-gray-white substance. Moreover, the smell emitted was even more pungent and unpleasant than the substance expelled from his body during his initial martial training. This time, Zhao Tian had experience and didn't bother washing his clothes. He directly took them off and threw them away. Then he took a good shower to clean himself up. Chapter 64. Enlightenment. After taking a shower, Zhao Tian's thoughts stirred, and he activated the martial energy of Taiji True Skill, which then emanated from his body, instantly removing the shower water from his skin. As Zhao Tian watched the martial energy leave his body, it formed a spherical membrane, and he was astonished to see a black and white Taiji diagram continuously swirling on this energy membrane. The water from the shower head was blocked by this martial energy membrane, and not a single drop splashed onto Zhao Tian. He felt his dry skin and marveled inwardly, surprised that reaching the master realm would allow him to project martial energy externally. This filled him with curiosity. Turning off the shower and retracting the martial energy membrane, Zhao Tian slowly projected martial energy from his right hand, attempting to shape it into a sword. However, after trying for a long time, he was only able to project a column of martial energy. Soon, he became wary of experimenting with martial energy at home, as one mishap caused him to accidentally shatter a chair with the uncontrolled martial energy column. Alarmed, he quickly withdrew the energy and refrained from any further attempts. Zhao Tian checked the time. It was only 2 a.m. He decided to take advantage of the quiet night to find a spacious place to adapt to the powers of the master realm. So, he walked to the balcony, lightly leaped, and silently landed on the ground below. Jumping down from over 6 meters high, he made no sound, a feat impossible in the warrior realm. While martial artists could also jump down unscathed, the landing would certainly make a loud noise. Feeling adventurous, Zhao Tian sprang up on tiptoe, effortlessly leaping to the rooftop of the 6th floor. This was a height of 20 meters, and he felt no strain at all. He sensed he still had strength to spare. Moreover, he hadn't even used martial energy to enhance his leap. The power of martial energy was far greater than that of his physical body. Zhao Tian excitedly called out, System, can I fly now? I feel like, if I exert myself fully, I could fly for dozens of meters." "Host, that is not flying. You're just jumping high and far," the system replied flatly. "Come on, that is flying," Zhao Tian shouted in disbelief. Then, he exerted all his strength, channeling Taiji martial energy to his feet. The rooftop's surface instantly seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, scattering stones, cement, and debris everywhere. Zhao Tian, like a cannonball, traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air. Feeling the strong wind rushing past his ears, he found himself uncontrollably crashing down over 100 meters away, in the park across from the community, creating a large human-shaped pit in the grass. After a while, Zhao Tian climbed up from the pit, covered in dirt. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Fortunately, he had the protective martial energy shield. Otherwise, that fall could have been fatal. He had thought he could easily control his body to jump to the 6th floor, and that jumping far would also be manageable. Unexpectedly, after jumping with all his might, he found gravity's pull so strong that he could not control his body mid-air to change direction. He could only watch helplessly as he crashed to the ground. Luckily, he landed on the park's grass, which was not too hard and provided some cushioning, though it shattered the martial energy shield and left Zhao Tian a bit dazed, without any serious injuries. Meanwhile, A middle-aged couple on the 6th floor of Zhao Tian's building had a frightful night. They were sound asleep when suddenly awakened by a loud crash from the rooftop. Startled, their faces turned pale, and they thought there had been an earthquake. After waiting for a while, without any further noise, the couple eventually went back to sleep, as it was early morning and no one wanted to get up for non-urgent matters. In the park next to the community, Zhao Tian found a secluded spot to start projecting his martial energy. He casually waved his hands and threw punches, causing the black and white swirling martial energy to wreak havoc on the surrounding plants, trees, and soil, leaving a mess. Observing the uneven ground and broken branches, Zhao Tian felt disappointed. Although he could project martial energy, its power seemed rather weak. The scene he had imagined, breaking mountains and shattering rocks, did not materialize, and the shallow pits he created made him think that using projected martial energy for plowing would only result in shallow furrows. System. Being in the master realm should mean I'm a skilled expert, right? Why is the destruction caused by my martial energy so poor? Zhao Tian questioned the system in confusion. Host, may I ask why you're not using your Taiji Fist to project martial energy? Even if you are unwilling to use Taiji Fist, you have many other martial skills idling in the system space that you can learn and use to project martial energy, the system replied calmly. Zhao Tian was taken aback, then realized, right, he had high-grade martial skills like Taiji Fist and Taiji Sword. Why did the system say he was unwilling to use Taiji Fist? He was a bit puzzled. However, after practicing martial arts for so long, he had only encountered that martial artist who attempted to rob him once, using a Taiji Fist technique. He hadn't actually practiced the moves of Taiji Fist in real life until now. So, Zhao Tian focused and held his breath, recalling the martial techniques of Taiji Fist in his mind, and then guided the martial energy within him, activating the method. His body unconsciously began to move along with the martial techniques demonstrated in his mind. After Zhao Tian reached the Master Realm, the system also released the information of the Master Realm techniques for Taiji True Skill, Taiji Fist, and Taiji Sword. Thus, Zhao Tian unknowingly practiced Taiji Fist. Gradually, the martial energy left his body, causing the scattered plants, trees, soil, and gravel nearby to begin swirling. Zhao Tian's unique black and white martial energy wrapped around the debris, forming a huge Taiji diagram around him. However, at that moment, Zhao Tian had his eyes closed and could not see this extraordinary spectacle that defied natural science. Because now, Zhao Tian had miraculously entered a rare state of enlightenment, known as the unity of man and nature, which martial artists rarely encounter in their lifetime. In this state of unity, the longer it is maintained, the greater the improvement in the martial artist's cultivation and martial skills. Perhaps it was due to the residual effects of the marrow cleansing pill. Or maybe it was Zhao Tian's transformation after washing his marrow and refining his essence that allowed him to enter this rare state. After a long time, once Zhao Tian fully mastered Taiji Fist, he slowly retracted his energy. The massive Taiji diagram formed by the martial energy and debris quietly vanished. The debris, losing support from the martial energy, crumbled into dust and scattered with the wind. Zhao Tian slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his deep gaze in the darkness. Within the depths of his eyes, it seemed as though a Taiji diagram was slowly rotating. Zhao Tian felt the surging martial energy within him, which had inexplicably increased to 4,000 points, leaving him astonished. However, other attributes only increased to 3,900 points, which left him somewhat bewildered. Chapter 65. Intermediate Master, why did my attributes suddenly increase so much? Why did the other attribute points stop increasing at 3,900? Did the essence cleansing pill still have a bottleneck? It seemed that the system sensed Zhao Tian's doubts and began to explain. Congratulations, host. Due to a fortuitous encounter, you have entered the state of enlightenment, and with the partial energy of the essence cleansing pill, you have slightly improved your cultivation in the state of unity with heaven and man, and greatly mastered the essence of Tai Chi, completely comprehending the entire set of top-grade heavenly martial arts. Tai Chi. Wow, that's amazing, Zhao Tian exclaimed. Then, with a narcissistic expression, he said, System, I really am exceptionally gifted, a genius among geniuses. Just casually practicing martial arts allows me to enter the state of enlightenment. Ha ha ha. The system did not respond to the self-absorbed Zhao Tian. Seeing that the system had no reaction, Zhao Tian opened his eyes. At this moment, the dark park appeared to him as bright as day, clearly visible. The once chaotic and uneven lawn that Zhao Tian had damaged was now surprisingly smoothed over by a layer of fine dust. The remnants of flowers, broken branches, and fallen leaves that had been scattered by his martial energy had also disappeared. A 10-meter radius of lawn formed a bare and flat circle, free of any debris. Zhao Tian stood in the center of this circle. Looking at the scene before him, Zhao Tian was secretly astonished. Could this be the result of my Tai Chi practice just now? Wanting to test his true strength, Zhao Tian raised his right hand, slightly clenched his fist, and unleashed a full-force Tai Chi punch. A fist shadow, radiating black and white light, shot out from Zhao Tian's right hand, and he immediately sensed that nearly 1/10 of his martial energy had vanished. The fist shadow, glowing with black and white, directly created a bottomless pit in the ground nearby. The power of this strike startled Zhao Tian. The might of Tai Chi was simply terrifying. It could help people dig wells. Zhao Tian scratched his head while looking at the deep pit, thinking how terrible it would be if someone fell in. After pondering for a while, he lightly unleashed a few more Tai Chi punches. Several black and white fist shadows left his body and struck around the deep pit. Dust flew everywhere, and the previously bottomless pit was flattened by those fist imprints. Zhao Tian was choked by the flying dust and kept waving his hand. After a while, looking at the messy ground again, Zhao Tian felt a bit embarrassed. However, at least the deep pit he had created was gone, so he didn't have to worry about someone falling in. Zhao Tian was very satisfied with his current strength. Although unleashing a full-force Tai Chi punch consumed 1/10 of his martial energy, the power of ordinary Tai Chi punches was also considerable. Definitely a skill suitable for killing and arson. Watching the eastern horizon, a hint of dawn began to show. Soon, the early risers, old men and women, would come to the park for morning exercises. So Zhao Tian patted the dust off his clothes, directly ramped up his speed, and ran back to the community in just a few breaths. He lightly jumped on his home's balcony. Upon returning home, seeing his dusty and disheveled self in the mirror, Zhao Tian had to rush into the bathroom for a shower again. The energy of the essence cleansing pill seemed not yet exhausted. With such a significant improvement in cultivation, Zhao Tian surprisingly didn't feel hungry. This made Zhao Tian, who was always in a state of hunger, feel very happy. He eagerly anticipated quickly raising his cultivation to the level of a grandmaster, so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable from hunger. After showering, Zhao Tian wasted no time and began practicing again. After completing a full cycle of cultivation, he found that his martial energy value had not increased. Zhao Tian slapped his forehead and started allocating points. The effect of the essence cleansing pill only made the bottleneck period smaller for each realm breakthrough, allowing other attribute values to improve as much as possible, thus requiring fewer free attribute points to break through his cultivation. He directly spent 300 attribute points to max out his spirit, constitution, and speed to 4,000 points. Then, the true essence of Tai Chi automatically began to operate, and the vast martial energy continuously flowed through 6 meridians, merging into the cyclone that had expanded to 2/3 of the size of his dantian. The martial energy value subsequently broke through to 4,006 points, and Zhao Tian officially advanced to the intermediate master realm. Zhao Tian checked his attributes. Name: Zhao Tian. Available attribute points: 9210 cultivation, intermediate master martial energy, 4,006 spirit, 4,006 constitution, 4,006 speed, 4,006 charm, 81 luck, 13 mission, become a high-level innate grandmaster at the peak of martial arts. Countdown: 364 days, 12 hours, 15 minutes, 20 seconds. After breaking through to the intermediate master realm, Zhao Tian's overall attributes had risen to 4,006 points. Each time he broke through a realm, his charm value also increased, and it was now at 81 points. At this level, his appearance was quite good. No wonder both novels and films say that those with profound cultivation are handsome men and beautiful women. Each breakthrough makes the body more perfect, and naturally, the appearance becomes more harmonious as well. In the future, as Zhao Tian's cultivation improves, his charm value will surely rise to the highest point of 100. After practicing for a few more cycles, Zhao Tian was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. He gathered his energy and stood up, noticing it was already past 8 o'clock. Zhao Tian thought it was the school leaders coming to give him a bonus for being the top student in the college entrance examination. So he ran to open the door. However, when the door opened, Zhao Tian's originally smiling face instantly turned cold. The doorway was packed with people, each one bearing the ugly faces that Zhao Tian would remember for 2 lifetimes. They were his adoptive parents' relatives. Zhao Tian, seeing people, he didn't know what to call out. A middle-aged man at the door scolded loudly. Uncle? Third uncle? Fourth aunt? Big uncle? Second uncle? Little aunt? Zhao Tian coldly replied without showing any emotion. The middle-aged man speaking was Zhao Tian's uncle Zhao Honghai, a worker at an electronics factory in Sioux City. Why are you blocking the door? Hurry up and step aside. Let us elders in to sit. A sharp-tongued, plump middle-aged woman shouted. This woman was Zhao Tian's fourth aunt Zhao Hongyu, also a worker from the same factory as Zhao Honghai. Standing next to her was a thinner middle-aged man, who was Zhao Tian's third uncle Zhao Hengyi, the one who had cheated Zhao Tian out of his house in his previous life. Zhao Hengyi was not a worker, but a small staff member at the street office. He was able to cheat Zhao Tian out of his house first because he received advance notice from the street office about the upcoming demolition. The other 3 who remained silent were Zhao Tian's 2 uncles and a little aunt. Zhao Tian's big uncle was Lu Chunmu, a small business owner with a convenience store, and his family had some money. The second uncle was Lu Chunlin, an unemployed drifter who spent his days eating, drinking, and gambling. The little aunt was Lu Chunyu, a worker at a textile factory. Chapter 66. All the money donated to Hope Project at this moment. The gazes of the crowd at the door were filled with greed, as if Zhao Tian were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Zhao Tian surveyed the people at the entrance, and the painful experiences from his past life involuntarily flashed through his mind. The pressure of the Grandmaster realm began to uncontrollably seep out. At this moment, Zhao Tian's uncle, Lu Chunmu, spoke in an unfriendly tone. Zhao Tian, are you not going to move aside? We rushed over early in the morning and are about to die from exhaustion. Hurry and let us in for a drink. Exactly. You're such a big person, really uncultured. I don't know how my sister has taught you all these years. Lu Chunyu shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Tian and said sharply. Zhao Tian narrowed his eyes, killing intent surging in his heart, but he did not retaliate first. Instead, he turned and walked into the house. He cleared the way, and Zhao Honghai and the others at the door exchanged glances, all secretly delighted. Outside, they did not dare to cause too much of a commotion. After all, they were trying to seize an orphan's inheritance, and if they caused too much noise, it might attract the neighbors around Zhao Tian's home, who could intervene and thwart their plans. Once they entered the house, this ignorant little brat, Zhao Tian, would be at their mercy, right? They figured that after threatening this child, they could easily seize the inheritance and leave immediately. The die was cast. Even if others wanted to help Zhao Tian reclaim his inheritance later, there would be no way. The few of them happily walked into the house and saw Zhao Tian sitting confidently, watching them. A broken stool lay scattered on the ground beside him. Aside from that, the other areas were tidied up neatly. Zhao Tian, look at you. You don't know how to tidy up at home. It's such a mess. How could you break a perfectly good stool? You're such a waste. Zhao Tian's aunt, Lu Chunyu, immediately picked at him. Exactly. I see that my second brother and second sister-in-law's inheritance will eventually be squandered by you. You, a bastard child, are not worthy of spending my second brother and sister-in-law's money. Zhao Tian's aunt chimed in, following Lu Chunyu's words. Hearing this, Zhao Tian sneered. Oh, the fox's tail is showing already? The money my parents left me is for me to spend, not for you. Zhao Tian, you need to recognize your identity. You are just an adopted orphan. You are not a member of the Zhao family at all. Therefore, you have no right to inherit my second brother's estate. Zhao Honghai, Zhao Tian's uncle, shouted sternly. From the day I was adopted, I have regarded them as my biological parents. My surname, Zhao, comes from my dad's surname, and it has nothing to do with you. Stop trying to claim kinship with me. Your Zhao family has nothing to do with me, and my Zhao family has nothing to do with you. Zhao Tian said disdainfully. You little bastard. How dare you be so arrogant? You, a person without blood relation, dare to occupy my second brother's estate. If you don't hand over my second brother and sister-in-law's inheritance today, I will sue you. Didn't you just finish your college entrance exams? I'll make sure you end up with a lawsuit, unable to go to university, and spend your life as a fraud. Zhao Tian's third uncle, Zhao Hengyi, jumped out and said viciously. Then, Zhao Hengyi sneered. However, as long as you obediently return my second brother and sister-in-law's inheritance to us, we will, considering that you also have the surname Zhao, not sue you, and you can still go to university, giving you a chance to change your fate through education. Sorry, the money my parents left me has all been spent, and there's nothing I can give you. Zhao Tian said. What? Including the compensation? That's over 2 million. What did you do to spend it all? Zhao Tian's uncle, who had been silent, Lu Chunmu, also lost his composure and hurriedly asked, "Impossible. You brat must be lying to us. How could so much money be spent all at once?" Zhao Honghai shouted angrily. Zhao Tian's consciousness then entered the system space, deleting the text messages about the transactions from the Dragon Country Cosmic Bank on his phone, one by one, until the lottery a few days ago. After all, the money spent on the lottery was shown to be donated to the Hope Project. Zhao Tian left a long string of text messages showing donations to the Hope Project. Then he exited the system, pretended to take out his phone from his pocket, opened the message page, and said, "I have donated all the money my parents left me to the Hope Project. Here are the donation records. If you don't believe it, you can check for yourselves." Lu Chumu hurriedly snatched the phone from Zhao Tian's hand and began to check the messages. The others also crowded around, and Zhao Tian watched them with a cold smile. Lu Chumu's eyes widened as he scrolled through the messages, muttering in disbelief, "Impossible. This can't be. My money. How could it all be donated to the Hope Project? Zhao Tian, are you an idiot? If you don't want the money, give it all to me. Why donate it to the Hope Project?" Zhao Hengyi, looking at the message records, was also furious and cursed. After donating over 2 million, only about 70,000 remained. And splitting this amount among 6 families was not worth the effort. Zhao Tian looked at the crowd with expressions of heartbreak, secretly cursing, "A bunch of trash. I used this money to draw a bunch of bad luck charms and have no place to use them. Just right to give each of you one. Let you experience the pleasure brought by a $1 million bad luck charm." However, on the surface, Zhao Tian still feigned innocence and said, "I felt I couldn't spend that much money. So I left a few thousand for my university expenses and donated the rest to the Hope Project to help those who needed more." You. Zhao Honghai was completely stumped by Zhao Tian's words, momentarily unsure how to respond. In any case, this was the situation now. The money was definitely gone, all donated, and the house was not going to be given to them. As a student without any source of income, without a house, he could only sleep on the streets. Even if he went to court, he wouldn't believe that the court would award this house and the little money he had left to them. Zhao Tian casually said. Looking at Zhao Honghai, Lu Chuanmu, and the others' defeated expressions, Zhao Tian said nonchalantly, "If you are not satisfied with this result, then go ahead and sue. I'm not in school right now, so I have plenty of time to accompany you to court. I want to see if this adopted child, who was raised by his parents for over a decade, really has no inheritance rights." Hearing Zhao Tian's indifferent yet firm attitude, Zhao Honghai and the others turned even paler. Now this scene was nothing like the script they had imagined before coming. This little brat, Zhao Tian, should have been eager to hand over all the inheritance and beg them not to sue in the moment he heard he couldn't go to university, right? Now, not only was the money gone, but Zhao Tian also showed no fear at the prospect of a lawsuit. The scene suddenly fell into an awkward stalemate. Lu Chuanmu, Zhao Honghai, and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. They were just ordinary folks, the bottom of society. Their greed had been stirred up, but they had limited insight and didn't know how to handle this unexpected situation. At that moment, a sound of gongs and drums and firecrackers could be heard from outside. Chapter 67 Scholarship. Zhao Honghai and the others thought someone was getting married here and didn't pay much attention, but instead were irritated by the noise. After a while, there was a sudden knock on the door that drew everyone's attention. Zhao Tian ignored Zhao Honghai and the others, directly bypassing them to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Tian was taken aback by the sight before him. The doorway was packed with people, all smiling at him. Just as Zhao Tian was feeling a bit lost, a familiar voice came from the back of the crowd. "Zhao Tian, the officials from our Sioux City, District, and Street have come to congratulate you on being the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Hurry and invite the leaders in." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice, spotting Principal Lin Zhongshu at the back of the crowd, waving at him with a big smile. Zhao Tian hurriedly said to the people at the door, "Leaders, please come in." As Zhao Tian's words fell, the crowd began to move slowly inside. It was then that Zhao Tian noticed their attire. They were all dressed in administrative jackets, looking quite impressive, clearly prominent figures. After the leaders entered the room, they saw that there were already some people inside, but didn't mind. Thinking Zhao Honghai and the others were also there to congratulate Zhao Tian. One elegantly dressed leader, clearly the head of the group, walked up to Zhao Tian, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, "So you're a top scorer, Zhao Tian? Ha! I didn't expect you to be not only knowledgeable, but also quite handsome." Zhao Tian smiled shyly and replied, "Thank you, Director Lin, you flatter me." Indeed, this person was Lin Jihai, the director of Sioux City, whom Zhao Tian recognized. This time, I represent our city government to award you the top score bonus. I hope you continue to work hard in university and contribute to the development of Longhua after achieving academic success. Lin Jihai said, while patting Zhao Tian's shoulder with a smile. Thank you, Director Lin. I will, you can rest assured. Zhao Tian replied with a smile. Lin Jihai wasted no time and directly took 50,000 yuan from assistant and solemnly handed it to Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian did not decline and accepted it. Instantly, people began taking photos. Zhao Tian, I have heard about your family situation. My condolences. You are now an adult and need to learn to be independent. Great responsibilities are bestowed upon those who are capable, and they must first endure hardships. You need to grow strong and become a powerful person. Lin Jihai encouraged. Yes, I will not be defeated by life's difficulties. Zhao Tian replied earnestly. Zhao Tian, I have things to attend to and can't stay longer. But I heard you've been admitted early to Qing University. Once you're in the capital, feel free to contact me anytime if you need help. I will assist you in any way I can. As he spoke, Lin Jihai handed Zhao Tian a paper with his phone number on it. Zhao Tian took the paper and replied, Okay, thank you, Director Lin. You go take care of your business, don't mind me. Lin Jihai and the others nodded and left with two people. At this time, another person from the group in administrative jackets stepped forward with a smile and said, Ha! Congratulations to Zhao Tian for bringing honor to our Huqiu district by being the top scorer. He continued, I Zhuang Daquan. Represent Huqiu district to award our top scorer with a bonus of 100,000 yuan. I hope you continue to work hard and achieve even greater success in the future. Saying this, he also took a stack of money from his assistant and solemnly handed it to Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian accepted it with a smile. Zhuang Daquan did not linger too long and left quickly with two people. The room, which was previously bustling, had emptied a bit. Originally thinking they could take advantage of Zhao Tian, Zhao Honghai, Lu Chuanmu, and the other relatives were now squeezed against the wall, not daring to speak. They had never seen so many important figures. When they heard that Zhao Tian was the top scorer, their jaws nearly dropped in shock. They regretted secretly why they had involved themselves in this mess. Now, not only did they not get any money, but they also offended Zhao Tian, who had a bright future ahead. It was truly a case of losing more than they gained. Zhao Tian's third uncle, Zhao Hengyi, was even more regretful, feeling as if his insides had turned green. He was a small clerk in a street office, a marginal figure, but he worked within the system. So many big shots, including the number one in the city and the number one in the district, had come, and even his direct superior was present. Yet his superior hadn't even had the chance to speak. He had even threatened to sue Zhao Tian to prevent him from going to university. Could he really threaten someone who was admitted early to Qing University? Thinking of this made Zhao Hengyi want to cry. After Zhuang Daquan and his group left, the street officials and Principal Lin Zhongshu approached. Principal Lin smiled and said, Zhao Tian, your status as the top scorer is truly remarkable. Generally, city officials wouldn't take the time to meet with the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Director Lin has been very busy lately, but took the time to come this morning. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian didn't feel much, but Zhao Tian's relatives were terrified. Zhao Hengyi? What are you doing here? What is your relationship with Zhao Tian? Street official Yang Xixuan suddenly asked in surprise. The leader, I am Zhao Tian's third uncle. Zhao Hengyi stammered. No, I cannot accept a third uncle like you. Zhao Tian immediately mocked upon hearing this. Zhao Tian, what is going on here? Yang Xixuan, seeing Zhao Tian's unfriendly tone, hurriedly asked. Zhao Tian was not polite and recounted the purpose of Zhao Honghai and their relatives' visit. Hearing this, Yang Xixuan and Lin Zhongshu were suddenly furious, admiring Zhao Tian for directly donating the 200,000 yuan inheritance to the Ho project. Lin Zhongshu said to Yang Xixuan, Old Yang, I don't care. You need to deal with these people severely. My student has already suffered so much, and now he has to be extorted by these petty individuals. These people are simply worse than beasts. Don't worry, I will not let these people go, Yang Xixuan said with a harsh glare at Zhao Honghai and the others. Zhao Honghai and the others were trembling in fear. Now, putting them aside for the moment, Yang Xixuan said, Zhao Tian, our street has also prepared a scholarship of 100,000 yuan for you. This money should not be donated again. Study well in the future. And when you have the ability, contribute to the country and society. Yang Xixuan pateto tienes solder. Okay, then I will keep the scholarship, Zhao Tian casually replied. Zhao Tian, our school has also prepared a scholarship of 80,000 yuan for you. Our school's finances are tight. Otherwise, we could have given you more, Lin Zhongshu said apologetically. Chapter 68. The Hidden Hand. It is rare for a school to produce a top scorer in a college entrance examination, especially one from a tragic family background. Now, he has managed to secure an 80,000 yuan scholarship despite opposition, which makes Lin Zhongshu feel somewhat ashamed. He initially wanted to offer a 100,000 yuan prize, but due to the school's financial difficulties, he could only allocate 80,000 yuan. Principal, that's already a lot. With the university and scholarships from various officials, I have enough money for my education, Zhao Tian said with a smile. Well, Zhao Tian, if you ever need help in the future, just contact me directly. Don't be polite. Our school will always be your strong support, Lin Zhongshu said seriously, his voice revealing sincerity. After speaking, he intentionally glanced at Zhao Honghai and his group, who were cowering by the wall and trembling, as if his gaze could cut through them. Seeing this, Zhao Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Principal. A wave of emotion surged in his heart. This was the status that comes from ability. Without the identity of a top scorer, how could these officials pay him such attention? They probably wouldn't even look at him twice, let alone come to personally reward him. Such a thing was unimaginable. Reflecting on his past life, Zhao Tian realized this even more deeply. An ordinary student, no matter how tragic their background, finds it hard to attract the attention of school leaders and local officials, let alone those at the city or district level. In his previous life, he had failed the college entrance exam and didn't get into his ideal university, which led him to a downward spiral, gradually being overwhelmed by life and ultimately becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. However, this life was different. With the help of the system, he became a top scorer and the center of attention. This not only brought him the honors and rewards he deserved, but also made him understand an important principle. Only with outstanding ability can one stand firm in this world and gain the respect and recognition of others. Otherwise, one would be like a stray dog, struggling to survive. Zhao Honghai, and you few, no matter who you are, coming here to forcibly seize Zhao Tian's parents' inheritance is a criminal act of seeking wealth and harming lives. I will notify the law enforcement soon to take you to the Enforcement Bureau for a thorough investigation. You should be grateful that you did not succeed in taking Zhao Tian's property. Otherwise, once you get to the Enforcement Bureau, you won't be leaving, Yang Xishuan said sternly to Zhao Honghai and the others. Yang Xishuan ignored their reactions and turned to Zhao Tian with a smile, asking Zhao Tian, "Do you think this handling is acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian nodded and said, "That's fine." Since they had greedy thoughts and took action, they should be prepared to bear the corresponding consequences. Zhao Tian, we are your relatives. Quickly plead with Officer Yang for mercy, Zhao Honghai exclaimed in shock, urgently calling out to Zhao Tian. Relatives? I don't have relatives like you. The reason you came here is that you thought I had no familial relationship with you, right? That's why you wanted to seize my parents' inheritance. Zhao Tian replied coldly. Zhao Tian, I don't want the inheritance anymore. I was confused for a moment and was misled by someone with ulterior motives. Zhao Honghai pleaded. You were misled by someone? Who misled you? Zhao Tian asked, his mind racing. Yes, someone misled me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that my second brother left behind more than 2 million in inheritance. Zhao Honghai hurriedly replied. Right? I was also contacted by a stranger who said that Zhao Tian is an adopted wild seed and has no right to inherit my sister's estate, which is why I was confused and came along. Lu Chenmu quickly interjected, defending himself. Zhao Tian pondered silently. Since these people were guided to trouble him behind the scenes, they must be his enemies. Recently, he had only clashed with Zhou Li and the abandoned disciple of the Xinshui sect. The previous Zhao Tian had not offended anyone. However, the one who could devise such a despicable scheme and locate information about his relatives was likely Zhou Li, that insidious character who was duplicitous. Zhou Li had some cunning, and the Zhou family had significant influence in neighboring cities, making it entirely possible for him to carry out this plan. As for that abandoned disciple of the Xinshui sect, Ma Qianzhu, he probably lacked such cunning. Zhou Den's not dinwari, Zoli. I originally planned to use him as fortune talisman on you to teach you a lesson and let bygones be bygones. Now, you actually learned your lesson and are still secretly making things difficult for me. Don't blame me for being unkind. You will learn the consequences of provoking a master-level martial artist. You and your Zhou family cannot bear it. Zhao Tian coldly glanced at Zhao Honghai and the others. He had personally experienced the tragic life of his previous life for over a decade. After his parents died, Zhao Tian had not lived a single good day. Every day, he was busy struggling just to survive planning his part-time work route from the moment he opened his eyes, working until midnight. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save up for tuition, and there would be no food for the next meal. All thanks to these people. Otherwise, with the more than 2 million inheritance his parents left him, along with the house that was about to be demolished, as long as Zhao Tian didn't squander it, he could live a life free from worries. Zhao Tian initially planned to find an opportunity to make Zhao Honghai, Lu Chuanmu, and the others quietly disappear from the world. However, upon discovering the hidden hand behind all this, Zhao Tian shifted his main target of punishment and could spare these people from death. Although they could escape the death penalty, the living punishment would definitely be unavoidable. The pile of misfortune talismans Zhao Tian had drawn must be arranged for each of them. The power of the misfortune talisman was not to be underestimated. Just look at the 2 times Zhao Tian had used it before. Both Zhou Li and Aunt Zhang were still lying in the hospital, and they hadn't come out yet. As for what would happen to these people under the torment of the misfortune talisman, that would depend entirely on how tough their luck was. However, Zhao Tian was certain that he had to send them all to the Enforcement Bureau. After all, if these 6 people ended up in any trouble because of the misfortune talisman, some schemers might suspect him. So, it was safer to send them all to the Enforcement Bureau. This way, even if something happened to them there, it would be impossible to trace it back to Zhao Tian. Having made up his mind, Zhao Tian immediately turned to Yang Xixuan and said, "Officer Yang, these people are trying to rob an orphan of his property. I can choose not to pursue their criminal responsibility. However, I still hope the Enforcement Bureau can give them a little lesson, such as detaining them for a day or 2, and then educating them properly so that they never make the same mistake again." Chapter 69. Extortion Classmate Zhao Tian is so magnanimous. Why don't you all hurry up and thank him? Otherwise, you will be severely punished by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Upon hearing this, Yang Xixuan sternly reprimanded Zhao Honghai and the others. Zhao Honghai and the others could only look dejected and hurriedly thanked Zhao Tian. They were common folks, and had an innate fear of officials and law enforcers. Even though Yang Xixuan was just a street official, they didn't dare to refute his words. Zhao Tian couldn't be bothered with them and coldly said, "Based on my parents' goodwill, I won't pursue your legal responsibility for your actions today. However, the last thread of our kinship is hereby severed. From now on, I, Zhao Tian, will have nothing to do with you. You go your way, and I will go mine." Zhao Honghai and the others looked at each other, unsure of what to do. They had previously looked down on Zhao Tian, a high school student with immense wealth, and they were envious when they found out. But now it was different. Zhao Tian was the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, the best among hundreds of thousands of candidates, with an immeasurable future ahead. Even the busy city official came to familiarize himself with Zhao Tian, confirming his future achievements. Moreover, the 2 million cash that made them envious had already been donated by Zhao Tian, and no one could get it now. So severing ties with Zhao Tian now would be foolish. It was Zhao Hengyi, who worked within the system, who reacted the quickest. He tearfully said to Zhao Tian, "Nephew Zhao Tian, your third uncle is not a good person. I'm sorry for you, and I'm willing to accept any punishment. But I cannot sever ties with you. You are the only descendant of my second brother and sister-in-law. I cannot bear to see you alone and abandoned. Otherwise, after I die, I won't have the face to meet my second brother and sister-in-law." Seeing Zhao Hengyi in such a sorrowful state, the previous Zhao Tian might have been deceived by this third uncle just like he was tricked into giving away a house. But the current Zhao Tian saw through Zhao Hengyi's intentions at a glance. Moreover, his inside eye revealed that Zhao Hengyi's favorability was still at -20, indicating that he was just acting. The others, Zhao Honghai, Lu Chunmu, and the others had not yet figured it out. They looked at Zhao Hengyi in surprise, not understanding his intentions. As for Yang Xixuan and Lin Zhongshu, the 2 old foxes, they naturally saw through Zhao Hengyi's little scheme. However, they remained silent, watching Zhao Tian to see his reaction. Zhao Tian merely shot a cold glance at Zhao Hengyi and sneered, "Whether you have the face to see my parents is your business. You don't need to put on a tragic act here. I'm not buying it." Then Zhao Tian turned to Yang Xixuan and said, "Commissioner Yang, please have a law enforcers come over and take these people away." "Okay." Yang Xixuan immediately replied, took out his phone, and dialed number. The call was quickly connected, and Yang Xixuan said, "Director Zhang, we have 6 people here involved in extortion. I'll send you the address. Please bring your team over and take them back to the Law Enforcement Bureau for some education." On the other end of the line, a voice immediately responded, "Yes, Commissioner Yang. I will send someone over right away." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hengyi's face turned ashen. He knew it was over for him. For someone within the system, Making a mistake and ending up in the law enforcement bureau was almost equivalent to the end of their career. Moreover, Zhao Hengyi was being ordered to be apprehended by his superior, so it was clear he likely wouldn't be able to keep his job. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs. Soon, a group of law enforcers rushed to Zhao Tian's house. A leading law enforcer respectfully greeted Yang Xixuan, saying, "Commissioner Yang, Director Zhang, these are the 6 people involved in extortion." Yang Xixuan pointed at Zhao Honghai and the others and said to the law enforcer. Director Zhang waved his hand and said, "Take them all away." Immediately, the law enforcers surged forward and directly apprehended the pleading Zhao Honghai, Lin Xuanmu, and the other 6. In the chaos, Zhao Tian used 6 bad luck talismans on each of them. As long as they didn't trouble him again, Zhao Tian wouldn't seek revenge against them. One bad luck talisman would dissolve Zhao Tian's grievances from 2 lives. After the law enforcers took Zhao Honghai and the others away, the room finally became spacious again. At this moment, Director Zhang noticed Lin Zhongshu beside him and quickly smiled, asking, "Principal Lin, what are you doing here? I heard your school had a top score in today's college entrance examination. Shouldn't you go visit the top scorer's family?" "Haha, Director Zhang. That's exactly what I'm doing here," Lin Zhongshu said with a smile, then pointed to Zhao Tian and introduced, "This is our school's top scorer this year, Zhao Tian." Director Zhang was taken aback and quickly said, "Classmate Zhao Tian, congratulations." "Hello, Director Zhang," Zhao Tian politely replied. "What is going on? How can there be extortionists at the top scorer's house?" Director Zhang asked, somewhat confused. Lin Zhongshu, who knew more about Zhao Tian, then explained the situation from beginning to end to Yang Xixuan and Director Zhang. After a long while, both Director Zhang and Yang Xixuan looked at Zhao Tian with sympathy and admiration. They felt sympathy for Zhao Tian's lonely upbringing and admired his ability to overcome such setbacks to become the top scorer. Such perseverance and extraordinary resilience were beyond ordinary people. What impressed them the most was Zhao Tian donating over 2 million in inheritance left by his parents. As a student without income, he was willing to donate such a large sum of money. Zhao Tian was simply a pure and kind saint. The future achievements of such a person were immeasurable. Yang Xixuan and Director Zhang secretly regarded Zhao Tian as a future superpotential stock, determined to build a good relationship with him. However, Zhao Tian's future was not something someone of Yang Xixuan's level could reach. After chatting with Zhao Tian for a while, Yang Xixuan and the others were about to leave when Director Zhang's phone rang. He did not shy away from the crowd and directly answered, saying, "Hello, Shaoli. What's the matter?" On the other end of the line came a panicked voice. "Director, something bad happened. The law enforcement vehicle transporting the 6 suspects was in an accident." "What? Were there any casualties?" Director Zhang exclaimed in shock and quickly asked. "Director, the law enforcement personnel transporting the suspects were not injured, but the law enforcer on the other end hesitated." Hearing this, Director Zhang became anxious. What was wrong with Shaoli? Why couldn't he speak properly? Chapter 70. The only unbreakable skill in the world is speed, immediately reprimanding. He said, "Shaoli, what's going on? Can't you even speak? How is it over there?" On the other end of the phone, Shaoli paused for a moment, reorganized his language, and reported, "Director Zhang, our 2 law enforcement vehicles, while escorting 6 prisoners back to the law enforcement bureau, were hit by an out-of-control dump truck. The 2 law enforcement vehicles are severely deformed. However, none of our law enforcers were injured, but the 6 prisoners have all been seriously injured and are now trapped inside the deformed law enforcement vehicles and can't get out. I have already contacted the firefighters and paramedics to come and prepare to break open the law enforcement vehicles to rescue them." "Good. I'll go over immediately. Maintain order at the scene and investigate the cause of the accident. Control the driver of the dump truck." Director Zhang immediately instructed seriously. "Yes, Director." Shaoli on the other end quickly replied, "I'm sorry everyone, the law enforcers who just left have been in a serious car accident. I need to go check the scene, so I'll leave now." Director Zhang hung up the phone and turned to Zhao Tian, Yang Xixuan, and the others and said, "I'll go take a look too. After all, it's in my jurisdiction." Yang Xixuan said seriously upon hearing this, "Then you all go handle the important matters. I need to go back to school. Today the students are filling out their applications, and I have a lot to handle here." Lin Zhongshu also prepared to leave. Just now, Zhao Tian had clearly heard Director Zhang's phone call and naturally knew that the bad luck talismans were starting to take effect. He just didn't know if 6 bad luck talismans stacked together would end up killing Zhao Honghai and the others. However, Zhao Tian didn't care to focus on that anymore, as their relationship had already been severed. The bad luck talismans were just a way for him to vent his anger. Whether Zhao Honghai, Lu Chuanmu, and the others lived or died was up to fate. Otherwise, if Zhao Tian personally intervened to resolve their 2 lives of grievances, Zhao Honghai and the others would probably have no chance of survival. Zhao Tian sent everyone out of the community. Before leaving, Lin Zhongshu asked Zhao Tian, are you still going to school? Yes, I haven't eaten yet. I'll go to school after I finish my meal, Zhao Tian replied. All right, then I'll leave first. Lin Zhongshu nodded and left directly. Zhao Tian then let out a long breath. He had been busy since early morning. He went to a breakfast shop and simply ate a few baskets of buns. While eating the buns, Zhao Tian noticed a crowd gathered in the park across the street. They were probably watching the destruction caused by his experiment with martial energy released the night before. However, he didn't go over. Instead, he was attracted by the discussions of a couple nearby. He recognized the couple, but they had never spoken. They were residents of the 6th floor of a unit in his building. He heard the couple whispering while eating buns. The man said, "Wife, I think a meteorite must have hit our roof last night. I feel the same way. Look at that big pit in the front park. It must have been caused by a meteorite." The woman nodded in agreement. It was really scary. Such a loud noise in the middle of the night. The man still seemed a bit shaken. "Honey, I heard meteorites are quite valuable. Let's look for it later. If we find it, we'll get rich." The woman seemed to think of something and whispered to her husband. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up and he quickly finished his buns, saying to the woman, "Wife, while others still don't know a meteorite fell on our roof and their attention is on the park, let's hurry back to look for it." The woman hurriedly nodded, forgetting about her buns, and immediately got up, pulling her husband to run out. Zhao Tian, who had been listening for a long time, almost spat out the bun he was eating from laughing. It was truly hilarious. They would probably exhaust themselves looking for a meteorite, as the cause of all this was not a meteorite, but Zhao Tian himself. After leaving the bun shop, Zhao Tian prepared to go to school to see his girlfriend. Otherwise, since he had already been admitted to Qing University early, he didn't need to go to school to fill out applications. However, just as he stepped outside, Zhao Tian noticed 2 people not far away staring at him. One of them was Ma Qianzhu, a disgraced disciple of the Xianshui sect whom he had knocked out with 1 punch not long ago. Ma Qianzhu was pointing at Zhao Tian and speaking to the person beside him with a flattering expression. The other person looked young and handsome, but wore a green training outfit and had his hair tied in a ponytail, which seemed out of place in modern society. Zhao Tian activated his insight eye to look over. The information about the young man immediately appeared before Zhao Tian's eyes. Character: Yu Shengduan Cultivation, Intermediate Martial Master, Martial Practitioner, Occupation, Inner Disciple of the Xianshui Sect Favorability, -40 Martial Energy, 1900 Spirit, 500 Physique, 630 Speed, 1950 Evaluation, a top disciple of the inner sect of the Xianshui sect. The eldest disciple of Elder Wang Zong, with extraordinary speed talent. Currently seeking a breakthrough to the advanced martial master realm to promote to an inner elder and gain experience in the secular world. This person is extremely protective of his own, as he learned that his expelled junior was injured. So he came to Sioux City to support Ma Qianzhu. Looking at the information from the inside eye, Zhao Tian couldn't help but sneer. So it turned out to be Ma Qianzhu's senior brother coming for revenge. If he had come a couple of days earlier, Zhao Tian might not have been able to handle him. However, now he was a master-level powerhouse. An intermediate martial master was someone he could deal with just a wave of his hand. Although Yu Xingduan had extraordinary speed talent, he still couldn't compare to Zhao Tian. If he didn't come looking for trouble, he could continue to cultivate for the rest of his life. But if he dared to attack Zhao Tian, he would end up just like Ma Qianzhu, becoming a useless person. Zhao Tian glanced at Ma Qianzhu and Yu Xingduan not far away, then walked straight into the alley where he had previously taken down Ma Qianzhu. Seeing this, Ma Qianzhu's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. And Yu Xingduan, seeing this, disdainfully said, "This Zhao Tian really has some guts. He's really looking for death. Senior brother, that kid is really strange. He claims he has no sect, but somehow he has strong martial master cultivation," Ma Qianzhu hurriedly said. "As long as he is not a master, I can easily deal with him. I'll take revenge for you," Yu Xingduan said proudly. Then he took on an arrogant demeanor and said, "In the world of martial arts, no skill is unbreakable. Only speed is invincible. With my current speed, I am invincible below the master level. Above the master level, it's 1 for 1. Yu Xingduan said with an air of pride. Yes. I knew when I first joined the Xianshui sect that senior brother's speed talent was extraordinary. He is a top-notch genius. Now even the master-level powerhouses can't help but be helpless against senior brother's speed." Ma Qianzhu immediately flattered him. Humph. Let us go see where that kid thinks he can run. Yu Xingduan sneered. Then, he lifted his foot and in the blink of an eye rushed towards the alley where Zhao Tian had disappeared. Ma Qianzhu's eyes blurred, and by the time he reacted, his senior brother had already rushed to the alley entrance. He then shouted, Senior brother, wait for me. I can't keep up with you. Chapter 71. The strength of the Xianshui sect. Although Yu Xingduan heard Ma Qianzhu shout, he completely ignored it. Instead, he wanted to immediately capture Zhao Tian and cripple him. Even if Ma Qianzhu was a discarded disciple of the Xianshui sect, he was not someone an outsider could bully at will. Moreover, a mere martial artist dared to disregard the reputation of a first-rate sect like the Xianshui sect and directly cripple Ma Qianzhu's cultivation. As the eldest disciple of the Inner Door's Elder Wang Zong and one of the top-ranking disciples in the inner sect of the Xianshui sect, encountering such a situation where his junior brother was bullied and his sect was insulted, he had to step up and teach the opponent a lesson. Soon, Yu Xingduan ran through countless alleys, but he could not find Zhao Tian's figure anywhere. Stopping in an alley entrance, he looked around anxiously, regretting why he had wasted time talking to Ma Qianzhu earlier. Now, Zhao Tian had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Are you looking for me? Yu Xingduan was shocked. He had just come from that direction and hadn't seen anyone. He immediately turned around to see Zhao Tian, whom he had been searching for. At that moment, Zhao Tian was casually leaning against the wall, typing on his phone, seemingly replying to someone else's message. You are Zhao Tian? Yu Xingduan squinted his eyes and asked Zhao Tian. Now that he had found Zhao Tian, he was no longer anxious. As long as Zhao Tian was in his sight, he couldn't escape. This was his absolute confidence in his speed. Zhao Tian, while replying to Lin Xiaodong on his phone, casually said, If you know me, stop with the nonsense. What do you want? Hurry up and reveal your identity. I have things to do. You brat. You are too arrogant. Yu Xingduan exclaimed angrily. I am a disciple of the prestigious first-rate sect, the Xianshui sect. To be able to speak with me is your fortune from 8 lifetimes. Hearing Zhao Tian's words, Yu Xingduan was immediately enraged. Zhao Tian put away his phone and spat at Yu Xingduan, disdainfully saying, What are you? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your legs. Do you believe me? Yu Xingduan was taken aback for a moment, thinking, I only have 2 legs. Where would the third come from? He quickly realized and became infuriated, his face turning red with anger. He held a high position in the Xianshui sect, and apart from the inner sect elders, everyone else, including outer sect elders, inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and miscellaneous servants, treated him with respect and awe. Now, being humiliated like this by a secular rogue cultivator made him feel like he was about to explode with rage. He roared, Zhao Tian, you're looking for death. If I don't skin you alive and turn you to ashes today, my anger will not be quelled. Oh, just based on you? I advise you to leave quickly before I make a move. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape? Zhao Tian said coldly, not getting angry. You're looking for death. Yu Xingduan shouted in anger, especially at Zhao Tian's remark that he wouldn't be able to escape, which was the greatest humiliation to him. Then, Yu Xingduan activated the Xianshui sect's Taibo Piao Miao body technique and charged at Zhao Tian with all his strength, attempting to severely injure Zhao Tian and then slowly torture him. But when Yu Xingduan took the first action, Zhao Tian also stopped holding back. His figure moved, charging toward Yu Xingduan. At that moment, as Yu Xingduan was fully utilizing his body technique to attack Zhao Tian, suddenly, Zhao Tian appeared before him as if he had teleported. He could clearly see the disdainful smirk at the corner of Zhao Tian's mouth. And then an unmatched force struck his abdomen. The Xianshui true energy he was circulating was immediately shattered. He was sent flying back even faster than before, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. Yu Xingduan was like a piece of mud thrown out, embedded in the wall and unable to get down. Zhao Tian, at the Master Realm, didn't even use his full strength. With just his physical power, Yu Xingduan couldn't withstand it. Watching Yu Xingduan embedded in the wall and continuously spitting blood, Zhao Tian felt utterly bored. These people were too weak. He hadn't even made a real effort, and they were already down. At that moment, Zhao Tian felt a sense of loneliness as a master. You were a body cultivator? After a long moment, Yu Xingduan, who had finally caught his breath, asked in terror. He was a mid-level martial artist with a speed talent and fear body cultivators the most in close combat. Besides being a bit slower, body cultivators had super strong defenses and attack power, capable of taking his life with a single blow. Of course, as a speed talent martial artist, he would never approach a body cultivator, and the body cultivator couldn't catch him. However, today he had foolishly presented himself before a powerful body cultivator and was severely injured in one hit. Zhao Tian, hearing this, didn't respond. What body cultivator? He cultivated all attributes. He raised his left hand and lightly executed a Tai Chi punch. The flowing Tai Chi shadow struck right beside Yu Xingduan. The entire wall was directly collapsed, and Yu Xingduan fell to the ground from the rubble. At this moment, Yu Xingduan looked at Zhao Tian in horror, stuttering, You are a master. Martial energy released, master realm. Then, despite his severe injuries, Yu Xingduan knelt before Zhao Tian, repeatedly begging for mercy. Senior, em sorry. I didn't recognize the mountain and offended you. Please spare this junior for the sake of the Xian Shui sect. Is your Xian Shui sect very powerful? Zhao Tian asked with confusion. He was genuinely curious about how powerful a first-rate sect really was. However, to Yu Xingduan, this sounded dismissive and looked down upon the Xian Shui sect. Grinding his teeth, Yu Xingduan coldly replied, I, Yu Xingduan, am not skilled enough and lost to your hands. So I have nothing to say. But you are merely a master realm cultivator. You are not qualified to look down on my Xian Shui sect. Our Xian Shui sect is a first-rate sect in the martial arts world, with many elders of the master realm. And the sect leader is a top-tier master at the innate grandmaster realm. You dare to humiliate my Xian Shui sect. Do you not fear being held accountable by our elders? Hearing this, Zhao Tian frowned. He had only inquired about the Xian Shui sect, and this guy was threatening him. Truly ignorant. Do you think I'm afraid of your sect just because you have an innate grandmaster around? Zhao Tian said coldly. With the system by his side, he currently had over 9,000 attribute points and more than 80 million in his account, ready to draw for attribute points at any time to elevate his cultivation to the innate grandmaster realm. However, doing so would waste resources. It was more cost-effective to maximize his cultivation first and then use the attribute points to break through. Of course, if an innate grandmaster came looking for trouble, Zhao Tian wouldn't hesitate to spend money. As for whether the sect leader of the Xian Shui sect would come to trouble him over an inter-sect disciple, Zhao Tian felt that in the short term, the sect leader wouldn't bother him over such a trivial matter. Thus, he spoke with confidence. Who exactly are you, senior? Are you perhaps an elder from one of the other 17 first-rate powers among the 3 teachings and 4 clans, 5 sects, and 6 schools? Yu Xingduan asked with a hint of uncertainty. Chapter 72. Another one wasted upon hearing Yu Xingduan's words. Zhao Tian felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that the Xian Shui sect was indeed one of the 6 factions among the 18 forces. He then casually said, It doesn't matter which faction I'm an elder of. What's crucial is that you have repeatedly provoked me without knowing what's good for you. Zhao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a chilling coldness as he stared intently at Yu Xingduan, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. Zhao Tian continued, Today I'm in a good mood, so I won't hold it against you. I'll spare your life. But if your Xian Shui sect still doesn't know when to back off and continues to provoke me, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tian let out a cold snort, then suddenly exerted his legs with all his strength, pushing off the ground. With a loud bang, his figure shot into the air like a cannonball, disappearing in an instant as if he had never been there. Celestial grande mister. Yu Xingduan exclaimed in terror, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on the direction Zhao Tian had vanished, his voice trembling in shock. However, just a moment later, a flash of insight crossed his mind, and he muttered to himself, No, he is definitely not a pre-celestial grandmaster. I once witnessed the grace of our sect leader flying with Qi. It was so ethereal and free. Although Zhao Tian seemed to have flown away just now, he actually only made a high jump using brute force, so he should still just be at the grandmaster level. Yes, it must be so. He definitely isn't a pre-celestial grandmaster. At most, he is just a body cultivator at the grandmaster level. The more Yu Xingduan thought about it, the more he felt his judgment was correct, and his fear eased slightly. However, just as he was about to get up from the ground, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his injured meridians, like a surging wave that instantly engulfed him. He couldn't help but groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered on the ground, forming a shocking pool of blood. This sudden excruciating pain caused Yu Xingduan's body to lose support once again, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, unable to move. Enduring the severe pain, Yu Xingduan began to circulate his Xian Shui true technique, attempting to heal himself. However, to his horror, all the meridians in his body had been severed, and his martial energy could not be guided to circulate. The cyclone in his dantian had also been shattered. Now he was just like Ma Qianzhu, rendered useless. Yu Xingduan, in disbelief, forcibly tried to mobilize the remaining martial energy within him. Without the support of his meridians, forcing the martial energy only caused him to spit out another mouthful of blood. No, I am a child of destiny, about to break through from advanced martial artist to become an intersect elder like my master. I can't become useless. No, this isn't real. Zhao Tian, you should die. I will not rest until you do. After realizing he had become useless, Yu Xingduan could hardly accept it, continuously shouting in rage. At that moment, Ma Qianzhu, who had been left far behind, finally heard Yu Xingduan's cries and arrived at the scene, albeit late. Seeing the devastated alley and Yu Xingduan lying on the ground, continuously spitting blood, a sense of ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Who exactly is Zhao Tian? How could he defeat even the senior brother? Senior brother, are you okay? Ma Qianzhu hurriedly approached to check on Yu Xingduan's condition, not daring to delay. Yu Xingduan pushed away Ma Qianzhu's hand that was trying to help him, angrily saying, Ma Qianzhu, you scoundrel. What are you scheming? I kindly helped you heal and stood up for you, yet you deliberately harmed me. Senior brother, I didn't harm you. Ma Qianzhu explained in a panic. You didn't harm me? You made me, a martial artist, face a grandmaster level expert, and now I've been rendered useless. Yu Xingduan roared. What? That kid is a grandmaster? Impossible, right? He's clearly a student. How could he reach the grandmaster level? Ma Qianzhu exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Yu Xingduan was even more terrified. At first, he thought Zhao Tian only appeared young because of his high cultivation. In the martial arts world, the higher the cultivation, the slower one ages, especially at the grandmaster level. Every major breakthrough is a transformation of physical quality. Many intersect elders at the grandmaster level in his sect were in their 70s or 80s but looked very young. However, this youthfulness is merely superficial. While their physical condition improves, their lifespan does not increase significantly. If they cannot break through to the pre-celestial grandmaster level within 100 years, their lifespan is practically at its end. Only upon reaching the pre-celestial grandmaster level does one's life level undergo a leap, significantly increasing both physical quality and lifespan. If Zhao Tian, as a student, has already reached the grandmaster level, then his talent and background are truly frightening. He must be an unprecedented genius among the 3 teachings and 4 clans, or a direct disciple cultivated by those hidden supreme experts. Because only those from the 3 teachings and 4 clans live in the secular world. The 5 sects and 6 factions all place their strongholds deep in the mountains, far from the mundane. Regardless of whether Zhao Tian is an unparalleled genius of the 3 teachings and 4 clans or a direct disciple of a hidden supreme expert, such a character is not someone that a mere intersect elder of the Xian Shui sect can provoke. After all, the Xian Shui sect is merely at the bottom of the first-rate sections. The strong within the sect would never risk conflict with a hidden expert or the top forces of the 3 teachings and 4 clans for the sake of a martial artist. Yet, having been rendered useless, Yu Xingduan simply cannot swallow this grudge. Ma Qianzhu, you must take me back to the Xian Shui sect immediately. Yu Xingduan commanded, enduring the intense pain in his body. Senior brother, what about my boss? We had agreed to help him deal with a few martial artists first. Ma Qianzhu asked cautiously. Are you an idiot? I'm in this condition. How can I deal with martial artists? Do you want me to die in Sioux City? Yu Xingduan exclaimed in anger, nearly choking from Ma Qianzhu's thought process. Realizing his mistake, Ma Qianzhu quickly said, Senior brother, I'll find a vehicle right now and take you back to the Xian Shui sect. On the other side, Zhao Tian, having used all his strength for a powerful jump, landed perfectly on the roof of his family's 6th floor. This was, of course, a landing point he had estimated in advance. However, the noise upon landing was a bit loud, and with the martial energy shield shattered from the impact, it kicked up a cloud of debris. At that moment, the couple living on the 6th floor had just finished their breakfast and returned home, startled by the loud noise. They exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, a meteorite? Honey, quick, let's go check. Another meteorite has hit our roof. The man excitedly said, Hubby, let's go. We're going to get rich. We must find that meteorite. The woman shouted, equally thrilled. Chapter 73. Sissy Zhao Tian, who was on the upper floor, clearly heard the conversation between the couple downstairs. He felt a wave of confusion. A meteorite? What meteorite? Where did the meteorite come from? However, as he heard the hurried footsteps getting closer, he took another look at the rooftop littered with debris and felt a bit guilty. He thought to himself, while no one has noticed him yet, he should make a run for it. And he leaped down lightly to the ground, glanced around to see that no one had noticed him, and began to sway his way toward the school. Just before this, he had been chatting with Lin Xiaodong on OO, and they had agreed to meet at school. Last night, Lin Xiaodong had sent Zhao Tian a bunch of messages to share her good news. However, Zhao Tian had been busy with his cultivation and hadn't seen them until this morning. Lin Xiaodong had also found out her college entrance exam score last night, which was 696 points, ranking 30th in the entire Zhonghai province. She could choose any university in the Long Country, including Qing University, without any issue. The pile of messages she sent Zhao Tian was to tell him that she could attend Qing University with him. Arriving at the school leisurely, Zhao Tian saw someone at the school gate setting up a ladder to hang a red banner. He could vaguely see it read, "Congratulations to Zhao Tian for achieving a score of 749 points and becoming the top student in the college entrance exam." He also noticed 2 more banners nearby that hadn't been unfurled yet, likely congratulating the top students in the school. It seemed it would take a while to hang them all up, so he didn't look any longer and walked directly into the campus toward his classroom. Meanwhile, the couple above was rummaging through the pile of debris on the rooftop, searching for a meteorite that could make them rich. When Zhao Tian arrived at the classroom, many classmates were already there. They were gathered in small groups, discussing excitedly, asking each other about their exam scores and the universities they planned to apply to. Lin Xiaodong's seat also had a crowd around it, probably because they knew her score. Zhao Tian listened closely and heard someone say, "Xiaodong, you're amazing. 696 points. You must be among the top in the province. You can pick any university in the Long Country." A chubby girl with glasses complimented. Not only the universities in the Long Country, but she can choose any university in Lan Shuixing. Another girl with acne added. At that moment, a somewhat effeminate voice suddenly came through. "Xiaotong, which university are you planning to attend?" "Damn, who talks like that?" Chun Pingping, sitting next to Lin Xiaotong, felt goosebumps and quickly looked around to ask, "How annoying. Chun Pingping, how can you speak like that?" The effeminate voice immediately placed one hand on his hip, the other hand making a delicate gesture, pointing at Chun Pingping reproachfully. It seemed he felt something was off, so he quickly raised his hand from his hip and pressed down his little finger that was sticking up. However, when his left hand went down, his right hand's little finger unconsciously stuck up again. Under the curious gazes of everyone, he angrily put his right hand down. "Zoli, what's going on with you? Did you go to the neighboring Siam country for a special gender reassignment surgery after the college entrance exam?" Chun Pingping said suspiciously, seeing Zholi acting so flamboyantly. Zhao Tian, who was standing outside the door, felt a chill upon hearing this. Looking closely, he realized the speaker was Zholi. He didn't expect that after the surgery, Zholi had recovered so quickly and returned to school in just a few days. But thinking about it, he only had 2 testicles removed. As long as the wounds healed, it wouldn't matter. Chun Pingping, watch your words. Don't think just because you're Xiaodong's best friend, you could be reckless in front of me. Suri treten dina soft ton. Zoli, please mind your language. I've warned you before. We're just ordinary classmates. So please don't call me that. Lin Xiaodong interjected directly, raising her eyebrows. "Xiaodong, Zholi seemed to want to say something more. "Shut up. If you keep calling me Xiaodong, don't blame me for being rude." Eleven scolded sharply, interrupting Zoli. The classmates, who had been discussing excitedly, were all stunned by Lin Xiaodong's outburst. They never expected that the usually gentle and goddess-like Lin Xiaodong would also get angry. Zholi, who was directly targeted, turned red and pale, feeling a surge of resentment. However, recalling Lin Xiaodong's family background, he quickly suppressed the anger and forced a smile, saying, "Classmate Lin Xiaodong, we'll be university classmates in the future. There's no need to be so distant." "That's hilarious. Our Xiaodong scored 696 points in the college entrance exam. How much did you score? Do you think you can go to the same university as Xiaodong? Such arrogance." Chun Pingping scoffed directly. Chun Pingping had always had a poor impression of Zholi, the school hunk. She had a middle school classmate who got pregnant by Zholi and was then forced to drop out and have an abortion. That classmate was also Chun Pingping's neighbor. And although the incident hadn't caused a big fuss, when the neighbor suddenly dropped out, Chun Pingping naturally inquired about it and learned the details. Therefore, she had always been unfriendly towards Zhou Li and directly retorted when she saw him trying to get close to Lin Xiaodong. "You poor folks don't understand anything. Even though I didn't do well in this college entrance exam and only scored 580 points, my family is wealthy. As long as I want to attend university, my family can donate a few million to the school, and I can be directly admitted. The college entrance exam is just for you poor folks. And for those prestigious schools, as long as I have the money, I can go to whichever I want. Zhou Li arrogantly mocked. After the college entrance exam, he no longer hid himself, abandoning his previous gentle and refined school hunk persona, revealing his arrogant and reckless nature. The classmates around stared at the unfamiliar Zhou Li in shock. They never expected that the usually gentle and handsome school hunk would show such an arrogant and contemptuous face now. However, they were just ordinary people, and despite feeling discontent with Zhou Li's mocking, they didn't dare to refute him easily. Even Chen Pingping chose to remain silent at this moment, because she had some understanding of Zhou Li's family background and knew that what he said wasn't entirely baseless. At that moment, Zhao Tian, who had been quietly listening to the discussions at the door, walked directly into the classroom, heading toward his seat. When Zhao Tian reached his seat, he paused briefly and looked around at his classmates. These once familiar faces now seemed so strange, as it had been more than a decade since he last saw them. Many names were gradually fading from his memory, and some he had completely forgotten. Zhao Tian's gaze finally landed on Lin Xiaodong, and he smiled faintly, asking softly, "Xiaodong, you arrived so early?" Chapter 74. Repetition, however. His words triggered a strong reaction from Zhou Li, who was standing next to Lin Xiaodong. Zhou Li jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and shouted angrily, "Zhao Tian, you think someone like you can call Xiaodong that?" His voice was unusually sharp and somewhat abnormal, echoing in the classroom and making everyone uncomfortable. In the face of Zhou Li's anger, Zhao Tian didn't even glance at him. Instead, Lin Xiaodong retorted unhappily, "Mind your own business. Zhao Tian is my boyfriend, and he can call me whatever he wants." Lin Xiaodong's words not only defended Zhao Tian directly, but also openly revealed their relationship, leaving everyone in the classroom in shock. "Xiaodong, when did you and Zhao Tian become a couple?" "I had no idea," Chen Pingping exclaimed beside them. Then, as if she thought of something, she added, "No wonder. The other day, you two were drinking milk tea at the milk tea shop. I thought it was strange back then. You had already established your relationship." "That's right. We confirmed our relationship back then," Zhao Tian admitted with a smile. "Wow, you two are something else." Chen Pingping pretended to be angry and then started tickling Lin Xiaodong. The two girls immediately began to playfully tussle. Seeing that Lin Xiaodong was somewhat at a disadvantage, Zhao Tian quickly said, "All right, Chen Pingping, stop messing around. I'll just skip the meal and karaoke you were going to treat me to." Chen Pingping paused, her eyes twinkling, and said, "That's not enough. You still have to treat me to a meal and karaoke. Otherwise, I won't agree to our excellent Xiaodong being with you, this dullard." Just as she finished speaking, Chen Pingping suddenly noticed Zhao Tian's appearance, causing her to feel a bit suspicious. Why does Zhao Tian suddenly look so handsome? Why did I always think he looked ordinary before? Chen Pingping couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Zhao Tian's face. The more she looked, the more handsome he seemed, and her cheeks turned a little red. "No problem. I'll treat you later," Zhao Tian readily agreed. Zhao Tian, a poor loser like him. How can he be worthy of being your boyfriend? Don't be fooled by his sweet talk. His grades are so poor, he definitely won't get into a good university. And you'll have to do long-distance dating right after you start dating. You should choose me as your boyfriend, no matter which university you go to. I can find a way to go there too. We can always be together without separating," Zhou Li said to Lin Xiaodong, unable to contain himself when he saw that Zhao Tian and the others were ignoring him. However, his voice always had a sharp tone that made people feel uncomfortable. "Zhou Li, who I date is my own business. I don't need you to interfere. Besides, Zhao Tian did very well in the college entrance examination. He is the top scorer in our Jianghai province. You're not even worthy to carry his shoes. We've already agreed to go to Tsinghua University together, so we want to be in a long-distance relationship." Lin Xiaodong glared coldly at Zhou Li as she said. Zhou Li was taken aback and incredulously said, "Impossible. With Zhao Tian's mock exam scores, he could barely make it to the first tier. How could he become the top scorer? Who told you that? Was it Zhao Tian? You must have been deceived by him. Zhao Tian must have made up such a lie to win you over." Before Lin Xiaodong could refute him, their homeroom teacher, Zhang Chuanyuan, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, walked into the classroom with a stack of books. The once noisy and chaotic classroom immediately quieted down. At this moment, Zhang Chuanyuan did not have the serious expression he usually wore, nor was he scolding the students to keep quiet and study hard. Instead, he had a beaming smile on his face, and his genuine happiness couldn't be suppressed. "Classmates, please return to your seats. I have something to announce," Zhang Chuanyuan said with a smile from the podium. The authority of the homeroom teacher had not diminished since the college entrance examination ended. Upon hearing his words, The students quickly ran back to their seats. Only Zhou Li was still panting, standing beside Zhao Tian and Lin Xiaodong's seats. After seeing that all the students were seated quietly, Zhang Changyuan nodded in satisfaction. However, when he turned to see Zhou Li still standing there in a daze, he frowned slightly. But soon, he relaxed and smiled, saying, "Zhou Li, although your performance in the college entrance examination wasn't ideal, you still made it to the first tier. Don't worry too much about the scores. Just sit down for now." After a pause, Zhang Changyuan continued, "If you feel there aren't any universities you want to attend, you can choose to repeat a year, and I'll make arrangements for you." "Teacher, Zhou Li seemed to want to say something. Zhang Changyuan interrupted directly. "Let us talk about your matters later. I still need to discuss the college application process with the other students. You can sit down for now." Zhou Li, who was about to explode, held it in, snorted coldly at Zhao Tian, and then returned to his seat. "All right, classmates, first, before we talk about the college application process, I want to announce two things. The first thing is that our classmate Zhao Tian scored an impressive 749 points in this college entrance examination, making him the top scorer in Jianghai province. He has already been accepted to Tsinghua University early. Let us give a round of applause to congratulate Zhao Tian." As he spoke, Zhang Changyuan could no longer suppress the smile on his face and led the applause himself. Instantly, the whole classroom erupted into excitement, with thunderous applause and lively discussions. "Wow, amazing. Zhao Tian is incredible. He must have been hiding his strength in the mock exam. My goodness, 749 points. Just 1 point shy of a perfect score. What a shame. I wonder where he lost points. If I could score as high as Zhao Tian, I could choose between Tsinghua and Beihua. Stop dreaming. Even if it were an open book exam, you wouldn't score 700 points. Just accept your fate and go to your vocational college." "Shut up. If I had an open book exam, I could score full marks." "Hey, is this Yao Yao Ling? Someone is bragging here. Please come and catch him." Unlike the other students bustling with excitement, Zhou Li was dumbfounded upon hearing Zhang Changyuan's words. He muttered, "Impossible. This can't be. How could Zhao Tian score so high? It must be fake. It must be fake." However, no one paid attention to Zhou Li. Everyone looked at the calm and composed Zhao Tian with envy and admiration. "Okay, everyone quiet down," Teacher Zhang Changyuan said with a smile, his voice echoing in the classroom. "Next, I want to announce the second thing." The students' attention was immediately captured, and the previously noisy classroom became utterly silent. Our classmate Lin Xiaodong scored an impressive 696 points in this college entrance examination, ranking second in the school and 30th in the province. Let us give a warm round of applause to congratulate Lin Xiaodong on her outstanding achievement. As soon as Teacher Zhang finished speaking, the classroom erupted once again with thunderous applause. Chapter 75, College Entrance Examination Applications. The classmates applauded and congratulated Lin Xiaodong. A smile radiated from Lin Xiaodong's face as she stood up and bowed to thank her classmates. After a while, the applause gradually subsided. Teacher Zhang Changyuan nodded in satisfaction. This was all his teaching achievement, and he never expected to teach two top talent from Qingda and Beihua this year, one of whom was a top scorer in the college entrance examination. This added a significant highlight to his teaching career and broadened his path for future promotions. Zhang Changyuan continued, "In this college entrance examination, everyone performed quite well. Many students exceeded their usual performance and achieved ideal results." He glanced around the classroom and noticed a few students who looked a bit downcast. Of course, there were also a few who did not perform well and scored less than expected. Zhang Changyuan's tone softened. "However, students must remember that the college entrance examination is not everything in life. It merely provides you with a better platform and more opportunities to pursue your dreams." After a slight pause, he added, "For those who scored high, do not become complacent, and you must not relax your standards. University is a whole new starting point. You need to continue working hard, constantly improve yourselves, and not waste this precious time." His gaze turned to those who did not do well, encouraging them. "And for those who didn't perform well, don't be discouraged. You can choose to retake the exam and challenge it again, or choose a suitable university based on your actual situation." Zhang Changyuan spoke earnestly. "Students, I hope you understand that although the college entrance examination is important, it is by no means the only path in life. There are countless possibilities in everyone's life, and regardless of your exam results, do not be disheartened or arrogant." He then picked up a thick stack of college entrance examination application guides from the podium and smiled at the students. "This is the college entrance examination application guide prepared by the school, which includes detailed information about various schools and majors. Take it home and study it carefully with your family, discussing which schools and majors to apply for. This is a significant matter that will affect your entire life, so you must take it seriously. If you have relatives who are knowledgeable, you can also ask them for advice. Zhang Changyuan paused for a moment and continued. I will give you 2 days to fill out your applications. Once completed, remember to bring them to my office and submit them to me. I will carefully review your applications to ensure that everyone can choose a school and major that suits them. After speaking, Zhang Changyuan waved his hand, signaling the students that they could leave. The students got up one after another and left the classroom. However, Zhang Changyuan did not let everyone go. He kept a few students with unsatisfactory exam results, including Zhou Li. Zhang Changyuan intended to understand whether these students who did not perform well were planning to retake the exam. Zhou Li, on the other hand, had not yet recovered from the shock of Zhao Tian being the top scorer. He couldn't understand how a down-and-out guy could suddenly become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and he remained in a daze. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian walked out of the classroom with Lin Xiaodong and Chun Pingping. Zhao Tian had originally intended to teach Zhou Li another lesson, but seeing that Zhou Li was kept back by the homeroom teacher, he abandoned that thought. However, Zhao Tian had made up his mind to visit Zhou Li's home in the next couple of days to settle the score. Those relatives might let bygones be bygones for the sake of his foster parents, but he definitely wouldn't let Zhou Li, the main culprit, off so easily. Zhao Tian wouldn't mind doing a service to the community by ensuring that the Zhou family, involved in crime, would disappear completely. The other classmates who left the classroom grouped together to go to internet cafes or to eat and drink. Chun Pingping followed Zhao Tian and Lin Xiaodong, preparing to go out for a meal and karaoke, as previously agreed, with Zhao Tian treating. The three of them reached the school gate and saw many people pointing at the school gate and discussing something. Zhao Tian and the others looked, and the banners of the school gate were already hung up. The first banner read, "Warm congratulations to our senior student Zhao Tian for achieving an outstanding score of 749 and becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Jianhai Province." The second banner read, "Warm congratulations to our senior student Lin Xiaodong for achieving an outstanding score of 696 in the college entrance examination." The third banner read, "Warm congratulations to our senior student Zhang Mingxian for achieving an outstanding score of 689 in the college entrance examination." Chun Pingping looked at the banners at the school gate and said enviously, "Zhao Tian, Xiaodong, you two are amazing. One is the top scorer, and the other is second in school, and you can both go to Qing together. How romantic to transition from high school to university together." As she spoke, Chun Pingping displayed an envious and yearning expression. At this age, girls tend to like romantic love stories. Then you should find a boy with similar grades to date, and then apply to a university, right? You see, you look pretty good. As long as you lower your standards to pursue a boy, it shouldn't be too hard to find someone, Zhao Tian casually remarked. Chun Pingping fell silent, seemingly a bit moved. Zhao Tian, what are you talking about? Dating isn't that casual. Lin Xiaodong hurriedly interjected. All right, by the way, Chun Pingping, what score did you get? Which university are you planning to apply to? Zhao Tian asked curiously. I'm far behind you guys. I only scored 590. I don't know what university I can get into or what major I can study, Chun Pingping said somewhat dejectedly. She had also fantasized about getting into top schools like Qing Dynasty and Beihua, but fantasies ultimately cannot become reality. Take your time to choose when you get home. Ask your parents for their opinions, and let us go eat first, then go sing, Zhao Tian said disinterestedly, not wanting to delve into Chun Pingping's situation. In fact, he did not want to waste time going out for fun. He wanted to return home to practice. However, since Lin Xiaodong was about to leave Sioux City, Zhao Tian wanted to spend as much time with her as possible before she left. After all, it was his first love, and he truly enjoyed this sweet romance. Once he settled matters with Zhou Li, he planned to leave Sioux City for Beijing and buy a house there to focus on his cultivation. When they reached the roadside, Zhao Tian directly hailed a passing taxi and took the two girls with him to leave, heading to Huanyu International Life Plaza, where there were plenty of options for dining and entertainment. Soon, they arrived at the Huanyu International restaurant called Huanyu Boutique Seafood Buffet, where Zhao Tian, the big eater, was welcomed again. Due to Zhao Tian's astonishing appetite and frequent visits, the restaurant staff had already recognized him. The restaurant manager had long reported Zhao Tian's behavior of taking advantage of promotions to the owner. Chapter 76, a bit sweet after all. Zhao Tian could easily eat tens of thousands of yuan worth of high-end seafood in one sitting, which is no small amount. Moreover, Zhao Tian had come so many times recently, nearly eating 2 meals a day without fail. Such frequent visits had significantly reduced their profits, and in just a few days, they lost hundreds of thousands, which was equivalent to half a month's profit. All these profits were consumed by Zhao Tian, the big eater. This level of loss was indeed hard for a restaurant manager to bear. He felt a lot of pressure and had to report to the boss. However, the owner of the Huan Yu Boutique Seafood Buffet did not say anything about Zhao Tian eating so much. On the contrary, the owner simply instructed the manager not to worry about him as long as Zhao Tian did not waste food. Upon hearing the boss's words, the manager felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Since the boss was not concerned about the loss, he, as the manager, naturally did not need to worry too much. After all, this was a service industry business, and if a buffet were to refuse customers because someone ate too much, it would surely create a negative impact on the restaurant's image. If the restaurant's business suffered, he, as the manager, would be the first to take responsibility. More than an hour later, Zhao Tian finally put down the shell of the king crab, satisfied. He patted his belly and let out a burp. Beside him, the two girls were blushing. The moment Zhao Tian stood up, the previously noisy restaurant suddenly fell silent. All the diners and staff turned their gazes towards them in unison. The strange looks felt as if they were staring at an alien, making Chun Pingping and Lin Xiaodong feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Zhao Tian seemed completely unfazed by these odd stares. He swaggered to his feet, stretched, and then, with the two girls, casually walked out of the restaurant under everyone's watchful eyes. One must say, Zhao Tian's way of eating was truly impactful. The mountain of seafood shells had been cleared table by the waitstaff. Even Chun Pingping, who usually had a carefree personality, felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, being stared at by the entire restaurant while eating was not an easy thing. Moreover, there were occasionally curious onlookers who came over to watch Zhao Tian, the big eater, to see if he was really eating or just pretending, wondering if he was a food vlogger. Chun Pingping was just a high school graduate, and faced with such a situation, her face remained flushed. Lin Xiaodong was slightly better off. Having gone out with Zhao Tian a few times and experienced this kind of situation, she had developed a bit of immunity, but her face was still red. Zhao Tian, can your body handle eating like this? Chun Pingping asked, looking at Zhao Tian with concern. Zhao Tian smiled relaxedly, patted his belly, and said, "Don't worry. I'm still growing, and I work out every day. I need a supplement with a lot of high-quality protein. This food is just right for me." He answered without a hint of embarrassment. Lin Xiaodong didn't say much on this topic, but changed the subject, saying, "Let us go. We can go sing K. It'll help with digestion. I ate too much. Let us go. I'm going to show you what the sweetheart queen of Sioux City sounds like." Chun Pingping said proudly, clenching her fist. The three quickly arrived at the 5th floor of Huan Yu International at Plato KTV. Zhao Tian booked a small room and ordered some snacks, fruit platters, beer, and drinks. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at a beautifully decorated private room. The two girls chose to sing "I Love You" by the Sweetheart Queen, and they began to sing together. Zhao Tian quietly sat on the sofa, drinking beer and enjoying the light, playful, and sweet singing of the two girls. Soon after one song ended, Lin Xiaodong said, "Zhao Tian, you should choose a song to sing too." "I don't know what to sing." Zhao Tian hesitated for a moment and replied, "Do you know any songs by Wang Sulong?" Chun Pingping asked with the microphone in hand. Zhao Tian casually replied, "Yeah, then let us go with A Bit Sweet." Chun Pingping said, while selecting the song, "Okay, I can sing this one too. If you can sing, I want to sing with you. Give me the microphone. I want a duet with Xiaodong." Zhao Tian said without hesitation, taking the microphone from Chun Pingping. Chun Pingping had just sung one song and wanted to sing more. She pouted, somewhat unwilling. Zhao Tian didn't care about her and turned to Lin Xiaodong, saying, "Xiaodong, can you sing? Can we do a duet?" "Sure. I really like this song and I can sing it." Lin Xiaodong happily agreed to her boyfriend's invitation. Soon, the lively melody of A Bit Sweet started playing, and Zhao Tian began to sing Wang Sulong's part. "Pick an apple, wait for you to pass by the door, deliver it to your hand to quench your thirst." Lin Xiaodong followed along with the female part. "Like summer's cola, like winter's cocoa, you're the right time and the right role." Zhao Tian, it's already been agreed. To spend next weekend together, your little emotions mean a lot to me. Lin Xiaodong, I don't know why the wound hasn't healed yet, but you barged into my heart just like that. You made me see a flower blossoming in the dry desert. Zhao Tian, you make me want to write a love song for you every day. Lin Xiaodong, with the most romantic chorus. Zhao Tian, you gently echo. Lin Xiaodong, our eyes are firm in our choice. You made my world turn pink from that moment. Lin Xiaodong, you made my life only need you from now on. Zhao Tian's voice was deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Coupled with the singing skill he had drawn earlier, his voice was like a celestial melody, even more beautiful than the original singer. Although Lin Xiaodong was not a professional singer, her voice was exceptionally sweet, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, captivating and enchanting. She had a precise grasp of breath and melody, singing each lyric just right. The academically gifted Zhao Tian had an astonishing talent in every aspect. As the music flowed, their voices gradually blended together like a match made in heaven. While singing, they unconsciously leaned closer to each other, ultimately snuggling together. The song acted like a red thread, pulling them closer and creating an increasingly ambiguous atmosphere between them. At this moment, they were completely immersed in each other's voices and warmth, entirely forgetting that there was another light bulb, Chun Pingping, nearby. Watching Zhao Tian and Lin Xiaodong so intimate, Chun Pingping felt a wave of speechlessness in her heart. Chapter 77. Something happened. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she could only helplessly watch this couple show their affection in front of her. She secretly regretted coming to endure these two people's dog food. Wouldn't it be better to go home and fill out her college application? The three of them played and sang for several hours at the KTV. Lin Xiaodong and Chun Pingping never expected Zhao Tian to sing so well. He could handle any style. No one would doubt he was an original artist. However, it was getting late, and they were preparing to leave for home. Lin Xiaodong had to return to Beijing the day after tomorrow and needed to fill out her college entrance examination application tomorrow and submit it to the school. She just needed to fill in the last few choices casually. As for Zhao Tian, he was eager to go home and practice. Having not practiced all day, he was quite anxious. After all, there were innate grandmasters in first-rate sections. His cultivation could not make him invincible. And today he had also made an enemy of the Xianshui sect, so he was quite eager to improve his cultivation. It's getting late, and I've sung enough. Shall we go? Zhao Tian suggested first. Sure, it's dark now. I should go back. Lin Xiaodong agreed. Huh? You're going back this early? Chun Pingping clearly hadn't had enough fun and didn't want to leave. I'm ready to head back. If you want to play, you can stay here by yourself. I've been here for 6 hours. I can still sing for a few more hours, Zhao Tian casually said. He was too interested in wasting time with Chun Pingping. If she wanted to sing, she could do it by herself. How boring. Then I'll go home too. Chun Pingping rolled her eyes at Zhao Tian, then said to Lin Xiaodong, Xiaodong, let us go to the restroom. Yeah, let us go. Lin Xiaodong immediately agreed. You go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Zhao Tian didn't follow them. Instead, while they were in the restroom, he finished off the beer, drinks, snacks, and fruits they ordered. He emphasized not wasting anything since the KTV items were expensive, and they had spent quite a bit on those. The two girls hadn't drunk much beer, so Zhao Tian finished off the entire drink package in one go. After savoring it, he found it tasted like water, probably fake. After he finished eating and drinking, he realized Lin Xiaodong and Chun Pingping had been gone for quite a while. Feeling that something was off, Zhao Tian worried that in this situation, the two girls might run into trouble, so he immediately left the private room and headed toward the restroom, focusing intently to listen to the sounds around the other rooms and track the two girls' whereabouts. Soon, Zhao Tian stopped in front of a VIP room numbered 9999. He heard Chun Pingping's scream and Lin Xiaodong's slightly panicked reprimands coming from inside the room. It turned out that after Lin Xiaodong and Chun Pingping finished using the restroom, they ran into 4 young thugs. These thugs had colorful dyed hair, tattoos all over their bodies, were smoking, and were swaggering toward the restroom, spewing vulgar language. Upon suddenly seeing a stunning beauty like Lin Xiaodong, their eyes widened. And after drinking who knows how much, the leader, a thug with green hair, directly blocked Lin Xiaodong and Chun Pingping's way, saying, "Where did this princess come from? Come on, let us go to the VIP room and have a drink. Please step aside. We're not your princesses. We want to go drink with you." Lin Xiaodong said coldly, with a frosty expression, "Wow, this little girl has some spirit. Our green hair brother is inviting you for drinks. Even if you're not a princess, you have to come with us," said a nearby thug with a red mohawk, glaring fiercely. "You better step aside, or I'll call the police and contact the authorities," Lin Xiaodong said, her expression tightening. The situation was getting troublesome. "Yeah, if you don't step aside, we'll call the police and notify the authorities. You'll all be taken to the enforcement bureau." Chun Pingping also threatened the thugs with her phone. The thugs exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. "Do you know who we are? You still want to call the police?" The red-haired thug said menacingly as he stepped forward. Then he snatched Qin Pingping's phone and smashed it on the ground, sneering, "Go ahead and call. You think you could just ignore us, huh?" This sudden turn of events stunned Qin Pingping. Her phone was smashed, and she was heartbroken, tears welling up in her eyes. But looking at the fierce thugs, she didn't dare to speak. At that moment, a KTV staff member seemed to have noticed the situation and hurriedly notified the manager to come over. The manager rushed over immediately upon receiving the notification and smiled as he asked Green Hair and the others, "ISN, this Green Hair? What's going on here? Get lost. This is none of your business. I want to take these two temperamental princesses back to the room." Green Hair said rudely. The manager glanced at Lin Xiaodong and the others, and his heart skipped a beat. He thought, no wonder these thugs are targeting them. These two girls are stunning. He quickly regained his composure and said to Green Hair, "These two aren't our princesses. Please don't make things difficult for them. If you want any kind of princess, I can arrange someone for you immediately. What are you? How dare you interfere in my business? My big brother will be here soon. I'm going to make these two serve him drinks. Do you have a problem with that? You don't want to work anymore, do you?" Green Hair arrogantly slapped the manager's face. The manager didn't dare to resist Green Hair's humiliation. Green Hair's big brother was one of the enforcers raised by the Zhou family in Sioux City, responsible for overseeing the black and gray industries in this area. The Zhou family had jurisdiction over everything in the gray and black sectors nearby, and this KTV was also under the Zhou family's control. So it was naturally Green Hair's big brother who was in charge of overseeing it. The manager knew all this, so he could only give Lin Xiaotong and Qin Pingping a helpless look. After all, these thugs were still his own people, and he had no ability to stop them. Lin Xiaodong was also anxious. This group of thugs was clearly used to being arrogant, although her father was the city's official. Directly revealing her identity to these thugs might not guarantee they would believe her. If she were dragged into a room by these thugs, it would be disastrous. Now, she could only think of a way to buy time until Zhao Tian could save them. She decided to reveal her identity and see if they would believe her. Lin Xiaodong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "My name is Lin Xiaodong. My father is Lin Jihai, the official of Sioux City. You all need to step aside and let us leave. I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you might not be able to bear the consequences." "What? Xiaodong, your dad is Lin Jihai, the official of Sioux City? Why didn't you ever tell me this all these years?" Qin Pingping, who had originally been scared, was shocked and blurted out. Chapter 78. Assessing the situation, she had been desk mates with Lin Xiaodong for 3 years and had no idea that Lin Xiaodong's father was the governor of Sioux City, which shocked her immensely. Originally, the few thugs were taken aback by Lin Xiaodong's words, their expressions showing surprise and suspicion. However, the next words spoken by Qin Pingping made these not so bright. Stubborn little thugs immediately believed that Lin Xiaodong was lying to them. After all, it was obvious that Qin Pingping and Lin Xiaodong were quite familiar with each other, and they must have known about each other's family backgrounds. If one of them really had a powerful father, the other would definitely be aware. Thus, it seemed that this beautiful girl was mostly fabricating a lie, trying to scare them into letting her escape. The top student, Lin Xiaotong, naturally realized this and thought to herself, "Not good." She quickly signaled to Qin Pingping to keep quiet. This scene was precisely seen by the thugs, especially the green-haired one, who instantly dismissed his last shred of doubt. The green-haired thug thought to himself, if this beautiful girl wasn't lying, why would she suddenly be signaling her companion? With this thought, he felt even smarter. Noticing such a subtle detail, the green-haired thug began to narcissistically acknowledge his superior intelligence, no longer the fool that the boss had called him, who had a one-track mind and questionable smarts. He arrogantly laughed and said, "Hey girl, your dad is the city governor? My dad is the provincial governor." Then, with a wave of his hand, he instructed his little brothers, take these two girls to the private room. When the boss arrives, send them to him. As long as the boss is satisfied, we'll have plenty of benefits." Hearing this, the thugs immediately approached Lin Xiaodong and her friend with sinister smiles, preparing to forcibly seize them. Lin Xiaodong, seeing this, quickly stepped back to buy time and said softly, "Brothers, where's your private room? We can go by ourselves. Please don't make a move." The thugs exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The green-haired thug scratched his green hair and said, "This girl really knows how to assess the situation, doesn't she?" One of the thugs immediately chimed in, "Green hair brother, it's assessing the situation." "All right, assessing the situation. You really are cultured," the green-haired thug exclaimed in realization, praising the little thug. Then he turned to Lin Xiaodong and Qin Pingping and said, "Smart. You don't have to suffer. Otherwise, if we take action, You two delicate girls will have to endure some physical pain. Lin Xiaodong and Chun Pingbing felt helpless. The situation was stronger than them, and they had no choice but to comply with the coercion of these four thugs and were taken to their private room. Lin Xiaodong, brought to the supreme private room, could only hope that Zhao Tian would notice something was wrong and come to rescue her and Chun Pingbing as soon as possible. After all, Zhao Tian was a martial artist and could easily handle a few thugs. Stepping into the supreme private room, a luxurious and flashy atmosphere immediately enveloped them. Various disco lights, laser lights, wall light strips, and colorful big screens flashed vibrant beams of light along with the dynamic music. In the huge space, several groups of soft leather sofas surrounded a massive dance floor. A group of thugs, adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos, was indulging themselves. They wore flashy, bizarre clothes, with thick gold chains around their necks, and their tattoos were barely visible. Some thugs sat on the sofas, smoking and loudly playing drinking games, while others in the center of the dance floor, surrounded by a crowd of scantily clad girls, danced wildly to the deafening music, taking advantage of the girls. Some thugs held microphones, screaming into the big screen, making the onlooking thugs cheer. The entire private room was filled with smoke and the smell of alcohol, chaotic to the extreme. At this moment, one thug saw the green-haired thug bringing in two beautiful girls and immediately shouted, "Damn, green-haired, where did you find these two princesses? They look amazing." "Huh, I just bumped into these two exceptional girls while going to the bathroom, so I brought them over." The green-haired thug said proudly, "Come over and drink with your brother. Let me check your bodies for free, see if you've grown." A lewd-looking thug, playing drinking games, immediately lewdly teased Lin Xiaotong, admiring her stunning beauty and curvy figure. "Damn, get lost. This girl is for the boss. Once the boss is done having fun, then you can have your chance. No one can touch her now." The green-haired thug firmly blocked Lin Xiaodong from the lewd thug. "Good for you, green-haired. You're actually trying to please the boss now, knowing how to cater to him." The thug called Leaning Meat teased back, seemingly not upset at all. "Of course." The green-haired thug replied, pleased. Then he turned to Lin Xiaodong and Chun Pingbing and said, "You two come with me to the back. First accompany me for a couple of drinks. When my boss arrives, serve him well. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Chun Pingbing, a high school student, had never seen such a scene and was terrified by this group of fierce thugs. She timidly hid behind Lin Xiaodong, tightly gripping her hand for comfort. Although Lin Xiaodong was also quite anxious, she still maintained a calm exterior. She not only hoped Zhao Tian would come to save them quickly, but was also secretly thinking of ways to escape. Chun Pingbing's phone had been smashed, and her phone had also been taken by those thugs just before entering the supreme private room. Now being brought into such a den of wolves, she couldn't think of any good way to escape. She could only take it step by step, not provoking the thugs, ensuring her safety, and then looking for an opportunity to call for help. The green-haired thug swaggered with Lin Xiaodong and Chun Pingbing toward the back of the private room. As they passed the dance floor, a small thug suddenly slapped Chun Pingbing's butt and laughed triumphantly. This frightened Chun Pingbing, who was already terrified, into a shriek. Lin Xiaodong quickly pulled the terrified Chun Pingbing behind her to protect her and angrily shouted at the thug. "What are you doing?" The thug arrogantly replied, shaking his head. "What am I doing? I'm doing you. Damn, two princesses thinking they are still pure and virtuous here." Saying this, he reached out to grab Lin Xiaodong's clothes. Seeing this, the green-haired thug immediately panicked. These were the girls meant for the boss. If someone else took them, how would he please the boss when he arrived? So he hurriedly stepped in front of the thug and said, "Brother Lu Meng, wait a minute. These are for the boss. The boss just got injured. It's just right for these two exceptional girls to help cleanse his bad luck." Chapter 79. The incident with a kick, damn it. "Green-haired, do you want to die? I just took in these two girls, and even my brother-in-law wouldn't dare to say a word to me." Lu Meng pushed Green-hair aside, pointing at his nose and shouting arrogantly. Lu Meng is actually the brother-in-law of the leader of this group of thugs. Relying on his sister's support, his brother-in-law would give him some face. Among these delinquents, he can be considered as someone who is above others, but still below one person. After being pushed aside by Lu Meng, Green-hair didn't dare to say anything more. He lowered his head, standing there with a face full of frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Meng, fueled by alcohol, looked at Lin Xiaotong with shining eyes and leered, "Damn. This girl is so beautiful. She simply hit me right in the heart." He then tilted his head and shouted at a few nearby thugs. "You guys are in for a treat. Get two of you to hold her down and strip her clothes off. I'm planning a live show of one dragon playing with two phoenixes. Ha ha ha." Saying this, he lunged at Lin Xiaotong, ready to tear her clothes off. Seeing Lu Meng's crazed behavior, Lin Xiaodong's heart sank to the bottom, thinking, it's over. If Zhao Tian doesn't come to save me, is this heavenly girl going to be ruined by a bunch of thugs? This could have bought some time until the thug leader arrives. By then, Zhao Tian would have definitely noticed something was wrong and would come to rescue her. Now a madman like Lu Meng suddenly appears, not playing by the rules, wanting to do whatever he wants in broad daylight. As Lin Xiaodong watched Lu Meng's lewd face getting closer, and just when his filthy hands were about to touch her body, her heart was filled with despair. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door of the VIP room was blasted open with tremendous force. Everyone instinctively turned to look at the direction of the door, their attention drawn to this sudden situation. The drinking girls screamed in fright and scattered everywhere. The thugs, however, remained relatively calm and didn't panic. They just felt their eyes blur as if they saw a figure. But it seemed like they didn't see anything. In the next second, Lu Meng, who was just about to touch Lin Xiaodong, suddenly flew back silently. With a loud crash, his body and legs folded tightly together, embedding silently into the bathroom wall not far away, his head hanging down, unconscious or worse. At this moment, everyone was still stunned by the shock of the door being blasted open and turned their gaze to the sound behind them. They then noticed a handsome and extraordinary young man had appeared where Lu Meng had been standing. Meanwhile, Lu Meng was awkwardly wedged into the bathroom wall. The scene fell into silence, with only the karaoke speakers nearby playing accompaniment. Zhao Tian, woo woo woo, you finally came to save me. If you hadn't come, I would have no face to see you again. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong, who had been pretending to be calm, could no longer hold it together and threw herself into Zhao Tian's arms, sobbing with grievance. Feeling his girlfriend's panic and fear in his embrace, Zhao Tian narrowed his eyes and scanned the surrounding thugs. His cold gaze made the thugs around him feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. The harsh words they were about to say were stuck in their throats. Zhao Tian gently patted Lin Xiaodong's back and said softly, Xiaodong, don't be afraid. With me here, you won't be harmed. No one can hurt you. Zhao Tian, let us run. They're all bad people here. Seeing Zhao Tian, Chun Pingping seemed like a drowning person grabbing onto a lifeline, tightly holding onto his arm in fear. Run? Where are you going to run? A thug shouted. How did you suddenly appear here? And how did my brother Lu Meng end up stuck in the wall? Green Hair seemed to have finally come to his senses, seeing the sudden events in the VIP room and Zhao Tian's unexpected appearance. With a thick-headed attitude, he couldn't understand the situation and directly questioned Zhao Tian with a displeased tone. Xiaodong, did this green-haired thug bully you? Zhao Tian ignored Green Hair's question and directly asked Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong nodded, pointing around, and said it was him and those thugs who brought us here, and they wanted us to serve their boss. Zhao Tian nodded, and in the next moment, everyone's eyes seemed to blur again. It was as if Zhao Tian's figure flickered, but it also seemed like he hadn't moved. Immediately after, beside the first thug who was embedded in the bathroom wall, bang, 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 several more bodies were folded in half and embedded into the wall. These were the other thugs that Lin Xiaodong had pointed out. At this moment, all the thugs finally understood how terrifying this young man was. Everything that had just happened, the blasted door and Lu Meng being inexplicably slammed into the wall, must have been caused by him. But this young man's speed was so fast that they couldn't see clearly, and he was incredibly strong, easily kicking people away. Xiaodong, it seems you pointed at the wrong person. The four thugs who grabbed us, there's still one over there. Chun Pingping weakly said and pointed to a position among the thugs. Huh, is that so? They all have colorful hair. I might have recognized the wrong one. Lin Xiaodong's face turned red, and she stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed as she spoke to Zhao Tian. The thug stuck in a bathroom wall who was misidentified would definitely thank Lin Xiaodong if he had any consciousness left. It doesn't matter if you got it wrong. It's just a matter of kicking them. Zhao Tian said nonchalantly, before everyone could react. The thug pointed out by Chun Pingping was also slammed into the wall with a bang. While Zhao Tian was dealing with that group of thugs in the VIP room, downstairs at Huanyu International, a man with a bandaged arm and a huge scar on his face was fawning over a burly middle-aged man, saying, Neo Gongfu, thank you for coming to dinner and for being willing to help my little brother. I'm truly grateful for that. Scar, we're all working for the boss. It's only right to come to me for things you can't handle. The burly man, known as Neo Gongfu, replied indifferently. It's still my little brother's incompetence. I've embarrassed the boss. Scar said with a face full of shame. Oof. If it weren't for an incident that happened in an out-of-town venue, I wouldn't have just finished dealing with the boss. And I don't know what kind of trouble Ma Gongfu got himself into, wasting time. It's a troublesome season now. Otherwise, the person who hurt so many of your brothers would have been dealt with by me long ago, Niu Gongfu said angrily. What is going on over there in Changzhou? Scar asked curiously. Chapter 80, A Series of Troubles. There's a local force over in Changzhou that has somehow gathered a few martial artists, thinking they can use these few fighters to seize our hard-earned business that we've built over the years. Their highest level fighter is just a senior martial artist. While I've been in the martial master realm for many years, I can easily deal with their fighters. If it weren't for their senior martial artist being exceptionally skilled at escaping, I could wipe out their entire force in a day, Niu Gongfeng said proudly. It's all thanks to Niu Gongfeng's prowess. As soon as you step in, the issue is resolved. You truly are our boss's strongest support, Scar immediately praised. Haha, Scar, I will also lend a hand in your matters, don't worry. The burly Niu Gongfeng seemed quite pleased with Scar's flattery and directly patted Scar on the shoulder in promise. Thank you so much, Niu Gongfeng. Let us go. The brothers are all waiting for you in the Supreme Box, Scar hurriedly said with a smile. The two walked into the Huanyu International, chatting and laughing. Before long, Scar and Niu Gongfeng arrived at the Plato KTV. However, for some reason, there was no one at the front desk to receive them. Scar's expression immediately turned grim. This was his territory, and it was also the boss's own business. Scar was responsible for some management work at the KTV. It was simply unforgivable that these staff members had left their posts at the busiest time of the night. Scar had already decided that he would definitely punish these staff members who abandoned their posts. They were so lax and lacked discipline. Seeing the astonished expression on Niu Gongfeng's face, Scar quickly explained. Niu Gongfeng, perhaps the staff went to the restroom temporarily. The brothers are all waiting in a box, so just follow me. Niu Gongfeng didn't say much, just nodded slightly to signal Scar to lead the way. Scar hurriedly guided Niu Gongfeng ahead towards the Supreme Box. Along the way, several scantily clad princesses ran out in a panic, which made Scar and Niu Gongfeng exchange puzzled glances. Soon, they reached the Supreme Box, but found a crowd gathered at the door. Many staff members were blocking the entrance, peeking in at something. What are you doing? What's going on here? Scar immediately scolded the staff when he saw this. This was the first time inviting a big shot like Niu Gongfeng to relax. How could these staff members not be on their toes? They were embarrassing him. If Niu Gongfeng told the boss that his venue was in chaos, wouldn't he be directly fired by the boss? It was unacceptable to mess up at such a critical moment, especially since there hadn't been any issues before. The lobby manager, who was watching from outside the door, hurried over when he saw Scar arrive and said anxiously, Brother Scar, you're here? Something big has happened. Scar frowned and coldly asked, What happened? I have dozens of brothers here. What could possibly go wrong? Oh no, it's green hair. He got drunk and forcibly dragged two girls who came to sing into the Supreme Box. I couldn't stop him. Now we've drawn the attention of someone significant. That person is very powerful and can kick someone away with one kick. It's chaos inside. I see that many of your younger brothers have been knocked down. The lobby manager explained in a panic. What? Is there someone I can't afford to mess with in Sioux City? Who dares to hit my brothers in my territory? Get out of my way. I want to see who the hell is so bold. Scar roared in anger, shoving the lobby manager aside and storming towards the box. Scar was calculating in his mind. With Niu Gongfeng by his side, if it was just ordinary people causing trouble inside, he wouldn't need Niu Gongfeng to step in. His dozens of younger brothers could handle it. If there were martial artists, then, with Niu Gongfeng around, he wouldn't just sit by and watch. He would help out. So he had nothing to fear. Scar aggressively pushed through the crowd and entered the Supreme Box. Because the lighting inside was dim, he didn't immediately notice the damaged door. However, Niu Gongfeng, who followed behind him, clearly saw the destroyed door. Niu Gongfeng frowned at a glance. He could tell there were martial artists causing trouble inside. However, he quickly shook his head and chuckled. As a mid-level martial master, he was practically at the peak of combat power in the mundane world, so there was nothing to worry about. He didn't hesitate to follow Scar inside. After all, Scar was an ordinary person, and he still needed to help him. The difference between ordinary people and junior martial artists is just a matter of martial energy. After training, an ordinary person with high talent can actually have attributes not much different from a junior martial artist, and they might even have a chance to defeat one. However, once it comes to mid-level martial artists, the gap in attributes between ordinary people and mid-level martial artists widens further. It's nearly impossible for an ordinary person to defeat a mid-level martial artist. As for senior martial artists and higher-level martial masters, each realm sees a geometric increase in all physical attributes. The power of martial energy also increases geometrically. Challenging those above 1S level is virtually non-existent unless they are true prodigies or geniuses, who are born standing at heights that ordinary people can never reach in their lifetime. Niu Gongfeng was confident in supporting Scar because over the years, while he mingled around Sioux City, he had hardly encountered any martial artist whose cultivation surpassed his. Scar stormed into the box, and before he could see anyone clearly, he shouted loudly, "Damn it! Let me see who the hell has the guts to cause trouble in my territory." At this time, all the small-time thugs in the box had been driven to the center of the dance floor by Zhao Tian, who was lazily sitting on the sofa, allowing Lin Xiaodong and Qin Pingping to identify the thugs who bullied them. Scar approached and saw his younger brothers standing in the dance floor and the wall of people. He immediately exclaimed in anger, "What is going on? Lu Meng, roll meat, green hair, why are they on the wall?" The thugs all wore dejected expressions and didn't dare to speak, only fearfully looking at Zhao Tian. Seeing the scene, Scar was instantly furious. His face turned extremely gloomy, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they were about to burst. His eyes were filled with rage, fixed on the sofa direction where the thugs were looking, and he grabbed a nearby bottle of liquor, angrily striding towards the sofa. As he walked, he kept cursing, "I want to see who the hell has such guts. How dare they touch my—" However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly seemed to see something terrifying. His body shook violently, and the liquor bottle in his hand dropped to the ground with a crisp sound. Then, Scar's leg seemed to lose support and suddenly went soft. He fell to his knees with a thud, his face displaying an expression of extreme horror, his eyes wide open in shock, fearfully staring at the man sitting on the sofa in front of him. "Zhao! Zhao! Master Zhao!" Scar's voice trembled as he stuttered at the man. Chapter 81. Fear of a hammer. His body trembled incessantly due to fear, completely losing the arrogant demeanor he had just moments ago. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Tian looked at Scarface with a playful expression, revealing a smile that seemed both amused and mocking. Zhao Tian's sharp gaze seemed to penetrate Scarface's soul, instilling an indescribable fear within him. "Scarface, it's only been a few days. Did you treat what I said as a passing breeze?" Zhao Tian's voice was light, yet carried a chilling coldness. "It seems that the punishment I gave you last time was still too light." This statement from Zhao Tian struck Scarface like a bolt from the blue, causing him to shudder. His body trembled even more violently, and sweat instantly dripped down his forehead like raindrops. The terrifying images from that day involuntarily surfaced in Scarface's mind. He recalled his left arm, which still had gone down in swelling. The heart-wrenching screams of his subordinates echoed in his ears, haunting him relentlessly. "Scarface, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Niu Gongfeng, who had followed behind, asked curiously. Seeing Scarface slumped on the ground, he thought he had tripped over something and walked over to help him up. Hearing Niu Gongfeng's voice, Scarface suddenly felt as if he had received a shot of adrenaline and immediately straightened up. Scarface then realized, right? Niu Gongfeng was right behind him. Why should he be afraid? Zhao Tian was just a student after all, even if he had been training since birth. He certainly had not trained as long as Niu Gongfeng, who was definitely stronger. Before Niu Gongfeng could help Scarface, he stood up abruptly. His back no longer ached. His legs no longer trembled. He was no longer stuttering, and the fear Zhao Tian had instilled in him vanished. He even forgot the pain of his subordinates' severed arms. Scarface's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn, daring to glare angrily at Zhao Tian. With Niu Gongfeng backing him up, Scarface scolded Zhao Tian fiercely. "Good, Zhao Tian. I haven't come to settle scores with you yet, and you dare to come to my territory to act wildly. Just wait and see how I break all your limbs today. Let us see how you'll be arrogant in the future." Scarface's sudden change in attitude surprised Zhao Tian. It was obvious that the burly figure behind him had given him confidence. Zhao Tian was not angry, but directly activated his insight eye on the newcomer. Character: Neo Dazhuang Cultivation Level, Intermediate Martial Master, Martial Artist. Occupation: Zhou Family Protector. Favorability: -50 Extreme Dislike. Martial Chi: 1800 Spirit, 300 Physique, 1200 Speed, 450 Evaluation. Neo Dazhuang has been strong and robust since childhood, surpassing ordinary people in physique. By coincidence, he found a fragmented earth-level body, refining technique, Fumo body, refining true skill, and has been practicing it on his own. Due to a lack of resources, he joined the Zhou family as a protector to earn money, doing all kinds of bad deeds for them. He is selfish and ruthless. Neo Dazhuang's data was similar to that of Yu Xingduan from the Xianshui sect, both having one particularly high attribute. Yu Xingduan excelled in speed, while Niu Dazhuang was strong in physique. However, after looking at Niu Dazhuang's personal information, Zhao Tian immediately sentenced him to death. A martial artist who has lost all boundaries for money would cause too much destruction. He must not be left alive. Zhao Tian then glanced at Scarface dismissively and said, Scarface, what gives you the courage to say such things? Zhao Tian, you're dead this time. Do you know who this person beside me is? Scarface asked proudly. Who is it? Zhao Tian cooperated. Oof. Zhao Tian, don't think that just because you're a martial artist, you're something special. There are plenty of martial artists in the world. What are you? My companion, Niu Gongfeng, is the strongest martial artist of our Zhou family. His cultivation is profound and unfathomable. If you kneel down and beg him now, he might leave you a leg to walk on with a crutch. Otherwise, just wait to die, Scarface said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Niu Dazhuang also assumed the demeanor of a world-weary expert. With his hands in his pockets and his forehead slightly raised, he tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, looking like a true show-off. Zhao Tian looked on in disbelief, wondering where this pretentious person came from. You are Zhao Tian? These people were all hurt by you? Niu Dazhuang asked indifferently. That's right, Zhao Tian replied casually. You're quite bold for a young man. Truly, the youth are formidable, Niu Dazhuang said in a lecturing tone. He then shifted his tone and said solemnly, however, since you've injured so many of us twice, you cannot be left alive. Young people should not be too arrogant and leave no room for others. For in this world, there are many people you cannot afford to provoke. Oh, there are people I cannot afford to provoke. Like who? Zhao Tian asked with a surprised tone. Like me, you cannot afford to provoke. Niu Dazhuang shouted loudly, then suddenly propelled himself off the ground, charging forward with a clenched fist aimed directly at Zhao Tian's face. Although Niu Dazhuang was arrogant, he always went all out against enemies. In his dictionary, even fighting a rabbit required full effort. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. For only the victors had the right to live. Niu Dazhuang's sudden attack caused Lin Xiaotong and Shen Pingping nearby to exclaim in unison, Zhao Tian, be careful. However, Zhao Tian took no heed of Niu Dazhuang's sudden assault. In his eyes, Niu Dazhuang's speed was as slow as a snail. He felt that even without defense, Niu Dazhuang couldn't harm him in the slightest. But Zhao Tian was not foolish enough to take Niu Dazhuang's attack head-on. Instead, he casually waved his left hand, striking Niu Dazhuang's face with a slap that sent him spinning like a top, crashing into a wall filled with people. Then came a loud crash. An entire wall collapsed, with people falling from it, unsure if they were alive or dead. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs emerged from the thick dust. Soon after, a disheveled Niu Dazhuang crawled out of the rubble, hunched over. Zhao Tian had not used lethal force, and since Niu Dazhuang was a body cultivator, he could still stand. However, he was seriously injured, with his entire face swollen like a pig's head. Scarface was already dumbfounded, his legs giving way as he knelt back on the ground. Zhao Tian glanced at him casually, then turned his gaze back to Niu Dazhuang. At this moment, Niu Dazhuang was still dazed, wondering why he felt dizzy and saw stars. It took him a while to regain his composure, realizing he had hit a brick wall. With slurred speech, he exclaimed in terror, "This is impossible. How can you be so strong at such a young age?" Chapter 82. Heart-cutting technique in your words. There are too many people in this world you can't provoke, and I am one of them, Zhao Tian said leisurely. He then sighed and said, I didn't expect body cultivators to be so weak. I have absorbed so much power, yet you still can't hold on. It's really boring. He then stood up and said to the group of gangsters standing the dance floor, frozen and afraid to move, "It's simple if you want me to let you go." The gangsters' eyes lit up upon hearing this. They were excited to listen closely to Zhao Tian's words. They certainly didn't want to be kicked into the wall by Zhao Tian, and now that he was willing to let them go, they were definitely happy. Zhao Tian pointed at the Scarface man and said to the gangsters, "As long as you are willing to break all 4 limbs of your boss, I won't hold you responsible and will let you go this time. Otherwise, I'll make an effort to kick each of you into the wall." Upon hearing this, the gangsters were immediately tempted. After all, it was better to break someone else's limbs than their own. Although they didn't move their bodies, their eyes began to dart around, quietly looking for something to use. The Scarface man was shocked to see this. He knew that his subordinates were reckless and would not hold back. If they really attacked him, he would definitely lose his limbs. So he immediately crawled to Zhao Tian's side, hugging Zhao Tian's thigh and pleading, Master Zhao, it's my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai and offending you. Please spare me this time. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." I am willing to be your servant to repay you. Zhao Tian would not let the Scarface man off so easily and ignored him. Seeing that Zhao Tian was unmoved, the Scarface man gritted his teeth and pointed at the gangsters on the dance floor, saying, Master Zhao, how about this? I'll break all my subordinates' limbs to vent your anger. Can you not hold it against me? Before Zhao Tian could respond, the gangsters on the dance floor were outraged by the Scarface man's words and began to curse him. Damn it, you scumbag. I called you boss, and you think you're my father? Selling out your subordinates to survive. Is this how a boss acts? Even if you are my father, you can't break my limbs. Just now, Master Zhao wanted us to break your limbs, and I still felt a bit soft-hearted. Damn it, I was too soft-hearted too early. Brothers, I reserve the 2 legs of the Scarface man. If I don't break them into 8 pieces, I won't share his surname. And me, I reserve the 2 arms of the Scarface man. I reserve the... Damn, you've all reserved the Scarface man's limbs. Where do I hit him? I reserve the Scarface man's 3rd leg. No one can argue with me. Seeing this situation, the Scarface man was dumbfounded. The subordinates who used to be obedient and submissive in front of him were now looking like they wanted to tear him apart. Terrified, he rushed to hug Zhao Tian's thigh again, trying to plead for mercy. Zhao Tian looked at the Scarface man's desperate expression with disgust and kicked him into the dance floor, knocking down a group of gangsters. He then shouted, Shut up. Now you can start fighting. Whichever side wins, I will let him go. Zhao Tian coldly said to the Scarfaced man, who was lying on the ground, Scarfaced, stop pretending. I haven't even hurt you. The Scarfaced man, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, immediately scrambled up when he realized he was exposed. He grabbed an ashtray from the nearby table with one hand and a beer bottle with the other. Taking advantage of the other gangsters not reacting yet, he swung both hands with all his might, smashing them towards anyone nearby. In an instant, blood splattered, and screams filled the air as the Scarface man knocked down 4 gangsters. Those who weren't hit initially felt a chill at the Scarfaced man's violent actions. And then they threw away the last shred of brotherly loyalty and picked up beer bottles to smash them at the Scarface man. The reason the Scarface man could be the boss was not without merit. Although he had no martial energy, he was quick to react and a skilled fighter. He dodged left and right, avoiding most of the gangsters' attacks, and used his back to block the ones he couldn't avoid. He even took the opportunity to smash the large glass ashtray into the vital points of the surrounding gangsters. Zhao Tian didn't care about the chaotic fight in the dance floor, but turned to the somewhat scared Lin Xiaotong and said, Xiaotong, this matter has escalated. Can you see if your family can come forward to handle it? Lin Xiaotong, upon hearing this, quickly responded, Zhao Tian, you don't have to worry. I'll contact my dad immediately. He definitely won't let these gangsters who kidnapped and threatened me and Ping go easily. Okay, you contact your family, and I'll wrap things up, Zhao Tian said gently. The reason Zhao Tian wanted Lin Xiaotong to contact her family was that he had discerned from his insight that Lin Xiaotong was from the Lin family in the capital. The Lin family in the capital was a first-rate family with influence in the military, politics, and business. Handling a small matter like this fight should be a piece of cake. To reduce his own trouble, Zhao Tian directly asked Lin Xiaotong to have her family deal with it. After that, Zhao Tian stood up and walked over to the swaying and unstable Niu Dazhuang. He gently placed a palm on his abdomen. Niu Dazhuang felt as if something had exploded inside him. His Dantian's chi vortex shattered, and all his meridians were severed. The rich martial energy he had accumulated over the years instantly dissipated. Niu Dazhuang let out a scream and was directly crippled by Zhao Tian. Did you think it was over just like that? Of course not. Zhao Tian had already sentenced Niu Dazhuang to death. So it wouldn't be as simple as just crippling his cultivation. Zhao Tian then casually pressed a few points on Niu Dazhuang's back. Niu Dazhuang collapsed to the ground, left with only a weak breath, completely motionless. After dealing with Niu Dazhuang, Zhao Tian returned to the sofa and waited for the outcome of the battle in the dance floor. Zhao Tian, what did you do to that person? You didn't kill him, did you? Lin Xiaotong asked, somewhat worried. No, I just crippled his cultivation. He won't be able to bully others with his high cultivation anymore. Zhao Tian replied with a smile, signaling Lin Xiaotong not to worry. That's good. Lin Xiaotong sighed in relief upon hearing this. Zhao Tian's gaze shifted slightly. He didn't tell Lin Xiaotong the truth. In fact, he not only crippled Niu Dazhuang's cultivation, but also used a lost skill from traditional Chinese medicine called the heart-cutting technique on him. The casual few presses Zhao Tian made on Niu Dazhuang's back were a combination of his martial energy and the heart-cutting technique, blocking the blood flow around Niu Dazhuang's heart. Within 5 days, Niu Dazhuang would die from heart failure due to insufficient blood supply. Chapter 83. The top scorer in the college entrance examination turns out to be a cultivator, of course. If Niu Dazhuang still had cultivation, he could directly control his martial energy to disperse the heart-cutting techniques, martial energy. This is also why Zhao Tian went to the trouble of crippling Niu Dazhuang's cultivation. Delaying a few days for Niu Dazhuang would mean that tonight's events would not be related to him. Although Zhao Tian was not afraid, he did not want to attract a bunch of trouble. Soon, the chaos in the dance floor came to an end. Although Scarface was considered powerful among ordinary people and was quite cunning, having taken down over a dozen thugs, he was ultimately outnumbered. Surrounded by a group of enraged thugs in the small dance floor, he was beaten badly, with his limbs bent at unnatural angles, lying in a pool of blood, his body completely stained red. He twitched occasionally, looking like he was about to die. Some of the thugs he had taken down were also lying on the ground, rolling and moaning while holding their heads, clearly injured. The remaining thugs, driven by adrenaline from the bloody brawl, had red eyes and temporarily forgot their fear of Zhao Tian. Suddenly, someone charged at Zhao Tian and the others with a bottle, attempting to attack him. Zhao Tian coldly snorted, completely unmoved. No one is allowed to move. Put down your weapons. Squat down on the spot. At that moment, a furious shout came from the entrance of the private room. Following that, a team of fully armed law enforcers, holding weapons, entered the private room in a defensive formation, surrounding the dance floor and restroom areas. The thug who was about to attack Zhao Tian ignored the law enforcer's warning and charged at Zhao Tian. He was immediately taken down by a stun gun from an incoming enforcer. After the enforcers controlled the scene, a few more people entered the private room. Zhao Tian immediately recognized the newcomers. The person surrounded by several high-ranking enforcers was none other than Lin Jihai, the governor of Su City, who had given him a bonus that morning. Turning to see the somewhat excited Lin Xiaotong beside him, Zhao Tian realized that both of them shared the surname Lin, and he understood that Lin Jihai was from the Lin family in the capital. He couldn't help but wonder what the relationship between Lin Jihai and Lin Xiaotong was. "Dad, you finally came," Lin Xiaotong exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Jihai. Hearing Lin Xiaotong's words, Zhao Tian's eyes widened. He never expected Lin Jihai to be Lin Xiaotong's father. He then thought with a strange expression, "Does this mean I met Lin Xiaotong's parents this morning?" Lin Jihai frowned as he looked at the chaotic scene in the private room and asked Xiaotong, "What happened here? Why are there so many injuries? What was the situation you mentioned about being kidnapped by a criminal organization?" Lin Xiaotong then explained in detail how she and her classmates had come to sing, how they were forced to drink by the thugs with green hair, and how Zhao Tian came to their rescue. The more Lin Jihai listened, the darker his expression became. Finally, unable to contain his anger, he reprimanded the middle-aged enforcer next to him. "Qi Tongwei, how is it that under your management, such a large, organized criminal force can operate with impunity in the center of Su City?" Lin Jihai pointed angrily toward the dance floor. "I never expected that a bloody incident involving weapons would occur in my jurisdiction. I also didn't expect that 2 high school girls would be kidnapped and coerced. I didn't even anticipate that one of those girls would be my daughter. What is your law enforcement bureau doing, allowing these dark forces to exist unchecked?" The city law enforcement bureau chief, Qi Tongwei, looked grim and did not dare speak. He knew all too well that these people were the minions of the Zhou family, who had numerous interests in the gray industry and were also affiliated with him. However, Zhou Shiyang from the Zhou family was quite adept at handling matters, frequently providing him with benefits. Having accepted those benefits, Qi Tongwei definitely wouldn't dare to touch the Zhou family's money tree. Now that Lin Jihai had a higher rank, and today's events involve his daughter, Qi Tongwei didn't dare to refute him and obediently followed Lin Jihai's orders. Lin Jihai would soon be transferred to the capital, and there was no need to make enemies with someone who was about to leave. If everything went according to Lin Jihai's request now, once he left, everything would return to normal. Qi Tongwei silently calculated in his mind. Arrest all these thugs, interrogate them thoroughly, and completely eradicate this dark force. Capture the person in charge of this KTV and the actual controller. Conduct a strict investigation. Lin Jihai directly commanded. "Yes, Governor Lin." Qi Tongwei responded obediently. He then instructed the law enforcers, arrest all individuals involved and take them back to the Law Enforcement Bureau for interrogation. "Governor Lin, what about the many injured?" an enforcer asked. "First, notify the ambulance to take the injured for treatment," Lin Jihai said solemnly. "Yes," as the law enforcers began their arrest operation. The thugs who had thought that defeating Scarface would allow them to be spared by Zhao Tian were left dumbfounded. Master Zhao, you said that as long as we win, you would let us go. You can't go back on your word." One thug pleaded with Zhao Tian. "I did let you go. but I can't control what the law enforcers do, Zhao Tian said innocently. The thugs were stunned. They realized they had been played by Zhao Tian. They never expected such a powerful person to be so shameless as to let the law enforcers come and arrest them. Zhao Tian sneered inwardly. A bunch of fools, truly benefiting while pretending to be wronged. If it weren't for the law enforcers taking you away, I would have plenty of ways to deal with you. Now that the law enforcers have arrived, it's equivalent to saving your lives. Although Zhao Tian's acupuncture skill was a mysterious level skill, he had just as many methods to harm as to heal. As long as he wanted, he could use 100 different ways to make these thugs disappear without them knowing. However, now that those thugs were to be taken into the law enforcement bureau, he didn't need to exert that effort anymore. At that moment, Lin Zhihai walked over, looking surprised. Zhao Tian, you actually go to school with Xiaodong? Yes, Governor Lin. I didn't expect you to be Xiaodong's father. Zhao Tian replied. Zhao Tian, I won't be the governor for long. So just call me Uncle Lin in the future. No need to be so formal. Lin Zhihai said with a smile, the anger he had shown earlier completely gone. Zhao Tian didn't hold back and directly said, Hello, Uncle Lin. Huh, but you, my boy, truly are hiding your talents. I never expected you, a top scorer in the college entrance examination, to also be a cultivator. Lin Zhihai exclaimed as he looked at the thugs being carried away. I only cultivated by chance. It's nothing worth mentioning, Zhao Tian humbly replied. Chapter 84. Bonus Cultivation Method. Lin Zhihai did not delve into how Zhao Tian became a martial artist. There were many martial artists within the Lin family, so he was not surprised at all, and everyone had their own secrets, making it unnecessary to ask questions. By the way, Uncle Lin, do I need to go to the Enforcement Bureau to assist with the investigation? Zhao Tian asked. No need. Xiaodong explained everything clearly and in detail, and those thugs have all confessed. Besides, your actions were all in self-defense. You just need to make a statement with the enforcers on site later. Then you can help me take Xiaodong and Chen Pingping home. I need to go to the Enforcement Bureau to follow up on this matter. Lin Zhihai said in a deep voice. Okay, Uncle Lin, you can rest assured and handle your business. I will safely take the two classmates home. Zhao Tian said seriously. Afterward, a few enforcers were sent over by Qi Tongwei to take a simple statement from Zhao Tian, Lin Xiaodong, and Chen Pingping. Then they were allowed to leave. Unlike Lin Xiaodong and Zhao Tian, Chen Pingping was in a daze. As an ordinary person, she found it hard to accept the events of the night. Lin Xiaodong came from a top family and was aware of the existence of martial artists, so her perspective was different from that of an ordinary person. Although she was also a bit scared by the events of the night, she quickly recovered. On the way home with Zhao Tian, Lin Xiaodong constantly reassured Chen Pingping from the back seat. After dropping off Chen Pingping, Zhao Tian would take Lin Xiaodong home. The two finally had a chance to be alone together. In the back seat of the taxi, neither of them spoke. Lin Xiaodong leaned against Zhao Tian, tightly holding his waist, feeling the sense of security he brought her. She had an impulse to give herself to Zhao Tian. If it weren't for Zhao Tian tonight, she might have been harmed by those thugs. The consequences were unimaginable and unacceptable to her. It was better to give her body to someone she liked. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Lin Xiaodong's community. Reluctantly, she got out of the car. Zhao Tian naturally sensed his girlfriend's unusual behavior, but he just thought Lin Xiaodong was afraid because of what had happened earlier. After getting out of the car, Lin Xiaodong still clung to him, not letting him leave. Zhao Tian took the initiative to comfort her. Xiaodong, it's all over. As long as I'm here, no one will bully you in the future. Lin Xiaodong didn't speak, just holding Zhao Tian tightly. Xiaodong, in a few days when I go to the capital, I will start teaching you how to cultivate. Even if I'm not by your side, you'll have the ability to protect yourself in the future, Zhao Tian said again. He had also considered Lin Xiaodong's safety. Teaching her to cultivate was just the first step. However, he had not yet found a suitable cultivation method. The dual cultivation method he wanted to buy was merely an auxiliary method. Lin Xiaodong still needed a main cultivation method of her own. He would take the time to ask the system to see what it would recommend. However, if he directly bought two top-tier cultivation methods from the system, it would probably cost him at least 2 billion. This made Zhao Tian feel a bit overwhelmed. It seemed he needed to hurry up and make money. Zhao Tian, when you go to the capital, I want to give you a gift. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, so come find me as soon as you can, Lin Xiaodong said to Zhao Tian, blushing. Then, she shyly left Zhao Tian's embrace and ran away. Zhao Tian watched Lin Xiaodong leave, listening to the system's prompt indicating that his favorability was continuously increasing, and he smiled and shook his head. He then turned around and focused on using his cultivation method to speed home. Zhao Tian continuously dodged obstacles, thinking to himself, It would be great if I could fly. I wouldn't have to avoid things so laboriously. When he returned home, Zhao Tian did not delay and directly entered the system with his consciousness, asking system, I want to find a suitable cultivation method for Lin Xiaodong. Do you have any recommendations? Lin Xiaodong's physique is special, and the host level is insufficient. So it is currently impossible to obtain a suitable cultivation method for her. The system replied mechanically. What? What do you mean special physique? My level is low. I'm already a master. I'm about to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Zhao Tian immediately protested, considering that Lin Xiaodong is the host's woman. The system can make an exception for a fee and reveal some information about Lin Xiaodong's special physique in advance. The system replied mechanically. An exception for a fee? What does that mean? Zhao Tian asked in confusion. Would the host like to spend 10 million to learn about Lin Xiaodong's special physique in advance? The system asked mechanically. What? 10 million? Just to learn about a physique? System, are you robbing me? Zhao Tian exclaimed. The system seemed to feel it was excessive and quickly added. Of course not. Given Lin Xiaodong's close relationship with the host, the system will also provide a cultivation method suitable for her physique as a bonus. Would the host like to accept this offer? Hearing this, Zhao Tian was secretly overjoyed. Buying a cultivation method would cost him a lot of money, but spending 10 million to get a suitable cultivation method for Lin Xiaodong's special physique was a huge bargain. He immediately agreed, I accept. Soon, Zhao Tian received a text message about the deduction from his phone. Dear customer, your debit card account, Longwei Universe Bank Card XXXXXXXX6888 on June 18th, donated 10,000,000 yuan to the Hope Project. After the transaction is complete, the account balance is 78,640,008 yuan. The system's voice then sounded. Lin Xiaodong's physique is one of the 10 great divine physiques in the cultivation world. The Yin divine body. Once activated, it could directly absorb all Yin attribute spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Before reaching a high level, there are almost no bottlenecks in cultivation. And the speed of cultivation far exceeds that of ordinary people by hundreds or thousands of times. In terms of combat power at the same level, it is nearly invincible except for other rare physiques that are also among the 10 great divine physiques. The Yin divine body is the best dual cultivation partner in the cultivation world, where Yin and Yang blend and heaven and man unite, greatly aiding the cultivation level of dual cultivation partners. Once discovered, the Yin divine body will be fought over and recruited by major top forces. However, the spiritual energy in the secular world where the host resides is lacking, and without a suitable cultivation method, Lin Xiaodong's Yin divine body cannot be activated. Without the host's help, Lin Xiaodong could only remain a hidden gem, fading into obscurity in the mundane world. Wow, this Yin divine body is indeed amazing. But it can't be activated. Zhao Tian exclaimed in astonishment. He then asked system, what about the cultivation method you said is suitable for Lin Xiaodong? Please check the item space yourself. Host. The system replied. Zhao Tian's mind moved, and he began to check the item space. At that moment, in the item space, in addition to the previous piles of talismans, cultivation methods, and weapons, there was now an additional rectangular jade slip emitting a faint glow. With a thought, the jade slip appeared directly in Zhao Tian's hand. The information of the jade slip automatically appeared in Zhao Tian's mind. Yin Divine Classic. Entry level only for the cultivation of the Yin Divine body. System. Why is there only an entry level? What can I cultivate with that? Zhao Tian said directly, dissatisfied. Host. The Yin Divine Classic. Entry level is sufficient for Lin Xiaodong to cultivate for a long time. The system replied mechanically. Chapter 85. The best dual cultivation technique. Zhao Tian listened to the system's words and nodded. Since the system said he could cultivate for a long time, he felt reassured. Soon, Zhao Tian's expression shifted, and he asked the system, System, do you think I have any special physique? The host does not have a special physique, but your aptitude, after being improved by the washing marrow pill, is considered quite exceptional among ordinary people, the system replied. I'm worried that my ordinary aptitude won't compare to the Yin divine body in the later stages of cultivation, Zhao Tian asked with some concern. Rest assured, the Taiji true skill you are cultivating is a top-tier technique in the cultivation world. As your realm continues to rise, your physique will also improve. The system reassured him. If the host wants detailed information about how the Taiji true skill enhances the physique, you can spend 10 million. The system will clarify any doubts for the host in advance. Does the host accept this? Are you crazy about money? You want 10 million just to answer a question? Zhao Tian exclaimed. It is because the host level is not high enough, yet you wish to know things that you shouldn't know at this stage, which requires a corresponding price. The system responded mechanically. System, if I spend this 10 million, can you give me another suitable technique? Zhao Tian asked tentatively. No, the system directly refused. Well, I know the specifics of how the Taiji true skill enhances my physique once my level increases. Zhao Tian asked again. Yes, once the level is reached, the system's permissions will unlock, and it will naturally answer the host doubts within the scope of its permissions, the system replied. Since I can find out later, then forget it. Spending 10 million just to know some information isn't necessary. Zhao Tian decided to give up on spending money for answers. The host should work hard on cultivation. Once the cultivation reaches a certain level, everything will become clear naturally. Moreover, with the assistance of this system, no genius or prodigy or divine body saint can compare to the host. The system encouraged. That's good. Now I can relax. After all, we are men. If we lack strength at home, we can't speak with confidence. Zhao Tian chuckled. System, since the Tian divine body is an excellent physique for dual cultivation, do I still need to purchase a dual cultivation technique as assistance? Zhao Tian asked again. The host's Taiji true skill is the best dual cultivation technique and does not require the purchase of other techniques. When the host engages in dual cultivation, the Taiji true skill will automatically enter a dual cultivation state. As long as the Tian divine body is activated, the host can dual cultivate to enhance cultivation. However, before the Tian divine body is activated, it is best for the host not to engage in dual cultivation. The power of primordial yin accumulated over the years can significantly enhance both party strength during the first dual cultivation. Before the Tian divine body is activated, even dual cultivation won't yield much improvement. So the host should consider the gains and losses and choose the right time for dual cultivation. The system explained. Hearing this, Zhao Tian was moved. He didn't expect that his Taiji true skill was actually a top-tier dual cultivation technique. This was something he never anticipated. He could save a lot of money on buying techniques. Once Lin Xiaotong activated the Tian divine body and engaged in dual cultivation with him, it would be another great opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Now, with the intimacy level between him and Lin Xiaotong reaching as high as 90 points, he could do whatever he wanted with her, so he didn't need to worry about that. However, he still needed to activate her Tian divine body first. Zhao Tian exited the system space. Now that he had resolved Lin Xiaotong's cultivation issue, it was time for him to focus on improving his own cultivation. He sat cross-legged, activated the Taiji true skill, and began to cultivate. Indeed, after the enhancement from the washing marrow pill, Zhao Tian's cultivation speed had increased significantly. Previously, after an hour of cultivation, he could only operate 4 circulations of the technique, increasing his martial energy by a little over 10 points. Now that he had reached the master realm, with 6 meridians, it normally would take double the time to operate 1 circulation, meaning he would require an hour to operate 2 circulations. However, due to the improvement from the washing marrow pill, Zhao Tian could operate over 20 circulations in 1 hour. This meant he could increase his attributes by 120 points in 1 hour, matching what he used to gain in a whole day of cultivation. If he cultivated for 10 hours, he could gain 1,200 attribute points. This speed was indeed very fast. Zhao Tian threw himself wholeheartedly into cultivation. He planned to reach the innate Grand Master realm in one go before exiting his seclusion. He continued cultivating until the next day without stopping. Eventually, when hunger became unbearable, Zhao Tian luxuriously spent 100,000 yuan to buy a pill of absorption to replenish his energy. The pill of absorption had no taste, and once consumed, a tremendous energy instantly filled his body. The previously starving Zhao Tian felt as if he had eaten 10 bulls and was completely satisfied. This way, he could continue cultivating without being interrupted by hunger. At this moment, Zhao Tian remembered that he still had 10 Qi gathering pills as a reward for completing the top student task from the college entrance examination. According to the information, 1 Qi gathering pill could increase martial energy by 100 points, and 10 Qi gathering pills were equivalent to his cultivation results in less than an hour. Nonetheless, better than nothing. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Zhao Tian directly swallowed all 10 Qi gathering pills. The Qi gathering pills dissolved instantly, transforming into streams of pure martial energy that merged into Zhao Tian's Dantian vortex. In an instant, his martial energy increased by 600 points. However, no other attributes increased, which made Zhao Tian feel a bit regretful. He re-entered the state of cultivation. Time passed without notice, and another whole day went by. Zhao Tian didn't even go to see Lin Xiaodong off when she left. He was completely immersed in the fascinating cultivation process. By now, his martial energy had reached 10,000 points, and his other attributes of spirit, speed, and physique had all reached 9,000 points, no longer increasing due to cultivation. Zhao Tian didn't waste any time and immediately began to allocate points. He spent 3,000 free attribute points to raise his spirit, physique, and speed all to 10,000 points. At this moment, the martial energy within Zhao Tian automatically circulated, allowing him to break through to the intermediate master realm. Zhao Tian then began to check his attribute panel. Name: Zhao Tian. Available attribute points: 210 points cultivation. Advanced master martial energy: 10,006 spirit, 10,006 physique, 10,006 speed, 10,006 charm, 82 luck, 13 task. Become an advanced innate grandmaster at the peak of martial arts. Countdown: 362 days. Looking at his growing cultivation level, he realized that the attribute points required to break through to the next realm were also increasing. According to the rules, to break through to the beginner innate grandmaster realm, at least 20,000 attribute points were needed. With 10,000 points at the current cultivation speed, even with 24 hours of nonstop cultivation, it would take at least close to 5 days. Zhao Tian did not hesitate. He planned to break through to the innate grandmaster realm in one go and then resolve the grievances with Zhou. After purchasing the pill of absorption, he entered the state of cultivation again, fully activating the Taiji true skill. Chapter 86. Liquid martial qi. Whenever Zhao Tian felt hungry, he would directly consume and buy the fasting pill from the system, swallowing it to replenish the energy his body needed. Time flew by, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 days, Zhao Tian devoted himself entirely to cultivation without a moment's interruption. Finally, his martial qi attribute successfully broke through to 20,000 points. Other attributes, such as spirit, physique, and speed, also stopped improving after reaching 18,000 points. His cultivation once again hit a bottleneck. Zhao Tian's heart was filled with excitement. All his hard work over these days was for this moment. A thought flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, he chose to allocate points. In an instant, 6,000 points of free attributes were consumed like flowing water. His spirit, physique, and speed skyrocketed to 20,000 points. At that moment, the martial qi within him, which was already vast like an ocean, began to surge violently like a giant wave stirred up by a fierce wind. This martial qi first expanded upon the foundation of his original 6 meridians, forcefully opening up 3 brand new meridians as if creating a new world. Thus, the martial qi in the 9 meridians intertwined like 9 winding dragons within Zhao Tian's body, ultimately converging into an unstoppable torrent that flowed into his dantian. The massive vortex of qi that had already filled his dantian began to convulse violently under the impact of this torrent, like a disturbed giant beast. This vortex had already reached its limit, and now, under such immense external pressure, it was unable to withstand it any longer and began to teeter on the brink of collapse. Zhao Tian watched in horror as his heart raced and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. However, before he could react, the dantian vortex, already on the verge of collapse, finally could no longer endure the endless influx of martial qi and exploded. With a loud bang, Zhao Tian felt as if his body had been torn apart by massive force, and excruciating pain spread throughout him in an instant. His consciousness went blank, as if the entire world had drifted away from him at that moment. Yet, just when he thought he was about to lose everything, suddenly, an immense suction force appeared at the center of his dantian. This suction was like a bottomless black hole, mercilessly devouring all the martial qi within Zhao Tian's body. The martial qi within Zhao Tian was being compressed to the center of his dantian by that irresistible suction force. He had no idea how long it lasted, but slowly, Zhao Tian's consciousness began to recover. When he opened his eyes again, the first sensation he felt was a void at his dantian. He quickly looked inside his body and was astonished to find that all the martial qi had disappeared. In its place, at the center of his dantian, there was a drop of martial qi liquid formed by the compression of all his martial qi. This drop of liquid emitted a black and white glow. Although it appeared to be just a tiny drop, The energy contained within it made Zhao Tian's heart race. He could clearly sense that the energy in this seemingly insignificant drop was beyond imagination, far surpassing the gaseous martial qi he had before. At this moment, Zhao Tian felt as if he possessed endless power, able to easily split mountains and shatter stones with a mere gesture. However, just as he was filled with joy, an unprecedented sense of emptiness suddenly surged in his heart. This emptiness was not due to hunger, but stemmed from the extreme craving for energy within every cell of his body. This craving was not for ordinary energy, but for a desperate need for a higher level of energy. Zhao Tian dared not delay for a moment and immediately began to cultivate according to the innate Grandmaster level Tai Chi true skill released by the system. He focused all his spirit, guiding the drop of liquid martial qi at his dantian to flow slowly along the 9 meridians. The liquid martial qi, as thin as silk, moved like a nimble little snake, weaving through Zhao Tian's 9 meridians. With each passage through a meridian, its terrifying power was more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the previous gaseous martial qi, directly reshaping the originally weak meridians, making them tougher and more powerful. As the Tai Chi true skill continued to operate, Zhao Tian's body became like a huge magnetic field, attracting the yin-yang attribute energies from the heavens and earth, continuously flowing into his body. As these energies poured into him, the sense of emptiness within Zhao Tian gradually eased. During the first great cycle of the liquid martial qi, the flow of the liquid martial qi in the meridians was very slow. Zhao Tian needed to concentrate fully to guide this thread of liquid martial qi. As the liquid martial qi circulated, Zhao Tian once again experienced the pain of reshaping his meridians. He gritted his teeth and persevered. After a long time, that thread of liquid martial qi was finally guided back into the drop of liquid at his dantian, forming a perfect closed loop. Zhao Tian let out a sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Next, the operation of the technique became smooth, and the liquid martial qi began to flow rapidly through the meridians like a clear spring. The surrounding yin-yang attribute energies seemed to be attracted, continuously gathering towards him. If Zhao Tian opened his eyes at that moment, he would see an astonishing sight. Around his body, it seemed as if a black and white energy ocean had formed. These energies surged like roaring waves, continuously pouring into his body. The liquid martial qi in his meridians rapidly absorbed these energies and then flowed into his dantian like a trickling stream. The liquid martial qi, which had initially moved through the meridians as thin as silk, gradually thickened with the continuous influx of external energy, like a small stream gathering into a rushing river. The drop of liquid martial qi that was originally in his dantian began to grow larger as Zhao Tian cultivated, forming a floating liquid sphere with a rotating black and white halo. As all the external energy was absorbed, Zhao Tian slowly withdrew his power. Before he even opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that his consciousness could see everything around him in 720 degrees without any blind spots. Like a god's perspective, he saw a handsome young man sitting cross-legged on the bed, which was himself. Experiencing this for the first time, Zhao Tian felt incredibly amazed. He then continued to extend his consciousness outward, clearly seeing everything in the room. Even the dust particles on the cabinet were distinctly visible. Zhao Tian's consciousness could easily pass through objects upon contact, allowing him to see the internal and external conditions of the items clearly. Chapter 87. Thin spiritual energy, the reinforced concrete that isolated people could easily penetrate consciousness. Zhao Tian's consciousness skimmed past the wall, seeing Aunt Zhang lying in bed with her arm and leg in plaster. Upon seeing her current miserable state, Zhao Tian felt no pity at all. He merely glanced indifferently and continued to extend his consciousness. Then he saw the middle-aged couple upstairs, the elderly Liu couple downstairs, and other neighbors who were sleeping. When his consciousness spread to the street and swept over a sleeping stray dog, the dog suddenly woke up. It looked around warily, but found nothing. The stray dog tilted its head in confusion, thought for a long time, and finally whimpered twice before lying down to sleep again. Zhao Tian's consciousness swept through the entire neighborhood, flew into the sky, and overlooked the brilliantly lit city. Just as he wanted to extend his awareness further, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness, and the entire world twisted. Zhao Tian's consciousness instantly returned to his body. At this moment, due to the extensive use of his mental projection ability, Zhao Tian's mental energy was depleted. Feeling the weakness of his spirit, He hurriedly began to allocate his remaining attribute points to mental attributes, putting all 210 points into mental attributes to dispel that feeling of weakness. After practicing for a while, he replenished the depleted mental energy. When Zhao Tian opened his eyes again, a glimmer of divine light flashed in his eyes, and the world in his perception became clearer than ever before. Combined with his externalized spirit, he felt for the first time that mysterious and powerful force between heaven and earth so clearly. In his perception, colorful energy light spots were sparsely scattered, like a group of joyful little sprites dancing freely between heaven and earth. Whenever he operated the Tai Chi true skill, those black and white light spots seemed to be attracted to him, merging into his body. These light spots appeared to be the purest energy in the universe, continuously pouring into him, nourishing his meridians and dantian, causing the originally fine liquid martial energy in his body to gradually become stronger. According to the explanation of the Tai Chi true skill, when a person reaches the realm of innate grandmaster, the liquid martial energy in their body will undergo a qualitative change, known as spiritual energy. This spiritual energy is more powerful and pure than ordinary martial energy, allowing for control and utilization at will. At the same time, the externalized consciousness will also be enhanced, referred to as divine consciousness. Divine consciousness acts like a third eye, capable of perceiving everything around it, even penetrating objects to sense internal conditions. Although both the innate Grandmaster realm and the Grandmaster realm contain the word master, they are actually two completely different concepts. The gap between these two realms is like heaven and earth. One is immortal, while the other is an extraordinary existence. Those below the innate Grandmaster level, no matter how strong their physical constitution, are ultimately still ordinary people. Their lifespan is merely 100 years. Even if their bodies are powerful, they are still flesh and blood, unable to escape the shackles of life and death. However, once one breaks through to the innate Grandmaster realm, the meridians of the entire body will be reshaped by spiritual energy, and the physical body will be greatly improved under the nourishment of spiritual energy. The entire life level will undergo a leap, effectively becoming a spiritual body capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lifespan will significantly increase, reaching over 200 years. Moreover, innate Grandmasters can break the limitations of gravity, flying with Qi like immortals, a realm that ordinary people find hard to reach. The reason for this is that when martial energy liquefies into spiritual energy, its power increases by hundreds or thousands of times, allowing martial artists to fully control their bodies and break free from the constraints of the earth, soaring freely in the sky like birds. However, at this moment, Zhao Tian did not feel excited about his elevation to the innate Grandmaster realm. He suddenly realized a very serious issue. That is, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so thin. During his breakthrough to the innate Grandmaster, he had absorbed a large amount of yin and yang attribute spiritual energy around him. After that, he found that the surrounding spiritual energy had become exceptionally scarce, almost pitifully so. Especially when he tried to restore his divine consciousness and continue practicing, the energy he could absorb was extremely minimal, thin to the point of being astonishing. Zhao Tian silently waited as time ticked by, and finally, the energy in the world began to slowly recover. This discovery made him furrow his brows tightly, because such thin spiritual energy meant that it would be nearly impossible for him to quickly cultivate and elevate his cultivation level. Zhao Tian thought to himself, I wonder if there are other areas where the spiritual energy is rich enough to support my continuous cultivation. This made him feel quite troubled. It seemed that quickly breaking through to a higher innate Grandmaster was not easy. Zhao Tian shook his head and then checked his personal information. Name, Zhao Tian. Available attribute points, 0 cultivation level. Beginner innate Grandmaster martial energy, 21200 mental, 21200 physique, 21200 speed, 21200 charm, 85 luck, 13 mission. Become a high-level innate Grandmaster at the peak of martial arts. Countdown, 357 days. Looking at the attributes so strong, Zhao Tian couldn't help but feel proud. This was the result of his hard work over so many days. With such cultivation, he believed there should be no one in the world who could threaten him. Because according to his current situation, if there were no blessed lands with rich spiritual energy, all innate Grandmaster level powerhouses face the same problem. The density of spiritual energy in the world could not support them in further enhancing their cultivation. No wonder the system said that Lin Xiaodong's tiny divine body could not be activated due to the lack of spiritual energy and suitable techniques. Even an ordinary innate grandmaster found it extremely difficult to enhance their cultivation, let alone a super body like the tiny divine body. Putting those thoughts aside, Zhao Tian hadn't eaten a normal meal for the past few days, only consuming fasting pills, which made his mouth feel bland. Although after entering the innate grandmaster realm, he no longer needed to consume large amounts of food to replenish energy, Zhao Tian had grown somewhat picky after eating good food for a while. So, Zhao Tian directly got up, ready to go eat something delicious to reward himself. Walking to the balcony, Zhao Tian did not expect that it would take him half a day just to restore his mental energy. It was already noon, and the bright sun outside had made the whole world wilt. There were hardly any people outside, with only a few cars passing by occasionally. Zhao Tian projected his divine consciousness, carefully scanning a 100-meter radius around him. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he directly flew up from the balcony. Although it was his first time flying, Zhao Tian felt extremely skilled, easily controlling his body with the spiritual energy in his body, allowing himself to rise, float, and move forward and backward. Chapter 88. Bloodthirsty Magic Mosquito. After trying for a while, Zhao Tian directly controlled his body to fly into the sky. Feeling the fierce gale caused by the rapid speed in his ears, Zhao Tian's heart surged with excitement. He could finally fly. To avoid being seen by pedestrians on the ground, Zhao Tian tried to fly as high as possible. The higher he flew, the stronger the wind in the air became. As he looked down at the shrinking buildings, he felt an increasing consumption of spiritual energy. After assessing his spiritual energy reserves, he realized that he could fly for half a day with his current supply. Glancing at the ground, he noticed that the Huanyu International Living Plaza was nearby. So he didn't fly straight ahead, but instead descended diagonally towards it. Fortunately, it was noon, the hottest time of the day, and there was hardly anyone outside. Even if there were, they wouldn't be looking up at the sky, so Zhao Tian's sudden descent went unnoticed. Entering Huanyu International, he headed straight for his usual spot, the seafood buffet restaurant. As soon as he reached the entrance, the receptionist picked up the intercom and shouted, "Attention all departments! Attention all departments! Attention all departments! The big eater is back." Despite Zhao Tian having a thick skin, he felt his face flush upon hearing this. He secretly muttered to himself, "I only think your food tastes decent. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep coming back." After paying, Zhao Tian walked into the restaurant under the strange gazes of the others and began to savor the fresh high-end seafood. This time, he didn't eat table after table like before. Instead, he chose a table of high-end seafood to savor carefully. After finishing, he got up to leave. As he reached the entrance, the manager, who had been watching him for a while, hurried over with a serious expression and asked, "Sir, is there a problem with our seafood?" Zhao Tian was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. After recalling the taste of the seafood he just had, he shook his head and replied, "No problem at all. It tastes great, and the seafood is very fresh." "Really? Normally, you eat 5 or 6 tables of seafood when you come, but this time, is it because of the quality of the seafood or that the taste didn't meet your expectations that you only ate this little?" The manager asked again. Zhao Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought something serious had happened. It turned out that his lesser consumption today had led to this misunderstanding from the manager. "I used to be in a growth phase, and after intense exercise, I was extremely hungry, which is why I ate so much. Recently, I feel like I'm not growing much anymore, and my appetite has decreased," Zhao Tian explained again. He then praised, "Although this is a buffet, the quality of the ingredients and the chef's skills are top-notch, which is why I come here frequently. Thank you for your support and praise. Our Huanyu Premium Seafood Buffet restaurant is a nationwide chain of high-end seafood buffets. Backed by the Huanyu Group, we have strong financial support and the most comprehensive supply chain system. Both in management and ingredient supply, we are top-notch. We hope you can come and experience dining with us more often," the manager said with a smile. However, his true thoughts were, "Little brother, please don't come back again. If you do, I'll have to pack up and go home. You consumed half a month's profit from our restaurant in just a few days. I can't afford this if it continues. You'd better go bother someone else's restaurant." Zhao Tian replied politely, "No problem. I still really like your food. I'll come often in the future. Thank you for your invitation. I have something else to attend to now, so I'll leave first. Bye." He then turned and left, leaving the manager looking as if he was about to burst, his face a picture of constipation. He wished he could slap himself for saying that. What if Zhao Tian came back and ate 5 or 6 tables of high-end seafood again? He would end up being the scapegoat. After all, he was the manager and had to be responsible for the entire restaurant's profits. However, the manager was overthinking it. Zhao Tian wouldn't be coming back to eat here anytime soon. After leaving Huanyu International, Zhao Tian didn't go home, but instead wandered to the outskirts of a villa area. He then released his spiritual sense to investigate the situation in the entire villa area. Soon, Zhao Tian found his target. In a standalone villa, Zhou Li was anxiously pacing back and forth at home. Originally, he wanted to have the family's worshippers find Zhao Tian for revenge. However, a few days ago, his father, Zhou Shiyang, told him that their 2 martial artist worshippers had been incapacitated and forbade him from provoking Zhao Tian any further. Especially that Niu worshipper, who not only was incapacitated but also arrested by the Law Enforcement Bureau, along with a group of thugs raised by the Zhou family. The reason was that they had kidnapped and coerced the daughter of the city's governor, Lin Jihai, to serve drinks. They were directly incapacitated by Zhao Tian, the martial artist. Zhou Li was stunned upon hearing this news. He never expected that the family worshippers he had always relied on were no match for Zhao Tian. His thoughts of revenge against Zhao Tian had to be put on hold for now. What was more urgent now was how to solve the family business's predicament. Although the former governor Lin Jihai had been transferred from Sioux City, he had seriously dealt with the Zhou family's related black and gray industries, which had been closely monitored and handed over to the succeeding law enforcement officer, leading to the Zhou family facing a major disaster. Subsequently, many of the Zhou family's black and gray industries were sealed off one by one. Now, Zhou Shiyang was desperately trying to find connections to resolve the governor's crackdown on the Zhou family. However, it seemed to be of little effect and had little impact. As time passed, not only were the people arrested not released, but even more industries were being sealed off, causing Zhou Li, who had been keeping an eye on the family business, to become anxious. However, his anxiety proved to be futile. The situation had already exceeded his understanding, and he could only flail around at home like a headless fly to relieve his anxiety. Zhao Tian didn't directly enter the villa area to slap Zhou Li to death. Instead, he spent a few $100s in the System Mall to buy several bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes from another world and then controlled them to fly to Zhou Li's house for point-to-point surveillance of Zhou Li's family. The various mosquitoes and exotic beasts purchased from the System Mall were directly loyal to Zhao Tian and could be perfectly controlled by him. Considering stealth, aggressiveness, and cost-effectiveness, Zhao Tian chose the bloodthirsty magic mosquito from another world. These bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes were slightly larger than ordinary mosquitoes on Blue Water Star. They could hide discreetly in Zhou Li's house to monitor the target individuals. Bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes are divided into female and male. Female bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes do not fight and only suck blood to lay eggs, while male bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes, despite being called bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes, only feed on plant juices and do not suck blood. They are responsible for guarding the female bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes, and once there's an intruder, the male bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes will attack the intruder. The aggressiveness of bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes is unmatched by ordinary mosquitoes. The mouth parts of male bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes contain a toxin that can instantly kill a woolly mammoth. Chapter 89. Sign-in failed. However, it has only one chance in its lifetime to attack other creatures. Once it bites another creature, it can paralyze and kill the bitten creature, allowing the female blood-sucking mosquito to feed on its blood and gain energy to lay eggs for the next generation. The male blood-sucking mosquito that has bitten another creature will die immediately after expelling the toxin from its mouthpart. Since Zhao Tian wanted to end his feud with Zhou Li, he naturally wouldn't beat him up. Giving him a cursed talisman was enough to settle the grudge. Zhou Li's hatred for Zhao Tian had reached -80, which fell into the range of a vendetta. Zhao Tian certainly had no reason to act like a saint and show mercy to someone who wanted him dead. These male blood-sucking mosquitoes were Zhao Tian's backup plan for dealing with Zhou Li's family. Once Zhao Tian left Sioux City, these blood-sucking mosquitoes would launch their one and only attack in their lives to settle the grudge between Zhao Tian and Zhou Li's family. Before Zhao Tian left, they were responsible for tailing and monitoring Zhou Li's family's every move. Through the perspective of these blood-sucking mosquitoes, Zhao Tian could clearly see the various situations of Zhou Li's family, like having several mobile surveillance cameras. Although Zhao Tian could project his consciousness outward, the range was limited to just a few hundred meters. Once he returned home, he would definitely be unable to monitor Zhou Li's family with his consciousness. Even if the distance was manageable, he couldn't maintain the projection for long, as it would consume too much mental energy, and he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Now, with a few blood-sucking mosquitoes purchased to act as surveillance, no matter how far away, he and those mosquitoes shared a mental connection. He could see through their eyes and control them. After arranging everything, Zhao Tian returned home and resumed his cultivation. However, after cultivating for a few cycles, he gave up again, as the spiritual energy in the surrounding area had not recovered much. After only a few cycles of cultivation, it had been completely absorbed. Zhao Tian helplessly asked the system, "System, I can't absorb much spiritual energy from the air while cultivating now. If I want to improve my realm, won't it take ages?" The host can obtain attribute points by directly enhancing cultivation through point allocation or by purchasing a basic spirit gathering array, which will prevent issues with insufficient spiritual energy during cultivation. The system replied mechanically. Zhao Tian silently calculated in his heart. Having spent 2 million on the lottery, he had only drawn 1,000 points of attributes with the help of a lucky talisman that increased the odds by nearly 10 times. Normally, 2 million would probably yield just over 1,000 attribute points. To upgrade to a high-level innate Grandmaster, based on previous upgrade patterns, he would need to multiply the base attributes of a low-level innate Grandmaster by at least 4 times to have a chance. Currently, a low-level innate Grandmaster required a total of 20,000 points across all attributes, while reaching a mid-level innate Grandmaster would require 40,000 points. And to reach a high-level innate Grandmaster, all attributes would need to reach 100,000 points. The 4 attributes, martial energy, spirit, physique, and speed, would require a total of 400,000 points. If he had the boost from a lucky talisman, he would need around 80 million to draw enough attribute points. Without it, he would probably need 800 million to draw enough points. If he were to purchase a spirit gathering array, it would cost 10 billion, which was indeed a significant expense. However, if he had the money in the future, he could consider buying a spirit gathering array, since Lin Xiaodong would also need one for her cultivation. Zhao Tian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that becoming a high-level innate Grandmaster was not an unreachable dream after all. By the way, he still had the sign-in function. After a while of only focusing on cultivation, he had forgotten to sign in. Although signing in only granted a few attribute points, every little bit counted. So, Zhao Tian concentrated and said, "System, sign in." Sign in failed. The system replied mechanically. Zhao Tian was left with a head full of question marks. What does sign in failed mean? He quickly shouted at the system, "What is going on? System, why did I fail to sign in?" Due to the host not signing in for more than 3 consecutive days, the sign-in function has been cancelled by the system. The system replied mechanically. "What? System, why didn't you ask for my opinion before cancelling the sign-in function?" Zhao Tian asked in confusion. After reading so many novels, he had never heard of a system that cancelled its functions on its own. This was truly a first, and it happened to him. The host should pay attention to system functions. If a function is not used for a long time, the system will automatically assume the host does not need it and cancel it. The system replied, "System, I need it. I need the sign-in function. Can you not cancel it?" Zhao Tian hurriedly said, "Sorry, host. The system function has been cancelled and cannot be restored." The system replied directly, "Damn, system, that's too harsh. I just closed myself off for a few days without signing in, and you canceled the sign-in function? That's unreasonable. If I improve my cultivation and go into seclusion for decades, or even hundreds of years, will you just delete the function on your own?" Zhao Tian asked angrily. The host need not say more. Just pay attention to system functions and use them more frequently to avoid cancellation. The system responded again. All right, you win." Zhao Tian gritted his teeth. Originally, the perfectly functional sign-in feature would just gone like that. How could Zhao Tian not feel heartbroken? The system had only a few functions, and it directly deleted one. Without saying a word, Zhao Tian went straight to the system mall to buy a lucky talisman. The system was too much. Zhao Tian felt a bit scared. He had to keep drawing lots and buying things from the system mall. Otherwise, if another function got cancelled, he would really cry in the bathroom. He spent 1 million to buy a lucky talisman, only to suddenly find that the lucky talisman product had turned black, with a refresh time of 1 month displayed on it. What the heck? Isn't this supposed to be unlimited? There's a refresh time? Zhao Tian thought to himself. Surprised. He had always thought that the items in the system mall were unlimited, but it turned out there was a refresh time. However, the few blood-sucking mosquitoes he had bought had no time limit. It seemed to depend on the rarity of the item, as the refresh times varied. Zhao Tian tentatively bought a stealth talisman priced at 100,000, and the results showed a refresh time of 1 day. He then spent 10 million to buy a cub of the innate Grandmaster level interdimensional beast, the Howling Moon Tiger King. After completing the purchase, the product bar directly displayed a refresh time of 10 years. Zhao Tian roughly understood the system's refresh time rules. At this moment, in his room, the cub of the Howling Moon Tiger King he bought appeared beside him. The little white tiger paused for a moment. Then, seeing Zhao Tian beside it, its eyes filled with affection as it began to bite at his pant leg and started playing. Chapter 90. Crazy Lottery. Zhao Tian's pants were torn into strips by the young Howling Moon Tiger King in just a few tugs. Zhao Tian was taken aback. This palm-sized little creature had quite a destructive power. He directly activated his inside eye. Pet. Howling Moon Tiger King Realm. Young stage advanced warrior description. The Howling Moon Tiger King is said to have a trace of the bloodline of the sacred beast White Tiger. In adulthood, it can reach the realm of an innate grandmaster and is one of the top demon beasts in the other world. Feeding it elixirs or other suitable heavenly materials can accelerate its growth, and under fortuitous circumstances, it may show signs of reverting to its ancestral form. Upon reading this introduction, Zhao Tian felt that spending 10 million was worth it. The young Howling Moon Tiger King he bought was intended as a gift for Lin Xiaodong, to provide her with personal protection. He hadn't expected it to have a trace of the sacred beast White Tiger's bloodline. If it were to revert to its ancestral form and become a saint, he would make a huge profit, although he didn't know the exact rank of a sacred beast. From various myths and legends, as well as novels he had read in the past, the sacred beast White Tiger was always depicted as the top existence. Zhao Tian looked at the young Howling Moon Tiger King lazily lying by his leg. Its body was covered in soft white fur, as pure as snow, and its round eyes sparkled like two clear blue sapphires, curiously observing everything around it. Occasionally, it would poke at the torn fabric of Zhao Tian's pants with its tiny pink paws, looking incredibly adorable. Its little ears would twitch back and forth, seemingly trying to catch faint sounds. Once it heard a noise, it would perk up its ears, and its cautious yet clumsy demeanor made it hard not to smile. Who would have thought that such a cute little creature, resembling a white kitten, was a top demon king from another world? Zhao Tian had a thought and said to the young Howling Moon Tiger King, "With all that white fur, I'll call you Little White from now on." Upon hearing this, Little White immediately bared its teeth and growled, using its chubby little paws to protest against the torn fabric on Zhao Tian's leg, as if to express its dissatisfaction. However, Zhao Tian didn't mind at all. He casually swatted Little White off the bed, saying, "It's settled. In a couple of days, I'll find you a beautiful mistress." After being swatted off the bed, Little White quickly adjusted its posture, jumped back up, and climbed back to Zhao Tian's side, lying there obediently. In its innocent mind, it thought, since there's no way to resist, it might as well accept it calmly to avoid further suffering. Seeing this, Zhao Tian didn't chase it away. Instead, he asked the system, "What kind of elixir should I give this demon beast to enhance its strength?" The system simply replied, "Young Howling Moon Tiger Kings can consume beast origin pills to enhance their strength." Zhao Tian immediately found beast origin pills in the system store. A bottle containing 100 pills cost 100,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he bought a bottle right away. The system then displayed a refresh time of 7 days for the elixirs. Zhao Tian didn't mind. One bottle had a large quantity of 100 pills, which should last Little White for quite a while. Soon, a large elixir bottle appeared in Zhao Tian's hand. He removed the cork and poured out a pill, releasing a rich fragrance. Little White, which had initially looked like a pitiful creature, seemed to have caught a whiff of something incredible. Its eyes widened, ears perked up, and it stood up eagerly, searching for the source of the aroma. At that moment, it spotted the round elixir in Zhao Tian's hand and immediately lunged at him. Zhao Tian chuckled and tossed the elixir away. Little White didn't take its eyes off the elixir and dashed after it. Zhao Tian ignored Little White and re-entered the system. He went to the lottery page and silently thought, "System, use a lucky charm for me, then start 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an Earth-level superior cultivation method green tide body, refining true art. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 400 attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 300 attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an Earth-level medium-grade weapon, Tiger Head Gold Drill Spear. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an Xian-level superior cultivation method, Falling Leaves Sword Technique. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 200 attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 200 attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an Xian level superior martial technique mountain splitting palm. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an earth level superior movement technique wandering dragon phantom technique. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 500 attribute points. The harvest was quite good. Indeed. The lucky charm brought good fortune, making the draws worthwhile. Earth level cultivation methods would cost tens of millions in the system, but drawing them through the lottery only cost 88,000. Although Zhao Tian couldn't use these cultivation methods and martial techniques himself, he still felt he had made a big profit. Without hesitation, Zhao Tian said, "System, continue with the 10 consecutive draws." Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 point of luck. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. He continued with the 10 consecutive draws. Zhao Tian lost track of how long he had been drawing and what he had obtained. In any case, his item space had been filled with several large stacks of cultivation methods, talismans, weapons, and elixirs. Zhao Tian checked his attributes. Name, Zhao Tian. Available attribute points, 265. 800 cultivation, primary innate grandmaster spiritual power, 21, 200 mental strength, 21, 200 physique, 21, 200 speed, 21, 200 charm, 85 luck, 60 task, become a high innate grandmaster at the peak of martial arts, countdown, 360 days, exiting the system. Zhao Tian's phone kept ringing with text message alerts. All of them were notifications of deductions from his bank account. Upon checking, they were all 88,000 yuan donation notifications. After reviewing the last message, his account had only 1 million left. I'm out of money again. Zhao Tian muttered helplessly. He first organized the items he had drawn in the system space into categories. This time, he spent over 60 million and obtained more than 200 Earth-level cultivation methods, over 400 Earth-level martial techniques, movement techniques, and over 1,000 Xian-level various cultivation methods. There were countless talismans and elixirs, including quite a few elixirs for Little White. In Zhao Tian's heart, these items weren't what he valued most. What he valued most was the over 200,000 points of free attributes he had drawn. This was the main goal of his costly lottery. These attribute points could elevate his realm to intermediate innate grandmaster. But he still had a gap to reach high innate grandmaster. He estimated he needed a few more thousand attribute points. With Zhao Tian's current strength, making money would be quite easy. A few thousand attribute points could be drawn for around 10 to 18 million. What a steal. Zhao Tian didn't hoard these attribute points like before, waiting to use them at a bottleneck. Now, with the spiritual energy in the world, reaching a bottleneck through cultivation was nearly impossible, so it was better to directly allocate points to enhance his strength. Hoarding attribute points was useless. Only upgrading and adding points could reflect his value. Without further hesitation, Zhao Tian directly started allocating points to his martial energy. As expected, he could only keep adding until he reached 40,000 points, after which he could no longer add more. Chapter 91. Licking the screen. Soon after, Zhao Tian began to enhance his other attributes. Once his mental strength, physique, and speed all reached 40,000 points, Zhao Tian's Taiji true skill automatically activated, drawing in the spiritual energy from the yin and yang attributes of the surrounding environment within a 10-kilometer radius. This was a significant increase compared to the 1 or 2 kilometers he could initially attract as a congenital grandmaster. However, after absorbing this gathered spiritual energy, it only assisted Zhao Tian in increasing his spiritual power by a few dozen points. After that, the spiritual energy in this vast area became depleted, and no matter how much Zhao Tian continued to cultivate, he could no longer attract energy, unless he was willing to go through the trouble of traveling 20 kilometers away to cultivate and increase his spiritual power by a few dozen points before changing locations. He would need to run to over 10,000 places to elevate his cultivation to the advanced congenital grandmaster level. Normal people would not be able to do this. Unless pushed to a dead end, no one would take this path. Zhao Tian slowly withdrew his energy, feeling no joy in breaking through to the intermediate congenital grandmaster level. It seemed that this world had truly entered an age of decline, with the rate of new spiritual energy generation being extremely slow. Once the spiritual energy in the environment was consumed, it was hard to replenish. The higher Zhao Tian's cultivation level, the deeper his understanding of this. After reaching the intermediate congenital grandmaster level, his divine sense could extend from a few hundred meters to 5 kilometers. Within this 5-kilometer range, As long as he exerted his divine sense to the fullest, he could clearly know everything happening in that area. However, this consumed a lot of mental energy, so he couldn't use it lightly. As the area covered by his divine sense expanded, he noticed the thinning of the spiritual energy and its slow recovery. In such an environment, he could at most break through to the initial congenital grandmaster level, and further improvement was practically impossible. However, thinking about it differently, Zhao Tian's mood improved again. If he couldn't rely on cultivation to elevate his level, then neither could anyone else. In that case, Zhao Tian's own cultivation level was the most outstanding in the entire world. In the future, he could continue to improve thanks to the system, while others had no way to enhance their cultivation. They would all be stuck at the initial congenital grandmaster level. He was basically invincible in the world. As long as he figured out a way to make money, draw lots for attribute points, and complete system tasks, he would be invincible. With that thought, Zhao Tian couldn't help but feel excited. He checked his remaining free attribute points. After upgrading to the intermediate congenital grandmaster level, he still had 190,600 points left. Without hesitation, Zhao Tian began to allocate points to his martial energy until he couldn't anymore, spending 59,960 points to raise his martial energy to 100,000 points. Then, he allocated the same amount of 59,960 points to both his mental strength and physique, maxing them out at 100,000 points each. For the remaining speed attribute, he only allocated 10,720 points, bringing it to 50,760 points, still lacking nearly 50,000 points to upgrade to the advanced congenital grandmaster level. At this point, all the free attribute points he had drawn from his massive funds had been completely spent. Feeling the surging liquid spiritual energy within him, Zhao Tian felt like he could smash a mountain with a single punch. Checking his attribute panel, it read, Name, Zhao Tian available attribute points, 0 points cultivation level, intermediate congenital grandmaster martial energy, 100,000 mental strength, 100,000 physique, 100,000 speed, 50,760 charm, 86 luck, 60 task, become an advanced congenital grandmaster at the peak of martial arts, countdown, 359 days, with just one last step to complete the task. Zhao Tian felt no pressure. After withdrawing his energy, he noticed that Little White had once again curled up by his leg. Zhao Tian took out a beast essence pill. Little White, who had originally been asleep, gently sniffed with its shiny black nose a few times. Then it jumped up and fixated on the beast essence pill in Zhao Tian's hand. The desire in its eyes was hard to conceal. Zhao Tian didn't tease it. There were plenty of beast essence pills in his hand, so he casually tossed one beside Little White for it to eat. Little White swallowed the beast essence pill in one gulp, then let out a satisfied burp and returned to lie beside Zhao Tian's leg to start digesting the pill. Zhao Tian observed Little White, which seemed a bit bigger, and nodded in approval. With nothing much to do, Zhao Tian seemed to think of something and quietly switched to the perspective of a bloodthirsty mosquito. He happened to see Zhou Li frantically kicking a young and beautiful girl out of the room. An elderly man resembling a butler gently comforted the crying girl and sent her away. Inside the room, Zhou Li was staring blankly at himself in the mirror. After a while, he seemed to think of something and suddenly pulled off his pants. With a dainty gesture, he began to engage in a variety of activities. After a long time, Zhou Li was so exhausted that his fingers were cramping, yet he still showed no reaction. Infuriated, he let out a sharp scream and slumped helplessly into a chair, causing Zhao Tian, who was observing secretly, to feel a chill run down his spine. Zhao Tian was about to switch perspectives to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate. However, before he could switch, Zhou Li suddenly opened his computer as if he were a thief. Seeing this action, Zhao Tian's heart skipped a beat. This guy wouldn't be looking at some unhealthy websites for a thrill, would he? For the sake of public health, Zhao Tian resolutely did not switch perspectives. He wanted to note down the website Zhou Li was browsing. No, it definitely wasn't for his own viewing pleasure, but rather to report him and prevent him from polluting the mental health of the masses. Yes, that's it. Zhao Tian was excited. Carefully watching the address Zhou Li typed in, feeling that something was off. Soon, a video appeared on Zhou Li's computer screen, and he eagerly clicked to play it. The video showed a gym where a beautiful woman in tight yoga attire and a muscular man with an exposed upper body were exercising. When Zhou Li saw the muscular man, he became visibly excited and couldn't help but reach out to touch the screen. Eventually, he even leaned forward and began to lick the area of the screen showing the muscular man. Zhao Tian was dumbfounded. He was almost sickened to the point of vomiting by Zhou Li's actions. Watching Zhou Li licking the screen with such gusto, Zhao Tian cursed. Is Zhou Li a pervert? Licking the screen, and it's a guy. Feeling a wave of disgust, Zhao Tian hurriedly switched the screen. If he didn't switch now, he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to slap Zhou Li dead. Switching to another bloodthirsty mosquito, this perspective was monitoring Zhou Shiyang. At this moment, Zhou Shiyang was in his study, frowning deeply. It seemed he had encountered a problem he couldn't solve, as he murmured to himself, "Why is this new governor so stubborn? Always targeting our Zhou family." He then let out a long sigh and muttered, "I heard he likes painting and calligraphy. I wonder if giving him my treasured authentic Tang, Baihu, painting would make him stop targeting me." After that, Zhou Shiyang got up from his desk and walked over to a nearby bookshelf filled with various books. He casually twisted a crystal ball ornament on top, and the bookshelf magically opened to reveal a password-protected alloy door. This chapter has been modified due to review. Please understand. Chapter 92. The treasure in the secret room. Seeing this, Zhao Tian was overjoyed. Could it be that the Zhou family's assets are all hidden in here? He hurriedly controlled the bloodthirsty mosquito to get closer, preparing to memorize Zhou Shiyang's door password. Zhou Shiyang's hand, which was about to enter the password, suddenly stopped. He began to look around suspiciously. Zhao Tian's expression tightened, thinking to himself, "Damn, this Zhou Shiyang can't be some hidden master, right? Even from such a distance." He could sense the bloodthirsty mosquito observing him. However, Zhao Tian soon realized he was overthinking it. Zhou Shiyang furrowed his brows, glaring at the flying bloodthirsty mosquito, feeling irritated. He cursed directly. "What is the housekeeper doing? How can the place be so dirty? There are mosquitoes in the house. Fire them all tomorrow. Truly useless." Saying this, he tried to swat the bloodthirsty mosquito a few times, but though the bloodthirsty mosquito's defense was similar to that of an ordinary mosquito, one slap would kill it. However, its reaction speed was many times faster than that of ordinary mosquitoes. It easily dodged Zhou Shiyang's successive swats without needing Zhao Tian to direct it. After bouncing around a few times, Zhou Shiyang, who had been living in comfort for many years, gasped for breath and gave up on the idea of killing the mosquito. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Shiyang paid little attention to the buzzing mosquito nearby, simply waving it away. Seeing that the mosquito was no longer approaching him, he ignored it. Zhou Shiyang skillfully entered a long string of numbers into the password lock, and then with a click, the metal door opened. Zhao Tian quickly memorized the password Zhou Shiyang entered, in case it was needed later. Zhou Shiyang directly walked into the hidden room, moving towards the innermost part. At this time, Zhao Tian directed the bloodthirsty mosquito to follow him inside as well. The scene inside the room instantly surprised him so much that his jaw dropped. Aside from a narrow path left in the middle, both sides were filled with metal display racks. At the bottom of the racks were piles of gold bars, neatly stacked into pyramids. Under the light, they sparkled. The gaps in the middle and above the racks were filled with various jewelry, precious items, and antiques. Although Zhao Tian was far away and could not use his insight to discern the authenticity and value of these items, just by their appearance, he could tell that these things were of considerable value. At this moment, Zhou Shiyang stopped in front of an ancient wooden box at the very back of the room. He gently opened the wooden box, revealing several exquisitely shaped long nama boxes, clearly very precious, resting quietly on a silk cushion. Zhou Shiyang took one of the nama boxes out and carefully opened it. Inside was a slightly yellowed painting, clearly aged, placed in this exquisite nama box. Nama has the properties of being insect-resistant and moisture-proof, making it expensive. Using it to preserve valuable paintings is one of the best methods. Inside the box, the painting was placed on a layer of pure white silk, which is soft and would not scratch the fragile surface. Zhou Shiyang first put on a pair of white gloves, then cautiously took out the painting from the nama box. Zhao Tian watched Zhou Shiyang's attitude towards the painting and knew it was an extraordinary treasure. Zhou Shiyang carefully unfurled the scroll, and Zhao Tian focused on the inscription, which turned out to be the famous work Autumn Wind with a Fan by Tang Baihu. On the slightly yellowed silk paper, a lady holding a silk fan stood sideways. Her brows were like distant green hills. Her eyes contained autumn waves. Her expression was forlorn, as if hiding endless sorrow. Her lightly furrowed brow and slightly pursed lips vividly depicted the lonely state of the beauty in the autumn wind. The delicate and exquisite brushwork portrayed the flowing and natural lines of the lady's clothing, as if they could sway with the wind. The few strokes on the fan surface seemed casual, but perfectly added a touch of elegance. Even though Zhou Shiyang had seen this painting many times, he still looked amazed and infatuated when he saw it again. Zhao Tian was also astonished. Of course, Zhao Tian was not surprised by the painting, but by Zhou Shiyang, this big thug who came from a mafia background. A rough man was actually fascinated by these paintings and antiques. He didn't know if he genuinely liked them or was just pretending to be cultured to elevate his status. But none of that mattered. All these things would belong to Zhao Tian in the future. At this point, Zhao Tian noticed Zhou Shiyang was rolling up the painting and putting it into a silk bag. Then he took out a round tube box specifically for storing paintings from the corner and carefully placed it inside. His face revealed extreme reluctance, and he murmured, "You are my favorite treasure. I spent over 10 million to get you back then, and just recently someone offered 100 million, but I couldn't bear to sell you. Now, to resolve the Zhou family's predicament, I can only send you away. I hope you can help me solve this big trouble." He spoke as he lovingly stroked the painting box, finally hugging it as if embracing the beauty in the painting. It seemed he truly liked this painting. Zhao Tian watched the actions of the Zhou father and son and was genuinely speechless. The Zhou father and son, the younger one often drooling over muscular men, and the older one fondling paintings, were truly a peculiar pair. Indeed, like father, like son. However, this painting was originally destined to be his Zhao Tian's. Now that Zhou Shiyang wanted to give it away, it made him feel a bit pained. After all, it was worth 100 million, enough to buy him hundreds of thousands of attribute points. But thinking that there were still a few more paintings in that box, which should be worth about the same, and that it wasn't the right time to deal with the Zhou father and son, Zhao Tian silently recited the heart-calming spell a few times to suppress the thought of directly robbing the Zhou family's secret room of its treasures. This small Zhou family had accumulated so much wealth. What about other larger families? Wouldn't they have even more wealth? If I can rob a few of them, I could gather enough money to buy a spirit-gathering array. Zhao Tian thought greedily. Once this strange thought popped up in his mind, it became uncontrollable. After all, making money was too difficult. How could it be faster than robbing? No wonder there are always people wanting to become bandits. This no-investment business is indeed tempting. Fortunately, Zhao Tian was still a good youth with moral bottom lines. In his previous life, after suffering so much hardship and setbacks, he had only worked diligently during the day and served as a driver at night. He had never thought of turning to crime. In this life, he was so powerful, making money 100 or even 1,000 times easier than before. He definitely should not do anything that goes against his conscience. After all, he was a cultivator, and every novel he had read about cultivation mentioned that one should not do anything that goes against their conscience. Otherwise, after reaching a high realm, one would develop inner demons. Lightly, it could harm one's cultivation and strength. Severely, it could lead to falling into the demonic path and becoming an unconscious demon. Chapter 93. Do you still dare to call me dad? I don't have a dad like you. However, other wealthy families can refrain from robbing. But robbing the Zhou family's assets does not violate Zhao Tian's conscience at all. On the contrary, if Zhao Tian robs the Zhou family, it can help him clear his mind. The assets of the Zhou family were all obtained through illicit businesses like gambling, drugs, and prostitution, which have harmed countless people and caused families to be broken. It's better for Zhao Tian to rob this money and donate it back to the Hope Project. Zhou Shiyang took the packaged, authentic work of Tang Baihu and left the Zhou family's villa. Zhao Tian did not let the bloodthirsty mosquito follow him, but ordered it to guard the study and watch over the secret room. After all, those were all his belongings. And now that a priceless painting was missing, he was already heartbroken. He couldn't afford to lose anything else. Retrieving his control over the bloodthirsty mosquito, Zhao Tian felt no need to cultivate and finally had time to check his phone. He had contacted Lin Xiaodong in the past few days while in closed-door training. Lin Xiaodong had sent him 99 messages. After not seeing his beloved for 5 or 6 days, Lin Xiaodong's words were full of longing for Zhao Tian. When Zhao Tian saw Lin Xiaodong asking him which day he would go to the capital, he didn't want to stay in Sioux City for even a moment. He immediately replied, "Xiaodong, I've almost finished my business, and I'll set off for the capital tomorrow." As soon as Zhao Tian sent the message, he received a reply from Lin Xiaodong. Is it true? Zhao Tian, are you really coming to the capital tomorrow? Then I'll pick you up tomorrow. Are you taking the train or the plane? Zhao Tian looked at Lin Xiaodong's reply, feeling a rush of emotions. Is this what it feels like to be liked and cared for by someone? Watching the chat box, Zhao Tian quickly replied, "I'll take the train. I'll probably arrive the next day." Does it take that long? I'll buy you a plane ticket, or I can buy you a high-speed train ticket. It only takes 4 hours. Lin Xiaodong immediately replied. She didn't want to wait even a moment. She just wanted to see Zhao Tian as soon as possible. No need, Xiaodong. I have my own money to buy the ticket. Zhao Tian quickly declined. He chose the train ticket for convenience, so he could return to rob Zhou Shiyang's secret room after getting on the train tomorrow. Once on the high-speed train or plane, he couldn't leave. They were both enclosed, and the security was too tight. Only the train could sneak away, but he could directly rob the Zhou family and then fly back to the train. He had a perfect alibi. Zhao Tian, it's been so many days since we last met. Do you not want to see me? Lin Xiaodong replied, feeling wronged. Of course not. I just have a few things to deal with tomorrow. Once I finish, I'll catch the high-speed train or plane to the capital to find you. Zhao Tian quickly explained. All right, then I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, darling. Lin Xiaodong immediately apologized with a bright smile. No problem. I have several surprises to give you when we meet. Zhao Tian replied immediately. Huh? What surprises? Lin Xiaodong asked happily. Naturally. She was excited when her beloved promised her surprises. Surprises, if I tell you in advance, then there won't be any surprises. Just wait until we meet, and you'll know, Zhao Tian said mysteriously. Please tell me now. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep today. Lin Xiaodong couldn't help but plead. No way. Zhao Tian firmly refused Lin Xiaodong. He didn't expect that the goddess in everyone's heart, Lin Xiaodong, would also have this childish side, almost making him lose his composure. After waiting for a moment, Lin Xiaodong sent a message. When we meet, I want to give you a mysterious gift too. What mysterious gift? Can you show me first? Zhao Tian quickly replied. Having heard Lin Xiaodong mention this mysterious gift twice already, he was also very curious about what Lin Xiaodong wanted to give him. If I told you, would it still be a mysterious gift? You'll know when you come, Lin Xiaodong said, applying what she learned immediately, which made Zhao Tian grit his teeth in frustration. Thus, the two of them teased and joked with each other in the chat for a long time. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty mosquito guarding Zhao Tian's assets sent a reminder to his spiritual mark. Zhao Tian immediately took over the bloodthirsty mosquito's vision. He saw Zhou Shiyang's face was dark and filled with anger, holding the box containing the authentic work of Tang Baihu. After entering the study, he carefully placed the painting back into the enamel box and locked it in a large wooden chest. He didn't even glance at the massive gold on either side or the room full of antiques and jewelry before pacing out and locking the secret room. At this moment, Zhou Shiyang finally let go of his repressed emotions, angrily sweeping all the computers and documents off his desk to the floor. He cursed angrily, bastard. I was so humble, even giving you the billion-dollar authentic work of Tang Baihu, and you still want to let me go? Just because a few of my subordinates bumped into people from the Lin family in the capital. Do you want to exterminate us? The more Zhou Shiyang cursed, the angrier he became, smashing everything he could in the study. Still feeling unsatisfied, he stormed out of the study. Zhou Li was currently in his room, licking the computer screen. Suddenly, the door to his room was kicked open by Zhou Shiyang, startling Zhou Li. He quickly wiped the drool from his mouth and asked the furious Zhou Shiyang, Dad, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? You dare to call me Dad? I don't have a son like you. Zhou Shiyang was already furious and misspoke. Zhou Li noticed Zhou Shiyang's furious demeanor, although he caught the grammatical error. He didn't dare to mention it. Instead, he cautiously asked, Dad, what happened to me? I haven't gone out these days. I haven't caused any trouble. You haven't caused any trouble. You don't even know what kind of person you've offended. Zhou Shiyang laughed in anger. Huh? Zhou Li was confused, completely unaware of what his father meant. Do you know what kind of person Zhao Tian is? Zhou Shiyang shouted angrily. Dad, are you talking about him? Zhao Tian is just an orphan, right? I don't know what kind of luck he had to become a martial artist. Zhou Li said disdainfully. You know he is a martial artist and still dare to mess with him? Who gave you the guts? Dad, he is just a little pauper. What is there to be afraid of? Our Zhou family still has 2 guardians. Are you out of your mind? Our family has been operating for so many years, and we only have 2 martial artists. How can you look down on martial artists like that? Zhou Shiyang scolded in disbelief. Then he continued. Just a little pauper you mentioned knocked out the bull guardian with 1 punch. You actually kept provoking someone like that? You brought such a huge disaster to our Zhou family. Watch me beat you to death, you troublemaker. Chapter 94. When I woke up, the sky fell as he spoke. He pulled out his belt and began to chase Zhou Li, whipping him until Zhou Li screamed in agony and fled around the room. Hearing this, Zhou Li's mother rushed over to protect him, crying and pleading with Zhou Shiyang not to hit her son. However, Zhou Shiyang ignored her completely and shouted, If I don't hit him, our whole family will be ruined by him. Of course, Zhou Shiyang was merely venting his anger and shifted the blame onto Zhou Li. The real reason for the joint investigation by the Law Enforcement Bureau and the officials into the Zhou family's business was that a thug had offended Lin Xiaotong, a member of the prominent Lin family from the capital. But Zhou Shiyang couldn't find anyone else to vent his frustrations on. The thug and the cow worshipper had already been captured by the Law Enforcement Bureau. The only one left was Zhou Li, who had offended Zhao Tian, so he could only take his anger out on him, although Zhou Shiyang was merely treating Zhou Li as a punching bag to relieve his stress. He wasn't entirely misdirecting his anger. Zhao Tian's revenge on Zhou Li hadn't even begun yet. Once it did, the consequences would be far more severe than the ongoing investigation into their family business. He would soon realize just how terrifying Zhao Tian's revenge could be. As the belt struck Zhou Li repeatedly, the initial pain of being whipped turned into a strange sense of pleasure for him. His once quick movements to dodge Zhou Shiyang's belt slowed down, and he even began to offer his rear to absorb the blows. From his initial cries of despair, he transitioned into comfortable moans. Zhou Shiyang gradually felt something was off. Why did his son seem to be enjoying this? Was it possible that he had really grown old and couldn't swing the belt anymore? Looking at Zhou Li's somewhat alluring posture while being beaten, Zhou Shiyang's expression fluctuated. Ever since his son had that incident, his personality had changed drastically. He never expected it to become this serious. Glancing at Zhou Li, who seemed to be craving something, he threw the belt at Zhou Li's mother, who was crying nearby, and glared at her, saying, "Look at the good son you raised. What does he become now?" Zhou Li's mother merely wiped her tears and said nothing. Zhou Shiyang felt an overwhelming sadness and anger. Was he really going to end his line here? The once imposing and dignified Zhou Shiyang suddenly lost his spirit. He sighed deeply and left Zhou Li's room. Upon exiting, he saw the nanny sneaking around, eavesdropping. Anger surged within him, and he approached her and slapped her, scolding, "What are you doing? Who told you to eavesdrop? Please spare me, sir. I was just cleaning up and didn't mean to eavesdrop." The nanny, having been struck, dared not retaliate and merely cried out in plea. Zhou Shiyang shot her a glare and stormed off. In the living room, a man dressed in a suit, impeccably groomed, resembling a butler, was waiting. Zhou Shiyang asked in a harsh tone, "Butler's son, what is going on? Why are these nannies behaving so recklessly? Not only are there mosquitoes everywhere in the house, but they also dare to eavesdrop on my conversations. Sir, perhaps I've been too lenient with them recently. I apologize. I will set new rules for them tomorrow. And this won't happen again," the man, referred to as Butler's son, said seriously. He made no attempt to refute Zhou Shiyang's accusations, merely accepting the criticism and offering a solution. However, Zhou Shiyang was not satisfied. He frowned and waved his hand, saying, "No need. Replace all the nannies. Get some reliable ones." Butler's son hesitated for a moment, but his professional integrity prevented him from arguing. He simply replied, "All right, I will start looking for new hires tonight." Zhou Shiyang nodded in satisfaction and left. In Zhou Shiyang's mind, Butler's son was the most worry-free part of the Zhou family. Then he thought about his son Zhou Li, which only added to his frustration. If it weren't for his own excessive indulgence in his youth, leading to his back injury after having Zhou Li, he wouldn't have been unable to perform. Despite seeking medical help and trying various methods, he had not been able to resolve his personal issues. Otherwise, he would have already had a whole bunch of children. Now he could only worry about Zhou Li's situation and what to do in the future. The key was that his son was infertile and he himself was impotent. It was as if their family line was completely cut off. And Zhou Shiyang couldn't think of a solution no matter how hard he tried. Of course, if Zhao Tian were willing to give him a couple of acupuncture treatments, he might be able to cure Zhou Shiyang's impotence. But Zhao Tian had already sentenced the Zhou family to death, so there was no need for treatment. Early the next morning, at the Zhou family villa, Butler's son had gathered all 4 nannies in the yard. "Butler's son, why did you call us out so early? I haven't finished making breakfast for the master and mistress yet. If the master doesn't get his meal, he'll scold me again." One of the nannies, wearing an apron, asked anxiously. "Yes, Butler's son, I haven't finished cleaning yet," another nanny added. "All right, Jean Cook, Lu Jia, this isn't urgent." "Just a moment," Butler's son waved his hand, interrupting the 2 nannies. He then continued, "I've told you so many times that when working in such a mansion, you must do your job well. Avoid listening to things you shouldn't, and refrain from doing things you shouldn't. Have you all been ignoring me? In a big family, these matters are especially important." Upon hearing this, the cooking nanny, Jean Cook, impatiently replied, "Are we done yet? Butler's son, I only handle cooking and I never meddle in other matters. If you have issues, talk to them. I'm going back to cook." With that, she turned to leave, relying on her decent cooking skills. She often received praise from the mistress and spoke very confidently. Hearing this, Butler's son frowned and shouted, "Stop. You really don't understand the rules. No wonder the master ordered that all of you be fired." "What?" The nannies all exclaimed in shock. They never expected that when they woke up, the sky would fall. After working diligently in the Zhou family for so many years, being suddenly dismissed was something they couldn't accept. Although the Zhou family was difficult to serve, the pay was high. "Why am I being fired when I've been doing my job well?" Zhang Cook raised her voice in protest. "Why? Because they are the bosses and you are merely a nanny. If the boss feels you are not serving well, they can fire you at any time, including me. Just look at your recent performance. There are even mosquitoes in the villa. How is the cleaning done?" And someone eavesdropped on the master and his conversations, gossiping behind their backs, eating precious ingredients. Truly reckless, Butler's son said coldly. Upon hearing this, the nannies' faces turned pale, and they dared not refute. Even Zhang Cook fell silent. She often stole precious ingredients from the Zhou family, but she never expected Butler's son had discovered it long ago. "Now, go finish your work and wrap things up. I will give you a generous severance pay, and your wages will be paid in full as compensation." Chapter 95. Seafood porridge with additives. If you don't finish your work properly, and the person who comes to take over finds out, I will deduct a hefty severance pay. You will also lose your salary for this month. I hope you understand. Now, go and complete your tasks immediately, and then pack your personal belongings. Prepare for the handover and leave the Zhou family. Steward's son said coldly. The several maids looked at each other with sorrowful faces and left to finish the unfinished work. In the kitchen of the Zhou family's villa, Chef Zhang thought about how she was fired just for stealing a little food, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She thought to herself, "You rich people just bully us lower-class folks. Since you fired me, no one should expect to have it easy." Originally, Chef Zhang's family ran a hotel business, and their culinary skills were very distinctive. Although her family's fortunes had declined, leaving only her as the last female descendant, she inherited the essence of their culinary art. After getting married, she opened a small restaurant thanks to her cooking skills, and life was quite good. However, as the city developed, her small restaurant became located in a prime area. The Zhou family wanted to forcibly buy her restaurant, but she was not one to give in easily. No matter how the Zhou family's thugs threatened her, she refused to sell. But the Zhou family had not only thugs, but also gambling houses and bathhouses that magnified people's deepest desires. When Chef Zhang remained unyielding, they targeted her husband. They first took him out to eat and drink, then brought him to a bathhouse and, after indulging, took him to a casino. They let her husband win some money at first, then encouraged him to eat more, get massages, and visit the casino more often. Eventually, all the wealth they had accumulated over the years and their restaurant were lost, and they ended up in massive debt. No matter how tough Chef Zhang was, she was no match for those involved in the underworld. She went from a middle-class family to being deeply in debt. She had to go out to work to pay off her debts, and coincidentally, the Zhou family was hiring a cook. With her excellent culinary skills, she unwittingly became a maid in the home of the family that caused her downfall. Of course, at that time, she had no idea that the Zhou family was behind the thugs trying to seize her family's fortune. After working for the Zhou family for many years, she figured out their background and learned that they were her enemies. However, knowing the Zhou family's power, she didn't dare to think of revenge because the Zhou father and son were both ruthless and malicious. So, as a maid in the Zhou family, she buried her hatred deep inside and remained obedient, occasionally stealing bites of good food. Now that she learned she was fired by the head of the family, she was no longer afraid. As she thought, a malicious idea formed in her mind. She secretly ran to the storage room, grabbed a bottle of rat poison, and poured it into the soy sauce bottle in the kitchen. Chef Zhang had made up her mind. If she could poison the Zhou family, it wouldn't matter if she got caught. After years of earning just to pay off her husband's high-interest debts, she had saved nothing. At her age, finding a job would be very difficult, and life would become problematic. It was better to end it all and confront the Zhou family head-on. Poisoning the Zhou family would avenge her family's grievances. If it didn't work, she would just go eat state food and not suffer this humiliation. With that thought, she added some extra ingredients to the breakfast she had just prepared. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian had already gone to the station early in the morning, checked his ticket, and boarded the green train heading to the capital. As the train left the city and entered the outskirts, Zhao Tian directly walked to the back of the train, opened the door, and jumped out, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Flying high, he locked onto the Zhou family's villa and dove straight down. Just before landing at the Zhou family's villa, Zhao Tian took out an invisibility talisman he had won in a lottery. With a surge of spiritual power, he activated the talisman, rendering his rapidly descending body transparent and invisible to the naked eye. He landed right in the yard of the Zhou family's villa, where a sobbing maid was cleaning the yard. Zhao Tian stood right in front of her, and she didn't react at all. Initially worried about the effectiveness of the invisibility talisman, Zhao Tian felt completely at ease now. He boldly pushed the door open and entered without caring about the maid beside him. The sudden sound of the door closing only made the maid turn to glance, but seeing no one, she didn't pay it any mind, lost in her anxiety over being suddenly fired. Upon entering the Zhou family's villa, Zhao Tian saw Zhou Shiyang, Zhou Li, and Zhou Li's mother having breakfast in the dining room, with a maid and steward's son nearby, serving food and dishes. At the table, Zhou's mother, drinking from her bowl of seafood porridge, found the taste a bit odd and asked Chef Zhang, why does today's seafood porridge taste a bit strange? Did you change the recipe? Zhou's mother's words made Chef Zhang, who was already nervous, panic a bit. Stammering, she replied, Madam, I might have used frozen razor clams instead of fresh ones in the seafood porridge. Chef Zhang hastily made up an excuse. Zhou's mother, unaware that Chef Zhang and the other maids had been fired, didn't think much of it. Zhou Shiyang, knowing that Chef Zhang was fired and likely held a grudge, intentionally made the food unappetizing. He whimsically said, this seafood porridge has a unique flavor. It must be quite delicious. Saying this, he finished the bowl of seafood porridge in one gulp and added, come on, serve me another bowl. Hearing Chef Zhang mention the razor clams, Zhou Li felt something stir within him, his eyes burning as he looked at the bowl of seafood porridge in front of him. He suddenly drank a big mouthful, feeling as if he was consuming some rare delicacy. After finishing a few mouthfuls, he had Chef Zhang serve him another bowl. Zhou's mother frowned as she watched her husband and son devour the porridge, secretly wondering, is this seafood porridge with razor clams really that good? So, she also asked Chef Zhang for another bowl. Watching the Zhou family eagerly consuming the seafood porridge with additives, Chef Zhang was baffled. Is the rat poison that appetizing? Why do they all like it so much? Could it be that there's something in the rat poison that increases appetite? Chef Zhang répondit quietly. Meanwhile, the steward secretly swallowed his saliva, thinking to himself, I must try this seafood porridge with razor clams to see how delicious it really is. Invisible, Zhao Tian glanced at the Zhou family having breakfast and did not linger, heading straight upstairs toward Zhou Shiyang's study. Chapter 96. Ransacked. Although it was Zhao Tian's first time at the Zhou family's villa, he walked to the study on the third floor as if he were very familiar with it. He gently opened the door and went in, heading straight for the bookshelf. Zhao Tian extended his consciousness and clearly saw most of Zhou Shiyang's wealth accumulated over the years in the secret room. Under the influence of his consciousness, it was even more shocking than what he could see with his eyes. The piles of gold were more impactful than anything else. Zhao Tian tried to collect the items in the secret room into the system space from a distance, but failed. The system prompted, warning, unable to collect items without physical contact. After hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Tian couldn't help but ask, System, I remember in the novels, items could be collected with just a sweep of consciousness into a storage ring or system space. Why do I have to physically touch the items to collect them in your case? The host can try to see if your consciousness can envelop living things. The system replied mechanically and disdainfully. Seemingly feeling that mocking the host was inappropriate, the system added, please work hard to cultivate. Once your consciousness materializes, you will be able to collect items from a distance. Zhao Tian was speechless. He was already so strong, yet he was being mocked by the system. Ignoring the system, he followed the method he had previously used to monitor Zhou Shiyang opening the secret room with the bloodthirsty mosquito. He first rotated the decorative crystal ball on the bookshelf, and the bookshelf opened as expected, revealing a password-protected alloy door inside. Zhao Tian's consciousness probed it and found that the door was surprisingly over 10 centimeters thick. An ordinary person would probably struggle to move this door. Zhao Tian didn't delay. He entered the password he had memorized earlier, and the alloy door opened immediately. Upon entering the secret room, seeing so much gold in reality made even Zhao Tian, with his profound realm, breath heavily. On both sides of the room, there were 6 stacks of gold bars, each stack made up of 11 10-kilogram gold bars. Scattered on the floor were also some 1 kilogram and 100-gram gold bars. The value of just this gold was close to 200 million. Zhao Tian couldn't help but marvel. He really didn't know how the Zhou family accumulated so much gold. The shelves were also filled with various antiques and jewelry. Using his inside eye, Zhao Tian examined the items. Item: blue and white 3 multiple branch flower and fruit pattern hexagonal vase material. Ceramic value: 2,600. 000 item. Imperial sandalwood body painted Vajra statue material. Sandalwood value. 3,600,000 item. Yuan blue and white cloud dragon pattern plum vase material. Ceramic value. 2,000,000. All were precious antiques valued at over $1 million. Zhao Tian exclaimed, "Goodness!" Zhou Shurian's collection of antiques rivaled that of Jian Baosher, who ran an antique store. It must be said that Zhou Shuriang had quite an investment, antiques in prosperous times and gold in chaotic times. With the rapid development of the Dragon Kingdom's economy and its growing national strength, the value of antiques was rising. Zhao Tian noticed that all the antiques had certificates and purchase invoices. Most were bought by Zhou Shuriang for 5 or 6 figures a few years ago. Now, the system's appraised value was already in the 7 figures, and the actual selling price could double. It was easy to imagine how much profit Zhou Shuriang made from these antiques. Moreover, the nearly 1-ton weight of gold reserves ensured that the Zhou family would have a solid foundation to deal with any situation, whether prosperous or chaotic. However, all of this now belonged to Zhao Tian. At his current level, cultivating and upgrading was just burning money. Plus, he was going to the capital soon, and he would definitely need to buy a private house with strong privacy to cultivate with Lin Xiaodong. Houses in the capital started at a price of 100,000 per unit. And if he wanted a place with better privacy, it meant buying a standalone villa. These were all calculated in billions. How could he manage without money? The wealth accumulated by the Zhou family perfectly resolved Zhao Tian's urgent needs. Zhao Tian happily and tirelessly collected all the gold bars and antiques into the system space. Finally, he also directly took the large wooden box that contained Zhou Shuriang's collection of paintings and calligraphy. Just as he was about to leave, after clapping his hands, he suddenly discovered that there was a small safe behind the wooden box, placed in a wall cavity. The safe was small and hidden behind the wooden box, so Zhao Tian hadn't noticed it at first. After collecting the box, he finally saw this thing in the secret room. Although he didn't know the password, Zhao Tian didn't care. He simply collected the safe into the system space and would break it open later. Then, he carefully searched every corner of the secret room with his consciousness, leaving no corner unchecked. Not feeling reassured, Zhao Tian also used his consciousness to inspect the entire villa from top to bottom, inside and out. Other than the safe in Zhou Shuriang's room, which contained some cash and ledgers, and some women's jewelry in the wardrobe, there was nothing particularly valuable. Zhao Tian wasn't interested in the leftovers, so he restored the secret room to its original state. Then he directly flew away from the third-floor balcony, using his qi. Soaring into the sky, Zhao Tian looked at the increasingly small city beneath him, with vast, neatly arranged farmland and roads that looked like fine lines. With the gold and antiques in the system space, his heart surged with pride. He was rich again, feeling the fierce gale rushing towards him. Zhao Tian released his spiritual power and opened his phone's navigation, pursuing the real-time location of the train with all his strength. A few hours later, with his spiritual power nearly exhausted, Zhao Tian finally caught up to the train he had boarded after crossing provincial borders. Fortunately, his spiritual power hadn't run out. If he had bought a high-speed train ticket, he wouldn't have been able to jump off midway and would have missed the train, re-entering the train from the rear. The exhausted Zhao Tian finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had flown hundreds of kilometers to chase the train, which was quite a drain on his energy. Once back in his bunk, he didn't bother with anything else and lay down to start cultivating to restore his strength. Because the train traveled through suburban wilderness, these areas were relatively sparsely populated compared to the city, and the spiritual energy was a bit denser. Zhao Tian's cultivation attracted the surrounding spiritual energy to gather around him, which was absorbed by his body, gradually restoring the spiritual power he had consumed. At this time, all the passengers in the train carriage felt as if the air inside had become much fresher. Originally irritated by the hot weather and the long journey in a metal box, their moods were considerably eased. Zhao Tian's cultivation could draw in the spiritual energy from a radius of about 10 kilometers. After the train had traveled for about 10 minutes, he had absorbed all the spiritual energy gathered from that area. He was then able to attract and gather the spiritual energy from the next area. As a result, after stepping into the innate Grandmaster realm, Zhao Tian experienced for the first time the continuous influx of spiritual energy through cultivation. He immersed himself fully in his practice, not caring about anything else. Chapter 97. Unknown creature toxin. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family's villa, chaos had erupted. After leaving the Zhou family, Zhao Tian unhesitatingly issued an attack order to all the bloodthirsty mosquitoes targeting the family members. Upon receiving the command, these bloodthirsty mosquitoes rushed towards the Zhou family like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. The three members of the Zhou family had just exited the dining room and had no time to react before being viciously bitten by the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Despite their size being only that of ordinary mosquitoes, the venom in their mouthparts was extremely deadly, capable of easily killing a massive woolly mammoth. This venom was the essence of all male bloodthirsty mosquitoes. It was precisely for this reason that these bloodthirsty mosquitoes could survive in a world filled with powerful monsters. After being bitten by the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, the three members of the Zhou family couldn't even take a second step. It was as if all their strength had been drained away, and they collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Butler's son was terrified. He rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Master! Young master! Madam! What's wrong with you?" However, the three members of the Zhou family were already disoriented, their lives hanging by a thread on the brink of death. Soon after, their legs suddenly kicked out, and their bodies went rigid. Butler's son, witnessing this scene, was left speechless in shock, as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily blank. At that moment, Butler's son was completely at a loss, not knowing what had happened or how to respond to this sudden situation. Finally, he reacted and decided to call for an ambulance and report to the authorities. Meanwhile, Chef Zhang was also in a daze, wondering if the rat poison was really that toxic. The effect was too strong. Then she murmured excitedly to herself, "I did it. I finally got my revenge. I finally got my revenge. You, Chef Zhang, how dare you poison and harm the master and his family?" At this moment, Butler's son, hearing Chef Zhang's murmurs, reacted, looking at her in disbelief and questioning sternly. "That's right. I was the one who poisoned them." "Ha ha." Chef Zhang didn't deny it, directly taking the blame. "Why'd you do this? Just because the master wanted to fire you?" Butler's son asked in confusion. "Fire me? I almost had his subordinates killed, and he still wants to fire me? Without a job, how am I supposed to pay back the high-interest loans to the Zhou family?" Chef Zhang chutait hysteriquement. Then she yelled, "I was ruined by the Zhou family, left with a broken family and massive debts, and I still diligently work for them, serving them. Is there such a good deal in this world? Since you won't let me live well, then none of you should think you can live well." Chef Zhang chutait. "Chef Zhang, you are really crazy. Just wait to be caught by the authorities." Butler's son angrily retorted. He had spent half his life managing, hoping his little son, could follow Zhou Li from a young age and eventually take over his position as the butler of the Zhou family. Now, after planning for half a lifetime, he never expected the Zhou family would be silenced, and with the master gone, how could he still be a butler? Soon, the authorities arrived at the Zhou family villa, followed closely by the ambulance. Seeing the three family members of the Zhou family completely cold, with no signs of breath and their bodies already stiff, the medical staff accompanying them did not even attempt to take the bodies back to the hospital for resuscitation. The authorities immediately began to cordon off the crime scene, collecting all suspicious evidence and controlling the only two participants present, Butler's son and Chef Zhang. Then, the forensic team from the Criminal Investigation Department quickly conducted autopsies on the three members of the Zhou family. There was no need for extensive interrogation. Based on the testimonies of Butler's son and Chef Zhang, the authorities could almost confirm that Chef Zhang was the real murderer. However, they couldn't believe that rat poison could have such a powerful effect, instantly killing the Zhou family of three. Once the autopsy results were out, as long as they matched the testimonies of Butler's son and Chef Zhang, they could reach a conclusion. Butler's son would be exonerated, while Chef Zhang would face legal consequences for the premeditated murder of three people, an extremely heinous crime that could result in the death penalty. However, Chef Zhang had already lost all hope for the future. She didn't care about any punishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian had been cultivating on the train for over 10 hours without stopping. It wasn't until midnight that he stopped when the train reached the capital. This exhilarating cultivation left Zhao Tian very satisfied. He absorbed the spiritual energy from a nearly 2,000-kilometer area in one go, although his cultivation level did not improve. The spiritual power he had consumed was fully restored. Moreover, this experience of consuming spiritual power while flying at full speed enhanced his control over his body and internal spiritual power. At the Sioux City Law Enforcement Bureau, the forensic identification results were expedited. The autopsy revealed that the three members of the Zhou family had been poisoned by a toxin that had never been seen before. Not by rat poison. This was because after the bloodthirsty mosquitoes delivered their fatal bite, they would also die shortly after. The mosquito that bit Zhou Li was minimally reactive. When Zhou Li was poisoned, he directly crushed the mosquito against his neck, killing it. During the autopsy, the forensic doctor found this little mosquito's body. Additionally, the bite wounds near the mosquito's corpse were different from any mosquito bites on Blue Water Star. Zhou Shiyang and his wife also had similar bite wounds. Furthermore, the extremely toxic substance that caused the Zhou family's demise was not one of the known toxins. As for Chef Zhang's claim of using rat poison to kill the Zhou family, it was completely unfounded. Based on the clues provided by Chef Zhang, the forensic team conducted a series of comprehensive and detailed tests and examinations. They not only tested the rat poison, but also analyzed the soy sauce bottle that had been laced with rat poison, the seafood porridge that had been contaminated, and the digestive state of the 3 members of the Zhou family. After thorough testing, the results were surprising. The so-called rat poison turned out to be fake, containing only a trace of toxicity, but not enough to kill a rat, let alone a person. This discovery made the entire case increasingly perplexing. In addition, the forensic team found that the seafood porridge in the stomachs of the 3 members of the Zhou family remained fresh and had not yet begun to digest. This indicated that before they were poisoned, the seafood porridge had not been digested or absorbed by their stomachs. This further proved that the Zhou family did not die from rat poison. However, during their investigation, the forensic team also made some important discoveries. They determined that the cause of death of the Zhou family was related to the bite wounds, which, although small, were found on all 3 bodies.